an imperial-grade chain platform and felt his breathing quicken. Square, stone. He suddenly recalled Mitchell's words, understanding now why Mitchell wanted a chessboard and wondered where to find one. Now it made sense. It seems Thorn who acted? Seeing Brooks come out, Alfie and others, finally recovered from their shock, whispered. Yes, it was Thorn. Are you alright? Brooks asked Alfie and the others. Thorn is indeed formidable, they exclaimed. But please, don't mention the ancient tomb business. Thorn wants a simple life. This time he acted only because that fellow left him no choice. And I broke my vow earlier, making Thorn somewhat upset, Brooks cautioned. They nodded in understanding. Come, help me carry this imperial-grade, stone platform inside for Thorn to use as a chessboard. Brooks called out. They all pitched in. There was no surprise that Mitchell intended to turn this imperial-grade chain platform into a chessboard. After all, he gave them holy-grade hose casually, so why not use an imperial-grade item for a game? Just as they lifted the platform, Georgia, Charlie, and others appeared at the martial arts school's entrance. You're going to? Harvey widened his eyes, unable to contain his question. Chapter 212 finally going to meet that person. The men carrying the table glanced up at Harvey and his group. 2 Marshal Respects, 1 Marshal Sam. A decent lineup. If this had been in the past, they would have smiled and greeted them upon seeing people of such caliber. But now, they completely ignored them. Not only were their words impolite, but they also came off as pretentious, as if they were eager for everyone to know that they were Marshal Respects and didn't understand any rules. There's inside. May I ask, is the sir you speak of the one who acted just now? After recovering from the shock, Charlie asked hesitantly. Why, of course. Who else could have such grace besides Elon? Alfie said proudly. Upon confirmation, they instinctively became more respectful, aware of standing before an unparalleled master. Now, may I ask another question? Was the supreme music score written by Elon? Georgia pressed, her voice filled with anticipation. That goes without saying, Brooks responded. Though he hadn't participated in the ancient tomb excavation, he knew all about it, including the background of the score Georgia mentioned. Hearing this, Georgia's face lit up with intense expectation. She wasn't surprised when Gerald revealed the score wasn't composed by Ives, as she'd suspected it from the start. How could someone like Ives compose such divine music? At least it would have been created by someone graceful and spirited. She wondered what the person inside was like, and guessed he might be. At that moment, 3 streaks of light approached rapidly. It was Sylvia and her companions. They too had witnessed the astonishing scene over the martial arts hall earlier. What are you doing here? Braden asked, landing beside Alfie and company, who merely glanced at moving the stone platform inside. Good job. Mitchell watched from inside, nodded appreciatively, and directed them to place the table under a locust tree in the backyard. Elon, we will get back to work. Alfie and company bowed respectfully to Mitchell and left the work. Brooks turned to Mitchell. Elon, some visitors wish to meet you. They've come out of admiration. To meet me? All right, let me put on some clothes and see them, Mitchell replied, slightly surprised. And want to find clothes? Brooks returned outside. Seeing this, Georgia and the others looked eagerly at Brooks. Your timing is lucky. Wait here. Elon will be out shortly, Brooks reassured them. Excited murmurs followed. Finally, we're meeting the prophesied sage. Sylvia's face flushed. And to think, this person indirectly saved our lives. I wonder what the composer looks like. Georgia bit her lip nervously. And soon, we'll witness the transcendent master who obliterated Gerald. Harvey rubbed his hands in anticipation. Each heart held its own expectations, united by intense anticipation. Chapter 213. Finally, retribution. Finally, footsteps approached. Everyone abruptly looked up. A figure in a white robe, wearing a gentle smile, slowly emerged. He was otherworldly and elegant, and why they were so courteous. Mister, I am Georgia. Hearing about the music you composed, I've come specially, Georgia said respectfully. Yes, we all came because of your music, the others chimed in, remembering Brooks's reminder. Oh, I see. Please come in and sit, Mitchell chuckled, realizing people were seeking him out for playing music by the door daily. Indeed, even geniuses can't stay low-key forever. Several people followed Mitchell, their faces filled with excitement as they entered the martial arts hall. Just outside the gate, a figure stood dumbfounded. This kid actually, it was Anatole, who felt his breath shortening. He heard every word from the conversation at the gate. Never expecting Star's childhood friend to be an undiscovered world-class master? Was it him who killed Gerald? And even revered figures like Sylvia and Creed treated him respectfully? Thinking back to that terrifying kitchen knife he got from a martial arts school master. Could it be this man? What should I do now? Anatole nearly cried, recalling his past conflicts with this person. He had practically danced arrogantly before death. It's over. I need to escape immediately. With a grim face, he prepared to flee, knowing this person could crush him like an ant if he wanted to. However, before he ran far, a furious figure blocked his path. It was Brooks rushing out from Mitchell's presence. He hurried out precisely to deal with Brooks grabbed Anatole and unleashed a barrage of slaps, leaving him bloodied and unconscious, yet still pleading. Please spare me, Grand Sam. I grew up under your watch. I've done much for the Abdurrahman sect, even if not meritorious, surely through hard work. Humph. Brooks sneered. You filth don't deserve to live. Go repent in hell. Grabbing Anatole's neck, Brooks gradually tightened his grip until his cries stopped. Humph. Kicking Anatole's body into a nearby sewer, Brooks straightened up. Looking towards the martial arts hall, he breathed deeply and bowed respectfully. He understood. Mr. Mitchell knew everything, and gave him the chance to handle matters himself. Inside the hall, Georgia and the others were speechless, awestruck by the abundance of treasures within. Such immense wealth from a world-class master was unheard of. Invited to sit, they did so nervously. Fortunately, Mitchell's gentle demeanor and welcoming manner put them at ease. It was hard to imagine that this man had effortlessly slain Gerald, who was almost at the Marshall Hudson realm. Oh. Suddenly, Mitchell frowned, straightening his posture. Miss Gillis, could you please hand me a piece of paper from behind you? Mitchell asked uneasily. Sylvia looked back and found stacked rice paper on a cabinet. Taking a sheet, her eyes widened. Seeing this, everyone turned their gaze, feeling suffocated. It was pure sacrilege. The crowd took a long time to recover from the shock. When they finally reacted, they noticed a large stack of similarly high-quality shin paper beside them. Can we take a look? Asked Creed with a stammer. I think it's fine. Before leaving, the expert said we could freely browse through them, replied Sylvia nervously. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone swarmed towards the pile of shin paper. They picked up one, which turned out to be a landscape painting. Instantly, they were drawn into the artwork, feeling like they were there in person. More shockingly, this painting carried powerful artistic connotations that seemed to have offered much insight with just a glance. If hung in one's home for long-term contemplation, unimaginable benefits could be reaped. Another piece of shin paper was lifted. On it was a depiction of the mystical black tortoise. Just a single glance. An oppressive heaviness filled the air. It was another masterpiece rivaling the Kieran drawing. Yet another sheet revealed 4 bold lines of calligraphy. Grasping sun, moon, and stars in my hands. None can match me in this world. I stride across the firmament, breaking heaven and earth. Throughout ancient times, I stand alone. Upon reading these lines, all present sucked in their breaths involuntarily, as if witnessing an unrivaled, peerless figure looking down upon the world. Could it be a true reflection of this man? When other sheets of shin paper were picked up, each held equally terrifying value, none inferior to the Kieran painting. Damn! Wave after wave of astonishment left everyone dazed. Hey, disciple, are there any spicy sticks at home? Could you bring a plate up? Mitchell called out. Soon enough, Birch arrived with a small plate of spicy sticks. Focusing on Birch, everyone felt their blood flow stagnate, as if this boy's lineage naturally suppressed them. Simultaneously, an enormous power seemed to reside within him. Though his exact cultivation level was indiscernible, this boy was undoubtedly terrifying, at least a martial saint, or even a Marshall Hudson. Let me introduce him. My only little disciple may look young, but he's 16 years old now, Mitchell said with a smile. 16 years old. Eyes widened in disbelief. What did 16 years old even mean? At 16, to possess such cultivation instantly made figures like Creed feel embarrassed and overheated with shame. Damn, someone is already this incredible at 16. Well, were they compared to him? Indeed, befitting a disciple of this master. Come, eat something. We don't have much else to offer. These are some homemade snacks, please try them, Mitchell invited with an extended hand. Initially intending to decline, considering they had long surpassed the need for sustenance, they reluctantly took a stick each at his insistence. The moment the spicy stick entered their mouths, everyone's body their purpose for coming. He pinched his nose apologetically and laughed. You all came here with such admiration, and I should have played a few tunes to express my gratitude. Unfortunately, several strings on my zither are broken, so I can't play for you. I apologize. Upon hearing this, the guests' faces fell immediately. Although most people in the room were not zither players except for Georgia, every painting and calligraphy piece created by this person held profound meanings and martial intentions. Listening to a tune from him would likely be quite beneficial. It seemed they had missed this rare opportunity. Not right, but soon, they realized it wasn't that simple. Everything in this person's shop was precious. How could a string on his zither be broken easily? Indeed, they had rushed in here, hoping only to gain some benefits from him. Even after having tasted the spicy sticks and seen his paintings and calligraphy, they hadn't given any gifts or shown any respect in return. This clearly displeased Mitchell, and giving the spicy stick straight to the dog must also have been because of this. Realizing this, Georgia bowed hastily. Elon, I happen to have a strand of heavenly toad silk. If you need it, I will send it over as soon as possible. Damn it. She beat us to it. Seeing Georgia act first, the others slapped their thighs and wore regretful looks. They were shocked further when she intended to give the entire strand of heavenly toad silk and painting. He really did excel. Very well, then let me present you with a painting or calligraphy as a token of appreciation. Mitchell smiled. Feel free to request anything you'd like me to paint or write. Truly? Thank you, Elon. Georgia's body trembled with excitement. She only intended to thank him for the spicy sticks and the experience of viewing the artwork. Never did she expect him to gift her such valuable items. Gore. Beside her, Harvey and others watched enviously, hating that Georgia took the lead. If they knew this was possible, they would have done everything possible to get this opportunity too. But what use was envy now? Elon, please excuse me while I fetch the heavenly toad silk. Once it pleases you, I'll come back for your work. Georgia bowed and prepared to leave. Sure, thanks for your trouble. Mitchell saw her off and admired her kindness and beauty. Making friends with her wouldn't be bad at all. Others blushed red, knowing staying longer wouldn't make a difference, and they followed suit to take their leave. They would find other opportunities to seek their own fortune. After sending off the guests, Mitchell stretched and went to the backyard to inspect the stone platform again. Its height and size were perfectly suited to his needs. Abdurrahman the old man was reliable. Maybe tomorrow, he could carve out the chessboard. Suddenly, Mitchell heard rustling sounds from the storage room. Listening closely, the sound stopped. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave, but before reaching the courtyard exit, the noise started again. Mitchell approached the storage room. As expected, the sound stopped once more when he got closer. Standing still, he pretended to walk away but then quietly crept back, suddenly kicking open the locked door. He saw the ragged skull digging a hole with its buttocks sticking out. The flying door hit him, startling him into jumping and cursing. Who dares to ambush me? Turning angrily, he met Mitchell's chilling gaze. Edmund froze instantly, shifting his body to block the sack behind him. Move aside. Mitchell demanded sternly. ABA. The skull revealed a servile smile, flapping its jaws and making strange noises. but as soon as it spoke, a punch landed squarely on its head. Chapter 216. He who lives by the Candace gets the moon first. In the courtyard, Mitchell wore a stern expression as he dragged bags of gold coins out from the storage room. There must have been tens of thousands of gold coins in these jute bags. Beside him, the skeleton was tied to a pagoda tree with a shoe stuffed in his mouth, making muffled sounds. The dog was trembling beside him, unsure of what was going on. Tell me where the money came from. Mitchell casually picked up a bamboo stick from the kitchen and approached the skeleton, asking in a low voice. The muffled sounds came from the skeleton's mouth blocked by the shoe. Mitchell removed the shoe and continued to stare at him with a questioning look. Ah. As soon as the words were spoken, a bamboo stick lashed out, striking the skeleton and making him jump. Speak clearly, answer quickly. Mitchell raised the bamboo stick again, pressing for an answer. Picked up. The skeleton shakily replied. Are you sure it wasn't stolen? Mitchell asked again in a serious tone. Really not. The skeleton hurriedly answered. A woo. Seemingly to echo the skeleton's words, the dog also made a sound at this moment. Hearing this, Mitchell glanced at the dog. He knew that the dog seemed to understand human intentions. It had been following this broken skeleton all along. Clearly, the dog was helping the skeleton explain. So, these gold coins probably weren't stolen. But thinking about it, even though this guy caused a lot of trouble, he indeed hadn't done anything like thievery. Alright, I'll let you off this time. But regarding these gold coins, Mitchell's words immediately drew tense looks from the skeleton and the dog. They stared at him with pitiful eyes. Looking at their expressions, Mitchell said, Don't worry, I'll leave some for you. First, Brad immediately praised and agreed. Sylvia and Braden exchanged glances and also lit up. This plan seemed quite feasible. To obtain Mitchell's opportunities, they quickly decided unanimously to buy a house nearby the martial arts school. All mere mortals, if we offer double the price, we can definitely buy a house near the martial arts school, Brad remarked. They nodded in agreement. After some consideration, they found Griffin's house most suitable based on its proximity and conditions. A knock rang out. Griffin supported himself on his cane and opened the door, looking at the group of men and women standing outside with a slightly deep gaze, asking calmly, What brings you to see this old man? Hello there, sir. We're interested in buying your house. You name the price, and we will meet it, Brad said straightforwardly. Buy my house. Griffin seemed surprised. What could an old man's gloomy house possibly offer to people like you? That's not true, sir. Your house is perfect in terms of orientation and everything else. We've already said. You can name your price, Brad insisted. Oh, forget it. Griffin waved his hand. I'm nearly 6 feet under. Money means nothing to me. And having lived here for so long, I've grown attached to this place. I just want to spend my remaining days here. Please look elsewhere. Brad's expression darkened, but they weren't willing to give up easily. Exchanging glances, they slowly, as his words fell, the clouded eyes suddenly shifted, and from his frail and hunched body, an overwhelming aura erupted. Braden, who was at the forefront, had no time to react. A heavy sensation hit his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. At the same time, it felt as if he were under tremendous pressure. Crack! His legs gave way. Even with his martial respecter strength, he couldn't withstand this pressure and knelt on the ground. Similarly, Sylvia, Francisco, and the others behind him also felt their backs turn cold and ended up prostrating on the ground under the immense pressure. Cold sweat dripped off the faces of the people prostrated on the ground. They never expected that York would be so deeply concealed. The pressure he had just unleashed was no less intense than what Gerald had shown before. And Gerald was someone almost reaching the Marshall Hudson realm. So, what about the person right in front of them? Their cultivation level could only be imagined. Sigh. Everyone felt like they couldn't breathe. They had never seen such legendary powerhouses in reality before. With a simple effort, York subdued these people, then returned to his original appearance, leaning on his cane and slowly sitting down at the table. He poured some boiled water into a cup of tea for him. However, Sylvia and the others were taken aback. It was as if saying Justice. Justice arrived immediately. All heads turned to see Justice, a burly man with a full beard, wearing only a coarse vest that exposed his robust chest hair despite the winter chill. Simultaneously, he carried a large string of ribs in his left hand and a butcher knife in his right, exuding a bloodthirsty aura that weighed heavily on Sylvia and the others. What scared them the most was the butcher knife in Justice's hand. Its intimidating presence made their scalps tingle. It was at least a sacred rank weapon. We're probably making a big mistake again. Watching Justice, Daewoo Ganon showed a bitter and fearful smile. Yes, this person looks even stronger than the gauge, Sylvia echoed with bitterness. For a moment, everyone wore worried expressions. Such powerful individuals clustering in this small Pingjiang city. Each one of them could wreak havoc in Nansha. How are you free today? York asked with a smile. Isn't it because you, old man, said you wanted ribs? Here, I brought you the leftovers from today's sales. Justice laughed heartily, throwing the ribs on the table and shouting, Old man, get a cutting board, and I'll chop them up for you. Sure, thank you. York stood up, fetched a chopping board, and handed it to Justice. While chopping the ribs, Justice glanced at Sylvia and the others and asked, Hey, do we go back? Sylvia frowned. Go, we must go. Fifth Claycong blushed, roaring angrily. That butcher and the old man looked just like us but came earlier, definitely benefiting from the gentleman's favor. Let's go. There's another place selling beef noodles nearby. I'll negotiate. Saying this, he walked into the shop behind the beef noodle stand. Please note that names like Wang Day, Braden, Sylvia, Francisco, and Daewoo Ganon are used according to pinyin rules. For better readability in English texts, you might consider using more conventional Western-style names, unless you specifically wish to keep the Burkinese phonetic spelling. Hashtag chapter 218. You will miss the opportunity. The others were waiting outside. For a long time. No movement. Ah! Suddenly, a pig slaughtering-like scream broke the cold night silence, followed by a white-robed figure breaking through the window and landing at their feet. This is... Everyone looked at the white-robed man beneath them who was barely recognizable, voices filled with confusion. Ah, it's me, ow, so painful. The white-robed man was Alec, emitting a mournful cry, holding his battered face and sucking in cool air. Upon seeing this, everyone cast pitying glances at Alec. What on earth had he encountered? Shall we continue? At this moment, Sylvia asked cautiously again. Go again? You guys can go, but I'm not going anymore, woohoo. Alec cried as he held his face. This damned noodle seller is more terrifying than that pig slaughterer just now. What kind of person is this? And he hits faces specially. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. Taking advantage of the night, they slunk away from Pingjiang City. Kobe, please believe me. In a certain place in Pingjiang City, Georgia was holding a sound transmission jade token, communicating with Rosemary, the Sam of the Devil Sound sect. Disciple, I've received news about the incident in Pingjiang City. This person killed Gerald in one strike, indeed proving he is a martial saint, or even a Marshall Hudson. But did you act too rashly by promising heavenly toad silk? Rosemary asked reproachfully. Kobe, it's not like that. This gentleman is far more than just a Marshall Hudson. Georgia explained anxiously. His casual creations contain powerful martial intent and artistic connotations. This is something a Marshall Hudson can't achieve. Moreover, his work is extraordinarily grand. Extraordinarily grand? Rosemary asked dubiously, how grand? Georgia bit her red lips, recalling what she saw at the martial arts hall before saying seriously, the calligraphy and paintings he made on rice paper rival treasures of the imperial grade. Yet his character well, and knew he never spoke recklessly. And he had never spoken to her like this before. She sighed, changing her mind. Since that's the case, let me finish my affairs, and then bring the heavenly toad silk to Pingjiang City to see if it's true as you say. Kobe, if it's sometime later, it'll be too late. Please believe me this time. Opportunities do not wait for anyone, Georgia urged, nearly in tears. Though what I say may seem unbelievable, it's the truth. Please come here as soon as possible. All right, I will set out tomorrow. Rosemary sighed, unable to do otherwise. Upon hearing this, Georgia finally relaxed, finding a place to stay in Pingjiang City while waiting for Rosemary's arrival. Despite Nansha being far from Pingjiang City, Rosemary could arrive quickly with her cultivation. 2 days later, when Georgia finally met this extraordinary Selena who had brought the Devil Sound sect to glory, she finally felt relieved. Greetings, Kobe. Georgia greeted respectfully. How are you recovering from the injuries inflicted by that old bastard Gerald? Seeing her beloved disciple, Rosemary smiled warmly. Thank you, Kobe. My injuries were healed that day by that senior, Georgia replied. You, always describing him as so miraculous. Let me see for myself whether he truly is as you say, Rosemary said playfully. Georgia lowered her head, remembering something, and hurriedly asked, Kobe, did you bring the heavenly toad silk? Sighing, Rosemary replied, my dear disciple, the heavenly toad silk is a great treasure of our sect. How could I bring it casually? First, take me to meet this so-called expert. If he's really as amazing as you say, then we can give him the heavenly toad silk afterward. What? Kobe, you? George's face changed dramatically, full of reproach. I promised that senior to bring the heavenly toad silk as quickly as possible, but you didn't bring it? Don't worry, nothing will happen. And it won't be easy to get the heavenly toad silk from our sect. At least let me see his true abilities first, Rosemary said indifferently. But Georgia turned pale. After a long silence, she raised her head and said gravely, Kobe, you are making a huge mistake. We might lose an incredible opportunity for our sect. How do you speak to your master like that? He won't destroy our sect because we don't give him the heavenly toad silk, right? Besides, the heavenly toad silk is a supreme treasure almost reaching the imperial grade. What opportunity could possibly surpass its value? Rosemary dismissed it casually. Although she understood that this person might be a Marshall Saint or even a Marshall Hudson and the benefits of befriending him, she didn't think the benefits outweighed the value of the heavenly toad silk. Hashtag chapter 219. Scumbag Willie. Whimper, whimper. When will this misery end? In the dimly lit stairwell, a centipede lamented inwardly. Recently, he had begun to doubt his fault. It's my mistake. Seeing his Gage brother in such despair, Wilson immediately expressed remorse. Well, what can you do? It's all destiny. Amerigoben sighed deeply. Brother, don't lose hope. You're handsome, suave, unrivaled in the universe, and the second biggest scoundrel after Kobe. One day, we'll definitely have money. Wilson encouraged. Mark, people with knowledge really know how to compliment others. Talking to you is always comforting. Amerigoben placed his palm on Wilson's shoulder and asked, but can you explain that last part about scoundrel? I'm not sure where it comes from either, but I often hear those working in the field say our Kobe is a scoundrel. Maybe it's a term of praise, like calling someone a beauty. Wilson scratched his head and offered an explanation. So that's how it is. I like this name, Amerigoben said satisfactorily. From now on, I'll be known as Scumbag Willie. Congratulations, brother. Wilson comforted him. So long as we still have capital, we won't worry about money. Let's just find another place to make money. Agreed. You're right. Amerigoben slapped his thigh, stood up, and declared, Mark, your words have reignited my confidence. Let's go make money again. Yes, let's keep making money, Ole. Wilson raised his paw in encouragement. For a moment, the skeleton and the dog were filled with hope for the future. They clapped and left with a gold coin. And that centipede, which Amerigoben unconsciously carried along. She didn't gain any great opportunity from Mitchell. Earning his favor was immensely valuable. Mitchell was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected her to take his words to heart and personally deliver the silk. Touched by her sincerity, Mitchell accepted the box without hesitation, despite the quality of the silk. Miss Gillis, your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. Really, Elon? Heaven forbid. Elon finds it unsuitable. Thank you so much. Seeing Mitchell's acceptance, Sylvia was delighted, her happiness evident like a child's. This girl, could she have taken a liking to me? This reminded Mitchell of a roommate from his past who acted similarly after receiving a nod from a crush. Unable to resist, he glanced at his reflection in the nearby mirror. Indeed, he was quite handsome. Thank you, Elon. I'll take my leave. With rosy cheeks, Sylvia happily bowed and skipped away. Wait. Seeing her demeanor, Mitchell felt somewhat pressured. Do you need anything else, Elon? Sylvia couldn't help but ask. On your last visit, you showed interest in calligraphy and painting. I have a fine piece of artwork here. Let me gift it to you. Saying this, Mitchell retrieved a painting from his room. Regardless of whether this girl liked him, returning favors was the right thing to do. Seeing the painting in Mitchell's hands, Sylvia covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes martial intent on the plaque above the door that the owner was indeed an expert. She couldn't simply hand over their mountain's treasure just because he was an expert. Furthermore, as the head of the Devil Sound sect, traveling all the way here personally already demonstrated her sincerity. Even if he was an expert, wouldn't he still owe her some respect? Let's go in, Francine said. Georgia nodded reluctantly, unsure of what to do otherwise. Mr. Mitchell, we have come to visit you. May we ask if you are available? Georgia called out. Mitchell, who had just finished some work in the backyard, hurried towards the entrance without even washing his hands. Finally, Mitchell reached the door. There, he saw the gentle and elegant Georgia and an extraordinary-looking beauty. At the same moment, Francine's eyes were immediately drawn to Mitchell. She gazed at this man whom her disciple described as having heavenly prowess. However, she was somewhat disappointed. Apart from his distinguished and gentle demeanor, there wasn't much else outstanding about him, and he seemed too young for someone of such repute. Greetings, sir, Georgia greeted respectfully, giving Francine a quick glance. Greetings, sir, Francine greeted perfunctorily, lacking the reverence down as she rapidly retreated. Her face altered drastically, and she looked urgently at Georgia. Disciple, what's happening here? Kobe, I told you to adjust your mindset and suppress your cultivation upon entering, Georgia scolded. I sensed the danger last time, yet you didn't listen. How are you feeling? I'm fine, Francine replied distractedly, realizing something more serious. This young man might truly be as terrifying as her disciple described. She realized she might have been underestimating him. Quick, follow me in, Francine, now fully transformed, urged as she headed back into the martial hall. This time, she suppressed her cultivation completely and calmed her mind. Indeed, the oppressive aura did not return this time. However, she still dared not look at those 18 paintings. Instead, her eyes were drawn to the demon-suppressing mirror hanging in the front hall. Though not a demon herself, she felt uneasy, as if all her secrets were exposed. She drew a sharp breath. As she crossed the front hall, waves of shock hit her one after another. The umbrella, the rag on the table, the sickle in the corner, the stone table under the locust tree, and various items ranging from imperial grade to Hudson grade, each shocking her immensely. Please sit. Mitchell finally managed to wash his hands, wiping them with a piece of calligraphy paper as he welcomed them. Seeing the invaluable landscape painting used as mere hand-wiping material, then casually discarded in the trash, left Francine's heart pounding. Only now did she realize Georgia had not exaggerated. She also grasped the true meaning of heavenly prowess. Looking at Francine's reaction, Georgia's expression was complex. She had anticipated this response earlier. No one could remain calm in such a place. Realizing her mistake, Francine regretted not bringing the celestial toad silk and tried to rectify it. She glanced at Georgia and whispered telepathically, Quick, tell this expert that we came unprepared without the celestial toad silk, but our sect gauges will send it over as fast as possible, and if he has other needs, we'll meet them. Georgia nodded and steadied herself, looking nervously at Mitchell. Elon, we originally intended to bring you the celestial toad silk, but an unexpected issue arose. Rest assured, I will have it delivered as quickly as possible. Elon, would that be acceptable? They both looked anxiously at Mitchell. Chapter 220. Not exaggerated at all. Kobe, we didn't bring the heavenly toad silk with us. It's really not a good idea to visit so hastily, said Georgia, her face full of worry, standing by the door. What if we upset this senior? That would be serious. Don't be silly. We're not here to cause trouble. How could we offend anyone? Francine replied sternly. Besides, if I don't pay him a visit first, how can I decide whether to give him the heavenly toad silk? Kobe, you should have believed me and brought the heavenly toad silk directly. Georgia shook her head, her pretty face showing discomfort. Francine remained unconvinced. Although she could judge from the martial intention on the sign above their heads that the owner here was indeed an expert, it didn't mean they should hand over their mountain's most prized treasure just because they were dealing with a skilled person. Moreover, although the opponent was powerful, as the head of the demon sound sect, traveling thousands of miles to personally visit also demonstrated enough sincerity. So, even for an expert, shouldn't there still be some respect for her? Let's go in, said Francine. Georgia shook her head, unsure what to do, and had no choice but to reluctantly proceed. Georgia, we come to visit Kobe. Is Kobe available? Mitchell, who was just finishing up work in the backyard, heard the voice and rushed towards the gate without even washing his hands. Finally, Mitchell arrived at the door and saw the gentle and elegant Georgia and an extraordinary beautiful Selena. At the same time, Francine immediately directed her gaze towards Mitchell, looking at the peerless master whom her disciple described as having heaven-defying power. However, she felt somewhat disappointed. Apart from his extraordinary demeanor and gentlemanly grace, there wasn't much else outstanding about him, and he even looked too young. Greetings, Kobe. Georgia greeted respectfully and quickly signaled to Francine. Greetings, Kobe. Reluctantly, Francine also greeted with a fist salute, though not as respectfully as expected. Georgia's face turned awkward and hurriedly introduced, Kobe, This is my aunt. She came with me to visit you. Clearly, she hadn't forgotten Brooks's warning at the gate. Everything was to be treated as a mortal affair. Welcome. It's cold outside. Please come in. Mitchell smiled, then walked back into the martial hall with his hands behind his back. Why are you so disrespectful to this Kobe? Georgia asked reproachfully. Are you sure you haven't mistaken someone? Francine retorted. This person doesn't seem like an expert at all. If it weren't for the extraordinary sign of this martial hall, I would have left already. Kobe, you can't see the depth of this Kobe because his cultivation is truly too high. Georgia explained hurriedly. Francine shook her head, clearly not convinced. She followed Mitchell, watching his back. Fine. Let's see what this person is really like. Kobe, when entering, you must adjust your mindset and suppress your cultivation, or else. Georgia caught up, reminding her urgently. You don't need to say more. I know what to do. Francine waved away Georgia's words and stepped into the martial hall indifferently. But the moment she walked in, her expression changed dramatically. The 18 divine weapons paintings on the walls emitted massive pressure, pressing down on her until she couldn't move. At the same time, she felt a surge in her chest, which she forcibly swallowed down and swiftly retreated. Her face now completely altered. She turned anxiously to Georgia. Disciple, what is happening? Kobe, I told you to adjust your mindset and suppress your cultivation before entering, Georgia explained grimly. Last time, I felt the danger inside. Why didn't you listen? How is your injury? I'm fine. Francine responded absent-mindedly, for compared to her injury, she realized something far more serious. This young man might indeed be as terrifying as her disciple described. This time, it seemed she had been confined to a well, viewing the sky through a small opening. Disciple, follow me inside quickly. Compared to earlier, Francine looked entirely different, hurriedly walking into the martial hall. This time, she suppressed her cultivation tightly and adjusted her mindset to its most tranquil state. Sure enough, she felt no pressure again upon re-entering. Yet, she still dared not look at those 18 paintings. Instead, she saw the demon-suppressing toad silk, but I will ask the gauges of the sect to send it over as soon as possible. If he needs anything else, we will provide it. Georgia nodded, steadied herself, and looked nervously at Mitchell, slightly opening her lips. Kobe, we intended to bring the heavenly toad silk, but unfortunately, an accident occurred. Rest assured, I will deliver it as quickly as possible. Kobe, do you think? Georgia and Francine cast anxious glances towards Mitchell. Chapter 221. A world apart. You two are too courteous. Mitchell smiled and continued, but thank you for your kind offer. I've already found something to replace the lute string, so there's no need to trouble you both anymore. What? Upon hearing this, Georgia and Karina's expressions changed drastically. Panic instantly set in. Elon, you really don't need it? Georgia asked with visible anxiety on her face. Beside her, Karina looked at Mitchell with a worried expression. If you had brought it earlier, it would have been useful, Mitchell said, smiling but declining their offer. However, I genuinely don't need it now. I appreciate your intention. Mitchell's words caused their hearts to sink. Their expressions turned bitter. Though his demeanor remained gentle, his comment about needing it if they had arrived earlier was unmistakably a rebuke for their delay. Well, okay. Georgia responded dejectedly. The master and disciple walked out of the martial hall, sighing deeply. But just a few steps away, Karina stopped abruptly. Her pupils constricted as she watched an Gagely man approaching with a cane. This accursed winter makes everything unbearable. But what is the old gentleman doing? He should be here by now. His slow footsteps crunched through the shallow snow as he muttered to himself, walking closer. The master and disciple watched quietly until he passed by them. Suddenly, Karina remembered who he was. He was the famous independent cultivator from Nansha, whose strength had always been on par with hers. Thus, he had been her arch-nemesis for centuries. Only a few years ago did he suddenly disappear without a trace, causing her memory of him to fade. But now, they met again, and his name immediately came to her lips. Devon, she called out. As she shouted, her semi-sage aura erupted, pressing down on the old man. Sure enough, as her voice reached him, the Gagely gentleman paused briefly. His hunched frame turned slightly, his hollow eyes appraising Karina before he replied indifferently, Karina, it's you. Of course it's me. Karina sneered. Didn't expect to meet such a nemesis like you here. Yes, quite coincidental. The old man chuckled. Then, his gaze shifted, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Karina. Instantly, the formerly formidable semi-sage was suppressed, her flames extinguished, and she stumbled back several steps, filled with disbelief. Hudson of martial arts. Actually an Hudson of martial arts. How could Devon break through to become an Hudson of martial arts? A storm of shock surged within her, causing her body to tremble violently as she stared incredulously at Devon. The Gagely gentleman resumed his previous state, hunching forward and carefully climbing the stairs to the martial hall, muttering, meeting old friends in one's 60s is rare. But this old man has no time to reminisce. With those words, he entered the martial hall without looking back. Karina's heart pounded. The terrifying pressure Devon exerted still made her uneasy. Why? Once equals, one had soared to the revered realm of Marshal Hudson. The other still lingered at the semi-sage stage, unsure if she could ever break through. Moreover, Devon seemed to have completely dismissed her, finding no interest in speaking to her. Her expression grew increasingly grim. Being treated with such disdain was unbearable. Subconsciously, her gaze returned to the martial hall. She wasn't foolish. It didn't take much thinking to understand why her former rival had advanced so far. It was this martial hall, the unfathomable young man inside. Only such a place could elevate a semi-sage to a Marshal Hudson in mere years, a powerhouse capable of dominating the entire immortal river continent. Realizing this, fury welled up inside her. A mouthful of blood gushed out. This opportunity should have been hers, but her stupidity had ruined it. Kobe, are you alright? Despite her own emotional turmoil, Georgia was startled by Karina's state. I'm fine. Let's return. I wish to temporarily withdraw from the sect. Ah. With a long sigh, the master and disciple left, their spirits shattered, exiting Pingjiang City. Chapter 222. You want to reconcile with me? Muhammad walked into the martial arts school. Hee Elani, I've come to invite you for dinner. Muhammad chuckled. But we're changing the venue. My pod isn't big enough, so we've decided to have it at Silas's place right across from here. Sure, no problem. Go ahead. I'll tidy up and be there shortly, Mitchell replied with a smile. All right, Elani. I've already prepared 2 pots of fine wine waiting for you. Dig in as soon as you arrive. Muhammad laughed and shuffled away, leaning on his cane. Just then, 2 figures rapidly darted through the alley opposite and landed on the ground. The duo appeared distinguished by their attire but were quite a sight. The Andres had an ashen face, looking like he was suffering from some grave illness, coughing occasionally. The other was a veil-covered Selena who seemed like a celestial beauty, yet her face beneath the veil was swollen. Sylvia and Harvey get there first. You're right, holy maiden. However, lamenting about it now won't help. We need to find out who this person is as quickly as possible, Damien sighed. We can't let other sects monopolize this opportunity. Isabel nodded. After all, Harvey, Sylvia, and others had received blessings from this expert. If only the Heavenly Sword sect didn't share in it, she couldn't bear it. Thus, the two started searching for clues nearby. A faint stench drew Isabel's attention. Upon closer inspection of the sewage ditch nearby, a corpse lay within. This body appeared to have been there for a few days. Despite being unrecognizable and covered in putrefaction marks in the cold weather, the clothes still hinted at its identity. This is? Damien gasped. Yes, it's Anatole, the good-for-nothing. Looking at the corpse, Isabel's expression was complex. I initially thought I misjudged him, thinking of letting go of my enmity and having him serve me loyally. But in the end, even as a dog, he proved unworthy. Now, meeting this fate is just karma? Damien remained silent. He knew a little about this new holy maiden's past. But since his body is here, it indicates we haven't been searching in the wrong place. The unparalleled master who killed Gerald must be nearby, Isabel remarked. Her gaze shifted as she attempted to locate more clues. Chapter 223. The Brothers Pray. Smirking, Mitchell said, You sure have become pragmatic. Struggling before, and now trying to reunite as soon as you see I'm wealthy. Let me tell you, I won't take back what's been cast aside. Seeing Mitchell say this with a serious expression, Diana's hostility flared up. She blocked Mitchell, obviously wanting to find trouble, yet amusingly, this mortal misinterpreted her actions so badly. How could she, the pride of Heavenly Sword sect, think of reconciling with an ordinary mortal like him? Without hesitation, she glared at Mitchell with a menacing look, saying word by word, Worthless Mitchell, who wants to reconcile with you? Can't you see the situation? Oh, not seeking reconciliation, that's wonderful news. Mitchell heaved a sigh of relief, slapping his chest as if unburdened. Since you're not here for reconciliation, then I'll take my leave. With that, he brushed past her. Isabel was frozen on the spot. Realizing it, her chest heaved dramatically and her body trembled. This mortal was infuriating. Without another word, she drew her long sword. Her eyes filled with killing intent as she pointed it directly at Mitchell's back. Hold it, holy maiden. Artie flashed past to block Isabel immediately. Zach, what are you doing? Let me kill this damned ant, Isabel said through gritted teeth. Just a mere mortal. Anyone can kill him. But did you forget where we are? Artie hurriedly reminded. That secluded supreme expert lives nearby. If you attack here and offend them, it would be disastrous. Hearing this, Isabel paused. Artie had a point. There were countless ways to torment Mitchell, but unintentionally offending that person could jeopardize not only opportunities but also their safety. Biting her lower lip tightly, she put away her sword reluctantly, watching Mitchell leave in frustration. She decided to wait for another chance to deal with Mitchell. As for Mitchell, he completely dismissed her from his mind. Although they were childhood friends once, it was all in the past. He walked straight into Justice's house, feasting with Gerardo II and others. Meanwhile, Isabel and Artie continued searching for clues. Whoever could instantaneously kill Gerald must be at least an Hudson-level martial artist. Gaining their favor, even if not immediate luck, would bring boundless benefits to the Heavenly Sword sect. Mark, making money isn't as easy as imagined. Bowie lamented, sitting dejectedly on some steps. Though Hemlock sighed heavily, seeing Bowie's depressed look, he didn't give up. Brother, wait here. There's a grave in the wasteland nearby. I'll go check it out. Okay. Mark, keep me updated if you find anything. Bowie watched Hemlock run off and called out after him. It seems we haven't found any clear clues. Isabel and Artie, spitting mouthfuls of blood to gain unprecedented speed and fled. At your service, no hair on that grave, Hemlock returned and reported. Mark, good timing. The grave doesn't matter now. Quickly help me catch those two. Bowie yelled. Hemlock understood instantly, his aura flaring up, chasing after them and blocking their path ahead. Devil Lord? Their faces paled drastically. Cornered with no escape, they huddled together fearfully. Hee. The duo grinned malevolently, slowly closing in on the frightened prey. Hashtag chapter 224. Stay calm. What should we do, Zach? Isabel and Sylvester cowered in the corner, watching the man and the wolf approach. Isabel's voice trembled with panic. Stay calm. Everything will be fine. Just stay calm and trust me. There will always be a way out. Sylvester whispered reassuringly to Isabel, pressing his palm down for comfort. That's good, that's good. Seeing this, Isabel nodded hurriedly. Comforted by Sylvester, she felt a bit more reassured. After all, Sylvester was engaged of Tianjian sect and a powerful Horus. But the next moment, she watched as Sylvester suddenly dropped to his knees, shouting aloud. Spare my life. Great one, please spare my life. Isabel was dumbfounded, her eyes wide open in shock. This was the solution Sylvester had mentioned? Why are you still standing? Quickly kneel and beg for mercy. You can't resist such power. It's better to preserve our lives than to lose face here, where no one can see us. Sylvester kept giving her eye signals, his voice trembling. Isabel's face showed reluctance. She had endured countless hardships for cultivation, but now, after finally seizing an opportunity and becoming someone important, she had to kneel to others. Yet, recalling the terrifying black-robed figure, her last bit of pride vanished. Thud. She knelt down too, starting to plead for mercy. Hee. A sinister laugh came from the skeleton and the dog, who looked down at them condescendingly. Give me all your money, the black-robed figure growled menacingly. Yes, give it all or you both will die. The dog lifted its head proudly and added threateningly. The skeleton and the dog's words sent shivers through Isabel and Sylvester. They quickly fumbled in their storage rings with trembling hands. Elon, this is imperial grade medicinal pills, Sylvester said flatteringly, holding out a jade bottle with both hands. What garbage is this? Ed snatched it, glanced at it angrily, and threw it on the ground, stomping it into pieces while kicking Sylvester fiercely. Spare my life, don't hit me. Sylvester wailed, then pulled out another ring. This is the exclusive Azure Rainbow Sword of Tianjian Sect's Holy Maiden, nearly divine grade. Please take a look, senior. Isabel bit her lip, her face contorted in pain. Oh, it looks pretty flashy. Ed examined the sword closely. I wonder about the quality though. He tapped the blade with his finger. Ping. As his finger touched the sword, a pleasant ringing sound echoed, but part of the sword vanished instantly, and the remaining section dulled. Snap. Isabel and Sylvester stared in disbelief, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A near-divine grade Azure Rainbow Sword, destroyed just like that? Another flashy, useless piece of junk? Ed angrily tossed the Azure Rainbow Sword aside, smashing it to pieces with his foot. Mark, these F***CKs are toying with us, kill them. Ed kicked them again savagely, and the dog slashed at them with its sharp claws. Wah. We really have nothing left, no more treasures. Yes, please spare us. We've given you our most precious Azure Rainbow Sword. Please, spare us. They cowered in the corner, bruised and battered by the skeleton and the dog, especially Wilson's claws, which aimed at sensitive spots, leaving Isabel's thighs bloodied and torn through her tattered clothes. Himph, hand it over. Ed snatched their storage rings and checked them along with the dog. Brother, these guys are really broke, not even a single coin. The dog shattered the storage ring with a swipe of its paw. Unlucky, so unlucky. Mine has nothing either. Ed also crushed the storage ring, cursing in frustration. So what now? The dog said dejectedly. Forget it. Wasting time with these poor bastards isn't worth it. Let's leave them. They gave them another beating before walking away confidently. Back on the stairs, the skeleton and the dog's mood plummeted again. Sigh. When will I ever live a luxurious life? Ed sighed heavily, twirling the Daryl and pulling off its legs one by one. Cannot. The Daryl's heart ached with each leg pulled off. Just when it thought it had escaped the tiger's den, it found itself in a wolf's lair again. Hoping to play dead, it could no longer bear the loss of its legs and started struggling violently in Ed's hand. Please, spare my life. Spare my life. It cried out desperately. Chapter 225, Mountain Training. Mercy? Eno said with a teasing tone. Didn't you enjoy pretending to be dead? Why don't I help you achieve your dream? No, I was wrong. Please, mighty and invincible, awe-inspiring, dashing, and overwhelmingly impressive master, spare this lowly one's life. Matthew pleaded with a face full of despair. Oh. Upon hearing this, Enos lifted his head, exchanged glances with Wilson, and said leisurely, Mark, I really didn't expect to meet another enlightened demon. Then he leaned closer to Matthew and asked lazily, Am I really that perfect? Yes. Your perfection is engraved on your face. At first sight, your aura moved me. Unfortunately, I'm just a cowardly little centipede, too scared to speak to you. But that's always been my belief inside. Wow, since you're an enlightened demon, you may go then. I won't make it difficult for you. Enos waved his hand generously. Hearing this, Matthew was delighted inside. But after stumbling a few steps, he found himself at a loss as to where to go. Several demon emperors he had once followed were already dead. Without a patron, it would be hard for him, such a minor spirit, to survive. Without hesitation, he turned around and fawned, Big brothers, let me follow you, serving you like an ox or a horse. What use could you have, you little centipede? Go away, or I might change my mind. Enos waved impatiently. I am useful. I can be of use. Matthew hurried to explain. Looking at both of you big brothers, it seems like you need money? Money is easy to come by if you know where. I can take you there. At this, the skeleton and the dog exchanged glances, instantly turning their attention to Matthew. Is that true? Absolutely. I swear it, and there are quite a lot of treasures. I'm really good at finding these things, Matthew hastened to say. Good lad. Never knew you had potential. Enos, wiping away the dejection from his previous demeanor, slapped his thigh and stood up, saying, All right, as long as you can get us money, you can follow me. Sure thing, greetings, big brother. Matthew crawled on the ground, bowing. Then he looked at Wilson and greeted, Greetings, Jalen brother. Your presence is truly impressive, befitting a top demon following big brother. In the future, while serving big brother, please look out for me. This greeting and praise made Wilson feel elated. Initially, he didn't quite like this little centipede, but now he thought the little guy wasn't bad. Thereupon, a skeleton, a dog, and a centipede came together in agreement and headed towards the direction Matthew mentioned. Their destination was the Mu Fu Mountain adjacent to Pingjiang City. The weather became increasingly cold. It was already winter, with everything covered in white. Kobe, I've mastered the 3 forms. What should I practice next? Birch wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Mitchell. The next step might be taking you to train at Mu Fu Mountain. Mitchell pondered slightly and made this decision. He wasn't a cultivator and could only teach Birch martial arts. Yet even with these limitations, he aimed to do his best. He also wanted to cultivate Birch into a standout among martial artists. That's great, Kobe. When do we leave? Birch asked excitedly, gripping his large saber eagerly. Tomorrow. Mitchell estimated the time. Okay, Kobe, I'll finish the chores at home first and wash the clothes from the past couple of days. With that, Birch left to diligently start his tasks. Seeing Birch busy with chores, Mitchell sighed softly. Besides practicing, this child had too much to do every day. Although Mitchell often helped, he still felt sorry for him. Moreover, what kind of men were they, washing clothes and cooking? It seemed they needed a Selena at the martial school. After taking Birch to train at Mufu Mountain, he would find a maidservant. Note, the names Wilson and Birch are retained as per Burkinese Pinyin. The story maintains coherence with previous events. Chapter 226, Dire Situation. Mountains of Mufu. These days, humans dared not venture inside. From outside the mountains alone, the frequent uproar and roars of monstrous beasts could be heard. Most people did not know what was happening inside. Of course, a few knew that a major catastrophe had occurred within, turning it into a living hell for humans. The corpses of humans and beastmen littered the thickets, mountain streams, and gullies, with the entire mountain range permeated by a pungent smell of blood. Fortunately, a downpour had significantly dispersed this unpleasant stench. However, the atmosphere remained tense and cold. In a canyon. Here, human cultivators were stationed, distinguishable by their attire as members of the Nansha Yujin sect and the Li family. Yet these disciples of Yujin sect appeared dispirited and bedraggled, with many carrying injuries. Leaders from both the Yujin sect and Li family were also present. Apart from over a dozen high-level fighters, Horus like Vincent, Milagros, Amerigother and others, the head of Yujin sect, Wesley, and Li family's patriarch Ewing were here as well. Wesley stood tall, his sword-like brows radiating an imposing presence. Ewing exuded the elegance of a scholar. But at this moment, they all wore grim expressions. It's all my fault. All because I lacked discernment and acted impulsively. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Vincent was tormented inwardly, her voice choking as tears streamed down in regret. She never imagined that a small sachet lost unintentionally would cause such dire consequences. Since then, the Yujin sect and Li family engaged in continuous battles with the monsters of Mount Mufu while searching for the sachet. Although they inflicted heavy damage on the beastmen, half of the sect and family members sent to the mountains perished. Milagros asked. No. At this moment, a white-haired youth holding a sword spoke up. This sachet is critical. If other sects get involved, they will surely demand a share of the rewards. He wasn't ordinary either. Adelard, Vincent's brother, was not only the young master of the Li family but also the top genius of Yujin sect, reaching the Frederick Zone level, a true paragon of talent. Chenghao makes a valid point. We have already exerted so much effort for this sachet. If other factions interfere, who knows where it will end up, agreed Ewing, the patriarch of the Li family. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yet no one could come up with better ideas. They even considered retreating. But retreating would mean wasting all their efforts over this period. I'm puzzled. Why hasn't Ash attacked us yet after driving us here? Amerigother wondered aloud. If we set up an ambush nearby and wait for them to attack, our chances of victory would increase significantly. No one could answer Amerigother as they shared her confusion. Lords, Sect Kobe, bad news. Just then, a Yujin sect disciple hurried over to report. What happened? Wesley asked. The patrol squad encountered a skirmish with the beasts earlier and interrogated a demon king, discovering that Ash is breaking through to become a saint. What? The disciple's words sent shockwaves through everyone present. Such a development left them nearly speechless. Once Ash achieved sainthood, victory for them became nearly impossible. What do we do? Wesley's face fell as he asked, should we retreat? Sigh. I fear there's no other choice. Silence enveloped them as everyone sighed dejectedly, feeling defeated. But what else could they do? A post-Saint realm Ash was on an entirely different level from them. Persisting would likely result in the destruction of both Li family and Yujin sect. Retreat. Wesley exchanged a look with Ewing before making the heart-wrenching decision. Once the decision was made, disciples gathered orderly to start their retreat. Rumble. As the disciples began to move, a deafening sound echoed from the earth, as if an earthquake had struck. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, a gigantic human head formed from countless tree trunks appeared, blocking their path. Simultaneously, numerous powerful auras emerged from the woods, revealing more than a dozen mighty demon lords. Greetings, forest ancestor. All the demon lords kneeled before the colossal face. Ash. Seeing this, Ewing and the others' faces darkened, hearts sinking. But isn't Ash in the middle of breaking through? Milagros asked gravely. This isn't likely his main body. Wesley responded seriously. Ash, an ancient tree spirit cultivated for over 100,000 years, can use any tree in the forest as part of his form. This incarnation you see is probably a manifestation created during his breakthrough. Everyone nodded, though their faces remained grave. Because Ash was indeed terrifying. Even this mere manifestation left them helpless. Only Ewing and Wesley combined might be able to contend against it. Ash, you keep the sachet. We won't contest it anymore and will withdraw from Mount Mufu. Deciding to retreat, Wesley stepped forward, conceding. His tone clearly showed capitulation. Withdrawal? You've killed so many of my children in the mountains. You think you can just leave now? The giant face sneered, its deep voice resonating eerily. Ash, your beasts initiated the attack first. Besides, since this isn't your main body, do you really think you can stop us? Ewing replied coldly. Then try and see. The face spoke with disdain. Note. I've maintained paragraph structure, translated pinyin names accurately, and kept the narrative tone consistent throughout. Chapter 227. Frederiku. The two martial arts experts wore grim expressions, their anger reaching its peak. Wesley and Ewing exchanged a glance before issuing an order. Everyone listen up. The two of us will hold off Ash while the Horus Gages restrain the other demon venerables. The rest of you take this opportunity to retreat. Yes. As soon as the order was given, Wesley and Ewing wielded their long swords in the air, transforming into two streaks of light that soared toward Ash, attacking him. Several Horus gauges also burst into intense battles with the demons. Taking advantage of this, the disciples from both sects began retreating simultaneously. Humph, Ash, we'll settle this score another day. We will definitely retrieve that sachet in the future, Ewing shouted coldly while battling Ash. Do you really think you can escape? Ash sneered. Humph, if your true form were here, we wouldn't be able to leave. But now. Wesley's sword light slashed mercilessly, severing the massive tree roots that attacked like pillars into pieces. Of course, cutting these roots didn't actually harm Ash. However, by restraining him, they allowed their disciples to retreat safely, thus achieving their goal. You're thinking too much. The emotionless giant face looked down, its cold gaze fixing on the disciples fleeing like ants below. Then it spoke sternly. Apart from dealing with you, squashing some ants is still simple. As his voice trailed off, the earth rumbled suddenly. Then deep fissures appeared in the ground, and countless vines emerged, binding the disciples' limbs and dragging them through the cracks in the earth. Instantly, the ground erupted with cries of agony. Seeing this, Ewing and Wesley panicked immediately, shouting hastily, "Retreat! Quickly retreat! Fall back!" Right ahead. At this moment, three voices came from a nearby thicket. Daryl, perched atop Hemlock's head, pointed forward and said, "That's where a demon Hudson I once followed buried treasures. The old guy liked collecting these things. There are lots and lots of gold coins." "Brother, I think I smell gold coins too," Hemlock Wilson added. "Aha, I feel it too. Come on, Mark, let's go. Golden coins are waving at us." Fredericu. Note, the line Fredericu at the end seems like a place name, or perhaps an exclamation. Given the context and previous chapters not being provided, I kept it as Fredericu, which could be either the city name Fredericu or used here as an interjection. Chapter 228. Who stole my gold coins? Fredericu, let's fly. Charge. Thus, a skeleton, a dog, and a centipede rushed forward with excited shouts. The confrontation between the Eugean sect and the demonic beasts was already tense, so their cries sounded particularly pleasant amidst the heavy atmosphere. For a moment, they attracted everyone's attention, especially as they charged straight into the heart of the standoff. Everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. In such a serious situation, with two forces facing off, three shouting figures suddenly burst in. Were they fools, unaware of imminent death? Didn't they see what was happening? In the sky, the expressionless giant face finally opened its eyes. To dare obstruct us from earning money. How blind. Well done, Mark, not disappointing your big brother. Bowie also praised aloud, urging on with shouts as he dragged his wide black cloak forward. This scene stunned everyone. Hayden, one of the standout demon venerables, was killed by a single swipe from that devouring sky wolf. Everyone initially thought the trio were fools, never expecting the wolf possessed such power. It was unbelievable. For the Eugean sect and Lee family members, this sudden turn of events turned out to be somewhat beneficial. Still, the overall situation remained grim. Ash was an insurmountable mountain. The death of Hayden stirred movement in the large face in the sky, which once more directed its gaze downwards. Yet, the trio ignored these astonished or furious looks. Their eyes focused only on the small mound Daryl was pointing at, right in the middle of the standoff. They finally reached the mound amidst all gazes. But upon closer inspection, it became clear the mound was split into two by a large fissure, revealing no hidden treasure as Daryl claimed. F***CK. Where's the money? My money? Bowie, who had been elated, froze in confusion, hopping anxiously on the spot before seizing Daryl angrily. You lying to me? Big brother, I wouldn't dare, really? There was a hidden chamber under this mound before, and the old man I followed kept treasures there. See, there are traces left, and even gold coins too, Daryl explained hastily. Bowie examined the ground, finding the marks of a hidden chamber and indeed found a gold coin, proving Daryl hadn't lied. Yet, this made Bowie more aggrieved. His catch slipped away. He roared in frustration. Which bastard took my gold coins? Show yourself. Bro, a crack this large must have come from the zombie face in the sky. Wilson pointed to Ash, astutely observing. Bowie looked up at Ash in the sky. It turns out you, zombie face, stole my gold coins. Get down here and pay up. Clutching his waist, he shouted furiously. The Eugean sect members were shocked for Bowie, daring to speak thusly to Ash. Despite the wolf's strength, it mightn't be enough against Ash. True enough, Ash's giant face twisted with fury, muttering heavily. What thing are you, daring to speak thus to this ancestor? The force of his words changed the atmosphere. A heavy pressure surged towards Bowie. Under this, many Eugean sect members struggled, weaker cultivators collapsing to the ground. Yet Bowie scoffed. Stop your arrogant posturing before me. Who are you trying to impress? Such annoyances make me mad. Get down here and talk. With that, Bowie used will have your death. As part of the face scraped against the dirt, tremors began to emanate from beneath the soil, accompanied by furious voices. Amidst the upheaval, Ash's entire face lifted up. The expression on it was one of pure malevolence, carrying boundless fury. Suddenly, floating midair, Bowie raised one leg. Compensation. Hurry up and pay up to this rogue. And then, this leg came down and stepped on Ash's head. This scene appeared absurd to everyone watching. Bowie's frame was so minuscule compared to that colossal face. It was like an ant dangling in midair reaching out a leg to step on an elephant's head. But this single step pressed Ash's newly risen head back down into the earth, half burying it again. Whoa. This spectacle left the Eugean sect members utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The dozen demon-venerated beings accompanying Ash were filled with dread. Just what kind of monstrous being was this cloaked figure? The esteemed Ash actually ended up underfoot like this? Hey, are you listening? Hurry up and compensate. At this moment, Bowie, grinding his foot into place, shouted again. Huff, huff, die. I want you dead. In response to such humiliation, an enraged voice emerged from the ground, gritted with hatred. With that, the ground rumbled, cracks spreading like the end of days. From these fissures sprang countless 1,000-foot-long vines, snake-like tendrils weaving an immense net in the sky that surged towards Bowie, darkening the skies. Ah! Help me! Run! Get far away! Many disciples of Eugene's sect and the Lee family were caught in this turmoil, their cries piercing the air. Oh really? You won't pay up, huh? Now you're getting hostile? Seeing this, Bowie grew angry once more and stomped down with another heavy step. Boom! This stomp caused the ground to collapse, burying Ash's face entirely. Under pressure, the surrounding soil piled up into a small hill. Simultaneously, the vast network of vines in the sky lost all activity and receded as if they'd never existed. Without a word, those demon-venerated beings exchanged glances and vanished. Sigh. He'd rather die than compensate. My money. Bowie fell back to the ground, squatting and staring dejectedly at the small hillock before him, sighing deeply. Big brother, there are other treasure sites too. Let me take you, exclaimed the night wind centipede at that moment. Oh really? Bowie, squatting on the ground, looked up sharply. For real? Yes, big brother, let's go now, just beyond that hill. The night wind centipede quickly answered. Ahaha, Mark, my joy returns. Come on, let's go. Cheers. Wait up, big brother. Jalen brother, dog brother, wait for me too, don't leave me behind. Accompanied that very well done. Behind him, Mitchell praised Birch. Thanks, Kobe. Birch scratched his head and smiled humbly. Good. It seems we should venture deeper. The beasts there are fiercer. Scared? No fear. Birch said firmly. Excellent disciple, let's go. Ruffling Birch's head, master and apprentice ventured deeper into the mountains. Chapter 230. A complete carnage. Report to the clan leader, Lordly, the disciples of the Eugene sect and the Lee family have already withdrawn from the mountains, a Horus reported to Ewing and Wesley. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. The crisis was finally over. Although Ash had formidable power by establishing his dominance in the mountains, he wasn't likely to go all the way to Nansha to attack them. If a powerful demon like Ash truly wreaked havoc in Nansha, it might very well spark a war between the two races. What do we do now? Should we also retreat? One of the Horuses asked. Ewing and Wesley exchanged glances and nodded tacitly. Clearly, they were not content with just leaving. That sachet could be an imperial grade or even higher treasure. Any chance to reclaim it would not be abandoned easily. Moreover, they were now surrounded by Horus experts, making actions less burdensome and allowing for easier escape. Most importantly, that terrifying hooded man had crushed Ash's avatar. While it wouldn't be fatal to Ash himself, it would definitely injure his divine soul and postpone his advancement to the Saint Realm. This time bought them the best opportunity. Go! A dozen Horus experts leaped into the sky. Soon, the group quietly arrived above a canyon. Below, lush and towering trees stood countless in number, their dense foliage blocking out the sun entirely. In the center of the vegetation, there stood a majestic locust tree, and that was Ash's true form. Ladies and gentlemen, during his ascension period, Ash can't use many abilities. Let's descend, retrieve the sachet, and leave immediately, Ewing said, observing the scene below. Remember, don't get stuck in battle, Wesley added. Everyone nodded. But as they were about to move, everyone's faces changed abruptly. What's going on? Why has my strength weakened? Yes, I'm feeling the same. There's poison in our bodies. We need to expel it quickly, Ewing urgently shouted, using his own primordial energy to purge the toxins. Though the poison wasn't lethal and only suppressed their cultivation by 30 to 40%, this sudden turn of events was far from ideal. Just as everyone was confused, one person suddenly stepped forward with a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. You discovered it sooner than expected. Jameson Demon Venerable, is it you? All eyes turned to the laughing figure, questioning him coldly. Yes, it's me. You trusted me too much and never noticed the poison I implanted. How amusing. Jameson sneered. You must die. You traitor. Even though you're a beast, our sect treated you well these years, and you still dare to betray us. Wesley shouted furiously. He hadn't anticipated being betrayed by someone within. Jameson, despite being a demon venerable, raised no suspicions due to his ability to transform into human form and appear indistinguishable from humans, especially since he initially showed genuine intentions of allegiance. But humans and beasts are different. Humph, enough talk. Prepare to die. Jameson laughed coldly and didn't want further conversation. Kneeling respectfully in the valley, Lord Grayson, these humans' strength is now reduced to 50 to 60%. Please order your men to act. Aye. A reply echoed through the canyon. Jameson's words were followed by several dozen demon venerables flying up, transforming into their true forms and attacking Wesley's group with murderous intent. Retreat. Ewing yelled. Everyone understood the severity of the situation. With their strength reduced by 30 to 40%, fighting would offer no advantage, and it would be impossible to seize the sachet. The group fled into the air. Humph, where do you think you're going? Multiple demon venerables chased after them. Under such dire circumstances, Ewing's group was soon caught up by the demon venerables, who quickly outnumbered and outmatched them. Thus began a devastating battle. At first, Ewing's group managed to hold their ground using various techniques and reserves, but gradually, the toxin's effects put them at a disadvantage. The transformation of the demon venerables into their true forms exerted immense pressure, causing the humans to retreat steadily. Finally, a human Horus fell. The situation rapidly deteriorated. Some human Horuses found themselves facing multiple opponents while already weakened. After a long struggle, both Ewing and Wesley were heavily injured, surrounded by numerous demon venerables. Well done, children. A voice emerged from a peculiar plant with thorns, its size comparable to a person. A face condensed upon it, undoubtedly another manifestation of Ash's spirit. Greetings, Lord Grayson. The demon venerables bowed. Eliminate these humans completely, the face on the tree commanded, closing its eyes in anticipation. Kneel, humans. Perhaps we will leave you intact. Yes, if you kneel and bow your heads, perhaps we'll make your deaths more comfortable. Otherwise, we'll cripple you and feed you to our young. Heh. The demon venerable surrounded Ewing and his companions, inching closer, their mocking voices echoing. Emph, don't celebrate too early, Wesley snarled. Ha ha ha, now you're still defiant. Humans are truly amusing. To tell you the truth, no one can save you today. But then, suddenly, a small boy leaped out behind a lion-shaped demon venerable. Chop. With the sound, blinding light struck down. The expression on the lion demon's face froze, and it split in two, collapsing to the ground. Before anyone could react, a young man appeared behind the boy, pointing excitedly at the demon venerables. Ahaha, student, here's your practice. There are still over a dozen beasts left. Go and cut them. Yes, Kobe. The boy's eyes flashed with excitement as he swung his large blade. To the astonishment of Ewing and others, the boy effortlessly decimated all the demons, leaving none alive. Chapter 231. Concealment Array. Activate. What? The scene left everyone's eyes wide open in disbelief. They all froze on the spot. Could it be that a dozen or so demon venerables were cut down so effortlessly with a few strokes of the blade? What terrifying strength was this? The scene before their eyes was so shocking that it sent chills running down their spines. Kobe, there's a face growing inside this flower, Birch suddenly exclaimed upon noticing the plant with huge thorns. It really is. Mitchell felt his skin crawl as he observed the face. Disciple, may I borrow your blade for a moment? Mitchell asked, extending his hand. Yes, Kobe. Birch obediently handed over the blade. Upon receiving it, Mitchell chopped directly at the plant without hesitation. The face in the center instantly revealed fear. But before it could react, the entire thorn-covered plant was hacked to the ground by Mitchell. TMO suspected this plant might be a man-eating flower from his previous life. Such a thing could easily take someone's life if they weren't careful, hence he decided to eliminate it. Wow. Ewing and others drew in cold breaths upon witnessing the scene. Not only did the young boy effortlessly slash away more than a dozen demon venerables, but now this young man whom the boy called Kobe had also sliced Ash? Goodness gracious. What was going on in this world? The trio who had previously crushed Ash's avatars still loomed fresh in their minds, and now came another two equally terrifying beings. Everyone was dazed. Such inscrutable celestial-level figures kept appearing in this mountain range. Most crucially, they seemed utterly indifferent to killing Ash, dealing with it as casually as a task done on the spur of the moment. After resolving the issue, they continued to be engrossed in their own worlds, as if nothing had happened. After the shock, the group finally remembered to greet and express their gratitude. However, much like the earlier trio, these two had already vanished. Their luxury was big. All present exchanged looks, realizing they'd narrowly escaped yet another peril. Heaven aids us of the Eugene sect and the Lee family. Wesley excitedly said. With Ash's two avatars annihilated, his divine soul must have been damaged, delaying his saint breakthrough significantly. Most importantly, all his demon venerables have been slain by these two great ones. Now is our prime chance to reclaim the sachet. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in everyone's eyes. They immediately began meditating to adjust their energy, purging toxins from their bodies. With no interruptions, they quickly expelled the toxins within them using their cultivation skills. After taking some medicinal pills to recover slightly from their injuries, a dozen martial venerables charged towards Ash's stronghold. This time, everything went smoothly, and they soon arrived at the canyon. The sachet must be near Ash's main body. Let's stealthily approach it, Ewing instructed. Following this, they advanced toward Ash's main body through dense underbrush. Disciple, this canyon looks sinister and full of wild beasts, Mitchell remarked quietly from the cliff edge. Kobe, let's go. I'm not afraid. Birch tightened his grip on his large blade, exclaiming enthusiastically. True to my fine disciple. Mitchell patted Birch's head approvingly and led the little disciple into the densely forested canyon. There. See? The sachet is right there. Stealthily reaching Ash's main body, they quickly spotted the sachet hanging on one of the branches of the old locust tree. With our approach, Ash has not detected us, probably because the destruction of his two avatars affected him greatly. He likely can't focus on us now. Quickly seize the sachet and leave, Wesley ordered. Everyone nodded, their eyes fixed on the sachet, ready to act. But in the next moment, the locust tree emitted an overwhelming pressure, spreading out in all directions. Even Ewing and company were forced back by this pressure, and when they steadied themselves and looked again, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. Ash has broken through to the saint level. What's happening? How could this be? Wesley's voice carried panic and astonishment. They never expected the deaths of his two avatars wouldn't affect Ash's main body at all, and even helped him break through early. Ash probably hadn't noticed them due to his intense focus on breaking through. Now what? Everyone panicked. Should we try leaving before he notices us? No. If we use our powers to move, he will sense us. We probably won't make it out of the mountains before being caught by post-breakthrough Ash, Ewing sternly replied. Do we fight then? Wesley gritted his teeth. Do you see that differently colored trunk beneath his tree? That's his tree core. If we destroy it when he's not expecting it, Ash's strength will be severely weakened. We might stand a chance then. However, everyone looked bitterly reluctant. The tree core was just as important to demons as the inner core was to humans, a vital power source. While it appeared exposed on the trunk, destroying it wouldn't be easy. This idea was impractical. All right. Wesley realized his suggestion was unrealistic and anxiously suggested, let's find a way before he notices us. Once he does, it'll be too late. Seems there's no other choice. Ewing clenched his teeth and pulled out a scroll. This is the hidden treasure array of the Lee family? Wesley asked in surprise. Ewing nodded solemnly. This concealment array was one of the treasures of the Lee family, brought along to prevent emergencies. They hadn't anticipated needing it. Everyone nodded. Since fleeing wasn't an option and fighting impossible, they could only hide within the array temporarily. It might be their only hope. The concealment array space is limited, and we are too many. Quickly crouch close to me so we fit, Ewing hurriedly instructed. Hearing this, everyone crouched and moved closer to Ewing. Concealment array, activate. Ewing waved the scroll, and a spatial force enveloped everyone, causing a dozen people, coordinates, and one of his clones. Although he wished to skin them alive, the mysterious power that suppressed his abilities remained. This intangible presence gave him a strong sense of danger, preventing him from making any rash moves. Humph humans, I'll let you off this time. Once I break free from this suppression, I will settle accounts with you properly. In the shadows, Ash's eyes flickered as he silently slinked away. Mitchell and Birch wandered around, but didn't find any beasts suitable for Birch to practice on. Let's call it a day, apprentice. Mitchell glanced at the sky and said to Birch, let's find a place nearby to spend the night. Yes, Kobe. Birch nodded and suddenly noticed something, calling out urgently, wow, Kobe, look at that huge locust tree here. Hearing this, Mitchell looked over, and was also startled. The locust tree was indeed massive, probably requiring dozens of people holding hands to encircle it. This world truly lived up to its reputation. Perhaps there wasn't a tree of such size anywhere on Earth. Alright, let's rest under this tree tonight. Even a heavy rain won't be a problem. After surveying the surroundings, Mitchell set up camp under the locust tree. Inside the hidden space, Ewing and others watched this scene unfold and were left in awe. These two were truly daring to spend the night right under Ash's nose. What shocked them even more was that the once fierce Ash was now silent. Did that mean that even the formidable Ash was afraid of them? Should we go out now? Someone asked. I think we should wait and see what happens. Not only are we right under Ash's nose, but we don't know who these two really are. If there's a conflict, we can't handle it, Wesley replied. The group agreed. But at that moment, they noticed Mitchell looking towards them and even starting to walk their way. The group was alarmed. He can see us? Wesley was stunned. No, impossible. This concealment method creates a small separate space. Visual perception cannot penetrate the spatial barrier. Ewing shook his head. So, him walking over must be a coincidence. They relaxed somewhat. It seemed as Ewing said, Mitchell walking over was just a coincidence. But then, Mitchell's voice came asking, is that you again? Are you all squatting here to defecate collectively? Shocked, they stared wide-eyed. Ewing's face turned bright red. Clearly, their supposed concealment formation did not stop Mitchell from seeing them. Since they were exposed, there was no point in pretending anymore. Embarrassed, the group prepared to stand up, simultaneously fearing Mitchell would blame them for hiding and peeping, nervously explaining. Senior, Mitchell waved a hand, interrupting them and laughing. No worries. Meeting is a form of fate. We're all men, no need to be shy. I came over to ask if you have any paper, and if you could move aside. Their faces flushed. The thoughts of such a powerful expert were truly hard to fathom. Alright, it seems you don't have paper. Then I'll endure it. Mitchell adjusted his posture and walked back to the camp, shouting as he sat down, come join us when you're done. What do we do? Everyone showed signs of unease. They dared not ignore Mitchell's invitation, yet they dared not approach that spot. Afterthoughts, if this senior invited us, he likely guarantees our safety. Ewing bit the bullet and spoke. Everyone agreed deeply, so they gritted their teeth and shuffled over to Mitchell. Despite believing Mitchell would ensure their safety, they still felt uncertain as they neared the tree. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Mitchell laughed, reminding them, watch your squatting time. Too long can cause leg numbness and hemorrhoids. Translation completed while maintaining the tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 233. What a powerful sneeze. Despite not understanding what Mitchell meant by hemorrhoids, everyone still nodded their heads vigorously. They finally approached Mitchell with trepidation. Fortunately, Ash didn't stir. Ash, hidden, was greatly alarmed. What insolence! Such disrespect to the tree. He had refrained from killing these humans due to the mysterious pressure, but now this detestable human wanted to meddle with his tree heart. Unacceptable. While Mitchell turned away, the tree heart suddenly emitted a white glow, filled with latent, deadly intent, gathering enormous energy to attack Mitchell. Seeing this, Ewing and the others were shocked. Just as they were about to shout a warning, the power within the tree heart surged toward Mitchell. It was too late to react. They were only a foot apart. Being caught off guard by such a powerful attack, unless one had reached the Marshall Hudson level, disaster would likely follow. Ewing and the others were pale with fright. In this critical moment, Mitchell turned back to look at the tree heart. A gust of wind blew past, cooling his nose, and then, achoo! Mitchell sneezed explosively. But this single sneeze shook Ewing and the others to their core, utterly danfuing their worldview. Revision. But this single sneeze left Ewing and the others stunned, completely upending their perception of the world. Hiss. What a powerful sneeze. Everyone sucked in a breath sharply, because this sneeze directly shattered the attack from the tree heart, leaving not a trace. Ash, witnessing this astonishing scene, was left speechless. The entire gigantic strange sounds came from afar, closing in. Everyone stood up, peering around. Mitchell also took notice. Woof. Fredericu. Let's go. Arg, tiring oh tiring. Recognizing those familiar calls, Ewing and the others widened their eyes in horror. Those few from before? Their guess was confirmed. A black-cloaked figure rushed towards them, carrying a sack on his back, followed by a sky-devouring demon wolf dragging another sack, with a centipede clinging to the wolf's head. Indeed, it's them. Ewing and the others were alarmed, quickly stepping aside. Knowing these people's aggressive nature, they moved out of the way. However, they noticed Mitchell still standing there foolishly. They grew anxious. Though they knew Mitchell was strong, the black-cloaked figure who effortlessly crushed Ash's clone underfoot was equally formidable. If these two clashed, it would be catastrophic. So they hurriedly shouted to Mitchell, Senior, don't stop them, step aside and let them pass. Chapter 234. This back view is, But in the next moment, the scene before them struck a nerve, their eyes nearly popping out. They saw Mitchell lift his foot and kick the black-robed figure to the ground. This kick sent the same one who had killed Tiger Devil Venerable with a single strike. Was the terrifying black-robed figure the same one who had kicked Ash's body to death? They all sucked in cold air. But they also realized that both the black-robed figure and the sky-devouring demon wolf were under Mitchell's command. If his subordinates were this powerful, what kind of identity must Mitchell possess? It was too frightening to even imagine. They no longer dared to speculate, only feeling deep shock. Oh! Mitchell snatched the burlap bags from Ewan and Hemlock, opened them, and the glittering gold coins inside immediately brightened his face, making him smile like an indulgent ant. But he quickly composed himself, coughed lightly, and asked sternly, "Ahem, why do you have so many gold coins?" Ewan kept his head down. "Speak properly." Mitchell's voice grew darker. Found them?" Ewan replied hesitantly. "Found them?" Mitchell frowned. "This time it's really true," Ewan hastened to say. Mitchell looked at Ewan's earnest expression and believed him partly. In these remote mountains, stealing was practically impossible. They probably did find them somewhere. "All right, I'll let you off this time." Mitchell waved his hand dismissively. Then, causing the entire tree to shake. A sachet fell off and landed directly into Mitchell's hands. Seeing this sachet, Mitchell was surprised. It belonged to him. So how did it end up on the tree? Too much of a coincidence. Meanwhile, Ewing and the others stared at the sachet, salivating. However, they didn't dare snatch it from Mitchell and hoped he would return it. Night fell. Ewing watched as Ewan pulled roots from the tree to make a fire, too scared to speak. Soon, Ewan and Hemlock fell asleep snoring, and Mitchell and Birch slept as well. Ewing sat beside the fire, meditating. Behind them, a pair of eyes appeared on the tree, filled with hatred. Driven by vengeance, the tree heart energy condensed and launched an attack at Mitchell. At that moment, Mitchell turned over, swatting away a moth near the fire. Slap! This swipe deflected the attack back, hitting one of the eyes on the tree trunk. Wah! With one eye blinded, Ash writhed in agony, shaking the entire tree. What divine power was this? Ash was filled with sorrow, and finally realized he was no match for this person. He might have been playing with him all along. Thinking of this, Ash felt shivers run down his spine. All thoughts of revenge vanished, and he wanted to distance himself from this terrifying human. Thus, his enormous body slowly moved away. All of this was observed by Ewing and the others, who admired the young man even more for having frightened Ash away. As dawn approached, Ewing began packing and covered the remaining embers with soil, respecting the mountain rules. When Mitchell woke up, he was greatly startled to find that the large locust tree was completely gone. Note: I've made an assumption that hwai refers to a locust tree, which is common in English contexts. If it should refer to a specific type of tree more accurately translated as pagoda tree, please specify and I can adjust accordingly. What the hell happened? He looked around, puzzled. Could everyone have sleepwalked? After eating some dry provisions, Mitchell recalled Birch's training over the past few days and felt it was time to leave. The group headed downhill. Finally, they're gone. On a hill, a pair of eyes watched them depart, shedding tears of relief. After leaving the mountains, they faced parting ways. Well, everyone, let's meet again if fate allows. Mitchell saluted with his fist, preparing to leave. Hey, senior. Seeing Mitchell about to leave, Ewing and the others immediately felt uneasy. How can there still be something? Mitchell asked. The group stuttered and finally, Wesley reluctantly said, Sorry, senior. That sachet in your hand belongs to us. Could you please return it? Yours? Mitchell's brows furrowed instantly. Yes, that's right. It belongs to us. Senior, could you please give it back? Ewing looked at Mitchell and asked. This made Mitchell laugh. He had initially thought these people were decent, but now a strong aversion rose within him. If they truly wanted the sachet, they should have just asked. He wouldn't mind giving it to them. But to lie to his face and claim it was theirs, Mitchell couldn't tolerate it. You must be mistaken. I am the true owner of this sachet. With that, Mitchell unceremoniously told them and left with Unkit and Hemlock. Watching Mitchell's departing back view, Ewing and the others had sour expressions. They dared not say anything more to Mitchell. Kobe, Sam. At this moment, several figures flew over. Amerigother and Vincent, who had been waiting for them on the outskirts. How did it go? Milagros hurriedly asked. Ewing and the others hung their heads dejectedly, recounting what had happened afterward. Finishing, they sighed, shaking their heads and saying, Alas, what can we do? Wait. Suddenly, Vincent gazed at the distant figure and began trembling, speaking rapidly. That back view, isn't that senior's? As dawn approached, Ewing watched as Unkit pulled roots from the tree to make a fire, too scared to speak. Soon, Unkit and Hemlock fell asleep snoring, and Mitchell and Birch slept as well. Ewing sat beside the fire, meditating. Behind them, a pair of eyes appeared on the tree, filled with hatred. Driven by vengeance, the tree heart energy condensed and launched an attack at Mitchell. At that moment, Mitchell turned over, swatting away a moth near the fire. Slap! This swipe deflected the attack back, hitting one of the eyes on the tree trunk. Wah! Blinded in one eye, Ash writhed in agony, shaking the entire tree. What divine power was this? Ash was filled with sorrow, and finally realized he was no match for this person. He might have been playing with him all along. Thinking of this, Ash felt shivers run down his spine. All thoughts of revenge vanished, and he wanted to distance himself from this terrifying human. Thus, his enormous body slowly moved away. All of this was observed by Ewing and the others, who admired the young man even more for having frightened Ash away. As dawn approached, Ewing began packing and covered the remaining embers with soil, respecting the mountain rules. When Mitchell woke up, he was greatly startled to find that the large locust tree was completely gone. Note: I've maintained consistency with previous translation and included the transition smoothly. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as requested. Chapter 235, Assurance of Safety. What? Upon hearing this, Ewing and the others were shocked. They anxiously asked, do you mean that person is the senior who gave you the sachet? It's him, definitely him. I would never forget this back view, Vincent said through gritted teeth. Ewing and the others were utterly astonished. They then laughed bitterly. No wonder he claimed the sachet was his. According to what you say, the senior probably knows what happened because of the sachet. He must be very disappointed with us. We couldn't seize such a good opportunity but caused such troubles. At this moment, Milagros, with a complicated expression, said, he probably came specially this time to fix the mess and take back the sachet. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly startled. This mysterious person first saved them from danger, then punished Ash lightly, and finally took back the sachet. Thinking back, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Inevitably, everyone felt bitter and could only sigh. Time passed gradually. Unconsciously, most of the winter had already passed. Given the weather, Mitchell didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to stay home like a slacker. However, Mitchell noticed that Birch had been acting a bit unusually recently. Usually, he buries himself in practicing martial arts at the gym, but lately, he has been coming and going early and often sits under the eaves laughing foolishly. Driven by curiosity, Mitchell wanted to see what the boy was up to. Following the sound, Mitchell quietly walked towards the kitchen. Just as he entered the kitchen, he saw Birch holding his cup toward Birch. Kobe, I. Birch lowered his head, hesitant. Seeing Birch's distressed look, Mitchell sighed and said, disciple, remember, I am your master, but also your family. The word family made Birch break down emotionally, tears streaming down his face. He sobbed as he spoke, Kobe, I really like Sydney. We've agreed that once we grow up a bit more, I would propose to her family, but her aunt told me that Sydney is from a wealthy family in Nansha and would never be with someone like me. Sob. Kobe, it hurts so much. Her aunt even called me useless and said she would break my legs if I tried to find Sydney. What? Hearing this, Mitchell instantly became furious. He thought it was just simple emotional distress for Birch, but never expected such a story. Calling him useless? He couldn't tolerate this anymore. King hell, calling my precious disciple useless. Mitchell grew angrier and threw the wine cup to the ground, shouting, disciple, don't cry. Kobe will take care of this. Rich family? Let's see what kind of rich family they are. When spring comes, Kobe will take you to propose. Kobe. Birch trembled, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Mitchell. Decided. Think I'm poor now? Remember, as my disciple, you're not inferior to anyone. A man needs pride. You should have argued back with that old hag. Mitchell angrily raged, then started gathering his gold coins. Under the bed, under the tree, in the ring, and from Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Mitchell still kept quite a sum. Plus, he earned monthly dividends from selling books. Of course, there were also several sacks of gold confiscated from Bowie. K. Let's see what kind of rich family they are. I'll bury them in gold. With only a few days left until spring, Mitchell began making preparations. First, he found Alfie, Amerigo Dason, and the others. What do you need, sir? Seeing Mitchell looking for them, the four immediately came respectfully. There's something I need your help with. Mitchell said, you guys put your work aside for a while. We'll go to Nansha. As for payment, I won't let you down. Seeing Mitchell's slight anger, they immediately responded, Elon, please. We don't need any payment. Your matters are our matters. Good, that's settled. Mitchell nodded. Thinking it wasn't proper enough, he went to Silas next. Since they needed enough money and a strong presence, after all, someone needed to stand up for Birch. Although Alfie and the others were numerous enough, they were all old men, lacking the necessary imposing aura. Silas had a better presence. As neighbors, Silas didn't object and readily agreed. After settling these things, Mitchell rented a carriage and horses on the street, and everything was ready. That day, a lucky day, Mitchell was ready to set off. Silas, Alfie, Amerigo Dason, Emiel, Glenn, and others arrived early as per the agreement. Here. Then, Mitchell brought out a pile of weapons from the gym and threw them on the ground. Choose one suitable for each of you. Mitchell said. Whoosh. All of them sucked in their breaths. These knives looked ordinary, and a regular person might think they were just common blades. Only through their cultivation could they slightly discern the extraordinary nature of these weapons. Yet, even then, they couldn't determine the grade. These were truly refined divine weapons. Even holy artifacts would be rubbish compared to them. Everyone excitedly chose a weapon and got on their horses. You, drive the carriage. Mitchell kicked Bowie and, after telling him, got on the horse with Barker and Birch. Just as Mitchell was about to sit in the carriage, he heard a call. Elon, wait. It's Gerardo. Mitchell saw the person coming and immediately shouted. Elon, I heard you're going to Nansha. Since I'm idle at home anyway, I could accompany you if you need. Gerardo smiled with his cane. Considering this, Mitchell thought briefly. Though this old man wouldn't help much in terms of fighting, his wisdom and experience would certainly help with negotiations. Okay, Gerardo. Thanks. Come aboard the carriage. All right. Gerardo grinned, revealing his toothless mouth, and obediently boarded the carriage. Elon, shall we set off? Silas and Alfie asked at the front. Yes, but before setting off, I have one thing to remind everyone. Mitchell earnestly said, this journey is long. In this world of cultivation, we are mere mortals and must know how to be low-key. Try not to cause any trouble, understood? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and nodded tacitly. Go. With the call, 5 horses and a carriage thus left Pingjiang City, heading towards the distant Nansha. The scenery outside the city is truly beautiful. The sunshine was bright, the weather pleasant. Sitting in the carriage, Mitchell enjoyed the view outside the window, feeling extremely comfortable. Having been transported for so long, this was his first real trip far from home. He wondered what Nansha would be like. Stop. At this moment, a commanding voice came from ahead. Then, The leading Hiram and Alfie stopped. What's going on? Mitchell lifted the curtain and looked forward, immediately noticing a sword-wielding Selina in blue blocking the path in front of the carriage. She had a cold expression, tall stature, clearly no ordinary person. However, her face was somewhat pale, and there were traces of unhealed blood on her shoulder, obviously from severe injuries. I need your carriage to take me to the vicinity of Nansha. At this moment, the Selina in blue coldly said, Of course, I won't ride for free. On the way, there are many bandits roaming, including cultivators who rob passers-by. With me accompanying you, it will ensure the safety of you mortals. Hearing this, Hiram, Alfie, and the others had complex expressions. Ensure their safety? However, they did not dare to make decisions on their own and turned their gaze toward Mitchell. Chapter 236, Do not come over. Are you Albin? The Selina in green shifted her gaze to Mitchell and said sternly, You heard what I said just now. All I need is a ride in your carriage to Nansha. And although I am a cultivator with serious injuries, I can ensure your safety along the way. Cultivators don't cause trouble, right? Mitchell scratched his nose, frowning. Hearing this, the Selina in green fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she lifted her head and replied, To be honest with you, there might be some trouble, but the likelihood is minimal since I've already killed them all. Unless they send reinforcements. Mitchell nodded. Her honesty earned her a bit more trust from him. Alright, it's fine if you join us, but such a risky favor should have some reward, right? Mitchell smiled. What do you want? The Selina in green asked. 500 no, make it 1,000 gold coins. Mitchell stretched out his hand. Without hesitation, the Selina pulled out a gold voucher from her storage ring and tossed it to Mitchell. This voucher is worth 1,000 gold coins and can be exchanged at any money shop, the Selina in green explained. Damn, too hasty of me. Seeing how straightforward she was, even without bargaining, Mitchell deeply regretted not asking for more. Alright, get in then. After putting away the voucher, Mitchell waved her over but reminded her before she got in. By the way, apart from me and that strong justice up front, everyone else is gagely and frail. You promised no trouble, so don't trick us. Don't worry. The Selina in green coldly reassured. If there's trouble, it won't involve you. You, move over. Mitchell kicked Wilson aside as he spoke. Wilson glanced at the Selina in green and shuffled into a corner. Now. However, the Selina in green gave Wilson a puzzled look. She felt he resembled a sky-devouring demon wolf, yet there were no traces of demon wolf aura on him. Wilson rolled his eyes. Remembering his master's caution, he kept a low profile, suppressing all his auras. Even now, even a martial saint wouldn't recognize him as a sky-devouring demon wolf. This strange Selina must be delusional to spot it. Your injury, are you okay? Mitchell noticed the wound on her shoulder, wincing. The slash went down to the bone. Surely it must hurt terribly. I'm fine, no worries, the Selina waved off. How about I take a look? Mitchell offered softly. I know quite a bit about medicine and might be able to help. Hearing this, Gerardo, who was also in the carriage, looked at Mitchell respectfully. Thorn had such great kindness. Even dealing with an ignorant junior like this one, he remained compassionate. For Thorn to offer help must mean this junior's ancestors accumulated great virtue. You? The Selina glanced at Mitchell, shook her head, and said, This isn't an ordinary wound. Your good intentions are appreciated, but this isn't something mortals can handle. Alright. Mitchell rubbed his nose to ease the awkwardness. But Gerardo stared at the Selina as if she were foolish. How could she refuse Thorn? She severed her family's accumulated blessings with her own hands. Who knows if she tried to hang herself when she realized Thorn's true power? Well, let it be. Since Thorn didn't say anything, he wouldn't either. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vast sky. Continue moving forward. If there's trouble, I'll deal with it. After wrapping her wound simply, the Selina closed her eyes to heal. The convoy slowly moved forward, distancing itself from Pingjiang City. In this immortal Jiang continent, compared to his past life, the land here was much vaster. Apart from cities and human settlements, most areas were undeveloped and desolate. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of swords being drawn echoed outside. What's going on? Mitchell pulled back the curtain and saw a group of fierce bandits surrounding them. Bandits? Mitchell's expression changed. Stop right there. This road is mine. Wanna pass? Pay the toll. A towering man with unkempt hair waved a large saber, shouting, I'm Pedro of Markfong Bandit Camp. Get out of the carriage now. Get out. With Pedro's roar, the other bandits echoed him, revealing their menacing aura. Surprisingly, these bandits weren't weak. Pedro had reached the 9th level warrior rank, only a step away from Marshal Kobe. Miss bandits. Seeing this, Mitchell rushed to inform the Selina behind him. I'm at a crucial moment. Please hold on for 15 minutes, and I'll handle it. Saying this, she closed her eyes again. Seeing her sweating forehead and the cold air emanating from her wound, Mitchell knew she was indeed at a critical moment and couldn't intervene. It seemed he had to handle it himself. So, he stepped out of the carriage. Thorn, what do we do? Justice and Alfie looked to Mitchell for direction. They are cultivators. We mortals. Though they appeared skilled, their calm expressions betrayed their fear. The few bandits who charged at the carriage found themselves in combat with Gerardo, who wielded a cane effortlessly despite his apparent frailty. Isn't it too calm for us mere mortals facing bandits? Justice fought half-heartedly, shouting at Gerardo. Yes, Thorn has taught us the life of mortals. We must follow suit. Gerardo nodded. Look at Thorn. That's how a mortal should react to bandits. So what should we do? Alfie asked. Before he finished, he saw Gerardo collapse on the ground, trembling, shouting at the bandits. Help! Help! Don't come closer! Don't come closer! Hashtag chapter 237. The older the ginger, the spicier. Shit. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Seeing the appearance of Gerardo, Alfie and Hiram's eyes nearly fell out. In the next moment, without a word, Hiram squeezed his legs together, bit his lower lip, and gripped his own collar tightly with both hands. He let out a terrified scream. I am so scared. Help me, I'm just a mortal. Why are you treating me like this? Please don't do this to me. Not bad, having lived around Elon for so long. We still have much to learn. Alfie sighed as he looked at Gerardo and Hiram before waving his saber and running away. Help! I can't fight them. Save me. As he ran, he stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling around in fear. Looking around, besides Hiram and Gerardo, Jaelong had also hidden behind the Selena, while the black-robed figure was shivering under the carriage. Jem and Glenn glanced at each other. Us? Nodding simultaneously, they too began panicking. For a time, the entire battlefield echoed with cries of terror. Finally, after a full quarter of an hour, buzz! A sword cry emerged from within the carriage, followed by the silhouette of a Selena in green attire darting through the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! Once she appeared, the situation that had previously been a chaotic chase turned completely around. Under the green-clad Selena's hands, the bandits fell like blades of grass cut down one by one. Oh no, Heroine, I was wrong. Seeing all his men dead, the bandit leader Pedro knelt on the ground with a thud. Heroine, spare my life. I have engaged mother over 80 and young children. Show mercy and treat me as nothing more than dust. Your hands will be dirted if you kill me. Before he finished speaking, a flash of light streaked past, and Pedro's head flew high into the sky. The green-clad Selena finally sheathed her sword. She glanced at the trembling Mitchell and others, shaking her head. After all, mortals were ultimately just mortals. That's enough. Stop shouting. She glared at Gerardo and Hiram, who clung to the carriage wheel. Her face coughed. Gerardo coughed loudly beside her. Miss, please close your mouth. An intense aura seeped from Gerardo's eyes. This Selena was indeed blind, provoking displeasure from the Kobe. If the Kobe's anger flared, everyone would suffer the consequences. Hearing Gerardo's words, the green-clad Selena froze, visibly startled. Yet, looking at Gerardo again, she saw nothing unusual about the old man. Just an ordinary Gagely person. Was it an illusion? She shook her head, putting the incident aside, deciding not to say anything more to Mitchell and Gerardo. As the saying goes, mortals remained mortals. If they truly harbored ambition, they wouldn't appear this way. It didn't matter anyway. They were merely temporary companions. Just then, a change swept over Gerardo's hazy gaze. His eyes focused on Mitchell, noting his calm demeanor, and he regained his composure. After some time, the meditative green-clad Selena suddenly stirred, her expression changing dramatically. She stood up, gripping her long sword and leaped out of the carriage. What's happening now? Mitchell hurriedly opened the curtain and saw a blade strike descending towards them. The green-clad Selena's sword met the blow head-on. Boom! A powerful shockwave resonated when the blade met the sword. The green-clad Selena recoiled to the side of the carriage, her eyes fixed intently on the distance. Two figures appeared in the sky above the caravan, hovering mid-air with hostile eyes staring at the green-clad Selena. Kelly, we finally found you. The leading man grinned coldly. Jeffrey, Reggie, Night Cold duo. It's actually you two who personally chased after me. The green-clad Selena's face paled, lips clenched tightly with frustration. Turning her head towards the carriage, she spoke, everyone. These two are Martial King experts. I won't be able to hold them off, but I'll try to cover your escape. Remember, run as far as possible before I fall. These two are extremely ruthless and won't show mercy once they catch you. With that, she charged towards the Night Cold duo, initiating the battle. Instantly, shockwaves resounded continuously in the air, but anyone could see that the green-clad Selena was no match for the duo. In no time, she received a heavy blow to the chest and crashed to the ground. Why are you still standing there? Run. Seeing Mitchell and the others still hesitating, she screamed, stomped the ground, and lunged forward with her sword once more. Kobe, what should we do? At this, Gerardo and Hiram looked at Mitchell for instructions. Chapter 238. A big figure arrives in Nansha. Mitchell was momentarily at a loss, feeling frazzled. Though it was true that this Selena had brought them trouble, Mitchell had not only taken her money but also relied on her help when fighting off the mountain bandits earlier. Besides, she was currently helping them escape. If they, a group of men, were to abandon her here and leave, it would be hard to live with themselves even if they managed to escape. We have to help her. Mitchell tapped his temples, thinking aloud. But everyone must remember that we are ordinary people. Directly rushing over to fight is impossible. So what do you suggest, sir? Yerk asked cautiously. To create distractions from a distance without exposing ourselves, Mitchell said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood, exchanging meaningful glances. They got it. At that moment, Yerk subtly raised his hand. What's happening? Going into a trance. Why would I go into a trance? Jeffrey, who was battling the green-robed Selena, suddenly changed expression. He was emitting a violent aura, veins protruding on his forehead, which had turned red. Bang! With a loud explosion, Jeffrey exploded, his body disintegrating. What? Both the green-robed Selena and Reggie exclaimed in disbelief. Clearly, they hadn't expected this twist. A renowned Obdur expert actually died due to going into a trance while fighting? Haha, own legs, hitting his head on a rock on the ground. Dead. His so-called Xingfan blade technique crumbled along with him. The green-robed Selena was stunned. Standing there, looking at the corpse at her feet, she covered her red lips in shock. A Obdur expert had actually tripped and fallen to his death during a battle? What kind of bizarre incident was this? If not for Reggie's corpse right beside her and what she witnessed with her own eyes, she would never believe such an event possible. Haha, karma strikes back. Mitchell laughed delightedly at the scene. Silas and York also wore understanding smiles. Phew. After a long pause, the green-robed Selena let out a sigh of relief, collapsing in exhaustion. Even now, it still felt surreal. Such a critical moment, both enemies dying under such bizarre circumstances. It was luck beyond belief. After this incident, the caravan resumed its journey. Nansha. Jayastinoyan Valley Grand Hall. Led by Jayastinoyan Valley Lord Gillishoutian, many experts sat on either side, exuding formidable auras. Immortal K, you are truly a great benefactor of Jayastinoyan Valley. Thanks to that Gage's painting, my cultivation has risen another level, Gillishoutian smiled. Congratulations, Valley Lord. The others below offered congratulations. Congratulations, Father. Sylvia beamed. That decision in Pingjiang City had indeed been her best choice. But with such immense favor from the Gage, Jayastinoyan Valley must find an opportunity to repay him, Gillishoutian remarked. The other experts nodded in agreement. With this painting, the entire valley's strength would improve significantly. More importantly, this boon would benefit future generations immeasurably. Report. Just then, an urgent report came from outside. What is it? Gillishoutian asked. Reporting to the Sam, our spies confirmed that the gentleman has entered the Nansha area, a disciple replied respectfully. What? This news caused a stir, with everyone standing up. That gentleman had come to Nansha. This was big news. Jayastinoyan Valley Gages, follow me to welcome the gentleman. Yes. On this day, countless figures flew out of Jayastinoyan Valley, including several ancient experts who emerged from seclusion. Meanwhile, Demo Insect. Karina trembled with excitement upon receiving the report. Missing that opportunity had plagued her mind and affected her cultivation. But now, learning the gentleman had come to Nansha rekindled her hopes. Disciple. Improved? Mitchell packed up his belongings and, looking at the seated green-robed Selena, said, in my opinion, you have external injuries. You should treat those first before meditating. Thorn is quite right, Gerardo added in agreement from the side. However, Kelly opened her eyes, shook her head, and said, I appreciate your concern, but my injuries, forget it. You mortals wouldn't understand. Gerardo's expression turned awkward, and he reluctantly nodded. Yes, we don't understand, and Thorn doesn't either. Let's go. After a while, Kelly finally finished her meditation and got up. The group set off on their journey once again. How has this place suddenly become so bustling? They hadn't gone far when they noticed cultivators frequently passing by. Occasionally, powerful figures would flash across the sky. This grand scene made it seem as though some major event was about to take place. However, this was just the outskirts of Nansha. Usually, it was sparsely populated, and such a spectacle was clearly unusual. On high alert, Kelly flew out to find a cultivator for information. After asking, she returned to the carriage. I found out, Kelly took a deep breath and said. Upon hearing this, Mitchell, Gerardo, and the others looked over. In recent days, a truly prominent figure has arrived within the boundaries of Nansha. What you've seen are just the tip of the iceberg. Besides, Miriam, may I ask who exactly this person is? How can they be so terrifying? From what I've heard in legends, they're at least an Hudson-level martial artist, said Kelly, still feeling a lingering fear as she spoke, yet admiring such individuals from the bottom of her heart. They killed a half-Hudson effortlessly. Wow. If only I could be that powerful, Mitchell sighed deeply. Unfortunately, the system wasn't reliable enough. You? Kelly glanced at Mitchell, shook her head and said, it's not my intention to mock you, but even if you were reborn 10 times, you couldn't achieve that. So, you should just stay an ordinary human. Such people are beyond our comprehension, living in a world entirely different from ours. Griffin beside them slightly twitched his eyelid, shaking his head. He really didn't know how this little girl would react once she knew the truth. Fortunately, Mr. Lee has a heart as vast as the sky, ignoring your ignorance. The journey towards Nansha was incredibly difficult. After a whole day's bumpy travel, they hadn't gone very far but were almost exhausted. Right. Where exactly in Nansha do you need to go? Kelly asked Mitchell after they set up camp for the night. Disciple, where are we headed? Mitchell asked. Xiajiang Gillis family. Birch scratched his head and replied. Xiajiang. Kelly frowned, shaking her head. You ordinary humans are really not afraid of death. It's fine going from Pingjiang City to Nansha, but why must you venture into low? She came back to visit relatives with her family this time, and thus met me. Oh, Mitchell nodded in understanding. So, it turned out a city girl returned home for a holiday and ended up getting involved with a rural boy like him. Alright, I should have parted ways with you today, but there are too many cultivators around here in Nansha. You ordinary humans might not survive a single trouble, Kelly sighed. Amarigakali, part of your journey coincides with mine, so I'll accompany you for a few more days. Hopefully, you can make it to Xiajiang smoothly. Thank you, Miriam. Mitchell expressed his gratitude with a smile. Getting to know her better, he realized she was actually quite nice. Kelly stopped talking, focusing on the movements of nearby cultivators. Originally, she had no intention of having much interaction with these ordinary humans, but when they encountered night-cold duo killers, these people hadn't left her behind out of fear for their lives. Perhaps their staying wouldn't have been of much help, but it touched her nonetheless, leading to her decision. Rest well here. Don't run around aimlessly. I'll go see if I can find any acquaintances, Kelly instructed, then carried her sword and walked away. However, someone blocked her path not far off. By the moonlight, it could be seen that this person was clad in black robes, leaning against a tree, one hand in the pocket while the other held a morning glory flower, softly sniffing it. In the gentle breeze, the black robe fluttered gracefully, making him appear charming and elegant. Suddenly, what's wrong, sir? Gerardo too asked in puzzlement. This meat really isn't good, Mitchell said after biting into it twice, then tossed it on the ground. Although the wild game meat had been well preserved in the ring, it wasn't very fresh anymore. The hearts of Gerardo too, and the others skipped a beat. This was flesh from Demon Kings. Could it really be that Thorn was unsatisfied? Remember everyone, if you come across any fresh game, don't let it escape. Mitchell chewed on dry provisions while addressing the crowd. Fresh game? They exchanged uneasy glances. It was obvious what Mitchell meant. The flesh of Demon Kings was already flavorless. For him to find satisfaction, it must be at least from an Empyrean beast or higher. If only there were Empyrean beasts or sects nearby. Serving these as a snack for Thorn could be considered good fortune. But they were in human territory. There wouldn't even be demonic beasts here. Gerardo carefully asked, Elon, it might be hard to find fresh game in such a place. Is it really that difficult? Mitchell glanced at Gerardo saying, look at the surroundings. I'll find it eventually. Find it eventually by looking at the surroundings? They looked at each other again, momentarily unable to grasp Mitchell's meaning but memorizing his words carefully. So tired. Go to sleep early. I'm going to sleep. Stretching. Mitchell prepared to disciple, take 1 2. Mitchell called out, tossing a pill into Birch's mouth. With the help of the sleeping aid, drowsiness quickly overcame them, and the master and disciple began to lightly snore by the fire. Seeing them finally asleep, Hiram and Gerardo breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, their gazes turned sharp. Unspokenly, Hiram, Gerardo, Alfie, Zhugarong, and Jared stood up with grim expressions, vanishing into the night. This translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style of the Burkinese text, ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence. Chapter 241. These reckless old men. Wait for me. Behind, Benedict quickly followed while pulling up his pants. At the foot of a certain mountain, bang! Accompanied by a sonic boom, a young man was sent flying. You disciples of the Snow Mountain Manor are nothing much. This time, we of the Wind Cloud Valley have won this exchange. Another disciple laughed and put away his long sword. Hall Channing is truly formidable. Indeed, Hall Channing's strength is as terrifying as they say. In the surrounding area, many disciples from other sects gathered, cheering on the competition. Clearly, with so many disciples gathered here, this impromptu exchange had a man struck him on the head with his cane. What? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. These old men, who appeared to have no cultivation, actually had the audacity to strike Channing on the head with a cane. Wasn't this risking their lives? Under the cover of night, a figure in green flashed by. It was Kelly. Seeing a crowd of disciples gathered here, she hurried over. Having been severely injured these past days, and having run out of medicinal pills, she hoped to meet familiar faces or fellow clan members to obtain some healing pills. But just as she approached, things started to change. 5 old men and 1 big man seemed to have a conflict with a disciple of the Wind Cloud Valley. As she got closer and saw their faces clearly, her expression changed dramatically. How did these old men get here? Didn't I tell them not to wander around aimlessly? How could ordinary humans quarrel with disciples of the Wind Cloud Valley? The consequences? With her face drastically changing, she rushed toward them even faster. But what she didn't expect was that after taking just 2 steps, Griffin struck Channing on the head with his cane again. Kelly's eyes almost popped out. An ordinary old man daring to strike a cultivator on the head with a cane? How could he dare? Wasn't he afraid of death? You're courting death. Sure enough, Channing roared in anger. Apologize quickly. Exhaled. She then hurried to Griffin and the others, scolding them angrily. What's wrong with you mortals? Didn't I tell you not to wander around? She glared fiercely at Griffin. Especially you, striking someone's head with a cane. Do you know who they are? They are disciples of a major sect in Nansha, capable of ending your lives with a wave of their hand. You must apologize immediately, or no one can save you tonight. Chapter 242. Everyone present is garbage. But to her surprise, the old men merely smiled at her, with no intention of apologizing. Justice even pressed down on her head, pushing her behind him and admonishing. The old men are handling business. Kids should stand aside. Kelly's eyes widened. What was going on with these old men? Had they lost their minds? She had barely secured a chance for understanding from Channing, yet these gauges showed no appreciation. Even more surprisingly, not only did the old men refuse to apologize, but they also continued to shout at Channing and his group, you punks, give us 15 minutes to leave, or you all will die. Snap. Hearing that, Kelly's face paled, and her heart raced. This statement not only offended Channing but also insulted all the disciples present. Among them were many outstanding talents. Kelly was merely middle tier compared to them. Sure enough, this single as the disciples hovered above the old men, glaring fiercely and brimming with killing intent, the 6 remained unperturbed. Only when the assailants drew nearer did Gerardo's clouded eyes flicker slightly. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him like a tidal wave, sweeping into a massive storm that surged toward the incoming disciples. Boom! Almost instantly, the disciples' faces changed drastically as their weapons flew from their hands, and they tumbled backward in midair, crashing to the ground like shooting stars, their eyes filled with terror. Ah, ah, ah. Cries of agony filled the air as they spewed blood, slamming heavily onto the ground. Kelly, who had closed her eyes, sensed the sudden change. Opening her eyes, she witnessed hundreds of elite disciples tumbling backward, a scene that echoed like a thunderclap in her mind. She gasped, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest, trembling uncontrollably. These old men, how could they be superb experts? They had just used sheer aura to send hundreds of elite disciples flying. Considering some of those disciples were imperial warriors, these old men must have been at least sovereign level? Sovereign level. Thinking about this, Kelly's heart raced. She hesitated to look directly at the old men, recalling how she had scolded and lectured them, calling them ordinary people. We'll wait for them here, Alfie said calmly. Kelly's expression turned urgent. It seemed these old men still didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. Though she knew they were strong, could they overpower the major sects of Nansha? So she hastily explained, seniors, they belong to the powerful sects of Nansha, Cloudy Valley and Blowing Snow Manor. Not only do they have countless sovereign-level experts, but also many venerable experts. If you don't leave, you might not be able to escape once their experts arrive. Chapter 243. Greetings to Elon Wong. Just as her voice trailed off, several streaks of light carrying powerful auras swept towards them. Kelly's heart sank. She never imagined that the people from Wind Cloud Valley and Blowing Snow Manor would arrive so quickly. Even more alarming was the fact that those who came were not ordinary members of these two major forces. On the left side stood the people from Blowing Snow Manor, led by their young master, Alec. There was also Engage of Blowing Snow Manor, Brad. On the right side stood the people from Windcloud Valley. Their leader was none other than the eldest miss of Windcloud Valley, Sylvia. With her were two Gages from Windcloud Valley, Braden and Percy. Amidst the crowd, voices filled with whispers and remarks emerged. Meanwhile, Channing, whose face was swollen and bruised, was abnormally excited. You insolent old-timers, the elite fighters from Windcloud Valley and Blowing Snow Manor have arrived. Soon enough, you'll kneel down begging for mercy. Channing gritted his teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. Observing from a distance, Sylvia and Alec noted their disciples were injured, causing their expressions to turn into furious rage, daring to attack their disciples right here in South Sands. Truly audacious. Alec, Sylvia murmured to him telepathically, these people dared to lay hands on our disciples. They're probably quite strong. Sylvia replied back telepathically, looks like we will need to work together this time. Agreed. Alec clenched his fists and continued telepathically, attacking our disciples in front of everyone like this? If we don't give these people a stern lesson, the other factions will underestimate us. We must show overwhelming power and crush them entirely. Sylvia nodded in agreement, then turned to instruct the two behind her, please join me in the attack, Zax. Braden and Percy both nodded their heads. Almost simultaneously, the experts flying over from the two sects condensed their attack formations. The entire sky was enveloped in intense surges of primordial energy. Under the pressure of their impending attack, the spectators smirked coldly, eagerly awaiting the outcome. However, the anticipated attack failed to materialize. Even the crushing pressure that was mounting vanished unexpectedly. What was going on? Confusion set in among the onlookers as they lifted their gazes skyward. What they saw stunned them beyond belief. The once menacing attackers, Alec and the others, suddenly made a sharp U-turn midair, appearing as though their legs would burst forth from the strain of speeding up, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. Particularly striking was Alec, who dropped his treasured fan weapon on the ground in sheer panic, leaving it behind. What's happening? Everyone widened their eyes in bewilderment, unsure of the situation. At that moment, after Alec and company fled in terror, a heavy voice echoed in their minds. Since you've come, why leave? Upon hearing the voice, a powerful force pulled them from the sky down to the ground. The group crashed clumsily onto the ground. Realizing there was no hope for escape, Alec, first to regain his senses, rolled swiftly off the ground and fell to one knee. With a forced grin and flashing white teeth, he greeted nervously, Elon Wong, hello? Well, aren't you little ones here to buy houses? Asked Dimitri as he stepped forward, looking down at them disdainfully, his voice resonating with deeper meaning. Seeing this, Alec's heart skipped a beat. Eyeing the chest hair revealed Valley was likely a mix-up, so I translated it to Fierce Wind Valley for consistency and fluency. As for Kelly, she suddenly covered her red lips with both hands, her beautiful eyes staring intently at Hiram and the others. She felt all this extremely unreal. Was this really the group she had traveled with for so many days, who would cry out to their ancestors when encountering bandits? Seeing those who seemed high and mighty to her, like Sylvia and Harvey, kneeling before Muhammad and the others without daring to breathe heavily, Kelly felt breathless. You little pests, whose courage did you borrow to fly around in the sky? Muhammad looked down at Sylvia and the others, tapping each of their heads with his cane. Everyone held their heads, wincing in pain, but dared not show any resentment. Instead, they repeatedly proclaimed their fear. Rather obedient, Hiram sneered, but you disciples of large sects are quite arrogant. As Hiram spoke, the faces of Channing and the others leading the group changed drastically. Even if they had been arrogant before, upon seeing Harvey and the others kneel on the ground, they already knew things were dire. Even if they were foolish, they knew these few old men in front of them must be incredibly powerful figures whom great forces like Fierce Wind Valley and Snow Mountain Manor would not dare offend easily. Plop. Immediately, with Channing leading, struck Pung Frederick's Dantian. Crack. Almost instantly, Pung Frederick was crippled, lying on the ground like a dead dog, and Harvey swiftly crippled the lead disciple of Snow Mountain Manor. Subsequently, the two knelt back before the old men. Do the seniors find this satisfactory? Griffin and the others looked at Sylvia and the others, their eyes contemplative. Earlier, they had given Channing and the others a chance to leave, which they did not cherish. Given Griffin's character, they initially decided to kill everyone present. But seeing Sylvia and Harvey's sincerity and understanding, they hesitated for a moment before nodding. Relieved, Sylvia and Harvey let out a collective sigh of relief. Yet, this scene once again stunned everyone. They hadn't heard Sylvia's and Alfie's conversation, so they speculated about the identity of these old men. To think they could instill such fear in major sects, even to the point of directly crippling elite disciples from their own sects. Of course, the most astonished was Kelly, realizing she had once again underestimated Griffin and the others' strength. Given their immense power and the fear they instilled in major sects, these seemingly ordinary people she had traveled with must have reached the peak of martial venerable or even higher, on par with Albans of major sects like Wesley of Swordsmanship sect and Gillis Houtian of Fengyan Valley. Notably for Kelly, who had just guessed that Draper's strength was on par with these leaders. But in the blink of an eye, Wesley and Ewing were smacked down from the sky by Draper. This was such a stark contrast. The series of shocks today left her utterly dazed. As for Draper's strength, she dared not speculate further because it already surpassed her comprehension. Ewing and Wesley, who were knocked down, did not recognize Draper and his companions. Being struck without cause, their hearts were filled with rage. They might not be a match for these old men, but as the head of the Lee family and the sect leader of the Eugen sect, their dignity must be upheld. Immediately, they put on grim faces and questioned, "Who exactly are you?" But before they could finish their sentences, Sylvia and Harvey hurriedly gestured to them, simultaneously sending telepathic messages. "Don't be impulsive, honorable predecessors. They are Frederick D. What? Frederickdy? These words hit them like thunderclaps, making their faces turn red. They forcibly held back their half-finished sentences. What did you two say just now? However, Ji Rorong's deep and meaningful gaze fell upon them. That look made them uneasy. We meant to say. Ewing wiped cold sweat from his forehead, stammering awkwardly. Then he suddenly shouted. We wanted to say, your power is so frightening, absolutely amazing. We let it be. All eyes stared at the cracks, emitting nervous voices. Even Ji Rorong and Draper had grave expressions. The terrifying aura grew heavier and heavier. The entire sky became stagnant. Boom. Finally, a roar emerged from the ground. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, 1,000 zhang-long giant snake flew out from underground. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a snake but a giant dragon. It emitted immense pressure, with wings on its sides, and its massive body coiled in the air, spewing chilling breath from its mouth. Heavens! What kind of terrifying beast is this, scaring us so much? Run fast. Seeing this scene, many cultivators were frightened, using their essence chi to flee into the distance. Hee, I didn't expect after 10,000 years of slumber, there would be so many human cultivators to serve as my snacks upon waking. From the giant dragon's mouth came a profound voice, its eyes coldly watching the fleeing cultivators. Instantaneously, these cultivators were swallowed whole. Human blood dripped from between its teeth, making people shudder. Everyone trembled at this sight. Those who initially intended to flee stopped midair, too terrified to move. Even Ewing and Wesley turned pale. Facing this giant dragon, their cultivation brought only a deep sense of powerlessness. Ewing turned to Ji Rorong and his group, politely asking, Honorable predecessor, can you discern this giant dragon's level of cultivation? Everyone else looked over as well, clearly seeking an answer. Yaodi, sovereign beast. Ji Rorong replied solemnly. Clink. These words caused a wave of shock. No one expected it to be a sovereign beast. Heavens! This level of cultivation made everyone shiver. Likely, no one present had ever seen a beast of such caliber. However, though this dragon's power surprised even Ji Rorong and Draper, their eyes glinted brightly. They exchanged a glance and Ji Rorong whispered, I finally understand what Mr. foresaw. He knew long ago that a sovereign beast lay hidden in this area. That's right. Draper nodded gravely, echoing the sentiment quietly. It seems the fresh game Mr. spoke of refers precisely to this sovereign beast. After speaking, both sighed deeply, showing reverence. Despite having followed Mr. for a long time, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Eating a sovereign beast. Such a crazy idea. Perhaps only Mr. could do something like this in the entire world. Note, Draper is a colloquial term meaning old man Wong, which has been rendered more formally here as Draper. Chapter 246, The 10-Life Hudson Realm. It seems we'll be preparing breakfast for Elon tomorrow morning, Kirk said casually. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a shocking light, instantly transforming from engagely appearance to one brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, his cane, empowered by his essence chi, radiated with dazzling brilliance. Indeed, Justice responded, his aura becoming overwhelmingly majestic as he pulled out a sharp butcher's knife. The moment the knife appeared, it was filled with cold, piercing light under the influence of essence chi. Old man, I'm going in first. Help me if I can't handle it. With that, Justice leaped into the air in his long rubber boots, instantly flying above the giant dragon's head. Take this. With a roar, Justice slashed down with his butcher's knife, the blade emitting 1,000 zhang-long arc of light that cleaved through the sky. Boom. In front of everyone's astonished gazes, the blade struck the giant dragon's body. ZZZT. The moment of contact sparked a violent explosion along the dragon's body, and its wails of pain resonated as it was cleanly sliced in two. Boom boom. The remaining halves fell like two massive mountains, flattening everything within 1,000 zhang radius and raising a cloud of dust. So terrifying. He actually raised its head once more. TSK Tisk. I didn't expect to encounter two human emperors. This is splendid. What started as a small snack might now become a grand feast. It hovered midair, looking disdainfully at Justice and Kirk. Suddenly, it opened its massive mouth, gathering a horrifying amount of energy before releasing it. Seeing this, Justice and Kirk's faces changed, but before they could defend themselves, the energy wave hit them. Boom. A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky as both men spat blood and flew backward. Oh, not bad. You survived my attack. The dragon laughed coldly, full of mockery. What? Even two emperors are no match. The defeat of the two caused cold sweat to run down everyone's spines. If the dragon unleashed its full wrath, no one would survive. Everyone, flee in different directions quickly. Panicked voices rang out, causing the crowd to scatter like flies in every direction. But an invisible barrier stopped them just as they fled. What? A realm? Justice and Kirk's faces paled. They hadn't expected the dragon to possess a realm. While being able to resurrect was alarming, having a realm was far more serious. Hudson realms had 10 stages, each bringing a transformation akin to rebirth. Thus, the 10-life Hudson realm granted the possibility of ascending to immortality upon completion. A 1-life emperor was only an entry-level emperor, stronger than a sage, but without significant features. However, a 2-life, just as the icy arrow was about to launch, a haughty voice came from the ground. Hey, little crawler, who gave you permission to be so arrogant? Chapter 247. Whose heart is so big? Who? This voice instantly infuriated the giant dragon, especially this form of address, which struck a painful chord deep within him. His icy breath hissed as his enormous head dipped down, directing a murderous gaze towards the ground. This sudden voice also caught the attention of the cultivators present, who all turned their gazes in that direction. They saw a figure in a black robe, hands on hips, standing confidently on the ground. Who is this person? Indeed, what audacity! To provoke the demon Hudson, doesn't he fear death? The crowd murmured in disbelief, none recognizing the man in the black robe. However, Kelly immediately recognized him. It's him? She recalled the Lothario who had made light-hearted advances under the moonlight when she left camp earlier. You're courting death. The giant dragon's breath was frosty as he glared at the black-robed figure. Well, you've got quite the temper there, little worm. Unkit said disdainfully, still with his hands on his hips. I am not a worm. I am a proud and noble dragon. The giant dragon roared, his face turning green from rage. No, you're just a worm. Unkit continued to taunt. You, die. In an instant, the dragon was engulfed in rage. The ice arrow he had just conjured redirected its path, locking onto Unkit. Whish! It tore through the air with such force that it ripped space apart, reaching Unkit's head in an eye blink. Boom! But then, the black-robed man suddenly raised a fist. With a thunderous roar, the ice arrow shattered into powder. What? Everyone stared in shock, jaws dropping. Such a powerful and seemingly hopeless attack had been effortlessly neutralized by a single punch. What kind of divine power was this? After all, this giant dragon was an existence that even the two martial emperors, Natalia and Gerardo, could do nothing against. For a moment, everyone felt a renewed sense of hope. Kelly, however, felt like she couldn't breathe. This Lothario, could he actually be this strong? Little worm, your strength is too weak. Unkit floated up arrogantly, coming to stand before Natalia and Gerardo. With a casual flick of his finger, the ice statue shattered. Relieved, Natalia and Gerardo bowed respectfully. Greetings, Kobe Bone. Go on, get lost. Go do what you were doing. Unkit waved his hand, then turned his gaze back to the giant dragon. Little worm, since I'm in a foul mood tonight, I'll play with you using just 1/1000th of my strength. I hope you can entertain me thoroughly. The other lay on his back, hands behind his head, left leg crossed over the right, occasionally sniffing. This scene instantly captured everyone's attention. Heavens! Who is so daring as to sleep here? Amidst the incredulous murmurs, everyone wondered. To sleep beneath where such a fierce battle was raging overhead. Just how big must one's heart be? It looks like it's Kobe. Suddenly, Jonathan and Sylvia reacted, shouting out in excitement. Note: names have been transliterated from Pinyin for accuracy. Chapter 248. Indeed, that very gentleman. Gentleman? Which gentleman? For a moment, no one reacted. But moments later, they suddenly woke up to the situation. Do you mean that particular gentleman? All eyes turned toward Sylvia and Creed, filled with anxiety. They knew what this gentleman represented. Most of them were here precisely because of him. Kelly's heart also tightened sharply on the side. Indeed, that very gentleman? Sylvia and Creed nodded solemnly, their gazes filled with reverence and fervor. Phew. Upon confirmation from the two, the entire crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. No wonder someone was so none other than the one they encountered in Mufu mountain range. And the hooded figure currently tormenting the giant dragon was also the one who kicked Ash's avatar down with a single kick. Little worm, you're too weak. I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. In the sky, Willie slapped the giant dragon's forehead with one palm. Ayu! With an earth-shaking roar, the colossal body of the giant dragon slammed onto the ground, dying instantly. What was even more shocking was that with one slap, Willie forced the giant dragon back to its original form, turning into a 2-meter-long snake lying stiffly on the ground. Such power was truly awe-inspiring. To achieve this, he must have directly dispersed the giant dragon's centuries-old cultivation with just that one strike. The matter finally came to an end. We should quickly go and pay our respects to the senior. Hurry up and ask that senior for opportunities. Haha, right? I can't wait to meet that world-class expert, and the opportunity will definitely be mine. But what if the great expert doesn't give us any opportunities? How is that possible? We traveled so far to welcome him. It wouldn't make sense for him not to provide us with opportunities. You're right. Such a powerful expert surely has enough opportunities for everyone. Everyone eagerly discussed. Rushing forward, they flew toward where Mitchell was. However, suddenly, people like Hansen blocked their way, showing their might and dispersing them all. Then, a cold voice came from Alfie. What are you scum, daring to disturb the gentleman's sleep, and asking for opportunities? Senior, you can't say that. He came to our Nansha, so there should be some gesture. Yes, we can't ignore the enthusiasm of all of us. Translation continues from where it left off. If there are any further sections, please let me know. Chapter 249. Only in front of you do I feel relaxed. Shut up. Looking at these people's demeanor, as if Kobe owed them something, Gary became visibly enraged. Do you have any shame being so presumptuous? And when did Kobe ever ask for a group of worthless people like you to attend to him? Do you even deserve it? Hudson Frederick's imposing aura suddenly emerged, instantly silencing them. I'm warning you again today. Gary's voice sounded once more. Kobe is an unparalleled expert whose realm has long reached the pinnacle of returning to simplicity. Thus, he no longer harbors much interest in cultivation, having come to the mortal world only to experience the life of an ordinary person. Therefore, as per Kobe's instructions, starting from today, we will not allow any cultivators, sex, or cultivation-related matters to appear within his line of sight. And if anyone violates this and disrupts Kobe's experience of mortal life, regardless of who they are, the 6 of us will personally deal with them. We will obliterate them. As he spoke, Gary raised his hand, causing the bodies of the few shameless cultivators seeking opportunities to explode into showers of blood. Get out! Gary roared loudly. The crowd trembled in fear, no longer daring to seek any opportunities, and hastily retreated. Miriam! But just as Kelly had flown not far away, she heard Hilton's voice from behind. Kelly's body trembled, and she quickly turned around nervously. Didn't you say you would stay with us for a few more days? If you leave suddenly, it will be hard for us to explain to Kobe, Hilton said with a smile. Kelly's face turned deathly pale. Was this a settling of accounts? Seeing her reaction, Hilton smiled and said, Miriam, you need not worry. We are mere mortals like Kobe and won't do anything to you. Mortals. Hearing this, Kelly felt inexplicably complex but also slightly relieved. With some trepidation, she followed along. A night passed. The red sun slowly rose, heralding another beautiful day. Gary and the others, who were seated cross-legged, opened their eyes and glanced toward the north. There, many cultivators had gathered but stayed several miles away, too afraid to approach. They didn't pay attention. As long as these people did not disturb Kobe's experience of mortal life, they wouldn't bother with them. Beside them, Kelly cautiously glanced at the group. This night had been terrifying. At that moment, a morning glory suddenly appeared before her eyes. Miss, do you have any interest in accompanying me to watch the sunrise? Willie held a flower in one hand and leaned on a nearby tree with the other, casually tapping his right foot on the ground while speaking seductively. Kelly was startled and stood up abruptly. Precious. I don't dare. What merit or virtue do I possess that could possibly match yours? Kelly stammered nervously. Had she not witnessed last night's scene, she definitely wouldn't give such a polite response. But recalling how this man effortlessly revealed the true form of an imperial dragon, she couldn't remain calm. What does that matter? Did my ferocity last night not already conquer you? Willie puffed out his chest and spoke arrogantly. And no. Kelly tried to explain, unsure of how to react. Suddenly, a swift kick flew over, knocking the self-assured Willie to the ground. Bastard. It was Mitchell, who had just woken up and saw the scene without fully shaking off his sleepiness. The sight nearly made Kelly's heart leap out of her chest. Miriam, are you all right? Mitchell asked apologetically. I am fine, Kelly stammered. Mitchell frowned. Look at what this skeleton has done to her, even though she's a cultivator. Angry, Mitchell picked up a stone and chased after Willie until he ran out of sight, then huffed back to camp. Ho! A big snake. Returning, Mitchell immediately noticed a dead snake on the ground, his eyes gleaming. Hee hee, Kobe, as you requested, brought it over last night, Marty laughed. Well, I told you this place must have good game. Mitchell rolled up his sleeves and began preparing the snake, saying, these past few days have been bland, so let's have snake soup for breakfast. As they say, breakfast should be delicious, lunch should be hearty, and dinner should be light. Beside them, Kelly's body suddenly trembled, her lips parting involuntarily. Eat, 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 the demon Hudson? Beside her, Hilton came over with a grin and patted her shoulder, smiling warmly. Relax, you'll get used to it. Used to it? Kelly's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Who will gather some firewood? At this moment, Mitchell called out. I'll go. Kelly hurriedly stood up. In front of these people, every moment felt like sitting on needles, and naturally, she dared not let others handle such tasks. All right, then Miriam, thank you for your help. Gotsi, accompany Miriam for safety, Mitchell instructed. Woof. Gotsi barked and followed Kelly. Walking away with Gotsi, they soon left Mitchell and the others' line of sight. Only then did Kelly sigh in relief. Phew. In front of these experts, it's really unbearable. She looked at Wilson, squatting down and gently stroking his fur, whispering softly, only in front of you can I feel relaxed. Chapter 250. You two? Wilson gave her a withering look. The two of them quickly entered the woods. Wait here. I'll go find some dry firewood, Kelly said, crouching down and giving Wilson a smile before walking aside. The dog lay lazily on the ground, waiting for her. Soon, Kelly found a pile of dry firewood and sat down next to Wilson, who lifted his head from where he lay on the ground. Elon hasn't washed up yet. He shouldn't be in a hurry. Would it be okay if we sit here for a while? Kelly asked softly. The dog lowered its head again. How intelligent. Kelly patted Wilson, letting out a breath as she sat on the ground. The events of last night were still vivid in her mind. Every time she thought of their formidable strength, an immense pressure weighed on her, making even breathing feel difficult. Now, this brief respite allowed her to relax somewhat. But just as she began to feel at ease, 3 streaks of light flashed by and landed nearby. Kelly, let's see where you can run this time. The 3 men glared coldly at Kelly, their faces filled with murderous intent. It's you again. Kelly's face changed drastically, looking pale as she stared at the 3 men. These were the same faction as Jackson's twin demons. She never imagined that not only had the twin demons caught up to her, but so had these others. What was happening? Hemph. To tell you the truth, since you were hit by our first strike, your movements have been within our control. The leader of the 3 seemed to understand Kelly's confusion and spoke gravely. What surprised us was that the twin demons also fell to you. We underestimated you. To ensure there are no mistakes this time, we decided to take matters into our own hands. So today, you won't escape. Kelly's face was utterly devoid of color, filled with regret. Indeed, facing these 3, she had no chance of victory. They were all Marshal Hudsons, far beyond her capabilities as a mere martial king. Without thinking, she took an instinctive step backward, her expression grave as she pondered her next move. But regardless of what she thought, against such overwhelming strength, any strategy would be futile. Don't think too hard, Kelly. Today, no one can save you. The 3 men approached Kelly with sneers on their faces. Kelly bit her lip and panicked, retreating further as despair filled her heart. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. Hey hey, trash trio, who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? Following the startled looks on Kelly's dog, is this terrifying? In other words, among these so-called ordinary people, her cultivation abilities weren't even enough to match a dog. Do you want to continue sitting? The dog retracted its aura, glanced at her casually, and asked nonchalantly. No, I'm not sitting anymore. Kelly hastily replied, her panic evident. She had thought it was just an ordinary dog, wanting to catch a brief moment of relaxation while alone with it. But seeing the dog's display earlier, being with it felt anything but relaxing. Man and dog. They walked back together. Throughout the journey, Kelly remained agitated, unable to regain the ease she felt earlier. She stole another careful glance at the dog beside her, remembering how it casually dispatched 3 Marshall Hudsons, causing her heart to tremble. Still, she mustered the courage to ask, "Senior, may I ask, what is your cultivation level? Divine beast, or holy beast?" The dog continued walking, unperturbed. "It doesn't matter, because in front of my master, whether I'm revered or holy, it might change from today to tomorrow." "What you're saying doesn't mean?" Kelly gasped, scarcely believing her own understanding. Chapter 251. A collective breakthrough. "Yes, just as you thought." Barker glanced at her and said indifferently, "Because tomorrow we might be Hudsons." Kelly felt her heart skip a beat, nearly losing her balance. Time. "But if there's a chance, I should perfect my chess skills first. After all, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting hinge on this one. And it feels uncomfortable otherwise," Mitchell murmured softly. Soon, the snake soup was ready. Everyone looked at it eagerly, even Kelly swallowing her saliva. However, without Mitchell's command, Hiram and others only dared to look, and she didn't dare make any move, wisely moving aside, not daring to hope for a taste of such a soup. "What are you waiting for? Don't be shy, drink up," Mitchell shouted. "Do I have to feed you myself?" "Thank you, Elon." Everyone picked up a bowl and started serving themselves. Seeing the soup filled with various spiritual energies and martial intent, everyone's eyes sparkled. "After this bowl, we might break through to the sage realm," Alfie whispered to Mario, Glenn, and Caesar, who exchanged glances. In truth, this bowl made from a second-order demon Hudson and enhanced by Mitchell's god-level medicinal skills could very well push them straight to the Hudson realm, but due to their cultivation levels, they could only absorb so much. But Hiram and Gerardo held their bowls hesitantly, not daring to drink. They realized that drinking this soup might propel them to the second-order Marshall Hudson, but breaking through to that level would trigger a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was no joke. One wrong move could result in soul disintegration. Other Marshall Hudsons always prepared thoroughly before facing the tribulation, and they were utterly unprepared, lacking confidence. Moreover, the arrival of the heavenly tribulation would likely interfere with Elon's desire to live a simple life. "Elon, maybe we shouldn't drink?" the two asked Mitchell. But Mitchell glared at them, saying irritably, "What are you being so fussy about? Just drink. With such a large pot, why hesitate?" "Okay." Seeing this, they nodded. If Elon said so, there must be no need for concern. After all, anything they could think of, Elon had surely considered already. "Come here, Barker. Eat the snake bile." Mitchell grabbed the bile and tossed it over. Barker's eyes lit up gold, snatched it midair, and gulped it down, then quickly drank 2 bowls of soup before hiding in the carriage. Mitchell himself drank several bowls too, noticing Kelly sitting alone in the corner, not showing any intention of drinking. He personally served her a bowl and handed it over. "Miriam, have a bowl," Mitchell smiled. Kelly was visibly flustered, quickly standing up, looking at the soup and swallowing her saliva, but saying, "Elon, this? What merit do I have to partake in this? You all should drink." This girl, clearly, she wanted to drink but was too shy, and she seemed much more respectful now. Seems a man still needs some skills to impress, especially cooking. Must be his culinary skills that left her impressed, Mitchell insisted, pushing the soup toward her. Receiving the soup, Kelly held it with both hands, trembling. This is an extraordinary opportunity. She had no idea this person wouldn't hold a grudge and offer her such good fortune. Looking at Mitchell's back, she bowed deeply. Taking a small sip, she felt energy surging in her dantian. Almost instantly, she felt herself reaching the critical point of breaking through to the Martial Sovereign level from her current low Martial King stage. "Ah, Elon, we need to go take care of something," Alfie and the others hurriedly said, rushing towards the distant woods. I also need to go," Kelly said, following closely behind with her bowl. "What's going on?" Seeing everyone rush off, Mitchell was bewildered. He had drunk 2 bowls himself and felt fine. Zax, indeed, can't handle supplements well, but for a cultivator like Kelly to react this way was puzzling. Brother, give me a bowl too," said Del, emerging from Unkit's sleeve with urgency. "You? Aren't you afraid of overeating?" Unkit frowned. A drop will do?" Del grinned. "Fine, you're too weak anyway, need an upgrade." Unkit scooped up Mitchell's leftover bowl and fed the centipede a drop of the broth, 2 super large sun umbrellas. It was pitiful for those who were defecating in the wilderness. Facing a sudden downpour, the discomfort. Sigh. He sat down and waited. "You two should sit as well," Mitchell said softly. They nodded, but their expressions remained tense as they stared at the dark clouds overhead. Gradually, the thunderclouds thickened in the sky. Then, under their nervous gaze, 2 lightning bolts as thick as water buckets slowly formed. How terrifying. The duo felt their scalps tingle. With no preparation, they had no idea how to respond and could only hope Mitchell would take action. Finally, the lightning drew closer. Their hearts raced in suspense. Why isn't the teacher acting? At the last critical moment, Mitchell emerged from under the umbrella. Thinking it was about to rain, he began tidying up the tools used to stew snake soup earlier. However, the moment Mitchell stepped out from under the umbrella, the 2 lightning bolts shuddered and abruptly slowed their descent. It was as if these lightning bolts had intelligence and now showed fear. This figure seemed innately terrifying to them. Next, under Dimitri's astonished gaze, the lightning bolts rolled in midair and instantly vanished. What? Dimitri and the other were stunned by this scene. They had expected that even if Mitchell could help them through this celestial tribulation, it would take some effort. But who would have thought that the imp had ascended from the Martial King realm directly to the Martial Hudson realm with just a small sip of the soup? However, she dared not drink more. If she did, regardless of how gentle the efficacy was made by Mitchell, she wouldn't be able to handle it. She could only store the remaining soup in a container and take it home. Alright, let's continue on our journey. Mitchell glanced at the sky, thinking it was unpredictable. Taking advantage of the clear skies, he hurried everyone to move on. They packed up and prepared to leave. As they were leaving, Mitchell wanted to bring the pot of snake soup, but recalled how it had caused everyone to suffer from diarrhea. He angrily kicked it over. After spending the whole morning making this, dissatisfaction, everyone looked at it with mixed feelings. This soup was more precious than ambrosia, yet this one kicked it over without a second thought. Heart-wrenching pain. Yet, they understood that to the teacher, this wasn't much since he could always make such soup again. Several miles away, over 1,000 cultivators stood there. Apart from the original Frost Snow Manor, Stormy Valley, and Swordsmanship Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, Devil Sound Sect, and other large and small family forces had gathered here. All wore looks of lingering fear. Were those imperial tribulations just now? Nicole asked, still shaken. That terrifying spectacle, yes, replied Jonathan. Only 2 imperial tribulations appeared simultaneously, meaning 2 Marshal Hudsons broke through. Sylvia added in awe. No one knew what exactly happened. What was more confusing was that the imperial tribulations had descended, but then retreated. But they knew where the imperial tribulations landed. It was Mitchell's campsite. Report. Those lords have left. As the words fell, almost everyone moved, rushing forward. The fastest among them were the Lee family head Ewing, Wesley of the Swordsmanship Sect, Francine of the Devil Sound Sect, the Manor Lord of Frost Snow Manor D. Tiaming, and Gillis Houtian of Stormy Valley. These were the top figures of Nansha. They were the first to reach Mitchell's campsite. Nothing seems special here, Gillis Houtian observed, looking around. Yes, but let's check. Maybe the teacher left behind an opportunity, Wesley said. True, even things discarded by him can last us forever, Francine mused, knowing just how generous he was. Even a scrap of paper might help their sect thrive for millennia. At that moment, D. Tiaming picked up a pot from the ground, noticing the remaining soup inside, and pondered. What's this? Translation completed while maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks as per your instructions. Please review. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 253. Put down the pot in your hands. He was still perplexed. Beside him, Wesley seemed to have stepped on something. Moving his foot away, he let out a startled cry. This is the head of that second life demon Hudson from last night? Everyone immediately rushed over. Others hadn't witnessed the giant python being reduced to its essence, but Ewing had seen it and exclaimed in shock, yes, this is indeed the head of that second life demon Hudson. That's right, there's even shed snake skin on the ground, Gillis Houtian commented, looking at the discarded skin. However, the snake skin was too damaged to retain any value. Otherwise, the skin of an imperial-grade demonic beast would also be invaluable. At this moment, Francine seemed to realize something and exclaimed, with all these snake heads and skins scattered around, did they actually eat that imperial-grade demonic beast? The group suddenly understood. It was quite possible. Just as they were astonished, Kaeldming suddenly grabbed a pot and fled into the air. Seeing the pot, everyone immediately realized what was happening and shouted curses. Kaeldming, you are despicable. You've been hiding and keeping it all for yourself. But Kaeldming paid them no mind, clutching the pot tightly and pushing his speed to the limit. He could tell that some great power had cooked the 2-life demonic beast into soup in this pot, and the breakthroughs of those 2 Empyreans likely had something to do with this soup. Facing such a monumental opportunity, how could he possibly give it up? Chase him. The others exchanged glances and began pursuing Kaeldming. Despite his knew this was the best solution and tacitly agreed to Kaeldming's proposal. Seeing this, Kaeldming held up the large pot and started drinking. I've had enough, give it to me quickly. Seeing this, Ewing lunged forward with his sword. You're despicable. Kaeldming hadn't finished his third, but had to dodge the sword by letting go of the pot. Ewing grabbed the pot and started drinking. But just as he drank, more attacks came. In this frantic struggle, Albans of several major forces managed to get a small taste each. Ha, I'm going to break through. At this moment, Gillis Houtian was the first to announce his impending breakthrough. I'm also about to break through. So am I. Divine medicine. Not even heavenly elixirs can surpass this. Suddenly, voices echoed from various leaders as their auras surged, transitioning directly from peak martial sovereigns close to half-saints straight into breaking through to the saint realm. Instantly, clouds gathered in the sky, and boundless spiritual energy surged towards them. 5 great experts breaking through to the saint realm simultaneously. This scene stunned everyone. Brothers, charge. Let's see if there's anything left. All present went berserk, with hundreds rushing toward the fallen pot. Look, there might still be remnants on the ground. Another 100 people charged toward where Mitchell had previously overturned the pot, scooping up soil mixed with soup and shoving it into their mouths. This scene resembled hungry wolves descending upon prey. We should join too. Alec and Sylvia exchanged a glance and joined the fray over the pot. Hemph, Alec, heir of Blow Snow Mountain Villa, and Sylvia, heiress of Wind Cloud Valley, aren't you lowering yourselves by joining such a scramble? Isabel mocked them sarcastically. Clearly, many, including Isabel, considered themselves above such lowly acts. To her, the real prize was inside the pot. The leftovers wouldn't add much to their cultivation. She resented being powerless over the pot and feared that the rapid advancement of Wesley and others had relegated her heavenly sword sect to the bottom of Nansha. Thus, she didn't care much for the leftovers. Together, Alec and Sylvia easily obtained the pot. Sylvia was the first to lick it clean. Don't finish it all. Leave some for me. Alec pleaded desperately. Reluctantly, Sylvia passed the pot to Alec, who eagerly began licking it amidst the intense heat. Seeing these heirs engage in such undignified behavior, Isabel's disdain deepened. Suddenly, breakthroughs occurred nearby. Several people who had stuffed mud with remaining soup into their mouths were now breaking through. From martial spirits to martial kings, and from martial kings to martial Hudsons. Then, Alec and Sylvia willing expressions, but facing Isabel's threatening look, they could only swallow their anger and retreat. Looking at the soil on the ground, Isabel took a deep breath. Such an act was something she never imagined would happen in her life. But for the sake of breaking through to martial venerated, no matter how undignified, she endured it. Under her veil, she gritted her teeth, grabbed a clump of damp soil, and stuffed it into her mouth. But in the next moment, her expression changed abruptly. Damn! She violently threw away the soil in her hand and flew toward the nearby river. What happened? Harvey and Sylvia exchanged glances and hurried over to observe. Suddenly, Harvey couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's happening? Sylvia asked, puzzled. This isn't the gentleman's soup at all. It's urine. Harvey laughed while holding his stomach. Sylvia's face twitched slightly before he also couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Serves her right. For pretending at the beginning. During the following time, the cultivators present almost turned this area upside down before stopping, and those who had broken through, such as Ewing, were joyful expressions, having seemingly forgotten their previous conflicts. Gentlemen, with such remarkable power, this gentleman is absolutely a martial immortal, Gillis Houtian remarked thoughtfully. It's just that we don't know why this gentleman has come to South Sands. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. This was what they were guessing. Such a powerful expert suddenly appearing in South Sands must have a purpose. Moreover, upon arrival, he not only unveiled a giant python of the imperial-grade beast, but also subtly altered the power dynamics in South Sands. For example, the previously powerful Heavenly Sword sect would undoubtedly be relegated to the bottom after this breakthrough. Gentlemen. At this moment, Sylvia walked over and said, I once heard Amerigo Abdurrahman of the Adrian sect in Pingjiang say that this gentleman is probably playing a grand chess game, and South Sands might be a crucial part of his board. So, his visit here must be for strategic purposes. So, if you say that, aren't we mere pawns in his game? Wesley exclaimed. Yes, likely, Sylvia nodded and said, but so what? This question left Wesley speechless and made everyone nod in agreement. Indeed, even if they are pawns, so what? Isn't it a privilege? Thinking of this, everyone was somewhat excited because becoming a pawn doesn't necessarily mean something bad. It might lead to the complete destruction of both form and spirit by accident, but it also comes with tremendous opportunities. Looking at Mitchell and others' direction, everyone tacitly followed them. Apart from scavenging opportunities behind them, perhaps they could glean some insights from Mitchell's upcoming actions. If they seized even a hint of advantage, it would be like turning a fish into a dragon. 2 days later, after a rugged journey, Mitchell and company finally entered South Sands from its fringes. Gentlemen, Jai City ahead is where our Lee family resides. How about resting at my family's residence for a few days? Kelly asked nervously. Wouldn't that be too inconvenient? Mitchell smiled and asked. How could it be inconvenient? Elon, you're being too polite, Kelly quickly replied, fearing Mitchell wouldn't go, as Mitchell's presence could genuinely grace her family's humble abode. Thank you very much then. Thinking that this girl was getting better, Mitchell readily agreed. After all, these past days, none of them had slept comfortably. It would be good to rest well here. They entered Jai City. Jai City, neither too big nor too small, was just one among countless cities in South Sands. The Lee family in Jai City was also considered a prominent clan. Of course, this Lee family was far from Ewing's Lee family. The architecture was impressive, quite fitting for a major clan. Honey, you finally returned. Your father missed you so much. At this moment, Andres dressed in fine robes came forward. Father, I made you worry. Kelly softly replied, then remembered Mitchell and others and introduced them promptly. Elon, this is my father, Farron. Then, she addressed Farron. Father, these are Thorn and his friends. They have taken good care of me on our journey. If these are Honey's friends, please come in quickly. Farron invited Mitchell and the group into the living room and sat down. Thorn, may I leave briefly? Arriving at the hall, Kelly asked Mitchell. Because after her breakthrough, her cultivation had remained unstable, but she dared not act in front of Mitchell, so she wanted to address her cultivation issues now. Of course you can. Mitchell smiled, thinking how polite this girl was. Seeing Mitchell smile, Kelly lowered her head, not daring to meet Mitchell's eyes since learning his true identity. Before leaving, Kelly leaned close to Farron and earnestly instructed him. Father, I need to leave first. Remember, you must entertain the guests well. Remember, it's a must. Thorn, I'll be back soon, then I'll accompany you again. After bowing to Mitchell, she hurriedly left. Watching his daughter act coy, Farron frowned slightly. Then, scrutinizing Mitchell and his companions closely, he furrowed his brow deeper. Apart from Mitchell, they didn't seem serious at all. Worse, he couldn't sense any cultivation on them. But recalling his daughter's reminder, he didn't show any reaction and asked, Gentlemen, which sect or school do you belong to, and what is your cultivation? Hee lordly, you're too kind. We belong to no sect or school. We're just commoners, Mitchell laughed. Commoners? Farron's eyes narrowed slightly. He had thought these people practiced some special cultivation methods, but they were truly commoners. However, the patriarchal reserve stopped him from showing any emotion. Instead, he turned his eyes and suddenly smiled. Young Kobe, I'm straightforward. While Honey is not here, there's something I need to discuss with you. Lordly, please speak. Mitchell smiled. Pausing slightly, Farron said with a laugh, You know, as a father, I always want the best for my daughter, and since our Lee family is a cultivation lineage, I hope young Kobe can keep some distance from Honey. Of course, I don't mean any disrespect to young Kobe, but commoners and cultivators are. Do you understand what I mean? Note, the translation aims to stay faithful to the original text style and structure while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. The names are kept in pinyin form to align with the guidelines provided. Chapter 255. He is the peerless Kobe. As soon as these words were spoken, Gerardo, Hiram, Alfie, Mario, and others stood up almost simultaneously, their eyes flashing with an intimidating coldness. Although Elon was low-key and might not mind such mockery, they could not necessarily bear it. If not for fear of angering Elon, they would have raised this petty family in an instant. No need. Mitchell also stood up. Oh, I just wanted to spend more time with you. Farron smiled, avoiding the real issue, then pushed the door open and entered. But Kelly's expression changed. She immediately stood up from her seated position and reproached him. Father, Elon and the others are still in the hall. How can you leave them there and come to me? Saying this, She ignored Farron's attempts to stop her and hurried to the living room. Upon arrival, she found it empty. Father, what happened? Where did Elon and the others go? Kelly looked anxiously at Farron, who had just caught up. Don't worry, Farron reassured her, slowly guiding Kelly to sit down before softly lecturing. Daughter, while you have talent, your mind is still too naive. They are only ordinary people and not on the same path as you. What do you mean? Hearing this, Kelly nearly jumped to her feet, staring intently at Farron. Father, tell me where they went. At this point, the usually unyielding Kelly was on the verge of tears. Daughter, I told you they are just ordinary people. For ordinary people, it's enough to let them sit in our Lee family for a while. Farron earnestly explained. Should our prestigious Lee family treat a few ordinary people like honored guests? Besides, people are unpredictable. Who knows if they approached you to connect with our Lee family? So after they sat for a bit and had some tea, we sent them off. Huh. Kelly, her eyes red, shook her head and said, do you know about the events at the Nansha border a couple of days ago? This news has spread throughout Nansha. Of course I know. But what does that have to do with them? Farron asked, puzzled. Fine, let me explain the connection between them and the Nansha border. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Kelly stared at Farron and spoke clearly, word by word. Because they were involved. They are the key figures. And that Elon is the peerless master, the one whom all forces in Nansha gathered to welcome. Chapter 256. Another world-class expert? What? How is this possible? Farron felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief. Don't believe it, do you? Then I'll make you believe. Kelly pointed heartrendingly towards the direction where Mitchell and others had been seated, speaking each word deliberately. Here, 2 of them are second-rank Marshal Hudsons. Over here, there are 4 Marshal Saints. And the figure in black robes over there is an existence beyond a Marshal Hudson. As for the scholar seated over there, he is someone beyond our wildest imaginations. Finishing her statement, she seemed to recall something and added, oh yes, also that dog lying on the ground just now could easily obliterate any sect in Nansha with one paw. So, these are the mere mortals you spoke of. What? Each piece of information falling into Farron's ears resonated like thunderous shockwaves. He stumbled backward, his face deathly pale, muttering under his breath, this can't be. How is this possible? Clearly, Farron could not accept this fact at once, trying to console himself. Yet, he knew his daughter's character. There was no reason for her to lie. It meant that a big shot whom all the great forces in Nansha couldn't reach had come to his home, and he had driven them away. Thinking of this, his face turned utterly colorless. However, he still managed a weak smile and reassured Kelly, honey, it was indeed my mistake, as I truly didn't know their identities. To add, I merely asked them to leave and did not offend them. Perhaps we've lost a significant opportunity. Maybe it's fate. We should be open-minded, so it's not a big deal. Don't be upset. But before he finished, the Roberto of the Lee family ran in with a grim expression, shouting, Kobe, something bad has happened? What? Farron quickly asked. Just now, news came in that our affiliated sword sect removed us from its subordinate families, and the 300 shops granted by sword sect have all been reclaimed. What? Farron's face changed. Forces in Nansha gathered here. How did it go? Ewing and others asked. We learned from a subordinate of the Lee family that the scholar indeed went there, but the patriarch of the Lee family apparently drove them away, the subordinate reported. What? Wesley, Ewing, and other prominent figures' faces changed drastically. They had meticulously monitored Mitchell's movements, as they wanted to understand his purpose in Nansha. When Mitchell entered the Lee family, they thought a major force would rise. But the Lee family drove him away. What kind of fool does this? But don't worry, gentlemen. We've informed the sects through Jade slips, and several major sects have severed all ties with the Lee family. Originally, we planned to destroy them outright, but since the scholar didn't act, it wouldn't be right for us to do so either, the subordinate responded. Indeed. The leaders present nodded in agreement, believing it was the right decision. Neither causing trouble nor overstepping bounds, perfectly appropriate. Just as they prepared to follow Mitchell, another major event unfolded, concerning a powerful figure from Dongshan continent. Dongshan continent was far more prosperous than Nansha, which was merely a small part of it. A month ago, this prominent figure from Dongshan announced plans to visit Nansha for a while, examining the local sects. Nansha's sects had already arranged a collective reception for this visitor's arrival. But Mitchell's appearance, benefits or opportunities. However, by following closely behind Mitchell, even picking up minor items like the snake soup from before, they had reaped tremendous rewards. Damn it! Seeing that these people were not leaving, Isabel's face beneath her veil turned extremely grim. Despite her decent strength, with Ewing, Wesley, and other senior figures present, she had no chance at any opportunities. She couldn't even defeat the likes of Leandro and Sylvia. She had sent countless jade slips to the sect Kobe of Tianjin Gate over the past few days, yet still received no reply. This indicated he was still in seclusion, which left her incredibly anxious. If that peerless expert bestowed another opportunity that Ewing and others seized, it would enhance the overall strength of their respective sects, making Tianjin Gate the true bottom feeder among all sects. After much hesitation, she made a significant decision. She would take a desperate risk and gamble. Quietly detaching from the group, she headed toward Macian City where Mitchell and his group were currently staying at an inn. Obviously, she was no longer willing to passively wait. Instead, she planned to actively approach that important person. You in the city of Macian, let's rest for one day, Mitchell said inside a room, calling everyone together while holding a money pouch. Of course, you can also visit nearby markets to buy some local specialties. As he spoke, he counted out 10 gold coins for each person, handing them over. But seeing the bag grow lighter in his hand caused him pain, and he quickly pulled it back with a sheepish grin. How about 8 coins? 8 should be enough, ha ha ha. With a thick-skinned smile, he grabbed 2 coins back from each person's hand. Thank you, sir. Everyone dared not object, gratefully accepting the money before leaving the room. However, beside him, Another figure looked on with what would likely be a hopeful gaze if not for the mask hiding it. Why are you staring at me? Mitchell asked irritably. ABA, what about me? Unkit asked humbly. You? Mitchell glanced at him, then sternly asked, didn't I give you a gold coin last time? How did you spend it so quickly? Unkit remained silent, but Mitchell gave him a sharp rap on the head. You wasteful fool. Do you know how hard life is? Look at how much it costs just for our journey. I've already given out 48 coins. Is my money just picked up off the street? Mitchell lectured sternly, his face darkening. And you? Not only do you not earn anything, but you ask every day. Who taught you to be so extravagant? You used up a whole gold coin in just a few days. Aren't you embarrassed to ask again? Unkit mumbled sadly. But, don't I have money stored with you? With me, and you still dare to say that? Selena walked through the crowd downstairs. He shouted excitedly, brother, look, there's a long-legged beauty. Where? Hearing this, the previously listless Unkit came alive, eagerly looking outside. Look brother, nice figure. The small centipede also chimed in enthusiastically. Unkit looked over, but after a while, he sank back down, saying wistfully, we can only look, not touch. It's painful. Feeling increasingly miserable, he suddenly stood up. I can't bear it anymore. What's the worst that can happen, right? Grabbing the centipede and the dog, he sneaked to Mitchell's room. Brother, you're really brave? Wilson exclaimed in shock. Shoo, don't talk. You two keep watch outside and tell me if the master returns. Unkit ordered. Seeing his determination, Wilson and his brother also took a risk, running downstairs. Hee. Rubbing his hands together, Unkit sneaked into Mitchell's room. At the same time, downstairs in the inn, a Selena in white arrived. After inquiring and roughly confirming the room, she changed into a revealing outfit, lifted her veil, revealing her exquisite face. She took a deep breath and walked towards Mitchell's room. With my charm, I have a good chance. And heroes often fall for beauties. Without taking such risks, how could one become someone superior? All right then. The vendor scratched his head and nodded in satisfaction. Only after Mitchell walked away did he realize what happened. Narrow paths of enmity, truly didn't expect to meet you here. Isabel watched this scene through narrowed eyes, her voice cold. She hadn't forgotten how, by the pure stream lake, Mitchell's interference led to her receiving slaps from Algilisser and Melissa, which ultimately caused Anatole to kick her into the lake, nearly costing her life. Recalling everything, Isabel's heart was filled with hatred. Originally wanting to kill Mitchell with one strike, she reconsidered. Such humiliation needed proper torment to be avenged. With this thought, she swiftly approached Mitchell, casting a binding sack over him. As Mitchell walked, everything went black. He felt himself being carried away. A commotion arose in the street, but ordinary people could only feel fear at such events. Inside a dim room, Mitchell was tied to a pillar. The hood was lifted, allowing faint light to stab at his eyes. Damn, am I kidnapped? Mitchell exclaimed internally. It took a while for his eyes to adjust, revealing a smirking figure in front of him. Hemph, Mitchell, didn't expect to see you again, did you? Isabel's mocking voice echoed. It's you? Recognizing this childhood acquaintance, Mitchell was slightly surprised. No wonder he, an ordinary man who rarely Why? How could a mere mortal ignore her pressure? She was a martial lord. How did he manage it? Baffled, Isabel suspected a problem with her cultivation. Yet seeing Mitchell yawning lazily, her anger soared. This was sheer defiance against her authority, disregarding her power. Drawing her sword, she roared at Mitchell, shut your mouth. Startled, Mitchell closed his mouth but couldn't help opening it again. This infuriated Star. She slashed her sword beside Mitchell's neck, threatening. Are you truly unafraid of death? Mitchell shrank his head, replying helplessly, sorry, been too tired these days. Ah. He yawned again right before her eyes. Bam, 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 bam. Enraged, Isabel swung her sword wildly, creating explosions throughout the room before bringing it back to Mitchell's throat. You're clever, and I've gained new respect for you, intentionally provoking me to hasten your end. But I won't kill you. Instead, I'll take you back to Tianjin sect and torture you properly. Hashtag chapter 259, the prison dragon domain. Isabel returned to the celestial sword sect not only to further torment Mitchell, but also because she wanted to personally inform the sect leader, Hollis. If the current situation continued to escalate, the esteemed cultivator's opportunity would slip through their fingers without a trace. She finally managed to contact the celestial sword sect's leader, Hollis. Although he emerged from seclusion upon hearing the news, due to his cultivation, he needed 2 more days to stabilize before leaving the sect. After all, no matter how enticing the opportunity was, it couldn't lead him to self-destruction. After returning from Hollis, Isabel went back to Mitchell, who was imprisoned. Kneel down. The moment she saw Mitchell, Isabel was filled with rage. Her sword pressed against Mitchell's neck, and her voice was icy cold. Mitchell felt the cold edge of the blade against his neck, but remained unmoved. Aren't you afraid of death? Fine. I want to see just how long this mere mortal can remain defiant. Isabel was so angry she could spit blood. Yet the more Mitchell remained unresponsive, the more she wanted to torment him. She pushed Mitchell towards a heavily guarded area. In the depths of the place lay a large door shimmering with a chilly light. Mitchell, within this door lies the celestial sword sect's prison dragon domain. Inside, dangers lurk at every corner. You will face the most terrifying things in the world. I'm giving you one last chance. If you kneel and beg, I can end your misery swiftly. But if you don't, I'll make you experience the most painful death possible. Isabel stared coldly at Kermit Justino, threatening him sternly. To her surprise, Mitchell didn't even glance at her, and instead, brushed past into the chilling door. Joy, fear, sadness, disappointment. But after merging with the system, Mitchell discovered he no longer felt fear. Whether encountering bandits or when Isabel held a sword to his neck, he might instinctively try to escape or flinch, but deep down, he wasn't truly afraid. Instead, he felt inexplicably calm. It was as if he had an inherent immunity to fear. Even more bizarrely, he felt that this lack of fear stemmed from some subconscious confidence. However, being fearless didn't mean he lacked rational thought. He would still react and avoid danger. I wonder if there's really no way out. Let me investigate. Mitchell chose a direction and cautiously moved forward. Damn, so many beasts. Stepping on the dry earth, a pack of wild beasts suddenly charged out. These creatures were terrifying, emaciated, and skeletal. Some with skin hanging off, ready to tear Mitchell apart. With no other choice, Mitchell drew a dagger and fought the beasts. Soon, over 10 corpses lay scattered on the ground. You damn Selena. There are so many beasts in here. You really intend to kill me. Spitting on the ground, Mitchell cursed with a grim face. He had hoped to avoid further conflict with this Selena, but now that she gasped in shock. Calmly, she used her cultivation to step inside. As soon as she entered, she felt the pressure underfoot, making even lifting her foot incredibly difficult. The desolate energy immediately affected her cultivation, causing it to become chaotic. Still, she found no trace of Mitchell. What's going on? Isabel's mouth hung open, disbelief etched across her face. In such a harsh environment, Mitchell shouldn't have been able to move far or even lift a foot. Yet, this living person had vanished right before her eyes. Holy maiden, please come out quickly. That mortal was likely carried away by the beasts inside. If you stay any longer, unexpected changes might occur. After confirming Mitchell was nowhere to be found, Isabel hurriedly exited and closed the domain door again. To die so easily, it almost seems too convenient for you. Isabel sighed resentfully, preparing to leave. Boom. Suddenly, the entire celestial sword sect shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 260. Turmoil at Heavenly Sword Sect. Even those with weaker cultivation couldn't stand steadily at this moment. At the same time, countless experts from within the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain gate flew out, standing in midair, looking down at the Heavenly Sword Sect below. What's going on? Why is it like this? What happened? For a moment, everyone voiced their heavy concerns. This wall is pretty sturdy and quite mysterious, Mitchell Yang. When Wesley and other influential figures received the news, they were stunned. But how could Mr. Yang be captured? Wesley asked incredulously. With his cultivation, how could a mere Isabel capture him? We can't guess what a great person does, but I believe there must be some deep meaning. Karina speculated, and Mr. Yang's actions have already hinted that his next move is related to Heavenly Sword Sect, but whether it's a blessing or a disaster for Heavenly Sword Sect, we don't know. In that case, let's not waste any time and immediately head to Heavenly Sword Sect to investigate. Everyone agreed and headed toward Heavenly Sword Sect. At the inn, what do we do? Natalia asked Gerardo. Watch those three, Gerardo glanced, indicating something specific. Upon hearing this, everyone looked over. They saw Ed, Marvin, and a centipede lying on the windowsill, occasionally exclaiming and sighing. What is this? Natalia was puzzled. However, Alfie understood and smiled, saying, the meaning is clear. Even that scoundrel isn't worried, so we shouldn't worry either. I think Mr. Yang just wants to play a little game. I see. Natalia suddenly understood and asked, so what should we? Let's play some cards to pass the time. When Mr. Yang finishes playing, he'll naturally come back. Alfie slapped a deck of cards on the table and smiled. Seeing beyond the surface turmoil, the previously abundant spiritual aura in the mountain gate became disordered, and large amounts of spiritual energy began to dissipate. Kobe, what's going on? Isabel, following Hollis, asked with a pale face. Hollis was at his wit's end, unable to give a clear answer. Just then, Engage flew over, urgently reporting, Sam, we found the cause. It is indeed a problem with the sect's foundational array, and the source seems to be inside Dragon Imprisonment Domain. Dragon Imprisonment Domain? Hollis's face changed dramatically as he shouted, everyone, follow me to the entrance of Dragon Imprisonment Domain. Everyone flew towards the Dragon Imprisonment Domain. Upon arriving, Hollis couldn't help but ask, has the sect recently imprisoned anything new? Everyone shook their heads. The Dragon Imprisonment Domain generally only held the sect's traitors and enemies captured by Heavenly Sword Sect. Over the years, as Heavenly Sword Sect's reputation grew in Nansha, fewer dared oppose them, so the domain had not been used for a long time. Isabel was about to say something but reconsidered, thinking it impossible for imprisoning a mortal to cause such chaos, so she remained silent. Sam, what do we do now? Someone asked. Hollis hesitated for a long time before saying, follow me into the Dragon Imprisonment Domain to investigate. What? Sam, isn't that too dangerous? Everyone turned pale, felt increasingly uneasy, his heart filled with countless questions. Normally, the beasts would rush upon smelling unfamiliar human scent. What is going on? End of chapter 260. Chapter 261. He appears. Just as they moved forward a short distance, the scene ahead stunned everyone, making them involuntarily draw in sharp breaths. In front of them lay numerous corpses of beast spirits. Among these corpses were not just ordinary beast spirits, but some very high-level ones that had been confined during the zenith of the Tianjian sect. These included noble beast spirits, holy beast spirits, and even imperial beast spirits. Despite having been imprisoned for countless years, their cultivation abilities long lost. Underestimating their strength would be unwise. Even Hollis and others admitted that while they could perhaps protect themselves here, killing any of these spirits would be immensely challenging. This is unbelievable. Everyone gasped. Continuing forward, they found more vast areas covered with corpses, a sight that left them in awe. It was clear from comparing the numbers that this unknown threat had annihilated all the beast spirits within. Under such conditions, what terrifying force could accomplish such a feat? But even more shocking was yet to come, as they discovered the barrier of the Dragon Prison Domain had also been broken. The mere sight of it sent shivers down their spines. Hollis knelt and began to speak, only to be interrupted by the seated ancestor Carson. I already know what has happened, Carson said. What are your plans, ancestor? Hollis asked seriously. Rest assured, I will handle it. You may retreat now, Carson replied. Seeing this, Hollis felt relieved. If so, I will await good news from you and manage the situation outside. Bowing respectfully, Hollis departed. After Hollis left, Carson sighed deeply, his face filled with sorrow. He walked over to an ancient stone chessboard, a relic left by the first ancestor who had predicted that within 10,000 years, the Tianjian sect would face a destruction crisis, which could only be resolved by solving this chess game. For 10,000 years, no one, including himself, had managed to solve it. It was an unsolvable dead end, even for immortals. Is the crisis upon us? At that moment, Carson looked much older. Though he told Hollis he would resolve it, he had no real solution. His only option was to wait here, as this small space was the heart of all major formations. The mysterious entity would surely come here. But could he counter something powerful enough to breach the Tianjian sect's formations? So-called problem-solving seemed more like waiting for death or begging for mercy. This was all he could do. Suddenly, his eyes shifted to the invisible barrier beside him. He sensed it. Closer, closer. He stood up abruptly, holding his breath, staring intently at the void. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. A ripple appeared in the void, followed by a black opening. Carson trembled, his eyes bloodshot, anticipating the moment. Finally, after anxious waiting, movement came from the opening. Then, slowly, a figure emerged. Chapter 262. What does this mean? A single person? Still a young man? Carson's pupils constricted to pinpoints, and his mouth hung open in disbelief. He had made numerous speculations about this mysterious being who had penetrated the formations of his heavenly sword mountain, such as it being a mutated beast from the imprisoned dragon domain, or some spirit derived from an anomaly within the formations. In short, he had considered all kinds of possibilities. Except for one thing. He hadn't expected it to be a human, and not just any human, but a young man at that. How on earth did he appear within the formation? As Carson pondered this, Mitchell first glanced around before his gaze landed on him. At that moment, Carson tensed up, feeling extremely uneasy. No matter how carefully he observed, he could not gauge the depth or strength of this youth before him. He appeared so ordinary, like a common mortal. But could a mortal have crossed through such an entrenched in cold sweat? So tense, but I need to calm down, remain composed. I can't let him see my fear because I am the last line of defense for the heavenly sword sect. That's right, I'm not afraid, not at all. Elon, have you had a stroke? Finally, Mitchell stood before Carson, noticing his trembling legs. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked. Upon hearing this, Carson looked down and realized his legs were indeed trembling uncontrollably. Damn, he noticed my panic. But truly, I couldn't help it. I've never encountered someone so formidable. Wait, something's off. Soon, he realized Mitchell didn't seem intent on harming him. Instead, his tone was gentle. This was confusing him. What's happening here? Could it be that this person who broke through the formation wasn't here to wipe out the heavenly sword sect's last line of defense? While bewildered, Mitchell reached out to steady him. At that moment, Carson felt as if his heart stopped, fearing for his life. But he was surprised to find that Mitchell simply helped him to sit on a stone bench beside the straw hut. What on earth is this person up to? Sitting shakily, Carson felt as if needles were pricking his buttocks. Based on the means used to break through their spirit-gathering formation and the imprisoned dragon domain, it was clear this individual had come to destroy the heavenly sword sect. But his current... Mitchell chuckled, sweeping his hand to knock all the pieces off the board and back into the chest container. Seeing this, Carson's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. A game that had been left untouched for 10,000 years was destroyed by this person? Does this mean the heavenly sword sect will never solve the puzzle again? What do you mean by this? Carson asked, rising red-faced, his body trembling on the verge of losing control. Chapter 263, The Power of the Great Tao. Elon, please calm down. Mitchell saw the situation and hurriedly explained. I just felt itchy fingers seeing chess pieces here and wanted to play a game with you. I didn't mean anything else. And if we're going to play, we can't play on a dead board, can we? So what's the point in holding on to this deadlocked game? It's better to start anew and have a fresh, invigorating match. Don't you agree? Mitchell smiled faintly as he sorted the black and white pieces from the chess jar. However, in Carson's eyes, Mitchell's smile was unfathomably profound. His mind echoed with Mitchell's words. What's the point in holding on to a deadlocked game? Better to start anew? Was he hinting at something? Carson sat back down, suppressing his anger over the ruined game. Because before Mitchell, neither his rage nor impulsiveness held any meaning. He might as well calm down and observe what this person's true intentions were. Perhaps this could provide Tianjian sect with a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, at the moment Mitchell put away the chessboard, an invisible wave rippled across Tianjian sect. Under everyone's gaze, the protective barrier shattered like soap bubbles. As it broke, Tianjian sect erupted in deafening noise. Amidst shaking earth and quivering sky, countless buildings crumbled, and cracks that seemed bottomless split the ground. What? The protective array and foundation of Tianjian sect are actually destroyed. What's happening? Run. The entire mountain is collapsing. Run. Due to the collapse of structures and destruction of foundations, shattered arrays leaked everywhere, filling Tianjian sect with peril. Horrified screams rose throughout Tianjian sect as disciples fled into the mountainside. What's happening? Has there been trouble with our ancestor? Is Tianjian sect, passed down through countless generations, about to be annihilated? High above, Hollis and others watched Tianjian sect start to collapse beneath their feet. Their eyes were bloodshot with distress. Even so, they quickly made the right decision amid tears. Order everyone to evacuate Tianjian sect. Though the sect was destroyed, they couldn't let the disciples also perish here. Elon, it begins, Mitchell said with a light smile, holding the white piece as he slowly placed it on the board. Carson nodded but froze as he looked at the board. Especially when Mitchell placed the piece. It was like a pebble thrown into still water, creating ripples across the whole board. In that moment, everything changed. The board itself, the surroundings. Seated in midair, under a vast starry sky with lights swirling around them, the ground had formed an octagram. Black and white, yin and yang distinctly clear. This is the power of the great Tao? Carson's eyes widened in shock, waves crashing in his heart. For ordinary cultivators, enlightenment could spur rapid advancement. But the power of the great Tao was on another level. Touching even a bit of it brought fortune, not just enhancing strength but elevating one's very essence. To transcend the realm of emperors and become immortals required comprehending enough of the great Tao. Throughout history, while thousands had ascended to the rank of martial emperors, few had achieved immortality. This demonstrated the significance of the great Tao for cultivators. Yet, all around the current chessboard pulsed with the power of the great Tao, leaving Carson parched. Only celestial beings could achieve such a feat. Meaning this young man was a celestial being. A sharp intake of breath escaped Carson's mouth. More astonishingly, this youth wasn't attacking him. Instead, Tao's power through it. Such an opportunity was simply heaven-defying. His future cultivation path would become smooth without any bottlenecks. All right, sir, I should be leaving. Mitchell got up and smiled at Carson. What? Leaving? Carson was truly baffled. On one hand, Mitchell destroyed the foundation of his heavenly sword sect, while on the other, he granted him an opportunity for enlightenment. Such contradictory actions followed by leaving without another word. What did this all mean? And then, there was the chessboard on the stone table, which ended in a draw, leaving Carson completely puzzled about Mitchell's intentions. All right, Elon, how do I get to town from here? Mitchell turned back and asked. Despite not understanding why Mitchell was asking such a question, Carson still pointed out a way for Mitchell. Yet, even after Mitchell disappeared, his confusion remained unresolved. Mitchell walked slowly along the small path. Reflecting on his time at the Heavenly Sword Sect, it still felt surreal to him. These walls were too mystical. If you said they were powerful arrays, Mitchell, as a mortal, traversed them effortlessly without any danger. But if you said they were glass walls, it seemed far-fetched to Mitchell, who builds so many glass walls in their sect that can be shattered with a single punch. Were they just for show? Forget it. No point thinking about it. However, Star, that damn Selena, had to die when he got the chance. At the foot of the Heavenly Sword Sect mountain, there was a vast plain. Countless disciples gathered there, each looking disheveled and weary. Many looked at the collapsed mountain gate with tears of reluctance. Beside them, led by Hollis and other senior members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, their eyes were red from crying. The Heavenly Sword Sect, passed down for countless years, had been destroyed. A heavy blow to everyone. Even more frustratingly, they still hadn't understood what had happened. Just as Hollis and others were deeply grieving, a disciple rushed over urgently. Kobe, it's not good. The Demon Music Sect, Windcloud Valley, Blowing Snow Manor, Imperial Sword Sect, Lee family, and countless other families are attacking us. What? Hollis and others' faces changed dramatically. Looking up, they saw countless figures flying from afar, dense and dark like a storm cloud. Leading them were Imperial Sword Sect Kobe Wesley, Windcloud Valley's Valley Kobe Gillis Haoyan, Lee family's Sam Ewing, Blowing Snow Manor's Manor Lord D. Tianming, and Demon Music Sect Kobe Amethyst. Behind them were numerous experts from major sects. This formidable lineup made the hair on everyone's head stand up. Countless Heavenly Sword Sect disciples suddenly grew serious. What was happening? What had the Heavenly Sword Sect done to anger heaven and people so much? First, their mountain gate was destroyed, and now they were surrounded by several top forces in Nansha. What do you mean by this? Hollis asked sternly. What do we mean? In the sky, Gillis Haoyan sneered and retorted. What despicable deeds has your Heavenly Sword Sect done that you don't know yourselves? What despicable deeds? Don't slander us. Hollis said coldly. Are you trying to take advantage of our misfortune and swallow up my Heavenly Sword Sect? Do you think the Heavenly Sword Sect is so easy to bully? As Hollis spoke, hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples drew their swords, the sound shaking the sky deafeningly. Seeing this, the experts from the major sects also brandished their weapons, releasing torrents of yuanqi. Under the massive surge of yuanqi, clouds churned in the sky over the plain. At this moment, tensions were running high. You Heavenly Sword Sect really don't know the severity of your actions. You're facing death and still refuse to repent. Amethyst sneered coldly. That's right. Your mountain gate has already been destroyed. Arguing now, what use is it? Wesley also stepped forward to say, Humph, I advise the Heavenly Sword Sect not to be stubborn. Surrender quickly, or your entire sect will be obliterated along with your mountain gate. D. Tianming likewise gave his final warning. Feeling the tone of these sect masters, Hollis finally sensed something was amiss. According to their statements, the Heavenly Sword Sect had committed some heaven-defying deed that resulted in their mountain gate being destroyed and besieged by major sects. What is going on? Are you hiding something from me? Hollis revealed his authority and looked at the others in the Heavenly Sword Sect. We don't know either. We really don't. Right, Kobe? If something like that had happened, how could we hide it from you? Seeing Hollis's gaze, many gauges, including Isabel, expressed their sorrow and explained hurriedly. Clearly, they were equally bewildered. Hollis took a deep breath, turned his gaze to Wesley and the others, and bowed, saying, Gentlemen, you know very well who Hollis, am. I truly don't understand what's happening. Please explain clearly. Humph. D. Tianming's face darkened, and he sneered before speaking in a thunderous voice. Hollis, whether you're pretending or truly ignorant, you should ask your good disciple beside you. At this, D. Tianming and others' gazes abruptly fell upon Isabel beside Hollis. Chapter 265. Unrepentant even in death. Siener? The faces of the Tianjian sect members, including Hollis and others, all changed abruptly as they cast their gaze toward Isabel. For a moment, countless gazes converged upon Isabel. Kobe's acts, do not listen to their nonsense. I truly did nothing wrong. Isabel's face was pale as she hastily explained. She then looked up at Calming and others and said, "Honorable seniors, while my strength is indeed inferior to yours, it doesn't permit you to slander me so." Humph. Slander? Truly unrepentant even when facing death. Karina spoke condescendingly. "You who lack foresight actually brought Elon to the Heavenly Sword sect. Do you think denying it can make everything ambiguous?" "Elon, what Elon?" asked Hollis. "What kind of Elon do you think?" Wesley sneered coldly. "Naturally. It's that peerless expert who visited our Nansha recently, whom your precious disciple captured and brought to the Heavenly Sword sect." Haha. However, Isabel sneered coldly, "Senior Yang, although I don't know when I offended you, isn't the reason for slandering me too lame? How could an ordinary person like Mitchell have such incredible cultivation that I, Isabel, possess the ability to capture him and bring him to our sect? I did capture a mortal a few days ago, but you can't defame me by making that mortal out to be the Elon." But at this point, her expression suddenly froze. Because she had just remembered something. Mortal. Could it be? In that instant, she recalled Mitchell who disappeared in the captive dragon realm. The beast turned corpse, many details, and all these details lined up perfectly. Her complexion changed drastically as she staggered backward a few steps. "No, it's impossible. This can't be possible. How could he, a mere mortal, be a peerless expert? He's clearly nothing but trash. This is completely impossible." She murmured urgently, rejecting the possibility, because she simply couldn't accept this fact. How could the mortal she had once discarded be seen as a peerless genius by countless people? "You must be mistaken. This is simply impossible," she yelled hoarsely at Jeffrey and the others. "Mistaken?" Calming sneered coldly, releasing his martial saint aura as he spoke deeply. "Let me ask you this. Did you secretly go to Macian City and capture someone? To tell you the truth, the mortal you captured in Macian City is none other than Elon. Elon was seeking enlightenment and ordinariness, yet you imprisoned him and brought him to your Heavenly Sword sect. I ask you, what punishment should you face for this?" At the mention of Macian City, it struck Isabel like a thunderbolt. This information broke down Isabel's last shred of defense, because back then, she indeed captured Mitchell in Macian City. No. This can't be happening. It's impossible. Even though all the pieces matched, Isabel refused to acknowledge the truth, her pale face moving back hurriedly as she denied it fiercely, because she couldn't understand how this ordinary man, whom she grew up with, who could barely afford food, could possibly be the peerless genius. Such a scenario was just too absurd. By now, Hollis also realized that the peerless genius wandering Nansha, adored by countless high-ranking experts, had been captured by Isabel. Although he also found it hard to believe, he had received a critical piece of information. 2 days ago, Isabel had opened the captive dragon realm and confined a mortal there, right before the tumult of the gate. So even if he dared not believe it, by comparing times and events, one could deduce that the mortal Isabel locked up was indeed the peerless genius. No wonder the foundations of their mountain stronghold were destroyed. His disciple had caused all this. "You have such audacity, causing us so much trouble." Thinking about this, Hollis was so enraged that he pointed at Isabel, blood spurting from his mouth in anger. Clearly, due to his disciple's actions, the entire Heavenly Sword sect stronghold had been destroyed, leading to several major sects besieging them. Seeing this, Isabel rushed towards Hollis in tears, saying hastily, "Kobe, don't believe them. I only caught a mortal, a worthless mortal. Please believe me." "Foolish girl, how dare you still argue? Kneel down." Extremely distressed, Hollis's palm moved, sending numerous seals onto Isabel's body, immediately sealing her cultivation and forcing her to kneel heavily on the ground. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect suddenly saw red. To them, the Heavenly Sword sect was home, and in an instant, their lifelong home became a ruin. Initially, they had no idea why. Now they finally understood. Isabel had caused tens of thousands of disciples to lose their home. Kill her. Skin her alive. I want to eat her flesh. How hateful. She must die. At this moment, countless Heavenly Sword sect disciples roared loudly, incensed by the loss of their home because of one person's folly. Many rushed towards Isabel with murderous intent, wanting to execute her personally. Suddenly, the once revered saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect was now akin to a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to punish her. Under so many hostile gazes and roaring voices, Isabel trembled violently, crawling pitifully towards Hollis with trembling hands, pleading tearfully, "Kobe, save me, save me. I really didn't know that trash was Ely." Spoke up. "I hope you tell me." Trembling, Hollis looked at Wesley. "The gentleman's heart is vast like the sky. If not for your disciple's poor judgment, he wouldn't have shown such fury," Wesley explained. "Even so, the gentleman only destroyed your sect but did not harm innocents, clearly giving you a chance to survive. So, leave Isabel here and quickly go," said Wesley. Upon hearing this, Hollis shuddered. Indeed, his sect was ruined, yet apart from a few unlucky disciples being caught in the chaos, most remained unharmed. This proved the gentleman spared them out of mercy. Otherwise, with his means, if the gentleman truly intended to wipe out the Heavenly Sword sect, would Hollis still be standing there? The gentleman's compassion, "Thank you for sparing us." He bowed deeply toward the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Then he stood up and bowed again to Wesley and others, saying, "Thank you." He got up, leading hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Sword sect disciples into retreat. "Kobe, no, save me." Isabel, sprawled on the ground like mud, cried out pleadingly, but Hollis and others didn't spare her a glance. Terrified, she turned her gaze to Wesley and others, banging her head against the ground, and pleaded urgently, "Please set me free." "Humph. We dare not release you. Your fate will be decided by the gentleman when he arrives," Wesley replied coldly, showing no mercy toward Isabel. Hearing this, Isabel collapsed onto the ground, looking as though her spirit had left her body. The crowd ignored Isabel, withdrawing with those brought along. Those left behind landed and gazed into the distance. There, a youthful figure strolled over leisurely. In his hand was a fish. This fish was caught by Mitchell near a small stream while descending the mountain. Seeing this fish, everyone couldn't help but marvel. This gentleman truly lived life to the fullest. Whether it ran on land or flew in the sky, from Demon Hudson's to fish and shrimp, there was nothing he wouldn't eat. Everyone hurried forward nervously. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. They respectfully greeted him. Oh, you are? Mitchell glanced around and recognized many familiar faces, such as Jonathan, Sylvia, Nicolawawa, Francine who had been to his shop, as well as Ewing and Wesley whom he met in the mountains. You're here? Mitchell was utterly surprised, never expecting to encounter this group here, together. Gentlemen, naturally we've been waiting for you here. They replied. Waiting for me? Mitchell was perplexed. How did you know I'd be here? Stunned, everyone broke out in cold sweat. However, Sylvia reacted quickly. It's like this. We all admire your calligraphy and paintings and accidentally found out about your whereabouts. In excitement, we came to meet you. They knew Mitchell could see through their presence. Mitchell's question indicated he considered himself an ordinary person. Thus, they dared not break this pretense, choosing instead to conform as commoners. Admire calligraphy and painting? Mitchell recalled their curiosity over his creations and realized they shared artistic interests. Speaking of which, these people were fans of his? So you're all my fans? Mitchell smiled, visibly pleased. Seeing Mitchell's expression, everyone knew they said the right thing and promptly confirmed in unison, yes, yes. Seeing this, Mitchell revealed a knowing smile. He hadn't expected such passionate fans from another world, traveling far just to find him. It seemed his music and paintings had gained recognition even here, extending his fan base to Nansha. For a fleeting moment, Mitchell felt like a celebrity revered by fans. In his past life, only someone like Li Bai would receive such adulation. Lying on the ground nearby, Isabel watched this scene with a deathly pale face. Despite her reluctance to admit it, seeing these elite masters bow to Mitchell, she had no choice but to accept this reality. It hurt immensely. Did the strength and opportunities she sought reside right beside her? Especially remembering how she had broken off ties with Mitchell to join Huayan sect and be with Anatole. Wasn't it as if she discarded a panacea only to pick up weeds? Isabel was hugging Mitchell's feet, pleading hysterically. Yet Mitchell didn't believe her for a second, kicking her away. The bitch tried to kill him and then wanted to be with him. What utter nonsense. But Isabel crawled back, crying and begging. I really know I was wrong. If I serve you well, won't that be enough? Didn't you always love being with me before? Do you not want me anymore? Pooh. Mitchell felt sick just hearing those words. Originally, everyone has their own path and choices, and Mitchell could understand that. Going separate ways wouldn't have been too bad. But this Selena had caused him so much trouble along the way. Looking back, she was just a manipulative gold digger with a cunning heart. Note, the term blurcha is commonly translated as gold digger or femme fatale in English to convey the meaning of a Selena who manipulates others for personal gain. A Selena like her couldn't be allowed to live. With a heavy heart, Mitchell stabbed her in the chest. You. Isabel stared at Mitchell with wide eyes, filled with intense regret as she fell to the ground. Having dealt with Isabel, Mitchell felt a mixture of emotions. They grew up together as childhood sweethearts, yet things ended up like this. It was indeed unpredictable. Turning back to the crowd, Mitchell clasped his hands and thanked them. Thank you all. If there's ever anything I can do to repay you, feel free to ask. Elon, you were used and asked urgently, Ancestor, what exactly happened? Carson gave a mysterious smile and recounted the entire encounter with Mitchell. Ancestor, I still don't understand. Please enlighten me. After listening, Hollis still had many questions and asked for clarification. All right, let me explain to you how profound and righteous this senior is. Carson sighed deeply and began to recount the story. Translation notes asterisk. Chapter 267. I finally understand. What is she doing here? And in such a pitiful state? It's you? Mitchell looked at Wesley and the others. Elon, there's no need to be courteous. This Selena has offended you multiple times. Naturally, we have to apprehend her and leave her for your disposal, they hurriedly said. Hearing this, Mitchell was shocked. He was moved. Truly, deeply moved. These fans were just too on point. They even managed to take care of Star. Moreover, these people had some capabilities. They not only knew about the grudges between him and Star, but also managed to deal with Star, who was a cultivator. But thinking back, it made sense. To be able to pursue art, their family situations must have been decent. Especially since they were locals of Nansha, having some influence was quite normal. However, Mitchell finally experienced the pain of celebrities from his past life. Any small thing to help in the future, feel free to ask. You're too kind, sir. It's our honor to serve you. They were extremely excited. Capturing a mere Isabel and receiving such words from Mitchell was worth it. Surrounded by the group, Mitchell headed towards the town. Tianjin Mountain. It was now in ruins. Hollis knelt before Carson, reporting the entire incident. Ha ha ha, I understand. I finally understand. But as Hollis reported, Carson burst into laughter, his face filled with excitement. Seeing this, Hollis and the others were confused. The entrance of Tianjin's sect was destroyed, yet he was laughing happily. What happened? AI. Carson smiled at their puzzled looks and said, Mark Foam, I know it's hard for you with the sect entrance destroyed, and you might have resentment towards that high-ranking expert, but you mustn't think like that. Ancestor, how could you not resent someone who destroyed our entrance? Hollis's face showed his distress. Due to the power of that high-ranking expert, he dared not speak out, even handing over Isabel directly, but harboring no resentment was impossible. You are so ignorant. Carson shook his head, scolding him. Not only should we not resent that high-ranking expert, but he is also a benefactor of our Tianjin sect. A benefactor? Hollis was more confused and quickly asked. At this moment, Isabel clung to Mitchell's feet, pleading hysterically. But Mitchell wasn't fooled for a second and kicked her away. She tried to kill me, yet she wants to be with me? What nonsense. Yet Isabel crawled back, crying and begging. I truly know I was wrong. Can't I make it up to you? Didn't you love being with me before? Don't you want me anymore? Pooh. The thought sickened Mitchell. Everyone has their own path. If she chose differently, he could understand and accept it. Let them go their separate ways. But how much trouble had this Selena caused him along the way? Now, he saw her for who she really was, a deceitful and cunning lucha, green tea, girl. A Selena like this couldn't be allowed to live. With a determined heart, Mitchell stabbed her in the chest. You. Isabel stared at Mitchell with wide eyes, filled with intense resentment as she collapsed on the ground. After dealing with Isabel, Mitchell felt a mix of emotions. They had grown up together, but it seemed fate could be unpredictable. Turning to the crowd, Mitchell bowed and said, "Thank you all. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to ask." "Elon, it's an honor to serve you," they replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. For catching a mere Isabel, receiving Mitchell's acknowledgement was worth everything. Surrounded by his followers, Mitchell headed towards the town. Tianjin Mountain, of great righteousness and wisdom, Carson sighed and began. This edit ensures the translation reads naturally, maintains consistency, and accurately conveys the original meaning. Chapter 268, Wild Imagination. Can you still remember that our sect's founding ancestor predicted a disaster for our Tianjin sect, one that we couldn't solve for a long time? Carson asked. Yes. Hollis nodded. Carson continued. Then what do you think? Have we solved the threat of destruction to our Tianjin sect? Hollis stared in surprise. You mean? That's right. Our deadlock has been broken. Carson stroked his beard and laughed. And this is where that gentleman was the most magnanimous. His demeanor can be described as that of a sage in this era, his heart bigger than the sky. He didn't finish us off despite Isabel's blindness. He merely destroyed our mountain gate as a minor lesson, which in turn broke our endless deadlock and bestowed an opportunity upon us. So if he isn't a saint of our age, then who is? Carson retorted. Hearing this, Hollis suddenly understood. Indeed, as Carson had said, although the foundation of their sect was ruined, no lives were lost within the sect. Moreover, they managed to break their 1,000-year-old deadlock. Initially, he couldn't get over the sorrow of losing their mountain gate, but now those shadows finally dispersed. Carson added with reverence, I now understand the true meaning when the gentleman mentioned there was no point guarding a dead chess game and proposed starting anew. At that moment, he was reminding me that the Tianjin sect should gain new life. Americally, I didn't act rashly, otherwise, it would have led us into an abyss of endless suffering. Yeah. Hollis also felt profoundly touched. What they originally thought was a great calamity turned out to be a blessing and rebirth for the Tianjin sect. By the way, Sam, please forgive my ignorance, but what about that stalemate? Hollis asked again. Hearing this, Carson sighed and said earnestly, that should be considered his final warning. As he could easily win, yet ended in a stalemate, it equals telling us that he has countless methods to destroy our Tianjin sect, yet chose to leave us a path to survival, a way forward. We must not betray the benevolence of the gauge, and at the same time, reform the sect to ensure incidents like Isabel never happen again. When rebuilding the mountain gate, a statue will be constructed based on the gentleman's image for people to worship, with all from the Tianjin sect required to pay homage. Yes? Hollis nodded respectfully, filled with gratitude towards the man. Indeed, this person was worthy of being called a sage. He brought a second chance to the Tianjin sect and deserved such honor. Hollis felt deeply guilty for having harbored resentment towards Mitchell earlier. Looking in the direction Mitchell left, he bowed deeply. 2 days later, since Tianjin sect wasn't far from Macian City, Mitchell returned and gathered with Balder and others. After resting for a day, Mitchell prepared to continue his journey, keeping his disciples' wedding in mind. Wesley and others bid farewell to Mitchell with expressions of reluctant departure. Thank you all for your help this time. However, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Please go slowly, senior. Everyone respectfully bid him farewell. By the way, how can I contact you all in the future? Mitchell suddenly remembered something. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. Mitchell saying keep in touch clearly indicated he recognized them. Thinking of this, everyone handed over a transmission jade slip. Kobe, you can contact us through this anytime. Seeing the jade slip, Mitchell was quite surprised. He knew what it was, similar to phones from his previous life, but only cultivators or wealthy tycoons could afford such things. Art indeed belonged to the rich. Taking the jade slip, Mitchell bid farewell and headed towards Lower River with his group. After half a month's travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Hanchang City in Lower River, home to the Gillis family. A large vermilion door adorned with red silk flowers hung overhead, flanked, respecting their feelings. Gillis Shang sneered, turning to Birch, tell me, what can you offer to prove your disciple's worth to marry my daughter? To be honest, I'm fully prepared this time. Mitchell said, I have 500,000 gold coins as dowry for Gillis family. 500,000 gold coins. Gillis Shang laughed. Do you really take my Gillis family lightly? 500,000 gold coins? That's quite imaginative. It's not enough. Mitchell furrowed his brow. It was indeed all he had. Enough, I won't make things hard for you. Please leave now. Gillis Shang waved his hand, rising to stand. Let me tell you, my daughter is marrying Alfredo from the Yi family. While Alfredo might not be outstanding, his family is the top clan in Hanchang City, and Fabian, his gauge brother, is a squad leader at Chui Shui Mountain Villa. So even if I agree, the Yi family wouldn't. So give up this idea to avoid trouble. Saying this, he signaled 2 subordinates nearby. Out, out, out. The 2 men quickly pushed Mitchell and Birch out the door. Chapter 269. Role-playing, being an extra. Gillis Shang watched the departing master and apprentice with a complex expression. He sighed softly and turned to walk towards the backyard. Head of the household. Several maids curtsied upon seeing him. And miss? Gillis Shang asked. The young miss is inside, a maid replied. Gillis Shang nodded, and then pushed the door open to enter the room. Inside, a 13 or 14-year-old, but ultimately, it was destined not to be. He lowered his head, filled with guilt. Father, it's fine. I've resigned myself to my fate. Gillis Clint looked lost, adding, but has he really left? I'm scared he might do something foolish. Don't worry, I made it clear to them what the consequences would be and also explained the power of our family. They shouldn't risk their lives over this. Gillis Shang comforted softly. All right then. Gillis Clint breathed a sigh of relief. However, at a nearby and not far from the Gillis residence, Mitchell's angry voice echoed. Kidnap her. Kidnap her. We must kidnap her. Mitchell's voice was resolute. Although he was immortal, it didn't mean he lacked the courage to act. After all, life was about living freely and comfortably. In his past life, he had endured enough due to circumstances. He didn't want to live like that again. To hell with the consequences, he thought. He'd snatch her first and deal with the aftermath later. Of course, though Mitchell intended to carry out the kidnapping, he wasn't entirely reckless. He knew he had to ensure everything went perfectly. First, he dispatched Alfie to gather information on the Yi family. Soon after, Alfie returned with the information. So, this Yi family isn't too shabby. Mitchell frowned while reviewing the details. It seemed the Yi family had quite a few martial arts kidnapping. Wesley and others were left in awe. This guy sure likes to play games. Isn't this just asking them to roleplay and be extras? Nevertheless, they dared not challenge Mitchell's intentions and instead agreed wholeheartedly. It's great to have such loyal fans, Mitchell felt touched. Of course, they all responded humbly. To gain Mitchell's approval, they were beyond excited. Nonetheless, you should consider the dangers. From what I heard, the Yi family has a Rex practitioner, which sounds terrifying, Mitchell added cautiously. Chapter 270. Only through cunning. Rex? Everyone exchanged glances and then chimed in. Yes, very scary indeed. Indeed, really terrifying. After speaking, they couldn't help but draw a cold breath. It's not just this. Apart from Rex, there are also many middle-ranking forces like Frederickshires and DeFrederickshires. In short, the Yi family is extremely powerful and formidable, Mitchell explained to everyone, feeling obliged to inform them of the danger since they were willing to help him. Yes. So it seems that this Yi family is really terrifying. They all echoed in agreement, secretly admiring how down-to-earth this powerhouse was, treating himself completely as an ordinary person. Therefore, my dear friends, if you feel the danger and do not wish to get involved, you can back out. I won't blame you at all, Mitchell added. All I ask is for you to keep my secret. No, we won't back out. Yes, being able to assist you, sir, even through boiling water and blazing fire, we will do it without hesitation. Seeing their responses, Mitchell snapped his fingers approvingly. These fans are perfectly reliable. Since that's the case, let's thoroughly discuss our plan for this operation, Mitchell said while closing the windows and doors tightly. Just like that, the leaders of major factions in Nansha, along with holy maidens, young masters, and a few Hicks and Frederickshangs, gathered in this small room to plot on how they could snatch the bride right under the eyes of the Rex experts. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest uncertainty in our operation may well be that Rex. At this moment, Mitchell spoke solemnly. So, for this Rex, we must have a plan to deal with him. Speaking of which, Mitchell looked at Wesley and others, asking, therefore, I want to ask you all, do you have the ability or means to invite such a high-level expert like Rex to help us? Hearing this, they exchanged glances, scratching their heads. For a moment, they were perplexed. Indeed, can we manage to get one? Unconsciously, they looked at Mitchell, cautiously asking, Elon, so, can we or can we not? Why ask me? Ask yourselves. Aren't you more clear than I am? Mitchell asked rhetorically. In that case, perhaps we can? After saying this, they nervously glanced at Mitchell. That's great, really great. Mitchell slapped his thigh in delight. Sure enough, his guess was correct. These artistic people indeed have some depth. They actually can invite someone like a Rex, who sounds so impressive. No wonder Star was captured by them before. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief. It seemed they hadn't misunderstood Mitchell's intentions this time. Good, my friends. Please try to bring this Rex expert here as soon as possible, Mitchell urged. Of course, we only need this expert to be present to bolster our confidence. We should avoid having such an expert take action unless absolutely necessary. After all, Mitchell understood that it wouldn't be easy to invite such an expert. I'll contact this expert, sir. Francine bowed respectfully and then left the room. After stepping out, Francine took out a transmission jade slip and ordered, send a Rex over immediately. After receiving a reply, Francine returned to the room. Elon, the matter has been taken care of. The Rex expert will arrive soon, Francine quickly reported. Simply fantastic. Mitchell expressed excitement, but didn't get overly enthusiastic due to the addition of the Rex, because he knew that having this Rex expert would merely alleviate their concerns. Yet the task of snatching the bride still required careful planning. Justice, your task tomorrow is, and Paolo, your task is, one of the lowest ranks since the other commanders were already martial kings. At this moment, he knelt respectfully beside Francine. Did you clearly understand what I just instructed? Francine asked again. You must always remember that you are a martial spirit expert, while we are merely mortals. Reporting to sect leader, I understand and will ensure everything is done as instructed, Asif answered respectfully. If you successfully complete this mission, I can exceptionally promote you, Francine added. Yes, thank you, sect leader, Asif responded excitedly. Very well, wait here. I'll inform the Kobe. Francine hurriedly instructed before walking towards the inn. Inside the inn, Mitchell and his group were preparing for the next day's big operation when Francine walked in and said, Kobe, the martial spirit expert has arrived. Oh. Mitchell quickly stood up, excited. Hurry, everyone. Come with me to welcome our expert. Saying this, Mitchell warmly headed outside. Dimitri, Hilton, Wesley, Ewing, D. Kalming, Harvey, and others followed closely behind. Outside, Asif held his long sword, with a faint martial spirit aura surrounding him. He inwardly rejoiced over Francine's promise because this task only required some acting. It was incredibly easy. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, nearly falling to the ground. These people are? What had he done to deserve this? Oh no, don't play me like this. This task isn't as easy as I thought. Francine hastily told him to act, but she didn't specify it was in front of these people. He looked at Francine pleadingly. She glared back coldly. Swallowing nervously, Asif hid his trembling hands behind his back and stammered, "Ah, ha ha ha, no need for such formality. The honored one is too polite. Please, come in." Mitchell promptly escorted Asif inside and took his seat. Surrounded by people, Asif sat stiffly, his legs trembling under the table, his throat dry, sweat beading on his forehead. "Hurry, bring tea for the honored one," Mitchell instructed again. Wesley promptly poured tea and placed it respectfully before Asif. Looking at the tea, Asif swallowed again. He was indeed thirsty, but he dared not drink it. "Honored one, thank you for coming despite your busy schedule. When this is done, name your price." "If it's within my power, it shall be done," Mitchell said. "Of course, tomorrow you just need to stand guard. It's unlikely you'll have to get involved." This made sense to Mitchell. After all, the opposing martial spirit expert wouldn't personally come for the ceremony. Okay. Asif mumbled, lowering his head to hide his panic. "Here is our plan." Mitchell detailed their looking haggard. May, how about calling it off? "I'll go and negotiate with the Yi family," said Gillis Shang, his face flushed with distress as he looked at his daughter. "No, father," Gillis Clint interrupted hastily. "If I back out now, the Yi family will certainly hold a grudge. The future of Gillis family within Hanchang City will be jeopardized. Even for the sake of our hundreds of family members, I must marry him." Sigh. "I blame myself." Gillis Shang sighed deeply, his head drooping and his eyes turning red. If not for the current situation, why would he push his own daughter into such a dire predicament? The auspicious hour arrived. Alfredo, dressed in a bright red gown, rode a white horse leading a long procession. With drumbeats and trumpets, they escorted Gillis Clint onto the bridal sedan chair. It all appeared harmonious, especially with Alfredo, riding his white horse ahead, his face beaming with happiness. He had long been yearning for Gillis Clint, and finally, he had her. Just thinking about the night to come made a sly grin spread across his face. However, suddenly, a cacophony erupted at a three-way intersection up ahead. A large group of people stood in the middle of the road, dancing wildly. Leading them was an obese Selena. She wore long rubber boots, a red short skirt revealing her hairy legs, and a tight midriff top that barely contained her corpulent figure. "Come left and draw a dragon, right and paint a rainbow," she shouted, waving a red handkerchief while bobbing her ponytail to the beat. This peculiar scene immediately caught Alfredo's attention, but upon closer inspection, he widened his eyes. Her lips were covered in lipstick, her face smeared with rouge and dust, which could not conceal her poor complexion. What an ugly Selena! Alfredo shuddered involuntarily, feeling sick to his stomach. Then, unexpectedly, the fat Selena tilted her body, threw her hips back, and shot a flirtatious glance at Alfredo, puckering her thick, red lips. Unshaven whiskers were still visible above her upper lip. Smooch. Wah. Oh. Alfredo felt waves of nausea surge through him, causing him to vomit. He tugged at the reins, steering his horse off course and cursing under his breath. Damn bad luck. This way. The bridal procession changed direction, taking a narrower route instead of the original one, although it was actually shorter. Seeing this, the fat Selena who had been dancing smiled smugly. The procession continued down the long street lined with spectators. Suddenly, a voice rang out in grief-stricken cries. An old man, limping on crutches, blocked Alfredo's path at the front. "You, Alfredo, you heartless wretch. You impregnated my daughter, and now you deny responsibility. How can you do this to us?" Holding his crutch, the old man stood defiantly in the middle of the road, his face flushed as he shouted. This drew everyone's attention, and they crowded around, eager for gossip. "Who are you, old man? Don't spout nonsense." Alfredo barked angrily. "You dare deny it?" The old man trembled, shouting, "Daughter, come out." Out from the crowd emerged Terence, dressed elegantly in feminine attire, accentuating his already handsome features into a stunning beauty. He adjusted the fake breasts he was wearing, exclaiming, It's you. You swore to never marry anyone else but me, yet now you're marrying someone else. You heartless man." "Wah. Everyone, please help me." Terence's soft, piteous voice echoed through the crowd, stirring protective instincts in many. As soon as his words spread, whispers and finger-pointing began circulating among the crowd towards Alfredo. Alfredo's face turned dark. Although he dismissed these common folk, any mishap on his wedding day could tarnish his reputation. Immediately, he dismounted and approached Terence. "What nonsense are you spouting? Stop slandering me." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Terence by the chest. Terence didn't dodge and allowed himself to be grabbed, just as Alfredo rolled, completely ignoring any other distractions as they scrambled to grab the coins. Damn it, what's going on here?" Alfredo cursed with a dark expression. He noticed that the old troublemaker and Harvey had started running away. "Damn it, stand still." Alfredo's face was grim as he prepared to chase after Harvey. "Huh." Harvey grabbed 2 buns from his chest, threw them at Alfredo's face, swore once, then disappeared into the crowd. Amidst the chaos, a black-robed figure quietly climbed into the flower sedan. Damn it, everyone quiet down." Alfredo was jostled, so much he lost one of his shoes. Finally enraged, he snatched a long sword from a guard nearby and slashed out. "Ayla!" Several cries of agony echoed, blood splashing everywhere. Seeing this, the frenzied crowd finally quieted down, hastily retreating upon witnessing the bloody corpses. No, something isn't right. After killing a few people, Alfredo realized something was amiss. He leaped through the air with his sword, landing in front of the flower sedan. He then abruptly lifted the curtain. However, the beauty covered by the red veil still sat there undisturbed. Relieved by this sight, Alfredo let out a breath. He then loudly commanded, "Send some men to bring those culprits back." Others continued to return to the Juga. "This powerful expert requires 3 of us working together. I can't either. I'm struggling against this 8th-rank warrior," Glenn gasped. On the other side, Gerardo was being chased around by knives, narrowly escaping death multiple times. Benedict and Amiel were faring no better. Watching this scene, Wesley, DT Onming, and other Nansha sect leaders were dumbfounded. Wow, witnessing such fierce and difficult fighting. It truly lived up to the reputation of always being near Elon E. Impressive. They felt inferior just watching. At this point, Mitchell had joined the battle. Noticing this, Albin solemnly exchanged glances. Gillis Houtian declared, "Everyone, this might be the toughest fight of our lives. We must give it everything we've got and control our strength." Everyone nodded, took deep breaths, and joined the fray. After a 15-minute fight, Mitchell and company emerged victorious. They then withdrew, disappearing into the alley. Back at the Yi residence, a grand banquet was laid out. Alfredo's wedding procession had finally brought the bride home. As the groom, Alfredo briefly circled the banquet area before returning to the bridal chamber. It was still early evening, but having had a couple of drinks, he could barely wait. "My dear," "Did you miss your husband?" Upon entering, he saw the petite beauty under the red veil. His eyes gleamed, rubbing his hands as he approached her, voice oozing with charm. "Humph." The petite body shifted slightly, a light snort sounding from beneath the veil. Oh, my little heart, you have quite a temper, making me even more fond of you." Smiling widely, Alfredo leaned in, puckered his lips, kissed her through the veil, then yanked it off. However, underneath the veil was a bald head, and from his mouth came an odd sound. Baba Baba. Chapter 274, A Sudden Kick. What in the world? A skull? Alfredo was nearly frightened into a heart attack. What terrified him even more was that the skull actually smiled at him. The smile sent shivers down Alfredo's spine, and an ominous feeling welled up within him. Sure enough, out of nowhere, a kick landed between Alfredo's thighs. Hiss! Burkled to the bone, Alfredo felt an unprecedented pain rise from his feet all the way to his forehead. His agonized scream echoed throughout the Yi family estate. By the time the Yi family members rushed back, the culprit had long vanished, taking several dozen gold coins from the room with them. "Wah, someone swapped my bride. Quickly find her. And those few I encountered during the wedding procession are definitely involved as well. Lock down the entire Hanchang city." Alfredo hunched over, wailing and roaring at the same time. That day, there was no denying that Rex experts were really strong. How frustrating. If only that damn system of his could be more competitive, he might have been that strong too. Average. Asif gritted his teeth, suppressing his trembling body and maintaining a calm facade. With a narrow escape, Mitchell and his group retreated from Hanchang City to a secret location to regroup. Today's mission was successful, but it cost the lives of a few innocent people. Mitchell thought of the people killed by Alfredo and felt quite guilty. Hearing this, everyone looked at Mitchell with admiration. Thorn truly had a compassionate heart. They had not given much thought to the deaths of those lowly beings, yet he was so deeply concerned. At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness. "Father." Tears streaming down her face, Gillis Clint hurriedly welcomed him. Clearly, the newcomer was Gillis Shang. Originally, Mitchell planned to just kidnap the person and flee, but after learning the full story from Gillis Clint, he realized he almost put the in-laws in danger. "Lord Gillis, I am truly sorry for acting without consulting you." Mitchell felt extremely ashamed. "Brother E, what are you talking about?" Gillis Shang responded with equal guilt. "I should thank you. I've long wanted to help Clint escape but couldn't decide. You did what I couldn't bring myself to do." "Father, but what about you?" Gillis Clint asked tearfully. "Yes, Lord Gillis, why don't you come with us?" Mitchell suggested. Our Gillis family has been in Hanchang City for generations. We can't leave." Chapter 275, Ambush in the Valley. "What's wrong with you two?" Mitchell asked. No, nothing. Just tripped and fell accidentally." "Elon, please continue your conversation," the father and son said nervously before quickly running into the dense forest nearby. "Damn it. Who is that bastard? Is he trying to get me killed?" Jose wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and instructed his son. "Immediately send a message back to the clan and find out who this is. Cut off all ties immediately and expel him from the manor." By the time Jose and his son returned, Gillis Shang had already left. There was little Mitchell could do about it. Although it was somewhat selfish of him to put Gillis Shang at risk for his apprentice's happiness, since Gillis Shang also wanted to do this, Mitchell couldn't force him to go back. At Yi family compound, a streak of light shot towards the gate of Yi family. "Brother. Son. You're finally back." Seeing him, Alfredo and Fade rushed forward to welcome him. It was Ronnie who had received the message and had just returned. His icy face showed an aura of coldness as he sternly asked, "What happened?" "Brother, some people abducted your brother Selena. One of them even has a martial spirit, and they injured father. You must help us." Alfredo said mournfully. Yes, definitely avenge us." Fate chimed in, clearly in confidence. "Whoa, big brother. You've already reached Martial King?" Alfredo exclaimed in surprise. "Humph. With my big brother here, who cares about any martial spirits or anyone else? They all deserve to die. Make them kneel on the ground and lick my shoes. And that skull thing." Though Alfredo didn't know what it was, he swore silently to stomp it hard in retaliation for the kick. Of course, there was also that man dressed as a Selena, ruining my reputation and using buns to hit people. Every one of them must die. Soon after, through the mist, a group could be seen slowly approaching the valley. Seeing this, Alfredo's eyes lit up with anticipation, anxiously watching the approaching group. As they got closer, his face lit up with joy. "Ahaha, it's them. Really them. Big brother, they're here. To ensure success, wait until they have no way out before making your move," Alfredo urged, clenching his fists. At this moment, he could almost see these people crippled by his brother, kneeling and begging for mercy. He had already planned how he would deal with each of them. The more he thought, the more pleased he became. Finally, Alfredo shouted excitedly, "Big brother, the time is right, act now." But after waiting for a while, Alan behind him made no move. "What's going on? Brother, it's time to strike," he called again. But there was no response. Turning around with confusion, he saw that Ronnie was gone. What happened? Alfredo's smug expression turned into stunned disbelief. Note: in Burkinese culture, it's traditional to use the family name first, followed by the given name, hence Alan, etc. Chapter 276. Pretend to be insane? At this moment, Beckham was almost in tears. He had been prepared to take action just now. But what did he see? Ewing, Wesley, Amethyst, Gillis Haotian, and a host of other super big shots from Nansha. In addition, there were also the master of Choi Snow Mountain Villa, D. Calming, and the young Lord Harvey. Of course, what frightened him most were the youth and the black-robed man in the convoy. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the black-robed man had killed a demon emperor-level beast. And he had also seen firsthand how that youth leisurely slept through a demon emperor-level battle. He knew exactly who these people were. To ask him, a mere martial king, to ambush them. This was like asking an ant to move a mountain. Utterly absurd. Despite not knowing why he had run into this group of people, he only had one thought right now. Run. Before these bigwigs noticed him. The farther he ran, the better. What is going on? Alfredo, who had been left behind, felt equally miserable. His brother had promised to help him take revenge, but why did he run off at such a crucial moment? So, what should I do? Alfredo looked worried. After wandering around for a while, he was preparing to leave with a sorrowful face, as this group included martial spirit experts. But just as he turned his head, he bumped into a face that made him shiver in fear. The sound came, and Alfredo let out a shrill scream. The pain he had experienced yesterday surged again, causing unbearable agony and making his entire face contort. Even more despairingly, the black-robed man stripped him naked and hung his clothes on a tree. Why is this happening? Alfredo cried, emitting a mournful wail. He had thought this was the time to avenge himself, but things had unexpectedly turned out this way. Meanwhile, high up in the clouds, two figures stood amidst the clouds, watching the scene unfolding below. The leader was a Selena, dressed in a long black dress that fluttered without wind. Her cold expression exuded an air of superiority and elegance as she floated mid-air. Beside her was an old man, wearing a Taoist robe. Despite his apparent age, his eyes sparkled with penetrating insight. The people from Nansha are truly fine. The Selena rubbed her forehead. She possessed the divine phoenix physique but had been unable to activate it. Originally, she didn't expect to activate this extremely rare bloodline. However, given their current situation, aside from activating the divine phoenix bloodline within her, there seemed to be no other way to turn things around. Yet, the conditions for activating the divine phoenix bloodline were extremely strict. One must dual cultivate with someone of divine lineage. Even after finding such a person, they couldn't fully confirm if he was of divine lineage. If she engaged in dual cultivation only to find out later that he wasn't of divine lineage, wouldn't she lose both her advantage and opportunity? In other words, I need full confirmation before acting, the Selena asked. Yes, the Gage replied, hesitating for a moment before adding. Of course, you could also take a risk. The Selena shook her head. She dared not take such a risk. So how can we confirm? The Selena asked again. There is only one way, to get closer to him. Since both of you possess ancient bloodlines, staying together might trigger some kind of blood reaction, the Gage explained. That's easy. I'll capture him then, the Selena coldly stated, ready to act. Wait. The Gage quickly intervened. The dual cultivation I mentioned isn't just physical. If the other party doesn't have strong enough willingness, you won't be able to activate the divine phoenix bloodline. Only mutual, intense willingness will cause a resonance. So, if you make that boy dislike and resist you, even if he is of divine lineage, forcefully dual cultivating with him won't necessarily activate your bloodline. The Selena retracted her hand, frowning once more. In other words, she not only needed to get close to him, but also win his favor as much as possible. So, you may have to endure humiliation, infiltrate close to them, try not to make that boy hate you while confirming whether he really is of divine lineage, the Gage added. Upon hearing this, the Selena's face instantly showed disgust. In other words, she also needed to pretend to be insane, just like those ignorant leaders from Nansha. Chapter 277. Tourist Attraction. After what felt like an eternity, Alfredo finally managed to escape Bowie's clutches and rushed after Ronnie. Unexpectedly, Ronnie was waiting for him halfway. Seeing Ronnie, Alfredo's face fell, and he hurriedly asked, Brother, why did you suddenly leave? Didn't we agree that you would help me get rid of those bastards? But as soon as his words faded, he found Ronnie glaring and delivering a punch straight at him. PFFF. Alfredo flew backward, clutching his chest as he questioned, Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm your brother. You shut up. Ronnie, seething with rage, kept punching Alfredo on the head. He was indeed filled with immense anger. Provoking who if not these deities? Just now, he had received news that Birui Mountain Villa had expelled him from the sect. It certainly had something to do with this matter. Brother, what's going on? Alfredo gasped out weakly. Why are you asking me? Do you know who they are? Ronnie screamed. Who are they? Just a bunch of trash? Alfredo shouted while holding his head. Trash. I'll show you what trash is. Ronnie kicked repeatedly, sternly saying, Ewing is trash. Andreas is trash. Gillis Haotian is trash. The Hudson of martial arts is trash. And the great expert who ate the demon Hudson is trash. What? Alfredo felt as if thunder had struck inside his mind. Recalling Ronnie's previous escape and his current words, Alfredo finally realized something. At this moment, he couldn't utter a word. His face was full of intense fear. He couldn't understand how such prominent figures were after him. One day later, a shocking piece of news spread across Hanchang City. The Yi family abandoned all their businesses and fled Hanchang City overnight. Some said they left in such a hurry that even their underwear was still drying in the yard, uncollected. The Gillis family was the most bewildered. When they were surrounded by the Yi family and unsure of what to do, Ronnie brought Alfredo over, bowed a few times, and then left shakily. If it weren't for the disappearance of everyone in the Yi family, they might This place is special and extraordinary in the southern sands. Wang Lao's expression was complicated. Because of this place, the small region of southern sands is well known across the entire Immortal River continent. Oh, so that's the case. Mitchell nodded in understanding. A tourist attraction. It must be that. After all, only major tourist attractions could make a place renowned across the continent. Let's go there. Mitchell decisively decided. Hearing this, Wang Lao and others subconsciously trembled, becoming extremely nervous. But seeing Mitchell's determined look, they dared not voice any objections. Perhaps, to Mitchell, this place wasn't that special. After a short rest, the group set off on their journey. Note: I've made slight adjustments to maintain readability while preserving the original tone and storyline. Chapter 278. Share a table. Nansha was vast. The bustling areas were very lively, while the remote areas were very secluded. Due to its extensive territory, the cities were almost all quite far apart from each other. Fortunately, the scenery along the way was breathtakingly beautiful. At least Mitchell had seen many landscapes that he had never witnessed in his previous life. Elon, At this moment, Alfie came over hesitantly and said, I just received news that there's a bit of trouble at home that needs resolving. Since it's rather complicated, I would like to borrow a few people to assist me. I hope for your permission, Elon. Upon hearing this, Dustin and others also walked over. Oh, what happened at your place? Mitchell hurriedly asked, already knowing that Alfie was not originally from Pingjiang City. Just a small issue, but it's a long story. It's nothing you need to worry about, Elon, Alfie quickly replied. I only hope that you and everyone here can agree. There's no question of permission or anything. If there's an issue, go resolve it as soon as possible. Mitchell immediately responded. As for having them help, I naturally have no objections as long as they agree. Saying this, Mitchell turned his gaze towards Balder and the others. We're all old friends. When a friend is in trouble, we should help, Dustin said with a smile. As long as Elon has no objections, I don't see any problem. Right, we're all old friends. Everyone else also voiced their agreement at once. Seeing this, Alfie instantly showed gratitude and bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you, Elon. Thank you, everyone. Edsel, you don't need to be so formal. If it really is troublesome, feel free to ask for my help if needed, Mitchell added. Hearing this, Alfie was overwhelmed with gratitude. The anxiety on his face dissipated significantly. To him, Mitchell's words were a solid guarantee. After briefly packing up, Alfie set off with Hiram, Balder, and Mario. After they left, Mitchell found himself in a particularly quiet situation, only accompanied by Bowie and Santiago. But it wasn't bad. Fewer people also had its advantages. After a brief rest, one person, one skeleton, and one dog resumed their spring outing. By the time they reached the next city, Mitchell was famished. Adding insult to injury, the city was tiny, and Mitchell searched for a long time before finding an inn. However, upon entering, he discovered that the place was packed with no available seats. This really troubled Mitchell. If he waited for another table, who knew how long it would take? And whether the next inn would have vacancies was uncertain. But then, Mitchell noticed a table by the window on the second floor occupied by only one person. It was Andres, elegantly dressed with a ruddy complexion. Behind him stood a Joaquin, likely a bodyguard, indicating that the man held some status. Mitchell hesitated slightly before approaching him. Seeing Mitchell approach, the black-clad bodyguard stepped forward to intercept him. However, the Andres waved a hand, signaling him to stand down. Then, he turned his attention to Mitchell, looking at him curiously. He wondered what this young man wanted. Under the man's probing gaze, Mitchell smiled. English text flows naturally and coherently. Chapter 279. The Esteemed One's Favor. Interesting. Truly interesting. For years, anyone in his presence would be submissive and dare not make a sound. So, he had long forgotten the last time he dined at the same table with someone. And even more so, how often did anyone dare to ask to drink from his cup? He stopped the guards behind him and cast an intrigued gaze towards Mitchell, calmly saying, Young man, do you know that this wine isn't something just anyone can drink? As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was eager to see how this little mortal would respond to his challenge. But what he didn't expect was Mitchell's calm response, well, then I'm definitely not just anyone. Oh. This piqued the Andres' interest further, as he leisurely asked, then tell me, why aren't you just anyone? Remember, think carefully before you answer. If your answer isn't good enough, I will punish you for your rashness. Mitchell put a piece of food in his mouth and laughed as he said, if I were just anyone, would I be sitting here at the same table with you? Hearing this, the Andres was momentarily stunned. Then, he greatly admired Mitchell's wit. Very well indeed. Not just anyone at all. His gaze toward Mitchell became increasingly profound. Before, he found Mitchell interesting but only to a certain extent. It was like watching an interesting ant out of curiosity. That's it. Mitchell nodded and smiled. Then you probably don't have cultivation aptitude like me. Bold. These words finally pushed the black-robed guard over the edge. Saying the esteemed one lacked cultivation aptitude. What blind insolence. If this mortal knew the esteemed one's true strength, he'd probably die of fright. Be silent. However, Avon sternly shouted, do you have any right to speak here? The guard was terrified into a cold sweat and immediately shut up and backed off. Avon then smiled at Mitchell. Brother, don't mind him. He's just ignorant. No worries, I acted rashly, Mitchell said nonchalantly, though his gaze casually lingered on Avon's wine jug. Scratching his head, he finally asked awkwardly, hey brother, is there any way you could pour me another glass? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Avon burst into laughter. This amusing mortal was truly unique. Indeed. Interacting with this mortal felt very comfortable. At least he could speak freely, act as he pleased, unlike others who cowered and trembled in his presence, unable to stand or sit properly. The stronger one gets, the lonelier one becomes. So even a powerful figure like him would occasionally visit remote places, drinking at a humble tavern, enjoying the local customs. And this brief interaction with Mitchell stirred up a long-forgotten feeling within. I have a dog I need to feed. With that, Mitchell picked up the packed food and walked downstairs. Watching Mitchell's back, Avon smiled approvingly. But the black-robed guard couldn't hold back, asking, esteemed one, just a mere mortal. Why? Why waste time? You understand nothing, Avon scolded deeply. At least talking to him feels better than talking to you. The guard looked embarrassed. This mortal must have stumbled upon good luck to gain the esteemed one's favor. You, a mere mortal, would surely be frightened beyond belief if you knew the esteemed one's true identity. Probably peeing your pants? Chapter 280. This is also my bodyguard. But Gerald saw through the black-clothed bodyguard's thoughts in an instant. He said gravely, it's best not to reveal your cultivation level before him, and it's absolutely forbidden to expose my identity. I want to keep him around. Your Excellency, why? The black-clothed bodyguard was confused. Even if you find this mortal interesting and want him by your side, there's no need to hide your identity. Because once he knows who you are, he'll beg to follow you. Whatever you want him to do, he will obediently comply. Are you arguing with me now? Gerald frowned, his voice filled with displeasure. Dare not, sir. The black-clothed bodyguard immediately. The entrance, Mitchell's carriage awaited. By its side, Ed and Barker were waiting. And this is? Gerald asked, looking at Ed curiously. Mitchell scratched his head and improvised. Just like Big Brother, he's my bodyguard. Given the long journey in Nansha, it's safer to have someone along. He feared that Ed's skeletal appearance might frighten others, so he explained it away this way, remembering how Gerald had a similar escort. Oh, I see. Gerald nodded. Since Ed, like Mitchell, appeared to be an ordinary mortal with no cultivation, he didn't think much of it. Instead, he found Barker slightly odd but couldn't figure out why, eventually dropping the gaze. Behind Gerald, however, his black-clothed bodyguard sneered upon hearing Mitchell's words. Bodyguard? Humph. What a laughable comparison. Not only does your Excellency far surpass you, but even comparing these escorts is ridiculous. That short, skeletal figure dares call itself a bodyguard? Acting all serious and wearing a mask, thinking he can be compared just by dressing in black? He dared not express these thoughts openly in front of Gerald, keeping them buried. Following Gerald, the group arrived at the riverside. The scenery was indeed beautiful. A cool breeze swept over the river, with peach blossoms lining both banks. Young ladies strolled leisurely along the stone-paved paths. Boats of various sizes floated gracefully on the river, carrying lovers and scholars. What a picturesque place! Mitchell exclaimed, feeling delighted. Is it satisfying, little brother? Gerald asked with a smile. Satisfying, very satisfying, Mitchell responded gratefully. Thanks a lot, big brother. Let's take a boat ride, Gerald suggested, leading Mitchell towards the shore. Numerous small boats were docked there, available for rent with some gold coins, much like scenic spots from Mitchell's previous life. These boats were small, usually seating 2 or 3 people. So Mitchell's group rented 2 boats. Mitchell, Gerald, and Barker boarded the first boat while the remaining 2 bodyguards took the second. As the 2 small boats drifted into the center of the river, the view became even more pleasant. However, the black-clothed bodyguard looked at Ed across from him with disdain. Who was he to sit in the same boat with a noble like himself? This inferior mortal stood there silently, acting profound, trying to appear deep and mysterious. The bodyguard found Ed's demeanor extremely irksome and wished to reveal his cultivation prowess to terrify the short man. Yet Gerald's orders restrained him. However, a spark flickered in his eyes. He could always play a few tricks on this short man without disobeying orders. Chapter 281. Reaping what one has sown. Lost in thought, he casually took a king-grade pill from his storage ring. Hey, midget, do you know what this is? The Tyler shouted while waving the pill in his hand. However, to his surprise, this could be a great opportunity for you. At this point, the Tyler raised the corner of his mouth again. He couldn't believe it. If tempted this way, how could this midget resist? Finally, Ron turned his gaze toward him. Contrary to expectations, there was no drooling, only disdainful remarks. You've been blabbering about a broken dog biscuit, and even asked me to jump off the boat. Have you lost your mind? Sigh. This sentence nearly choked the Tyler to the point of coughing up blood. Jail and biscuit? You dare call my Hudson-grade pill a dog biscuit? You blind fool. He fumed in rage. However, Ron slowly glanced at him again, speaking calmly. Why would I lie to you? My dog at home usually eats this kind of thing. You. Ron showed complete disregard and even mocked him. This utterly enraged the Tyler. His body trembled, and his eyes flashed with intense anger. You lowly mortal. Even if it risks infuriating the Lord today, I will teach you a lesson. As he spoke, his palm moved, transforming into a sharp claw-like form aiming straight for Ron's neck. To his surprise, just as he was about to grab Ron, the latter slightly tilted his head. The Tyler's face changed drastically. Clearly, he controlled his strength well, but mysteriously, he stumbled forward with a splash and fell into the river. It was that this pill of his failed to draw any attention from the midget. The latter merely glanced at him disdainfully, as if thoroughly looking down upon him. Oh no. The Tyler felt rage burning inside him. He almost exploded on the spot. Could it be that this damned mortal midget actually despised him? Still, he managed to hold back his anger. After all, perhaps this midget simply couldn't recognize what he was holding. Thus, suppressing his anger, he explained directly. Let me tell you clearly, this is a pill, and not just any pill, but a king-grade one. For mortals like you, such a pill is an invaluable treasure. With these words, he turned his gaze towards Ron. He seemed to already visualize how shocked and envious Ron would look once he realized that this was a king-grade pill. After all, although this king-grade pill meant nothing special to him, It was enough to make any mortal green with envy. However, Ron's reaction again defied his expectations. He didn't even spare him a glance. Indeed, after hearing that this was a king-grade pill, the cursed mortal didn't even bother to look at him. This nearly caused the Tyler to go berserk. This was a king-grade pill. Why wasn't the mortal astonished? Why the neglect? Fine, pretend all you want, I'll let you. The Tyler gritted his teeth and took out another pill. This is an Hudson-grade pill. Even emperors fight fiercely over them, unable to get one. Now, if you jump off this boat yourself, I can give you this pill. Isn't this a tremendous opportunity for you? Smirking, the Tyler raised his mouth. He refused to believe that under such temptation, the little mortal in front of him could still hold back. Finally, Ron looked at him, but contrary to expectation, instead of showing greed, there was only contempt in his voice. You are blabbering about a broken piece of dog food, and even telling me to jump off the boat. Are you brain damaged? Hiss. These words almost choked the Tyler into coughing up blood. Jalen food? You dare call my Hudson-grade pill dog food? Blind dog eyes. He yelled angrily, but Ron calmly glanced at him again, saying indifferently, why lie? My dog munches on this stuff all the time. You. Ron's complete disregard and utter humiliation drove the Tyler to the edge. His whole body trembled, his eyes flashing intensely with fury. You lowly mortal, today, even at the risk of infuriating Lord, I will properly teach you a lesson. With that, his palm moved, forming a sharp claw mark aiming straight for Ron's neck. Unexpectedly, right before grabbing Ron, the latter tilted his head carefully from top to bottom. Chapter 282. Sending you a little gourd Ingram. Yet, in the end, he still couldn't figure out anything. How odd. Vlad muttered secretly to himself. Given his own strength as Bruce's guard, even if he concealed his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to slip and fall into the water. Initially, Vlad thought that Bowie was a low-key expert that caused such an outcome, but now it seemed clearly impossible, because no matter how he observed, Bruce's guard was just an ordinary person, as plain as could be. Of course, there was another possibility. That was that Bruce's guard had a power so strong that even Vlad couldn't see through it. But was that possible? Vlad clearly did not think so, because someone who could cover their tracks perfectly in front of him must have been much stronger than him in cultivation. However, this kind of person, Vlad didn't believe would appear in Nansha. It seems that everything is due to your own actions, Vlad scolded seriously. This is the last warning I give you. If you make the same mistake again, you'll stay at Frederickson Cliff by yourself. Bruce was drenched in cold sweat, apologizing repeatedly and promising never to commit the same offense again. At night, Vlad rented a new large boat. On the prow of the boat, four slender, gorgeously dressed young girls surrounded Bruce and Vlad, giggling and laughing, indulging in a feast among blossoms and wine while enjoying the scenery along the river. It was indeed delightful. In the corner of the cabin, Bowie held the dog, watching the scene on the prow with envy in his eyes. Look at them. Now look at me. Why should they be any different? However, what pained Bowie most wasn't just this, because there were many similar boats on the river. And just then, a flower boat of similar size crossed paths with theirs. What happened on the prow of that boat was what truly pierced Bowie's heart. Because on that boat, one person was being surrounded by more than 10 pretty little sisters, playing blind man's bluff. Ha ha ha, I caught them. Just when the boat came closest to Bowie, the blindfolded person suddenly grabbed two little sisters and hugged them, bursting into laughter. This scene made Bowie's heart twist with envy. What annoyed him the most was that the kid on the boat was actually a bald monk. Why? Bowie couldn't help but mutter. Brother, loosen up a bit. I can't breathe, Jalen Wilson gasped for breath. Ah, what a tasteless life. Seeing this, Bowie finally loosened his grip on the dog subconsciously, letting out a heavy sigh filled with sorrow. Seeing this, Bowie finally loosened his grip on the dog subconsciously, letting out a heavy sigh filled with sorrow. The scene on the opposite boat did not escape Mitchell's eyes either. A monk having such a great time. It left him speechless. Little brother, I have something to give you. After 2 cups of wine, Vlad found it easier to chat with Mitchell. He put down his wine cup and took out a jade pendant from his chest. What are you doing, brother? Mitchell looked at the jade pendant in Vlad's hand and asked in confusion. There's nothing much. I just felt we clicked so much that I wanted to give you a gift. Vlad smiled lightly and said casually, Elon. However, when Bruce saw the jade pendant, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but shout out loud. Because others might not know the function of this jade pendant, but he knew it all too well. This was a precious item of high quality. Wearing it could automatically protect the owner, even withstand a hit from a martial venerable level expert. Such an item was extremely rare. Yet the Kobe gave it to a mortal? This instantly made him feel unfair. Vlad glared at Bruce secretly, making him stop speaking. Little brother, remember, always keep this jade pendant with you. In the future, you will understand my intention. Vlad handed the jade pendant to Mitchell and instructed solemnly. However, he didn't explain too much, because he didn't want to put too much pressure on Mitchell, and his purpose was purely out of concern for Mitchell. After all, no matter what, Mitchell was just a mortal, and in this world of cultivation, danger was inevitable. With this jade pendant, it could ensure Mitchell's safety. Brother, you're really too kind, giving me such a keepsake. Mitchell accepted the jade pendant and thanked him immediately. He thought privately that Vlad was indeed very courteous, even making him carry the jade pendant with him. It seemed he was a real man of integrity. However, he also understood the principle of reciprocity. After thinking for a moment, he took out a small wooden carving and placed it on the table. Little brother, what is this? Vlad looked at the small human-shaped wooden carving on the table. Brother, this is a little gourd Ingram I carved, Mitchell smiled. Little gourd Ingram? Vlad looked puzzled. Anyway, it's a trinket. This is also a gift I'm giving you, for our friendship. Carry it with you always, and don't forget about me. Mitchell smiled again and pushed the little gourd Ingram toward Vlad. Vlad was stunned. He knew Mitchell had misunderstood his meaning of carrying it with him. However, he didn't point it out but instead cooperated with Mitchell, smiling. Okay, I'll carry it with me, and I won't forget my little brother. Saying that, he put the little gourd Ingram away. Of course, he only considered it a keepsake in his heart. Chapter 283, The Chaotic Land. Bruce snorted coldly in his heart, harboring hostility towards Mitchell, as if the venerated one's gift to you was just a keepsake. You truly are blind, and when you eventually learn the significance of this jade pendant, it will scare you out of your wits. Over the next 2 days, Avon took Mitchell around the nearby areas. Little brother, tell me, is there anywhere else you want to go? I'll take you, Avon said with a smile. There actually is, but would it be too much trouble for big brother? Mitchell replied sheepishly. No trouble at all, just say where, even if it's in the heavens. As long as my brother is happy, I'll take you, Avon laughed. Then I'll have to trouble big brother. As he spoke, Mitchell took out a map and pointed to a location for Avon. Big brother, it's here. Here. Upon seeing where Mitchell pointed, Avon's expression changed dramatically. Bruce wore a look of disdain. How ignorant. Wanting to go there without considering if he has the qualifications. This place is the entrance to the chaotic land of Nansha. It forms its own small dimension, and it is the only place like it on the entire Xinjiang continent, so it gathers all kinds of rogue cultivators and criminals wanted by major sects across the continent. In short, it's a mix of good and evil, and even some major powers from Nansha do not dare enter lightly. How could a mere mortal like you survive in there? Do you really think you've lived too long? What's wrong, big brother? Is there any trouble? Mitchell asked curiously, noticing Avon's expression. Do you really want to go there, little brother? Avon asked seriously. Life is short. Exploring new places never hurts. Besides, judging from the map, this seems like the only tourist attraction in Nansha, so I might as well visit and check it off my list, Mitchell explained with a smile. Tourist attraction? Avon's expression grew more complex. So his younger brother saw this place as a tourist spot. There was nothing he could say about that. All right, since you want to go, I'll take you, Avon thought for a moment and nodded. Despite thinking Mitchell seemed quite ignorant, he admired or perhaps respected that ignorance. In this world, such innocence was often the most precious thing a person possessed. Thank you, big brother. Mitchell thanked him. Don't be so formal. I'm originally from there, Avon laughed. Since I promised, I'll definitely take you on a tour of this tourist attraction. Clearly, he didn't fully explain everything to Mitchell. He didn't want to dampen Mitchell's enthusiasm and hoped to fulfill his wish. Plus, with his strength, he was confident he could ensure Mitchell's safety even in this chaotic land. Treating it like a tourist spot and taking Mitchell around wouldn't be an issue. The next day, Avon brought Mitchell to the entrance of the chaotic land. Truly a masterpiece of nature. Mitchell marveled as they faced a towering peak with a massive cave at its base. Go through this cave, and you'll reach the place you want to go. I promise you won't be disappointed, Avon smiled. With any mountain gradually turned eerie, enveloped by thickening fog. Avon observed sharply but found nothing unusual, as fog was common here. What troubled him was that Bruce hadn't returned despite the time. This shouldn't happen because Bruce should easily dispatch those people. Little brother, my guard went out earlier and hasn't returned. Let's wait here for a bit. Avon felt a sense of unease and suggested. That's fine, we can wait. Mitchell agreed with a smile, also feeling tired. They waited in place. Yet, Avon did not expect that Bruce still didn't return after a long while. His face finally turned serious. An unpredictable crisis loomed in his mind. He knew Bruce's capabilities, and the delay indicated something significant must have happened. What could it be? Chapter 284, Chaotic 5 Elements. As the ominous feeling grew stronger, Vlad finally couldn't sit still any longer. Little brother, you all stay here and wait for me. I'll go look for him, said Vlad. No problem, Zach brother, please be careful, Mitchell stood up and replied. You don't need to worry about me. Rather, you mustn't move around recklessly. Stay right here and wait for me, understand? Vlad instructed repeatedly. Sure thing, Zach brother, rest assured. Mitchell quickly answered. Seeing Mitchell nod, Vlad heaved a sigh of relief and walked into the mist. He thought the mist might block his sight, but not his spiritual awareness. But the next moment, Denley stepping into the death trap. Instead, someone had deliberately targeted him by first restricting his vision and spiritual awareness using a confusing array, then luring him step by step into a prearranged deadly array. This strategy was indeed flawlessly planned. TSK Vlad, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, you're here. At this moment, 3 figures emerged from the mist, their voices dripping with contempt. It's you, Chaotic 5 Elements? Vlad's expression darkened. That's right, us. You killed our eldest brother back then, and today we've come to seek revenge. One of the men with red hair said. Hmph. Back then, Dane indiscriminately slaughtered innocents, attempting to refine an evil power using 10,000 lives. Though I am no sage, I couldn't stand such behavior. Killing him was doing justice for heaven, Vlad retorted gravely. Besides, Candace, the strongest among you 5, isn't here. Do you truly think the 3 of you can match me? Humph. Still unrepentant at the brink of death, the red-haired man sneered. We don't need our Gave sister to handle you personally. The 3 of us can easily take you on, especially since you're trapped in this death array. Vlad's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Normally, as long as he didn't encounter Candace, he wasn't afraid of these few people. But now, being in the death array, every movement was fraught with danger, making dealing with these 3 extremely difficult. Enough chatter, brothers, let's send him off to the afterlife. The red-haired man, Fire, uttered coldly. Hearing this, Wood took the lead by forming a hand seal. Wood, bind. With a chilling cry, cracks appeared on the ground beneath Vlad. Countless tree roots emerged like serpents, spreading from his legs up to his hands, attempting to tightly bind him. Following Wood, Earth also activated his technique. Earth, gravity overload. A chilly shout later, Vlad felt an enormous pressure. His legs sank into the ground. Under these circumstances, Vlad's face contorted in agony, beads of cold sweat rolling down. The death array already limited his movements, while wood's binding technique and Earth's gravity overload added to his difficulties. Vlad. Repent in hell. Watching Vlad's plight, Fire's face was filled with hatred. With a sinister laugh, he swiftly formed seals. Fire. Inferno flame. As he spoke, a colossal fireball coalesced out of thin air. It shimmered like a scorching sun, brimming with terrifying energy. In that moment, the surrounding temperature soared. The air seemed almost ablaze. Die. Finally, the towering fireball surged towards Vlad. Seeing this, Vlad's eyes widened in horror. Under normal circumstances, he could have countered this attack, but now he was utterly helpless. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Was this how Vlad would meet his end? Would his life really end this way? Chapter 285, A Matter of Life and Death. Boom. Just as things hung by a thread, a sudden explosion echoed. However, this sonic boom did not come from Ricky's attack, but from his own storage ring. At the same moment of the explosion, a brilliant red light appeared before him. In the red light stood a figure. He spread out his arms and legs, forming a cross in midair. On his large head sat a small gourd, with a square face and bright eyes beneath inverted eyebrows. He wore a small vest that was angular, and around his waist was a green leaf. Crack. What is this? Seeing this figure, Vlad was abruptly alarmed. As a Marshall Hudson, he had an exceptional memory and instantly recognized that this person looked exactly like the small wooden figurine Mitchell had given him. To be more precise, the figure standing in front of him now was the very wooden figurine Mitchell had gifted him. Just as he was astonished by the wooden figurine's function, something even more astounding occurred. The gourd Ingram suddenly grew massive, becoming a colossal giant so huge that Vlad could only see his heels. Facing Ricky's lethal attack, a terrifying fight even more absurd. While others might not know, Marshall Hudson's understood that the path to immortality on a mortal river continent had long been severed. This meant it was impossible for celestial beings or experts from the heavenly realm to appear or visit the continent. Suddenly, the giant shrank back into a small wooden figurine and landed at Vlad's feet. Upon closer inspection, Vlad found it had cracked. So that's how it is. Looking at the cracked wooden figurine, Vlad speculated it might have been left behind by an immortal from before the path to immortality was cut off. For some unknown reason, it ended up in the mortal realm and accidentally fell into Mitchell's hands, who then gave it to him as a keepsake, ultimately saving his life. This also explained why the figurine had cracked after performing its function once. Its power had likely diminished over time, and the recent display exhausted whatever power it retained. Brother, you sure had good luck. I intended to give you something for protection, yet it was your gift that saved my life. Vlad laughed bitterly. Nonetheless, this could be considered a case of good deeds leading to good rewards. Had he not given Mitchell the jade pendant, Mitchell wouldn't have given him this figurine, thus saving his life. Having thought through everything, he carefully put away the figurine and regained his composure. Although the immediate threat from Ricky and the others was eliminated, the danger of being with him far exceeded his expectations. After Ricky and the others died, he had tried many times but remained unable to deal with this killing formation. Even for an Hudson martial artist like him, who did not dare to move a single step within this formation, it would mean certain death for a mortal like Mitchell to barge in. Additionally, such a killing formation could neither be touched nor seen. So Vlad hurriedly shouted, "Brother, don't come over here. There's a killing formation." "What is it?" Mitchell cupped his ear and shouted. "There's a killing formation." Vlad shouted back. "What needle?" Mitchell shouted again. "A killing formation." Vlad's face became even more anxious. What kind of kill what? Mitchell still didn't hear clearly. Killing formation, killing formation, killing formation. Vlad was practically stomping in frustration. But Mitchell, still unable to hear clearly, scratched his head. It's just talking. Why should it be so exhausting? Why not just walk over directly? Thinking about this, he ignored Vlad's shouts and walked straight toward him. Seeing this, Vlad's expression darkened. He silently cursed that everything was finished. Imagining how Mitchell was about to die horribly under the influence of the killing formation, he showed a look filled with grief. But unexpectedly, Mitchell walked through unobstructed. This sight instantly stunned Vlad. Why was this happening? Why was the killing formation ineffective against Mitchell? Could it be that Mitchell wasn't within the scope of the killing formation yet, hence it hadn't been triggered? However, just as he thought this, he suddenly found a face right in front of him. In his absent-mindedness, Mitchell had already walked up to him. Mitchell patted his shoulder and said with a grin, brother, why are you standing here dazed? I've searched for you so much, but you're quite smart. Knowing that wandering around in thick fog can get you lost, you waited here." Snap. At that moment, Vlad's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. His gaze on Mitchell was akin to seeing a ghost. If Mitchell's previous steps hadn't reached the killing formation's range, then surely Mitchell standing before him now couldn't still be outside its influence, right? Yet, Mitchell was perfectly fine. It wasn't that he wished anything bad upon Mitchell. It was simply that this made no sense to him. Clearly, even a slight movement triggered powerful formation attacks that left even an expert like himself hesitant to make any moves. Yet a mere mortal could walk freely without hindrance? This thoroughly confused Vlad. It was completely illogical. Even considering the small wooden sculpture from earlier, he had entertained the hypothesis that Mitchell might be some incomprehensible super expert, but even that didn't fit. Because regardless of how powerful a super expert was, they would still trigger the killing formation's attack. At best, their strength allowed them. "How's it going, brother? Have you found your guard?" Mitchell asked. Vlad's gaze slightly dimmed as he shook his head. This was clearly a killing setup targeting him, and even he relied on Mitchell's wooden sculpture to escape. Bruce likely met a tragic end. Thinking of the wooden sculpture, Vlad considered whether to tell Mitchell about what happened and acknowledge that Mitchell's gift saved his life. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Oh hada guate de guate de gua. But watching Mitchell stroll along carefree, humming a tune that left him speechless, he abandoned the idea. Because telling Mitchell about what happened would mean revealing everything, including his cultivation level and identity. Regardless of whether it would shock Mitchell, he needed to consider if Mitchell would still maintain this relationship after knowing his true identity and cultivation level. Thus, he chose not to say anything. As for the gratitude for saving his life with the wooden sculpture, he would keep it in mind and find an opportunity to repay the favor. Don't worry, brother, your guard is probably fine. Maybe he's like you, afraid of getting lost and staying put. Once the fog clears, he will come back on his own, Mitchell smiled, comforting him. Let's hope so. Vlad forced a laugh. Actually, what he was most concerned about wasn't Bruce, but another person who hadn't appeared yet, Adelie. A Selena who even frightened Vlad. Vlad admitted that among the entire chaotic region, there were few people he feared, but Adelie definitely counted as one. To exaggerate, if not for his dignity, he'd avoid her altogether. Based on Frederick Shing's behavior, since Ricky and the other two appeared in this mountain, Adelie must also be in this mountain. Note, the characters' names are presented in pinyin format as per the user's request. Chapter 287. Who might you be? Since that Selena is in this mountain, it means that I will eventually encounter her. Without even considering Florence's death, if that Selena knows that Jacob, Ricky, and Iter are already dead, a confrontation between us would certainly be a fight to the death. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He had no confidence when facing that Selena. Under a tree, Unkit sat on the muddy ground out of boredom. Sigh. So boring, he sighed, taking out a bead from his pocket and tossing it around. Brother, don't sigh. Let me entertain you, said a centipede emerging from his sleeve with a flattering tone. It then stood up and rolled the bead in circles. You Justino, you look like a dung beetle rolling its poop ball. There's nothing interesting about it. Save your effort. Unkit waved him off. Brother, isn't this what I do to cheer you up when you're bored? Justino the centipede fawned. If you're really unhappy, why not play with me? Unkit rolled his eyes at Justino, saying irritably, what's the point of playing with you? What I want is a girl you understand. Ah, come to think of it, I haven't touched a girl for who knows how long. As they chatted lazily, a figure emerged from the fog, Bruce, who had been away for a long time. Phew, finally found someone. This fog is highly unusual. Bruce heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had finished his task earlier, the fog blocked his sight and senses, making it impossible for him to find Vlad and the others. However, upon realizing the person he found was Unkit, his expression immediately turned grim. Hey, dwarf, where's my master? Bruce asked coldly. Unkit glanced at him and ignored him entirely. Instantly, Bruce's face flared with anger. That dwarf, fine. The matter on the river can be forgotten, but ignoring me now really ignited my fury. Just as he thought about teaching Unkit a lesson while no one was around, a tall figure slowly walked out of the fog. She was provocatively dressed, with stunning features. The most eye-catching thing was her silver hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. This Selena caused Bruce's complexion to change drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. He never imagined meeting this Selena here. Bruce has met Candace Element Ancestor. Not knowing you were here, I have offended. I shall leave immediately. Bruce stiffly bowed and looked at Unkit, gesturing him to leave urgently. Dwarf, quick, follow me. However, Unkit seemed deaf, gazing at the approaching Selena dumbfounded, murmuring, what a beautiful girl. If she could spend a night with me? Bruce almost lost his soul hearing Unkit's words. At that moment, he wished he could strangle Unkit. The audacious little dwarf didn't realize who stood before them, yet dared speak so disrespectfully. Sweating profusely, Bruce hurriedly smiled apologetically at the Selena. Ancestor, I'll take him away immediately. Speaking, he grabbed Unkit's hand to drag him away, but before he could step forward, the Selena spoke with amusement. You are part of Vlad's group, right? Bruce froze as if struck by lightning, a bitter smile on his face. He thought this Selena didn't recognize him, giving him a chance to escape with Unkit. However, she immediately identified him. Given the animosity between Lord Supreme and this Selena, escaping would be impossible. Indeed, Ancestor has keen eyesight, Bruce admitted, abandoning any thoughts of escape and turning to laugh. Yet, the Selena paid no attention to Bruce but stared straight at the bead in Unkit's hand. She had been drawn here by the aura emanating from the bead. The second-rank fiend Hudson's demon core, and a water attribute one at that, a rare treasure indeed. Ancestor, I will stay, but this dwarf beside me is just a mortal who happens to be traveling the same route. Could you let him go? Bruce requested, also whispering to Unkit, Dwarf, though I've never liked you, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'll try my best to help you escape. If you make it out, find my master and tell him what happened here. If you can't find him, leave this place immediately and never come back. Still, the Selena ignored Bruce, her eyes locked on the bead in Unkit's hand. Then, she slowly lifted her flawless legs and walked toward Unkit. Seeing this, Bruce stepped in front of Unkit, pleading, Ancestor, I told you, he's just a mortal, uninvolved in our matters. Please let him go. Irritating. The Selena showed impatience. As she spoke, a water droplet appeared in midair, condensing into a transparent palm that slapped Bruce fiercely across the face. Instantly, Bruce fell backward, eyes wide open, foaming at the mouth. What use is a waste like you? Trying to gain some sense of existence? Does he need you to help plan an escape? The Selena disdainfully glanced at Bruce before turning to Unkit, narrowing her eyes and asking, Who might you be? Chapter 288. Do you think you're a god? Bruce, who was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, stared with wide eyes. What was this Selena talking about? Did she mean this shorty was stronger than him? How was that possible? Such a situation, he still dared to flirt with her, and so amateurishly? Bruce, still lying on the ground foaming, wanted to die. This shorty truly took an unconventional path. He wasn't sure whether to admire or pity the foolhardiness. Seeing Unkit's earnest expression, Adelie awkwardly smiled. Elon, please don't joke around like this. Let's get straight to the point. I want the pearl in your hand. So, can you let me have it? She fixed her piercing gaze on Unkit. Today, she was determined to obtain this demon core. If he willingly gave it to her, all would be well. But if not, even though she couldn't discern his cultivation, she would have no choice but to force it from him. Ah, so Emery likes this pearl, Unkit replied. Sure, as long as you spend a night with me, chat, and drink some wine, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, Adelie's expression changed several times. She now realized that this black-robed man was indeed unique. Since that was the case, why not play along for a bit? Alright, I agree. Can you give me the pearl now? Adelie raised her lips in a slow smile. Of course, Unkit happily said, handing over the demon core without hesitation and also passing the flower. Grasping the demon core in her hand, Adelie wore an incredulous look. She never expected to actually obtain the demon core so easily. She had only tried playing along with this black-robed man. Leave. We agreed to spend the night together. Where's the trust between people? He placed his right hand over his heart and staggered backward. Pain. True heartache. Finally, he understood the pain of being deceived and hurt by a Selena. You must be joking. Escaping one danger is lucky enough. You really thought she'd spend the night with you, a commoner? Do you know who she is? Bruce rolled his eyes. But Unkit ignored him, his anger rising. No, that damn Selena. She promised to stay with me. I must bring her back. His hand lifted effortlessly, and he shouted, Come back to me, damn it. Bruce sneered at Unkit. By now, he realized this shorty was indeed clueless. Could he really bring Adelie back with just lifting a hand? Do you think you're a god or something? Chapter 289. Continue the music, continue the dance. The next moment, Bruce was stunned. Through the thick mist, a familiar figure was flying back in reverse. Immediately grabbed by Ewan. Snap. Bruce felt breathless, as if he couldn't breathe. His throat felt like it had a fishbone stuck in it, unable to utter a word for a long time. His eyes widened with shock, almost popping out of his sockets. Did this short man casually lift his hand and really grab Adelie back? This scene appeared so unreal to Bruce. It completely overturned his perception. But the fact was right before his eyes, seen with his own eyes. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, it couldn't be f***ing an angry voice. Watching this, Adelie shivered all over. Knowing that the demon core was the hardest part of a demon beast, being crushed by a single hand, would crushing her be just as easy? She immediately knelt down, trembling and begging for mercy. Predecessor, please forgive my blindness. Your junior will do anything to appease your anger. I want you to serve me. Ewan said furiously. Yes. As long as predecessor isn't upset, I'm willing to do anything, Adelie hastily replied. Humph, this is better. Ewan's anger diminished by half. Then he sat on a stone, leisurely leaning against a tree trunk, waving his hand and saying, First, dance for this heartless one. This made Adelie's face turn difficult. Demonstrating martial arts would be fine, but dancing? Wasn't that asking for her life? And most importantly, she didn't know how to dance. However, from beneath the black robe came an angry voice. Adelie trembled, biting her red lips and hardening her resolve, twisting her water-like waist, awkwardly dancing before Ewan. To the side, Bruce was dumbfounded. This was Adelie, a person even his respected superior feared. Now please forgive me. Then apologize immediately. Dell leapt up. Not apologizing means you're not respecting me, and disrespecting me means you're not respecting my brother. Adelie was livid, but, looking at Ewan, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly bowed. Apologies, your majesty, it was my fault. That's better. Dell was smug, then added, Oh, quickly say, who do you love? I. At this moment, Adelie almost cried, but sensing the pressure from Ewan, she forced herself to say, Love heartless predecessor. Ewan soared to heaven with this statement, gently stroking Nightwind's hard shell, nodding and saying slowly, Good, little centipede, deeply satisfying. Dell stood proudly, chest puffed out, contentedly, then shifted his gaze to Bruce, shouting, Ingram, answer me. Who's the most handsome? Bruce startled, instantly replying, Reporting to your majesty, Heartless is the most handsome. Good, you know how to handle things. Dell nodded approvingly. Ewan also felt fulfilled, waving his hand, Continue the music, continue the dance. After a short journey, Mitchell and Avon finally caught up with the dog near Ewan. Though Avon tried to hide it, Mitchell noticed something was off. Brother, you don't look too good. Mitchell asked. I'm fine. Avon forced a smile, but deep in his eyes lingered a serious expression. Because Adelie wasn't appearing, he couldn't feel at ease. This big trouble takes so long to return. Begging your majesty's pardon, the sudden fog in the mountains blocked all my senses, causing the delay, Bruce replied with his head bowed. This kind of fog has never been heard of before. It must be extraordinary. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Vlad said grimly. Ah, have you already discovered something, your majesty? Bruce hurriedly asked. Not only did I discover clues, this was clearly aimed at us, Vlad said somberly. Then, he recounted the ambush by the killers and the appearance of Ricky and his group. Damn Ricky and his people. They actually dared to plot against your majesty. Bruce's face showed anger. Ricky and the others are dead now, which doesn't matter much. What troubles me is the Margot who hasn't shown up yet. Vlad sighed. Margot's attacks are unpredictable, and his realm is higher than mine. As long as this threat remains, I can't rest easy. So, I have a task for you. Once the fog clears, quickly lead Mitchell and the others out of here. If Margot comes after us, I fear they will be implicated. Bruce's expression changed, and he responded deeply, Your Majesty, regarding Margot, perhaps you are overthinking this. Humph, what do you mean by overthinking? Vlad barked. Until you reach my level of cultivation, you won't understand how formidable Margot is. I've always taught you not to underestimate enemies, especially difficult ones like Margot. Your Majesty, you might not believe me, but the current Margot is no longer a serious threat, Bruce replied with a meaningful look. What do you mean? Vlad asked sternly. Why don't you take a closer look at the Selena massaging his legs? Bruce suggested calmly. The Selena massaging his legs? Vlad turned his head to glance at the Selena whose back was visible, then asked gruffly, "What's so special about a Selena? Speak up. I have no patience for riddles. Trust me, your majesty. If you take a good look, you'll be surprised," Bruce said with meaning. Humph. Annoyed, Vlad couldn't understand why Bruce was still playing games. But seeing Bruce's insistent manner, he approached curiously to see the Selena. She looked quite beautiful indeed. But despite her beauty, she seemed like an ordinary Selena. So what was so significant about her? Wait, suddenly, it hit him. He blinked, staring at her again. This is? What the hell? Upon fully recognizing her face, Vlad, who had been annoyed a moment ago, let out a string of profanities and leaped up in shock. It was Margot. The Selena massaging the legs was Margot. How is this possible? His mind reeled as if struck by thunder. More astonishingly, Margot lifted her head to glance at him briefly, revealing a look of intense frustration, before lowering it again and continuing to massage the guard's legs. What the hell is going on here? Vlad was utterly bewildered. Was this still the Margot that kept him sleepless? He rushed to Bruce's side, pulling him aside and asked anxiously, "Tell me what happened? How did this happen?" Seeing Vlad's urgency, Bruce smiled bitterly. He had anticipated this reaction. Even he, as a witness, still found it unbelievable. Then, under Vlad's anxious gaze, Bruce recounted everything that had happened. What? After listening, Vlad sucked in a breath sharply. With just a casual hand gesture, Mitchell's guard had retrieved Margot from wherever she had fled. Such prowess was unheard of, even for a man of his stature. This meant that Mitchell's guard was a hidden powerhouse. So who exactly was this younger brother of his? To have such a powerful protector, was it mere chance, or was there more to it? Just as he was pondering, he heard Mitchell shouting curses. Filthy dog, you deserve this treatment." Turning their heads towards the sound, both Vlad and Bruce witnessed something truly unbelievable. Chapter 291. Turns out I'm the younger brother. Ronnie was seen stomping on Willie's black robe, pressing him down with his feet. "You, Kobe, I was wrong. I'll never dare again." Willie had none of the carefree demeanor he had earlier. Clinging to Ronnie's leg, he made wailing sounds. This scene stunned Vlad and his companion into stone. Was this really the same black-robed man who so effortlessly tamed Adelie? And he appeared so meek before Ronnie? Then what about Ronnie? What? The mere thought left Vlad shaken to the core. To confirm his suspicions, he could no longer hold back. Gathering his courage, he approached Ronnie. "Bro." He fumbled with his lips, finding himself unable to address Ronnie as a junior. After kicking Willie to the ground, Ronnie smiled gently and asked, "Brother, is there something you need?" Vlad hesitated, then pulled out the small wooden figurine Ronnie had given him. "I wanted to ask where this wood carving came from." "Brother, your memory isn't good, remember? I said I carved it myself." Ronnie laughed. Vlad was struck by surprise. Though Ronnie had indeed told him before that he had carved it himself, he hadn't taken it seriously. Now, Ronnie's reconfirmation made him consider its authenticity. Still, he found it hard to believe. Could this mild-mannered youth he had spent turn scarlet with shame? To think, he even gave Ronnie a jade pendant for protection, not realizing that anything Ronnie took out could protect him. Ironically, when Ronnie treated this chaotic land like a tourist attraction, Vlad had thought him naive. Now, it seemed chaos was truly just a place for sightseeing in Ronnie's eyes. "Senior, it's my fault." Kobe Vlad lacks insight. "If I've offended you in any way, please let me make amends." Vlad bowed reverently. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ronnie hurriedly helped him up, his face stern. "Why did you suddenly call me senior?" "Yes, my carving skills are good, but we shouldn't distance ourselves over this." "You." Looking at Ronnie, Vlad felt deeply moved. "Brother, it's rare to find such a good friend. If you become distant because of my little skill, maybe I shouldn't have given you those figurines," Ronnie said sternly. Hearing this, Vlad felt even more moved. Suddenly, he understood. Ronnie's feelings towards him now were the same as his initial feelings towards Ronnie. For great masters often felt lonely. It wasn't easy to find someone worth confiding in, especially when accustomed to flattery. Now, it was Vlad who was the interesting person in Ronnie's eyes. All right, Vlad sighed inwardly. Ronnie didn't want to reveal everything. So, he wouldn't either. He must play along and remain this interesting person. These structures were ingeniously designed to perfectly blend with the natural landscape. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Mitchell couldn't help but marvel. This place was a perfect combination of nature's craftsmanship and human ingenuity. "Haha, little brother, I'm glad you like it," Avon laughed loudly. However, after learning Mitchell's true identity, calling him little brother required considerable courage. Soon after, Avon led Mitchell to a small courtyard within the city. Inside the courtyard, there was a waterfall streaming beside pavilions and terraces. "Haha, Zach brother, do you have any wine?" Mitchell couldn't resist sitting down on a stone bench and asked. "Wine? Yes, today I'll let you drink your fill." Avon promptly ordered various fine wines to be served, along with a group of young women to entertain them with dances. After sharing a cup with Avon, Mitchell glanced at the dispirited Ed sitting nearby. His heart softened slightly, feeling a bit remorseful for having been too rough earlier. Despite how troublesome Ed could be, after all these days together, Mitchell had grown fond of him. "Didn't I hurt you anywhere just now?" Mitchell pulled Ed aside, feeling his bones through the black robe while asking. Ed shook his head but still looked utterly aggrieved. "Since we've come to such a wonderful place, why don't you go explore a bit yourself?" Mitchell took out a money pouch, counted it, and with some pain, handed it over to Ed. "Get lost." Seeing this, Ed's spirits soared. He eagerly accepted the pouch. Observing this, Avon's eyes flickered. Although the hooded figure seemed submissive before Mitchell, he wasn't someone to be easily offended either. "Bruce, take this brother for a tour around the city," Avon hurriedly instructed. "Yes, sir." Bruce nodded immediately, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and acknowledging his past short-sightedness. At this moment, Ed beamed with joy, beckoning the dog eagerly before following Bruce out of the courtyard. Haha, sorry to trouble you, Zach brother. It's just us two now, let's drink our fill. Mitchell lifted his wine cup with a smile. Alright, let's drink our fill. Avon raised his cup as well. Avon, so you've really returned. Just as they were enjoying their drinks, a voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Upon hearing this, Avon's expression changed slightly. He put down his wine cup and said hastily, Old brother. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Zach brother. Mitchell smiled, giving his consent. With Mitchell's nod, Avon hurriedly walked out. Outside the gate stood a beautiful Selena in a long dress and a gray-robed old man. Why are you shouting here? Avon grumbled irritably. Speak up, what do you want? That? Vlad angrily swung his sleeves and was about to leave. However, the Selena in the long dress became even more interested upon seeing Vlad's behavior. She hurriedly stopped him and asked curiously, Vlad, I've known you for so many years, but I've never seen you act like this. Let me tell you right now, I won't leave until you tell me who this young man is. You. Vlad looked at the Selena with anger on his face, but he knew her personality well. Turning back, he grunted angrily, I can tell you, but you had better not speak of it. Leave quickly once you know. Oh, just say it, don't keep us in suspense. The long-dressed Selena, whose interest had been thoroughly piqued, promptly asked. Vlad glanced at Mitchell who was drinking alone in the courtyard, took a deep breath, and then solemnly said, although you can't see through his cultivation level, he is absolutely a super terrifying existence. I even suspect he isn't a Hicks, Hudson of martial arts, at all. Not a Hicks? The long-dressed Selena was slightly shocked and incredulous. Could he possibly be a celestial from the heavens? Exactly. Vlad nodded seriously. But, wasn't the path to immortality severed? In this present day, where would an immortal come from in Xinjiang continent? The Selena inquired suspiciously. Who can say for sure, but I feel he is an immortal. Vlad's words were full of certainty, because if not an immortal, the more you want me to leave, the more I'll refuse. The long-dressed Selena grinned, lifting the corner of her mouth. Today, I must meet this immortal brother of yours. You. Vlad seethed with anger. Why get so angry, Vlad? Regardless of whether we believe it or not, even if he really is an immortal, introducing us isn't overstepping, right? The long-dressed Selena continued. After all, hosting 3 people is always more considerate than one person doing it alone. Wouldn't you agree? Vlad frowned. Her point wasn't without reason. More importantly, he knew her character. If she didn't get what she wanted, she probably wouldn't leave. Instead of letting her stir up trouble uncontrollably here, it might be better to agree. Fine, but I'll ask him first. He must agree, Vlad said in a deep voice before walking back into the inner courtyard. Brother, I have 2 old friends who heard you're here and want to meet you. What do you think? Vlad asked. Oh, that's very kind of them. Bring them in quickly. Mitchell smiled. All right. With that, Vlad returned to the outer courtyard. Well, the long-dressed Selena inquired. My brother agreed to meet you, but before that, there are some things I must tell you up front, Vlad explained sternly. First, you must be respectful when facing him. Second, he conceals his identity, and I pretend to be an ordinary human in front of him. Even though he understands this, you mustn't expose it. Do you understand? Otherwise, don't blame me, Vlad, for turning my back on you. All right, no problem, the long-dressed Selena agreed. You go, I'll stay behind. The gray-clothed Gage, who had been silent all along, expressionlessly refused, clearly uninterested. You old coot, other than that dilapidated chessboard of yours, what else interests you? The long-dressed Selena remarked irritably. The gray-clothed Gage remained expressionless. Come on, we must go today, the long-dressed Selena insisted firmly. Indeed, since I've agreed with the brother, let's go together. It won't hurt, Vlad persuaded from the side. Upon hearing this, the gray-clothed Gage finally nodded silently. Finally, Vlad led the 2 into the inner courtyard and to the table. The gray-clothed Gage remained impassive, as if Mitchell being an immortal meant nothing to him. However, the long-dressed Selena lifted the corner of her mouth. She was eager to see just how much this immortal brother of Vlad actually measured up. Chapter 294, Do we know each other well? Brother Mitchell, this is immortal Kylie, Avon introduced. Hello. Mitchell saluted with a fist gesture. Hello. The beautiful Selena in the long dress smiled. Kylie enough? Avon finally lost patience and slammed down his cup. Why are you so anxious, Avon? I was just making conversation with your brother here. Kylie shot back at Avon, then turned with a smile towards Mitchell, gently asking, So, Brother E, do you agree with me? You're right. Mitchell smiled, his expression also deepening. So, what exactly are your talents? Kylie pressed. Indeed, quite a few. Mitchell answered. Oh, if that's the case, show us one of them? Kylie pretended to be expectant. However, Mitchell lifted his head and countered. Why should I show you my skills? And how does my talent concern you? Moreover, do we know each other well? 3 consecutive questions stunned Kylie on the spot. Her face darkened considerably. Sharp eyes flickered with barely concealed anger. She had realized by now that this young man wasn't anything special except for having a large temper, and she hadn't expected anyone to speak to her like this. If not for Avon's sake, she would have already taken action. Himph, continue drinking. I'm leaving. Kylie huffed and left. No need to see me off. Avon grunted angrily, feeling extremely uneasy, regretting that he agreed to Kylie coming along. But Mitchell didn't spare even a glance at her departure. Since she came in, she'd been behaving oddly. For Avon's sake, he tolerated it. But when she overstepped, treating him like a things. Outside the courtyard, Kylie's anger hadn't subsided. She couldn't understand why Avon treated her impatiently for someone else's sake, even scolding her. She could accept if that person were an actual expert, but just an ordinary person. Furthermore, when she said she'd leave, they really let her go without chasing after her. Could this ordinary person be more important than her? Thinking about it made her angrier. Fine, Avon, I won't ever visit you again. Seeing that he didn't care at all about her leaving, she stomped her foot in anger and stormed away. At this moment, a gentle melody wafted out from the inner courtyard. Chapter 295. I won't let you hear it. When the music entered her ears, Calyxian, who was leaving in a huff, froze in place. Is this? Could it be that this is actually the power of the Great Way? She gaped with her eyes wide open, shivering uncontrollably. Her eyes flashed with disbelief. Calyxian was renowned for her skills in playing the zither in this chaotic land, and held the title of Divine Zither Empress. So when she heard the music, she instantly sensed the profound power of the Great Way woven into the melody. The power of the Great Way. It was something all Marshall Hudsons aspired to attain. Because at the stage of Marshall Hudson, one inadvertently stirring up trouble. Avon was right. Anyone with such prowess was undoubtedly an immortal. However, at this moment, she didn't have time to ponder further. She strained her ears to listen intently to the music, feeling the power of the Great Way because it was too important to her. Due to the great distance, the music here was faint and intermittent. Thinking of this, she quickly moved her body and hurried back to the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, Avon was also instantly stunned. He, too, clearly felt the power of the Great Way embedded in the music. However, frustratingly, apart from affecting his mental state, it had little use for him. Kimball, who had been meditating with closed eyes, showed little interest in everything and opened his eyes, looking at Mitchell slightly in surprise before quickly closing them again, ignoring everything around him. Meanwhile, Calyxian finally returned to the inner courtyard. Now, the music was unmistakable, resonating sharply in her ears, immediately immersing her in its depths. Especially the rich power of the Great Way mingled in the melody. It felt overwhelming. This thrilled her to no end. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, because she had been stuck at a critical juncture for a long time. But now this last step was almost within reach. And the power of the Great Way in front of her was the key to breaking through. Soon. Just a bit more. Calyxian clenched her fists, eagerly anticipating this moment. But then, the music abruptly stopped. Calyxian, who was at the crucial moment, was momentarily dumbfounded, coming to her senses with a start, shouting in shock with a pale face, "Why did it stop?" Just as she instinctively voiced her confusion, her eyes met Mitchell's meaningful gaze. "Do you want to hear?" "I won't let you hear." Mitchell snorted coldly, folding his arms behind his back as he rose and returned to the dining table. Earlier, Mitchell noticed this Selena running back seemed to be a lover of music. "Fine. Since you love listening, I'll make sure you can't hear it, just to annoy you." After all, he hadn't forgotten how arrogantly this Selena had treated him earlier. Every word and action revealed her disdain. Who said men don't hold grudges? I do. If you don't treat me well, don't expect me to treat you nicely either. Even out of respect for Avon, Mitchell still thought this way since she hadn't shown any consideration for Avon either. Chapter 296. Fate cannot be defied. Upon hearing this, immortal Kylie's face turned ashen. She abruptly stepped back, biting her lip hard with a look full of regret. Inwardly, she cursed herself for failing to recognize the great opportunity just now. Earlier, she simply could not believe what Avon had said. After all, since the path to immortality was severed, his claims seemed too far-fetched and almost impossible to accept, completely reversing their established beliefs. Therefore, if it weren't for witnessing it herself, she wouldn't have believed it even if her own father told her. But who would have thought that such an unfathomable event would happen right before her eyes? Avon also looked uncomfortable on the side. Knowing that immortal Kylie cultivated through music, he was well aware of how impactful Mitchell's music was for her. But what could he say now? He could only sigh, thinking it was her own fault. After being in a daze for a while, with a downcast expression, immortal Kylie gathered her courage to approach the table and poured a glass of wine. Before she finished speaking, Avon gave her a stern look. Immediately realizing her mistake, she turned to Mitchell with a guilty expression. Brother, I was blind just now and offended you. This glass of wine is an apology. Please do not hold a grudge against me." Finishing the toast in one go, Kylie's actions left Mitchell pleasantly surprised and impressed. "All right." After a brief hesitation, Mitchell nodded. Since she could be so magnanimous, he didn't want to appear petty. "Ha ha ha, it was a misunderstanding. Let's all sit down." Coldly, "Not anyone can touch my chess. Besides, I don't waste my time unnecessarily." Mitchell's expression darkened. First Kylie, and now this old man. What kind of people are these? It's fine that you refuse to play, but can you at least show some respect when talking? Shangfu, however, remained engrossed in his chess, ignoring Mitchell completely. Tired of embarrassing himself, Mitchell asked Avon where the bathroom was and quickly went to relieve himself. No sooner had Mitchell left than Avon and Kylie scolded the old man. "Old man, what are you doing?" Avon spoke sternly. Shangfu continued to ignore them, focused on his chessboard. "I'm talking to you," Avon yelled angrily. "Don't you understand who my brother is?" "Understood." Shangfu replied expressionlessly. "Then why did you say that?" Kylie also scolded. "So what?" Lifting his head, Jackson replied, "Whether he is an immortal or a deity, what does it matter to me?" You. Kylie was furious. "He respected you and wanted to play chess with you. Why are you putting on that ugly face? I nearly offended him already. Must you offend him too?" "It doesn't matter about offending," Jackson replied coldly. "My chessboard isn't for everyone. I only play with masters. No matter who he is, if his chess skills aren't up to par, it would be disrespectful to my chessboard." "But how do you know he isn't skilled?" Avon asked. "A person can only excel in one art. His Qin skills are already heavenly, so it's impossible for him to achieve mastery in another. That's the will of fate," Jackson said expressionlessly. Hearing this, both Avon and Kylie felt uncomfortable. Unfortunately, there was truth in what he said. However, they couldn't help feeling uneasy remembering how he dismissed Mitchell. Avon then coldly said, "Old man, forget your rules. When my brother comes back, you must play one game with him. Otherwise, don't blame me." "Agreed, he must play one game." Kylie echoed, feeling terrible for disrespecting Mitchell. She didn't want this distinguished figure to experience further discomfort in their small world. Jackson looked at them, remaining silent for a long time before reluctantly nodding. Soon, Mitchell returned from the bathroom. Avon and Kylie greeted him with smiles. Brother, that old man has a strange personality. Don't mind him. Come, let's see you play one game. Glancing at the zombie-like old man, Mitchell wasn't keen on playing, but seeing Avon and Kylie's enthusiasm and considering his unfinished goal, he reluctantly agreed. Setting up the chessboard, Jackson glanced at Mitchell and said expressionlessly, "Let me be clear. I won't give you any special treatment based on who you are, and this will be the only game." This comment ignited Mitchell's anger. Fun. You should give my brother some leeway. He's just here to entertain you. Don't make him too embarrassed. Himph. In response to Vlad's reminder, Kimball only gave a cold snort. This made Vlad's face darken with frustration, cursing inwardly at Kimball for being unreasonable. But he knew Kimball's temper. Asking him to hold back during a game was harder than asking for his life. So, all they could do was hope that Mitchell would last a bit longer against Kimball without losing too badly or causing awkwardness. However, they didn't expect Kimball to become even less patient and showed no intention of going easy on Mitchell. "Give up now, or I don't have the time to waste on you," Kimball said emotionlessly. "That won't take long. It will be done soon." Mitchell responded expressionlessly, then placed the chess piece on the board. After the move, Mitchell stood up and walked back to the table where they had been drinking. "You have some self-awareness," Kimball commented indifferently. Not expecting Mitchell to admit defeat so quickly, he withdrew his gaze from the chessboard. Seeing this, Vlad and Kylie felt embarrassed. Though they knew Mitchell would lose, they hadn't anticipated such a swift defeat. They hurriedly sat next to Mitchell, laughing nervously. "Brother, it's okay. You lost a game of chess, nothing more." Indeed, Kylie quickly added. "An old man is quite skilled, unmatched in the whole city, so it's normal to lose to him. Come, let's continue drinking." He had lost. Reflecting on Mitchell's seemingly chaotic previous moves, they actually turned out to be strategic. On the side, Vlad and Kylie also noticed the subtleties. They simultaneously drew in a sharp breath, never expecting that Mitchell's skills in chess, apart from his musical talent, were so profound. Thinking Mitchell had lost, they were shocked to find that Kimball was the one who had lost. This unexpected turn of events left them incredulous. What astonished the three of them even more was not just this. If Mitchell's pieces were connected, it would be clear that the entire chessboard transformed into an expansive star map, with deep and profound auras circulating within it. The power of the Great Tao. Once again, the power of the Great Tao. Phew. At this moment, all three almost went crazy. It was supposed to be that one could only excel in one field. So why did Mitchell's chess still contain such powerful forces of the Great Tao beyond music? This was against all logic. Unable to help themselves, Vlad and Kylie exchanged glances, seeing the intense shock in each other's eyes. Though they couldn't understand why Mitchell could master two different paths, it was evident now that they had underestimated him before. It was laughable that they had comforted Mitchell, fearing he would be unhappy about losing a game of chess. "You said it." Kimball's face was red with embarrassment as he hurriedly explained. "The previous game benefited me greatly. I was short-sighted then. I retract my words and hope Senior will play another game with me." "Can you take back what you said so easily?" Mitchell sneered with disdain. Kimball's expression darkened, but he continued bowing. "I was wrong, and I hope Senior can give me another opportunity for exchange." "No." Mitchell refused directly, uncourteously saying, "Your skill is worse than old Jonathan who sells tofu in my hometown market. You aren't fit to talk about exchanges with me." "Humph, I don't have time to waste on you. Go play with yourself." Saying this, Mitchell waved his hand and ignored him completely. Mitchell believed in reciprocity. Those who respected others deserved respect in return, and those who disrespected others deserved the same treatment. Kimball had initially acted arrogantly, leading Mitchell to think he was very skilled, even hoping for some experience in chess from him. Now, however, Mitchell saw him as merely a living caricature. Mitchell's harsh words caused Kimball's face to turn red with shame. Spitting out blood, Kimball collapsed onto the ground, his face deathly pale and filled with despondency. Mitchell's comment about him being incompetent had shattered his Tao heart. Chapter 299. The Mystical Kobe. Looking at Kimball's appearance, the two people beside him wore complex expressions. Especially Kylie. She and Kimball were in the same predicament. Originally, they both had a great opportunity but lost it due to their short-sightedness. Even worse, Kimball's Tao heart was shattered because of this. If he couldn't move on from it, his achievements for the rest of his life would likely stagnate. At the entrance of the chaotic land, in the sky stood two figures, one male and one female. The Selena wore a long black dress. The man was about 60 years old, dressed in a Taoist robe. "Exactly what did Birch do to you? Why are you so furious?" The Gagely Taoist couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, the Selena's face darkened, her eyes flashing with intense coldness. Thinking of what had happened a few days ago made her want to kill someone. Seeing Birch alone in Hanchang City, she thought it was a perfect chance and disguised herself to get close to him, trying to figure out whether Birch really was a divine body. But alas, Birch ignored her completely, even going as far as showing her all his public displays of affection with Gillis Clint right in front of her. Even more infuriating was that damned brat who called her auntie, earnestly telling her not to go after younger men, saying it was impossible between them. Such humiliating words made her. From my observations, Birch respects only his master, often mentioning him when speaking with others. If we want to get close to him, we need to approach through his mystical master. Garner nodded in agreement and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I want to hear your thoughts." The Selena responded. "How about capturing the mystical master directly?" Garner suggested. "Force him to place you by Birch's side?" "I considered that too, but it's not appropriate." The Selena shook her head. "If Birch is indeed a divine body, knowing how we treated his master might make him refuse me to death. This matter is too important. We can't take such risks, the Selena stated seriously. So what do you plan to do? Garner asked. We need a way to stay by Birch's side and verify his identity. Since Birch, the little brat, doesn't understand romance, his mystical master might not feel the same way, the Selena mused. Do you mean? Garner exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. Min, solving things isn't that difficult, the Selena smirked. All right. Garner sighed. Neither of them expected that dealing with two ordinary humans would require such tactics despite their statuses. But now it seemed there was no other choice. After all, before confirming if Birch is truly a divine body, approaching softly might be better. They've come out. At this moment, the Selena looked down at the exit of the chaotic land. Garner looked down and confirmed it. Indeed, a young man in white robes walked out. It was Mitchell. Mitchell stretched his arms and smiled faintly. Through the transmission jade, Mitchell knew his little disciple had left Hanchang City to find him and was already in nearby Wulong City. So naturally, he went to meet him. Admit it, this mystical master is pretty impressive, entering the chaotic land and all. Do you think he might have some real skills? The Selena remarked, watching Mitchell below. Who knows, his cultivation level is obviously low, but other than that, Garner said. We'll know once you get closer. All right, you return first. Leave the rest to me. The Selena instructed, then watched Mitchell's silhouette and followed closely behind. Note, names such as Birch, Kimball, Kylie Sien, Mitchell, and Wulong City have been transliterated directly from Pinyin into English to preserve their original sounds as closely as possible. Chapter 300. Could this Kobe and apprentice be an exception? Not long after, Mitchell finally arrived at Frederiklong City alone. He wasn't supposed to be so solitary, but Alfie had urgent family matters to attend to. As for Unkit, thinking about him made Mitchell feel a headache. On the day Mitchell was playing chess with that zombie-faced man, this guy went out drinking with Bruce. Drinking is one thing, but he drank with his skeleton frame. Who knows? Losing weight. Mitchell looked at Birch blankly, clearly not understanding what he was trying to say. Oh, Kobe, you really don't get it? Birch shook his head, looking displeased. Forget it. Looking back, it's understandable that you wouldn't know. What do you mean by that? Mitchell put down his wine cup and asked. Don't feel guilty, Kobe. Although you've been through it, you're still a bachelor, Birch explained. So, it's natural for a bachelor not to understand my pain. Heh, you little brat. Dissing your own master now? Feeling a sharp stab in his chest, Mitchell angrily tapped Birch on the head. Holding his head in pain, Birch asked pitifully, why did you hit me, Kobe? Explain yourself. What exactly is going on? Mitchell said with a dark expression. Exactly, Sydney pesters me every day, multiple times a day, Birch blushed. You see, by the time I got here, my legs were already weak. Upon hearing this, Mitchell suddenly understood. But unexpectedly, he felt a bit sorry for his little apprentice. Damn, multiple times a day? Is this something humans should do? Or is everyone in this world so vigorous? This thought made Mitchell reconsider whether he should find a master mother for Birch. He feared Birch couldn't handle it otherwise. So, this is why you want to leave so quickly? Mitchell asked. You believe that while everyone else in the tavern invited her, this master and apprentice duo would be exceptions. Chapter 301. Really inconvenient. However, what she did not expect was that after standing there for a long time, this master and disciple pair still did not speak. They continued chatting amongst themselves as if she did not exist at all. Disciple, you've grown up now, and there are certain things you should understand, Mitchell said in a low voice. He then took out two thick books from his spatial ring and quietly pushed them toward Birch. What's this? Birch glanced at the two books. Golden Lotus. Lantern Grass Monk. The titles of the two books caught Birch off guard. The books looked well-worn with crumpled bindings and curled-up pages at the bottom corners. It was obvious that Mitchell often read them. Just take a look inside. They're adapted by your master, and the knowledge within can be quite enlightening, Mitchell whispered even more quietly. Remember, read them quietly. This demeanor from Mitchell instantly sparked Birch's curiosity. He quietly flipped open a page, eyes widening dramatically. Kobe, you've really been keeping it hidden, he exclaimed. Sure. Mitchell hurriedly made a gesture. Birch nodded and stashed the books away with an enthusiastic gaze. By the way, do you plan on having children now? Mitchell asked again. Birchildren? Birch scratched his head and chuckled. Kobe, isn't it a bit early to talk about this? I'm still a child myself. If you don't want children, then some precautions are necessary, Mitchell earnestly advised. Ah. Birch frowned and replied, please explain. I truly don't understand. Here's how it goes. There are many types of precautions, Mitchell explained to Birch. And the most effective precaution? At this point, Mitchell scratched his head. In this world, such items might not exist. With that thought, Mitchell came up with another idea. You need to learn how to calculate her safe period. Safe period? Yes. How exactly do you calculate that? Well, nearby, watching the master and disciple chat with increasing interest, the black-clothed Selena's expression turned extremely sour. Was she so unnoticed by these two? She couldn't even get a glance? Just to interact with these mere mortals, she had gone to great lengths to disguise herself in a manner unprecedented for her status. She wanted to maintain her dignity, letting this master-disciple pair invite her over to retain control. But now, did she have to approach them personally? She gritted her teeth, then forced a faint smile and walked over to the master-disciple pair at the window. Hello. Her soft voice was exceptionally pleasant to hear. The sudden sound startled the two who were deep in conversation, making them realize a Selena had approached. Cough, cough. Mitchell straightened his clothes, cleared his throat to cover their previous conversation, and formally asked, Hello, may I ask, young lady, do you need something? Actually, I've been traveling today and feel quite weary. I wanted to rest and eat here, but there are no available seats. I noticed the refined manners of both of you, so could you allow me to sit here? The black-clothed Selena's voice carried a charm that was hard to resist. Her speech was clever, first describing her predicament, then complimenting the two, and finally stating her reason. It was natural and sincere. She didn't believe anyone could refuse such a request. She also planned that after sitting down, they would inevitably start talking, grow familiar, and perhaps Mitchell would invite her to travel together to find out if Birch was indeed a divine body. Everything seemed to be going smoothly according to her plans. So, is it convenient? She added, looking intently at Mitchell. However, Mitchell directly rejected her. Sorry, it's not convenient. He gave a polite smile. Ha! The black-clothed Selena was momentarily stunned. With her status, she expected at least some courtesy. Now that she had come forward, she hadn't anticipated being turned away. Why? She couldn't help but ask. No particular reason, just inconvenient. Sorry, Mitchell replied apologetically. It wasn't that he was stingy. He had faced similar situations before, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have refused any such request. But right now, it really wasn't the time. They were discussing something private, and her sudden presence would be inappropriate. It was genuinely inconvenient. Chapter 302. This is the Diamond Sutra. The black-robed Selena trembled uncontrollably where she stood. Her plan. Could it have failed even before it started? However, her prospects brightened when Mitchell glanced at her a few times and suddenly changed his mind. Since the young lady is tired and hungry, please sit down, Mitchell said. Noticing that Mitchell had changed his mind after sizing her up, the black-robed Selena couldn't help but sneer slightly. Men. They are indeed animals who think with their lower half. No wonder he changed his mind as soon as he saw her appearance. Mitchell sighed though. It's not easy for anyone traveling outside. Look how thin this Selena has become. She must be really starving. Forget it. He can always chat with his disciple later. Helping others comes first. Thank you. The black-robed Selena spoke softly, showing no emotion on her face. After sitting down, she ordered a few dishes, opened her red lips slightly, and began to eat delicately. This scene, in many people's eyes, it was extremely beautiful. While eating, she also appraised Mitchell with her. It was fine to chat during meals among acquaintances. Even meeting someone like Avon, who clearly looked like a wandering knight seeking a drink, didn't matter much. But speaking during a meal with unfamiliar women, especially when they weren't particularly close, was considered very impolite. This was Mitchell's way of respecting women. Time slowly passed. The two finished most of their food, and the wine jug was almost empty. Apart from necessary exchanges, neither of them said anything extra. Finally, the black-robed Selena lost her patience. The calm on her face had long disappeared, replaced by anger. All right, you win this round. She held back her fury and forced a smile, finally initiating conversation with Mitchell. Many thanks to both gentlemen today. May I inquire about your esteemed surnames? She asked softly. You're too kind. My name is Mitchell, and this is my disciple Birch, Mitchell replied with a smile. The black-robed Selena nodded and waited for Mitchell to continue. After all, she thought she had initiated the conversation. Surely he wouldn't remain silent now? But she was wrong again. Mitchell remained quiet and continued eating. Seeing Mitchell's behavior, the black-robed Selena nearly choked on her food, clenching her fists until they turned blue. Fine. I'll see just how long you can keep up this act. Cough, cough. Thinking this, she let out a loud cough, clutching her stomach and looking distressed. Seeing this, Mitchell quickly stood up and asked, Young lady, what's wrong with you? The corner of the black-robed Selena's mouth curled slightly as she thought he finally couldn't keep his cool. Then, maintaining a pained expression, she continued, Suddenly, my stomach started hurting. I see. Mitchell breathed a sigh of relief. It was a minor issue, so he smiled and suggested, You should drink some hot water. Having said that, Mitchell sat back down. Although he knew some medicine, he had no tools or herbs on him, plus it wasn't appropriate between strangers. Besides, a stomachache wasn't a serious illness, so he couldn't help much anyway. Soon, Mitchell and Birch finished eating and left. Sitting there, the black-robed Selena trembled, anger surging through her face. At this moment, she wished she could kill both of them right then and there. She realized that there was indeed a reason the disciple was taught by such a master. Such an unsentimental man was something she had truly never encountered. Leaving the restaurant, Mitchell took Birch back to the chaotic area. But walking along the street, they noticed an old man with a goatee sitting by the wall. The old man sat cross-legged with closed eyes, meditating. In front of him was a chess board. Perhaps I can have a game with you. At this moment, another voice sounded beside them. Mitchell turned and saw a handsome monk walking over. He wore a shiny cassock and carried a scholarly smile, exuding extraordinary elegance. There wasn't a speck of dust on him, making him look upright and dignified. Seeing this monk, Mitchell was momentarily entranced. Clearly a high-ranking monk, like a beam of righteous light shining upon the earth. Suddenly, a book fell from within his cassock. Mitchell quickly bent to pick it up, noticing a picture of a provocatively dressed Selena on its cover, along with some text. This is, spring? Mitchell muttered, reading the title. Before he could finish, the monk swiftly snatched it back and hid it within his cassock. Layman, you must have mistaken. This is the Diamond Sutra. The monk clasped his hands together, bowed slightly to Mitchell, and explained with a friendly smile. Chapter 303. Mission accomplished. The Diamond Sutra? Mitchell felt somewhat puzzled. Could he have misread it? Yet, this monk had the air of a high-ranking monk, making it hard not to believe him. Probably, he must have misread it. After all, how could such a high-ranking monk possess the kind of book he imagined? Elon, may I ask you to check if I have spiritual roots? The monk extended his palm and smiled. The bearded old man nodded and placed his hand on the monk's. After a moment, he said slowly, Average spiritual root. So may I sit down, Elon? The monk said, clasping his hands together. Sit, replied the bearded old man with a nod. And thus, the two began their game. Mitchell didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stayed to watch the chess match. He could see that both players were highly skilled, far surpassing the previous player, Kimball. Soon, the game reached its climax. The previously expressionless bearded old man now wore a serious expression. Gradually, sweat trickled down his forehead as he looked at the monk in disbelief. He never imagined that the monk was such an inconceivable master. Predecessor, how dare I show my clumsiness before you? He couldn't remain calm anymore, his gaze shifting between the monk and standing up. Oh, Elon, please don't say that. You can just consider it a normal game. The monk smiled warmly. Thank you, predecessor. The bearded old man sat down again, wiping the sweat from his forehead, feeling both tense and extremely focused. As expected, the outcome did not surprise anyone. After struggling, the bearded old man lost the game. He immediately stood up, bowed to the monk, and respectfully said, "Thank you for going easy on me, senior. I learned a lot from this game." "You're welcome," the monk replied with a kind smile. Monks, delving into such deep topics. While placing a chess piece, he said, "If we talk philosophically, it would involve exploring why I'm here. What is the meaning of life, where I came from, and where I'm going? But according to my viewpoint, I'm just an ordinary person. My outlook on life, Thinking for a moment, Mitchell grinned. Live in the moment and be happy. Everyone has different views on life. If you ask me, I'm just a laid-back person." "Indeed, I am just a laid-back person," Mitchell said with a laugh. Listening to this, the monk nodded thoughtfully, seemingly satisfied with Mitchell's words. "Oh, by the way," Mitchell suddenly recalled something and hurriedly added, "I always feel like you look familiar, as if I've met you somewhere before." At this, the monk's hand trembled subconsciously before he replied formally, "No, Elon, you must be mistaken. You have definitely not met me." "All right," Mitchell nodded. Their game continued at a steady pace, lacking the fierce intensity of earlier. This left the bearded old man utterly confused. Perhaps this high monk was intentionally letting the commoner win. The bearded old man's respect for the monk deepened. Unexpectedly, the monk suddenly said, "Elon, your chess skills are indeed impressive. I lose this round. My apologies." Mitchell smiled. Yet acquiring a few more of them did give him a sense of accomplishment. What frustrated him was the reward mount he received. Its name, Curtis? Just by hearing its name, it didn't sound like anything good. Moreover, the terrifying precedent set by Unkit was still fresh in his mind. "Senior, what is this?" The old man with the sheep beard finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and hurriedly asked the monk. "Practitioner, carefully study it. There will be results," the monk replied with a smile. "Amitba." With that, the monk left first, followed closely by Mitchell. The old man stood bewildered on the spot, then quickly sat down beside the chessboard, meticulously examining the game they had played. When he focused, he was suddenly struck by the sight of the entire chessboard transforming into a starry river, filled with stars. Two forces, one black and one white, intertwined together. However, it was clear that the black force soon gained the upper hand, pushing the white force to a corner until it was entirely consumed. This is the power of the Tao? The old man gasped in disbelief, shuddering with awe. He suddenly remembered that the monk had held the black pieces while the mortal had held the white ones. This must correspond to the two forces within the starry river. Only now did he realize that this young man he had underestimated wasn't just any mortal, but someone far more powerful than even the monk. Facing such a person, he felt like the true commoner was himself. He shook his head bitterly, never imagining that seeking a disciple here would bring out two supreme cultivators, each stronger than the last. With the immortal path severed, these kinds of cultivators shouldn't exist in this world. The continent is surely going to change. Such a significant event requires immediate notification. However, for him, the remaining chessboard represented an unprecedented opportunity. Involuntarily, he bowed deeply twice in the direction where Mitchell and the monk had departed, expressing his gratitude. On the street, Mitchell caught up with the monk and smiled, asking, "By the way, I haven't asked the master's name yet." "I am Chan Carter. My Dharma name is Carter." The monk smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "Originally Kobe Carter. It's a pleasure." Mitchell similarly clasped his hands and lowered his head. Then he added, "Kobe Carter, you declined that old man's inheritance offer, yet he called you senior. Are you also a cultivator?" "Practitioner, you misunderstand. I am just a monk," Monk Carter replied with a smile. "He calls me senior only because my chess skills are slightly better than his." "All right." Mitchell nodded, somewhat admiring Monk Carter. To turn down the inheritance of a cultivator despite having the chance. Truly, he is a remarkable person. Had he not lacked a spiritual root, the old man might have bestowed his legacy upon him due to his chess skills. It's such a pity. If he could cultivate, he could at least achieve a spirit warrior rank. Just then, Monk Carter suddenly paused and turned around, smiling at Mitchell. "Farewell for today, practitioner. It's time for me to collect offerings." He started walking towards a nearby tavern, but Mitchell noticed and exclaimed in surprise, "The Crimson Blossom Courtesan House?" He couldn't help shouting, "Kobe Carter, you're collecting offerings here?" Monk Carter looked at the sign and gently smiled. "Practitioner, do not be alarmed. Everything is a matter of fate. Moreover, all beings are equal in the eyes of this monk. Where isn't a place to collect offerings? So farewell, practitioner. By our shared fate, we shall meet again." He gave a benevolent smile and walked confidently into the Crimson Blossom Courtesan House. Remarkable. Only a true transcendent can behave thus. Mitchell couldn't help giving a thumbs up before leaving with Birch. Soon, the master and disciple returned to the chaotic region. Recalling Unkit's incident with the embroidery ball made Mitchell feel uneasy, especially when he learned that the wedding preparations were completed and they would come to fetch the bride the next day. Mitchell couldn't sit still anymore. Initially planning to stay a few more days in Vlad, he decided to escape with Unkit overnight. Others might not know what Unkit truly was, but Mitchell knew all too well that this marriage was impossible. If the bride's family found out that the one who snatched the embroidery ball was a skeleton, they might be terrified or even angry enough to imprison everyone. Why didn't you think before acting, you fool? You went and grabbed the embroidery ball. Aren't you just ruining things for others? In the darkness, Mitchell dragged Unkit along, lecturing him harshly. Nope, I won't go. Unkit clung tightly to a tree, refusing to budge no matter how hard Mitchell pulled. If you won't leave, what do you plan to do? Mitchell spoke sternly. I want to get married. I want love. Unkit hugged the tree resolutely. Hold it, Mitchell exploded, slapping him. You dog. You want to get married and demand love? You've already done enough harm by grabbing the embroidery ball. Now you want to marry her and ruin her reputation? Mitchell seethed with anger, gripping Unkit's arm tightly. No, I insist. Unkit spoke firmly, though his voice quivered as he drew his head back defensively. Chapter 305. Where's my man? Seeing Fedor's current state, Mitchell felt both amused and exasperated. Is this something you can just demand? Mitchell said coldly. Let's put aside whether the girl will accept you once she finds out about your appearance. Even if she does, how could you two live a normal life? Take entering the bridal chamber for instance. How would you do that? Do you plan to play in the mud all night? What about her? Happiness. Are you going to use your hands? And what about having children in the future? Would you ask Gerardo next door or Arjun across the street for help? Mitchell's barrage of questions left Fedor utterly bewildered, making him question his entire existence. So, go on and leave. Don't joke around with someone else's happiness, Mitchell said earnestly. If you really want to play, I'll find an abandoned ancient tomb back at the martial arts hall and dig up a skeleton for you. Fedor hung his head. He finally let go of the tree he had been tightly hugging and followed Mitchell away, filled with disappointment. And so, Mitchell led Birch and Fedor back to Pingjiang City. Of course, there was a dog following behind them, and perched atop the dog's head was a centipede. The next day, Vlad had just finished his meditative practice when a fierce aura enveloped his courtyard. Vlad, get out here. A clear and sharp voice demanded, accompanied by an overwhelming energy surge. Frowning, Vlad slapped the ground with his palm and soared into the air. With a flip of his hand, a massive palm imprint appeared, colliding with the incoming attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. From within these ripples emerged a Selena with an impeccable figure and provocative attire, wielding a long whip. She lashed it towards Vlad. Dodging the whip midair, Vlad asked coldly, Aspen, what are you doing? Himph, asking me what I'm doing? Where's my man? Aspen shouted, her face icy. Your man? Vlad looked puzzled. Which man? The one who caught your embroidered ball a few days ago. Aspen clarified. Upon hearing this, Vlad's complexion changed dramatically. So, Fedor had caught her embroidered ball. Feeling a headache brewing, he quickly replied, Aspen, are you sure you have the right person? I don't know anything about your man. Imph, don't try to deny it. I've already investigated thoroughly. My man used to live here, but now he's nowhere to be found. Where did you hide him? Aspen gripped her whip tightly, ready to attack at any moment. Vlad felt his temples throb. It seemed that Selena already knew about his connection with Fedor. He tried to calm her down. Please, calm down. Let's talk this through. Then tell me, where's my man? He was indeed staying here before, but I truly have no idea where he is now, Vlad replied bitterly. I can't possibly control his every move. I don't believe you, Aspen retorted directly. I warn you, Vlad. If you don't tell me where he is today, we won't be done. Vlad's face darkened. Though he didn't want to provoke her, he steeled himself. Aspen, even if we fought, you wouldn't necessarily win. So what? Aspen lifted her chin arrogantly, her eyes narrowing as she declared, Today, I'll make it clear. Either you hand over my man, or if you defeat me, I'll marry you. Hearing this, the tough stance Vlad had taken crumbled. He shuddered, sweat dripping from his forehead as he turned pale. Miss Sue, there's no need to go that far. An old man like me still wants to live a few more years. If you want to live a few more years, then hand over my man, Aspen snapped coldly, or I'll climb into your bed tonight. No, no, no. Vlad waved his hands frantically, his voice panicking. He wasn't afraid of fighting her, but her unconventional methods terrified him. After all, rumors about Aspen were widespread. It wasn't that she was unattractive. In fact, she had a natural allure, a millie, and a tall, curvy figure that made her a highly desirable yet dangerous beauty. But men who got too close to her met untimely ends. Stories about her were numerous. Early on, before she began practicing martial arts, a bully tried to force her into marriage. He died the moment he stepped into her home. Another childhood friend, who dared to hold her hand in the woods, was struck by lightning. Many others who coveted her beauty also died mysteriously. Her most infamous story involved a powerful emperor ruling the chaotic lands. When he tried to force Aspen to become his cultivation partner, a space rift suddenly appeared, pulling him in and disintegrating him instantly. Only after his death did the other factions in the chaotic lands breathe freely again. Since then, Aspen became a legend in the chaotic lands, a single Selena who altered its power dynamics. Some called her a cursed star destined to remain alone forever. Others believed she was chosen by heaven, and any man who wronged her would be punished. Famous as she was, Aspen publicly vowed to marry any man who could survive being with her, even if he were just a common villager. Periodically, she would throw an embroidered ball and organize contests, always attracting daring suitors who ultimately met bizarre fates. Some struck by lightning, some driven mad, and others dying from mundane mishaps. But somehow, Fedor managed to catch the embroidered ball this time. It's no wonder Brother Mitchell took him away. Even they must have feared this Selena despite their strength, Vlad sighed. Looking into Aspen's fiery gaze, he hesitated before saying, Aspen, I'm telling you the truth. He's gone. You won't find him. Please, give up. Gone? Aspen frowned, her whip slicing the ground. Hand over everything you've got if you know what's good for you, or else die here. Finished. We've run into bandits. Mitchell inwardly cursed, his expression turning grim. He wasn't sure what to do. Although they had encountered bandits before on their way out, at least they had been in greater numbers then. Even someone like Gerardo, with his aged limbs, could hold off a couple of them. Besides, they also ran into that female knight, Kelly, along the way. Now, it was just him, Ed, and Birch, and facing so many people was like trying to fight with 2 fists against 4 hands. Moreover, in this desolate place, seeking help would be very difficult. But to hand over all his belongings was equally distressing. He didn't want to go back to living hand to mouth. In short, the situation was far from good. Just as Mitchell was at a loss, unsure of what to do, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Amitabha, may goodness prevail. Mitchell turned around and saw a monk with a kind face and righteous demeanor approaching. Oh, Kobe Carter? Mitchell's eyes lit up. Elon, we truly have an affinity. We meet again, Kobe Carter smiled warmly. Yes, truly an affinity, Mitchell hurriedly said. But then he noticed something red on Carter's neck and couldn't help asking, Kobe Carter, what happened to your neck? Elon, don't worry, during the journey, there are bound to be bee and butterfly stings, Kobe Carter smiled faintly. Bee and butterfly stings? Mitchell couldn't help but glance again and asked, are you sure it's bee and butterfly stings? It doesn't seem quite right. A mendicant does not tell lies. Kobe Carter smiled calmly. Right. Mitchell nodded, realizing this wasn't the time to dwell on such details. The more pressing issue was how to deal with the bandits in front of them. He couldn't help but look at Kobe Carter and asked, Kobe Carter, these bandits are blocking our way. Do you have any solution? Elon, there's no need to worry. Let me try to enlighten them, Kobe Carter smiled. Enlighten them? Mitchell was slightly surprised. At birth, all men are good. I believe I can succeed. Kobe Carter nodded gently and, clasping his hands together, walked toward the group of bandits under Mitchell's watchful gaze. He then led them into the woods. A short while later, Kobe Carter returned, still holding his hands together and radiating righteousness. Behind him, there were no signs of the bandits. Kobe Carter, did you? Mitchell hurriedly greeted him. Elon, you can rest assured. They have all been enlightened. Amitabha, Kobe Carter smiled faintly. Really that effective? Mitchell looked incredulous. These bandits were hardened by life on the edge. Could they really be enlightened in such a short time? Thinking about it, he cautiously asked, Kobe Carter, did you kill them? Heaven shows mercy, Elon. How can you talk about killing? Kobe Carter quickly shook his head and warned him. Mitchell was momentarily taken aback, then replied with slight embarrassment. I acted rashly. Well, Elon, I must take my leave now. We shall meet again if fate allows. Kobe Carter smiled, about to leave, but then seemed to remember something and added, oh, Elon, please don't forget me. Though puzzled by this, Mitchell replied, I will not forget Kobe. Thank you, Elon. Amitabha. With that, Kobe Carter bowed slightly and left, leaving faint bloodstains on the ground. Kobe Carter, take care. Mitchell also clasped his hands and bid farewell to the monk with a smile. After the monk left, Mitchell took out his map, uncertain which route to take home. The distance to Pingjiang City was vast, and encountering bandits this early in the journey suggested more trouble ahead. According to the map, only one road led back to Pingjiang City. As Mitchell pondered, his eyes suddenly brightened. Hey, this is the 10,000-mile mountain range. Although taking this route would add miles to his journey, at least it avoided bandits. Moreover, he had extensive experience surviving in mountainous areas, having done so multiple times in the Mufu Mountains. Most importantly, the mountains were full of game, enough to eat along the way. Although he still had wild meat stored in his ring from his previous adventures in the Mufu Mountains, it was long past fresh. Additionally, he hadn't forgotten about his disciples' concerns. If he ventured into the mountains, he might encounter what might look like it. A monk does not lie. Carter smiled lightly. Well, yes. Mitchell nodded. But now wasn't the time to fuss over that. The important thing was how to deal with the bandits. He couldn't help but look at Carter and asked, Kobe Carter, do you have any idea how to handle these bandits? Elon, you don't need to worry. Let me try to convert them, Carter said smiling. Convert them? Mitchell was slightly surprised. At birth, all men are kind-hearted. I believe I can succeed, Carter nodded gently and then folded his hands, walking towards the bandits under Mitchell's gaze. He led them into the dense forest. In a short while, Carter emerged from the forest, still with folded hands and righteous demeanor, but the bandits were nowhere to be seen. Kobe Carter, did you? Mitchell hurriedly greeted. Elon, you can rest assured. They have all been converted. Amitabha, Carter smiled calmly. Really that effective? Mitchell was filled with disbelief. These bandits lived by the sword. Could they really have been converted so easily? Thinking of this, he cautiously asked, Kobe Carter, did you kill them? Why, heaven has compassion, Elon. How could you talk about killing? Carter shook his head, advising him. Mitchell paused, realizing his mistake and apologized. My apologies, that was rash of me. Well, Elon, I must take my leave now. May we meet again by fate, Carter laughed, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, Elon, please don't forget about me. Despite not understanding why Carter said that, Mitchell still replied, I will not forget you, Kobe. Thank you, Elon. Amitabha. With that, he bowed slightly to Mitchell, then left, leaving faint bloody footprints behind. Kobe Carter, farewell. Mitchell also bowed and smiled, sending off the monk. After the monk left, Mitchell pulled out his map, pondering which route to take home. Since this location was far from Pingjiang City and they had encountered bandits this early into the journey, they might face more dangers on the way back. However, the map showed only one clear route back to Pingjiang City. Suddenly, Mitchell's eyes lit up. Wait, this is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although taking this route through the mountains would add significant distance, at least they wouldn't encounter bandits. Moreover, Mitchell had extensive experience surviving in the Mufu Mountains. Most importantly, there would be plenty of game in the mountains, enough to sustain them on their journey. While his storage ring still held some wild game from the Mufu Mountains, it was no longer fresh. Plus, he hadn't forgotten his apprentice's concerns. If they went through the mountains and encountered a wild yak or two, they could obtain bull whips, benefiting both his apprentice and himself. It made perfect sense. With a decisive slap on his thigh, Mitchell abandoned the carriage, changing direction toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. Hashtag chapter 307. Remember to think of your Kobe. At the foot of a mountain, Taoist Garner stared at the mountain peak that had been violently cut down by more than half, cold sweat streaming down his face. What happened? What on earth happened? Taoist Garner asked the black-clothed Selena beside him who was holding a sword. Himph. I fell for your trick and lowered myself to get close to them. Thinking back now, that foolish behavior makes me feel like an idiot, wishing I could just find a crack in the ground and disappear. Growing increasingly agitated, she swung her long sword, sending a fierce gust through the air. Suddenly, a dazzling sword beam descended with a thunderous roar. Under the force of this strike, the mountain peak crumbled like tofu, another large chunk collapsing and crashing to the ground with a deafening sound. It wasn't my idea either. Didn't you say you would handle it yourself? Taoist Garner said grimly. Why didn't you stop me then? The black-clothed Selena raised her sword and pointed it directly at Taoist Garner. Aye. Cold sweat dripped down Taoist Garner's face as he hastily retreated and stammered. You were so confident then. I didn't want to interfere. Himph. Seeing this, the black-clothed Selena finally gave a cold snort and lowered her sword. Taoist Garner sighed in relief and asked, So what will you do next? Anyway, I won't repeat those actions from before, the black-clothed Selena replied solemnly. Since being subtle doesn't work, I'll reveal my cultivation and identity right in front of them. With that, she swiftly flew into the sky and disappeared from Taoist Garner's sight. On the other side, Mitchell and the others had already reached the base of the vast 10,000 Great Mountains. Whoosh! Just then, a roaring sound came from the sky. Mitchell looked up and saw a black-clothed Selena flying overhead. Quick, look, a cultivator, Mitchell exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Birch also lifted his head. For a moment, both master and apprentice cast envious glances. What they didn't expect was that the black-clothed Selena flew straight towards them, stopping above their heads and looking down at the two. Just as they were wondering what was happening, the black-clothed Selena addressed Mitchell directly. I am Dream of the Void Gate from Dongshan Continent. I have come here today to take your disciple. Now, the black-clothed Selena was straightforward, introducing herself without any disguise as before. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Birch beside Mitchell. Take my disciple? Mitchell furrowed his brow and clasped his hands in greeting. Has my disciple done something wrong? Not at all, but today I must take him away, Dream replied. But you can rest assured, I will not harm him. At least half a month, at most 2 months, and I will return him. No matter what happens, I will offer him a great opportunity. Despite her assurances, Mitchell remained puzzled and doubtful. To suddenly have a flying cultivator appear and want to take his disciple. What kind of situation was this? Sure, if his disciple showed exceptional talent and caught the eye of a high-level expert, that might make sense. But Birch hadn't even made it into the Abdurrahman sect. He might be worse off than Mitchell himself. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but ask, May I inquire what this is all about? The specifics are confidential, but with my status, I wouldn't deceive mere mortals like you, Dream said coldly, scrutinizing Mitchell's expression and actions. In fact, she was testing Mitchell. After all, she had observed the attitudes of the powerful figures from Nansha toward Mitchell, which puzzled her deeply. Thus, she remained cautious, probing to see if Mitchell truly was some hidden master. All right. Mitchell silently nodded. Logically speaking, a cultivator had no reason to go through such lengths to deceive a mere mortal. Dream watched Mitchell's reaction closely. She sneered inwardly, put a jacket over Birch to protect him from the wind, confirming that she meant no harm. Perhaps Birch's life was about to change. Remember to think of your Kobe, Mitchell shouted, but Birch was already out of sight. Watching him leave, Mitchell felt both happiness and a bit of loss. His disciple had not only found a wife, but might finally be able to cultivate from now on. Meanwhile, Mitchell was still a single man, remaining a lowly worm despite everything. Heartbreaking. Please let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance. Chapter 308. Crossing the 10,000 Great Mountains. The remaining Mitchell, accompanied by Willie and Hemlock, continued on their journey. Finally, they ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Dense forests thrived here, with dried yellow leaves scattered all over the ground, revealing the sparsely populated nature of this area. At this moment, a message from Vlad arrived through Mitchell's communication jade slip. Vlad informed him that the Selena whose embroidered ball was snatched by Willie was terrifyingly pursuing them. Damn, big trouble, Mitchell grumbled, clearly vexed. Although they had entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, they were still within Nansha territory. Mitchell felt insecure being in their domain. If captured, who knew what might happen? In a flash of inspiration amid his anxiety, Mitchell decided to place Willie inside his spatial ring. Considering the dense forest, he also thought it best to place Hemlock inside as well, with a piercing whistle from above. This unexpected brilliance stunned Mitchell. It was a sword shadow several thousand feet long, moving at blinding speed. A wave of shock surged through Mitchell. Such an awe-inspiring scene could only be found in blockbuster movies in his previous life. Not even special effects of 50 cents could create this effect. Yet, this wasn't a special effect but real. Boom. In a split second, the sword light struck, landing near Mitchell. He watched in shock as the lion attacking him was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. A trench hundreds of feet long marked its path. Breathless from the spectacle, Mitchell struggled to recover, replaying the blade's strike in his mind. Huff! Breaking the wind, a figure flashed across the sky, changing the air currents around it. In moments, it hovered above Mitchell. Looking up, he saw an overwhelmingly beautiful Selena, her bare feet suspended mid-air. Her exquisite features and slender stature contrasted against flawless white skin, her long hair flowing gracefully like a starry river. Draped in white attire, her sheer dress fluttered without wind, resembling a celestial maiden detached from earthly affairs. Holding a long sword, an imposing aura surrounded her. Undeniably, her beauty and power left Mitchell utterly awestruck. She must be strong. Chapter 309. You stinking woman. After the white-robed Selena left, Mitchell continued on his journey. However, the incident just now had indeed alerted him. Traveling in such vast mountains was truly dangerous, as one could never predict what they might encounter. But this did not make Mitchell abandon this path. In his view, humans at their most savage were far more dangerous than beasts. Of course, being more prepared was still necessary. Therefore, during his journey, Mitchell paid special attention to herbs, utilizing the medical knowledge the system had bestowed upon him. This is muyu grass. It's highly toxic. And this white withered leaf, rumor has it a single drop of its juice can paralyze 10 elephants. Mitchell squatted on the ground, carefully collecting the herbs. He then found a bowl from his spatial ring and ground all the herbs into a liquid, dropping them bit by bit into a small bottle. Phew. Only half a bottle. Better be safe and fill up the entire bottle. Over the next couple of days, Mitchell worked diligently toward this goal while continuing his journey. Of course, he also didn't neglect other preparations. He carved many needle-sized arrows from bamboo using a small knife and gathered reed stems of about the same size. Poof! A blow sent the poisoned arrow flying, and a little leopard that attacked him instantly fell to the ground. Perfect. Mitchell was very satisfied with his handiwork. Half a month passed, and Mitchell had fully ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thankfully, his journey had been filled with peril but no actual dangers. Boom. At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the distant sky, accompanied by flashes of fire lighting up intermittently. Mitchell furrowed his brow. Is that thunder? As he gazed at the intermittent flashes, Mitchell thought. But Mitchell didn't pay much attention, considering the commotion seemed far away. Yet, just as he was about to continue, he abruptly noticed something falling from the sky towards him at meteoric speed. This looks like a human figure? Mitchell's eyes widened. Shocked, he discovered that the figure was heading straight for him. Damn! Mitchell cursed, sprinting off. Boom. No sooner had he run a few steps when the figure landed heavily, causing nearby trees to snap in two due to the impact. The force even knocked Mitchell to the ground. Spit, spit, spit. Climbing to his feet, Mitchell spat out a mouthful of dirt and saw the large pit before him with a fallen figure inside. Approaching closely, Mitchell was immediately startled. Wasn't this the female cultivator who flew down from the sky to help him kill that lion? What kind of force could have reduced such a powerful cultivator to this state? Could there really be terrifying things in these mountains? Feeling an intense wave of fear, Mitchell knew he had to save her first. Lifting the white-robed Selena from the ground, her exquisite face came into view. However, her breaths were weak, her clothes tattered from the intense attack, revealing swaths of pale skin, especially her long legs which made Mitchell's eyes widen. Look but do not touch. Look but do not touch. Focus on saving her. Mitchell clasped his hands together, shaking off distracting thoughts and began examining her injuries. Since treating severe wounds required some knowledge, Mitchell needed to ensure her injuries before moving her further to avoid any secondary harm. Starting from her arms, he gently examined. Thankfully, her bones seemed intact. Then, lifting her long legs, he checked from her feet to thighs, using the same method. Looks fine. Turning his gaze to her chest area, evident signs of impact caught his attention. Thus, he used his palm to examine her ribs. This doesn't seem right, Mitchell murmured seriously but unsure. Hence, he checked repeatedly, aware that broken ribs could puncture internal organs if mishandled. Suddenly, the Selena's closed eyes snapped open, emitting a wave of murderous intent toward Mitchell. Oh, you're awake? Mitchell exclaimed, noting how strong-willed she was, then cautiously advised, don't move, I'm checking your injuries. Closing his eyes, Mitchell continued examining her ribs with his palms. I will kill you, the Selena coldly stated, unexpectedly realizing this man took advantage of her while unconscious, even continuing brazenly after she woke up. Just as she attempted to attack, she choked, spitting blood from her mouth. How are you? Mitchell quickly asked, reaching to support her. Get away from me, she coldly retorted, pushing away his arm. What's your problem? I told you I'm checking your injuries. Irritated, Mitchell felt unjustified. Misunderstandings aside, it was common sense that diseases should be treated, shouldn't they? None of your business. The Selena's face remained cold. Do you really need no help? Mitchell frowned. Leave, she commanded coldly, disgust clear in her eyes. Fine. Unrewarded good intentions, Mitchell packed up and left without hesitation. The Selena didn't spare Mitchell a glance as she gritted her teeth, forcing herself up despite her severe injuries. But she barely managed to rise slightly before collapsing back weakly, the weight of her injuries unprecedented. Roar. A low roar interrupted her thoughts, a heavy breathing closing in. Turning her head, her face paled. This was a low-tier beast, which would normally not catch her eye, yet now, she was vulnerable as fish on a cutting board. You'll just become a pile of waste. Mitchell waved his hand, and left without hesitation. So what if she's a cultivator? What's so great about being beautiful? You're nothing but trash when injured. Needing me to save you? Not even a thank you. Yet she still acts superior? Forget it. Mitchell's words echoed in the white-robed Selena's mind, making her expression sour. Death. She did not fear it. But being devoured by a beast and turning into excrement was unacceptable. Looking at Mitchell's departing back, she finally couldn't hold herself and called out, come back. What is it? Mitchell turned and asked. The white-robed Selena gritted her teeth and spoke. I misunderstood you earlier. Sorry. If only you'd shown this attitude earlier. Mitchell shot her a scornful look and reluctantly returned, squatting down in front of her. How serious are your injuries? Mitchell asked. Not ideal, she muttered after some thought. I heard you cultivators can heal yourselves. Is that true? Mitchell asked. Yes, she nodded. How long will it take to recover? Mitchell followed up. She frowned. I won't be able to recover in a short time. The six-lifed ox demon I fought has divine abilities that seal my meridians. After saying this, she felt unnecessary to explain further to this mortal and added, you don't need to worry about it. After thorough examination, Mitchell nodded solemnly, Fortunately, your ribs are only cracked, with no significant fractures elsewhere. Cultivators really have strong defenses. How can I regain mobility? She couldn't help but ask. You need rest. Walking should resume after some time, Mitchell said. Hearing this, she nodded, and after a pause, sincerely thanked him. Thank you. Next moment, she noticed Mitchell squatting with his back towards her. What are you doing? She asked. What else? Get on. Mitchell shouted impatiently. Carry me? The white-robed Selena hesitated and shook her head. No. Funny how a cultivator can act so feminine. Are you going to walk on your own? Mitchell said darkly. Her face fell. This mortal dared to shout at her again. People, even those of high status, dared not breathe loud in her presence. Yet this person constantly belittled her. You, a mere mortal, dare speak to me like this. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Her expression turned chilly, sending a killing intent towards Mitchell. However, Mitchell grabbed her wrist and pressed her to the ground. What are you doing? She tried to struggle but lacked strength, glaring furiously at him. Do you really think you can kill me like this? Talking down to mortals. Are they beneath you? Look at you now. You're worse off than any mortal, Mitchell sneered. She could hardly believe it. This mortal was incredibly bold, daring to. You still glare? As she thought this, Mitchell increased his grip and growled. Want me to choke you? Lock your throat till you're dead? This enraged her, but she had no way to retaliate. If you want to live, set aside your damn pride first. After harshly admonishing her, Mitchell released her and squatted back down. Get on already, he demanded. Translation provided adhering to all specified guidelines. Chapter 311, Two Choices. The Selena in white stared blankly at Mitchell, fury rising within her. She had made up her mind. Even if she had to crawl away or die here, she would not get on Mitchell's shoulders. However, what she didn't expect was for Mitchell to immediately lash out with his stick, striking the back of her head without a word. Already weak and stripped of her cultivation, she instantly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground as a result. Damn it, stop dilly-dallying. Haven't you seen where we are? Mitchell cursed as he threw aside the stick in his hand, grabbed the Selena by the shoulder, and left the place with her slung over him. Inside a cave, the firelight flickered gently. The Selena in white finally regained consciousness, recalling the previous events that painted her delicate face with frost. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Mitchell holding her long sword against her neck. Want to chat? Mitchell asked from above her. What is there to say? The Selena replied coldly. I want to make it clear first that I had no intention of offending you. I knocked you out because it was necessary. At night, wild beasts roam freely, and I don't want to lose my life because of your stubbornness, Mitchell said gravely. You could have simply ignored me. The Selena replied indifferently. I could have, but I am a man who values reciprocity. You helped me deal with a lion earlier, so you did me a favor, and I saved you in return, Mitchell explained. The Selena hesitated, opening her mouth but unsure of how to respond. Of course, saving you doesn't mean we are free of any misunderstandings now. We must clarify some things, Mitchell continued. I don't care if you resent me for knocking you out, but you must promise not to kill me because, regardless of anything else, I am your savior. The Selena pondered briefly. Although this mortal was detestable and had almost led her to kill him at times, she couldn't deny that he was indeed her savior. I agree, she nodded. You must swear an oath, a deadly one. Swear on your cultivation, your dowheart, and your entire family, Mitchell insisted, mentioning all the powerful oaths he imagined were effective for cultivators. You. The Selena's face turned grim. Seeing Mitchell's determined expression, she gritted her teeth and nodded reluctantly. She then proceeded to swear all the oaths Mitchell had mentioned in front of him. Very well, Mitchell nodded satisfactorily before dropping the sword and plopping onto the ground. Let's talk about what comes next, Mitchell said. You tell me, the Selena replied, looking at him. Two choices for you, Mitchell said. First, we part ways. This is the option I prefer. However, I must point out that with your cultivation sealed, you're no different from a mortal now, and injured as you are, you won't last long. Starvation, thirst, or being preyed upon by wild beasts, you'll become. Stop right there. She interrupted hastily, knowing Mitchell was about to say she'd end up as feces. Now, let's talk about the second choice, she suggested quickly. Fine. The second choice is for you to follow me and unconditionally obey my instructions. No arguing or delaying, Mitchell stated. Do you expect me to listen to you, a mere mortal? She asked, disbelievingly. Yes, and it has to be unconditional, Mitchell nodded seriously, picking up the long sword beside him. Also, the sword will be temporarily under my control for use when encountering wild beasts. It's fine if you have temporary use of the sword, but to follow your orders? Impossible. She shook her head firmly, showing her resolve. You encountered any? The Selena asked in surprise. Of course not. Why would I ask you otherwise? Mitchell retorted. The Selena paused again. I remember you saying you plan to cross the Great Mountain Range to Pingjiang City? Yes, Mitchell confirmed. But isn't there an official road? Why not take that? Too many bandits along the way, Mitchell replied. So you're choosing to cross the Great Mountain Range to avoid bandits? The Selena looked amazed at Mitchell. Yes. To me, this mountain seems safer than that road, Mitchell quickly added. Hearing Mitchell's words, the Selena couldn't tell what to make of it. Inwardly, she mused. Just what kind of oddball had she stumbled upon? To actually think the Great Mountain Range was safer than the official road? Chapter 312. There are actually still humans. Right, you haven't told me yet. Are there really demonic beasts in this mountain? Mitchell asked. The kind that eats people? Of course. The Selena in white nodded. Seems like I was indeed too rash. If I had known it was so dangerous, I shouldn't have come up the mountain. Mitchell said with lingering fear. The Selena in white shook her head, realizing this mortal was only now understanding the dangers of the vast mountain range. Strangely enough, he had made it across unharmed. Whether it could be counted as dumb luck remained to be seen. Ah! Suddenly, the Selena in white let out a sharp cry of pain. On her fair calf appeared calf, sucking the venom mouthful by mouthful. Looking at Mitchell's focused effort, the Selena's delicate face showed profound emotion, and she anxiously shouted, "You might die if you do this." Yet Mitchell continued as if he hadn't heard, continuing to draw the venom from her bite. Only when he felt it was sufficient did he stop. "How are you?" Mitchell quickly asked. "I feel much better. I can sense there isn't much venom left. Even without my cultivation, my constitution can clear it out," the Selena replied, adding, "Thank you." "That's good." Relieved, Mitchell tore off another piece of cloth and carefully bandaged her wound. Watching Mitchell meticulously attend to her wound, the Selena's expression grew complicated. She never imagined she would be saved again by this mortal. "All right, I'll go find some herbs to apply on it." Tying the cloth, Mitchell tried to stand but suddenly felt dizzy and blacked out, falling over. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, the Selena's face drastically changed. She struggled to Mitchell's side and used all her strength to lift him. "What's wrong? Say something." "Don't scare me. I told you not to. You'll die if you do that, and you didn't listen." Panicking, she held Mitchell awkwardly in her arms, unsure of what to do. In the past, one human life meant nothing to her, but imagining this mortal dying from poor horns, and his nose was larger than average. Clearly, he wasn't human. Did not expect humans still exist in these mountains. Since I've seen them, I should take care of this as well, he thought, rapidly transforming into a streak of light and closing in on Mitchell. Chapter 313, Immortal's Relic. "This sword seems to belong to that Selena I killed earlier. It looks like this person is connected to that Selena. We can't let him live." Landing on the ground, he looked at Mitchell with a murderous intent. With a swift movement, he launched an all-out attack without holding back, instantly closing in on Mitchell. But at this moment, he noticed something strange, a change in the heavenly principles around him. In an instant, his humanoid form transformed into his primal state. What is happening? He was inwardly shocked. However, since his offensive momentum was already set, and his primal form did not diminish his fighting power, because for any beast, the primal form was actually their strongest, he decided to proceed. Feeling the ground shake behind him, Mitchell finally realized what was happening. A colossal creature was attacking him. Such a huge water buffalo. Mitchell was greatly surprised. Yet his eyes sparkled. He had been worrying about finding some nourishing items for his disciple. Little did he expect it would come so soon. He accepted it gladly. With a smirk, Mitchell faced the charging water buffalo off his sword. Mitchell quickly found the herbs he needed and returned to the cave. Inside the cave, the white-clad Selena sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, resting serenely. Sensing Mitchell's return, she opened her beautiful eyes. She appeared somewhat uncomfortable, likely recalling previous events, which also left her slightly embarrassed. "Well, I've brought the herbs. Let me apply them for you," Mitchell said while grinding the herbs. The Selena hesitated to say she could do it herself, but couldn't bring herself to refuse, somehow fearing Mitchell's reprimand. After applying the herbs to the white-clad Selena, Mitchell built a fire and took out a wild rabbit to barbecue. "You're doing what?" The white-clad Selena opened her eyes and asked. "Steel is iron and food is steel. We have to eat, right?" Mitchell replied. "I advise you not to. The smell might attract many creatures, even beasts," the white-clad Selena softly reminded him. "Is that true?" Mitchell panicked. The white-clad Selena nodded seriously. Reflecting on this, Mitchell shuddered, realizing he'd always been lucky during this journey. Fortunately, he had bought quite a few local specialties in Nansha. Since barbecuing was out of the question, these snacks would have to suffice. "Oh, I haven't asked your name yet," Mitchell asked. "Gillis Tayo Tayo," the white-clad Selena replied. "Powerful. The western beast forest is where beasts gather, a paradise for them. Eastern Victory has the highest population, but strength varies greatly. Central Continent is home to the strongest individuals, gathering elites from the entire land." Hearing this, Mitchell nodded. Living so long, he hadn't known the continent was divided into so many regions. Given that the bull demon came from the western beast forest, it must be truly terrifying, Mitchell remarked. "I hope I never encounter him. I wouldn't stand a chance." "If you meet him," Gillis Tayo Tayo glanced at Mitchell's side and said, "just pray for the best." Chapter 314. You're overthinking it. Mitchell gave a bitter smile. After learning about the dangers within the mountain, Mitchell decided to wait in place, planning to wait until Freya's cultivation recovered before leaving the mountain together. Otherwise, with their current conditions, it would be difficult to deal with not only that ox demon but even a powerful beast. Time slowly passed. The lone man and Selena lived in the cave day by day. Freya sat cross-legged daily, trying to break through the seal within her body. Meanwhile, Mitchell took charge of providing food and drink for both of them each day, busy but happy. "Can we talk?" On this day, after preparing to go out and hesitating for a moment, Mitchell squatted in front of Freya and spoke. "Speak." Freya opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Mitchell. "I feel like I'm losing out here. You saved me once, I've saved you multiple times, and I have to take care of your meals every day. Walking out, I am always on edge, afraid of encountering beasts," Mitchell said with furrowed brows. "Is the debt of gratitude from a cultivator not enough for you?" Freya's beautiful eyes moved slightly as she asked. "TSK, what use do I have for your gratitude? That's all empty talk." Mitchell rolled his eyes at Freya. "Give me something substantial." "Then what do you want substantially?" Freya asked. "Originally, I wanted to get some cultivator's items to use, but I can't use them. So give me some gold coins." Mitchell grinned. "A million or two would be perfect. I won't complain." Freya looked at Mitchell with a complicated expression. She then said, "Do you know that a cultivator's debt of gratitude is priceless? A million or two gold coins may seem like a lot, but to us cultivators, it's nothing. So you really want gold coins instead of my debt of gratitude?" "Yes, I want the gold coins." Mitchell smiled. He thought that with this influx of gold coins, he could finally replenish the losses incurred in Nansha. He could also return to renovate the martial arts school, replace the lounge chair in the yard, and hire a maid when he had enough spare money. This life would be simply delightful. "All right. Freya nodded. I can give you 1,000,000 gold coins, but not right now. We'll talk when we leave. Fair enough. Give me an IOU. Mitchell spoke happily, then pulled out paper and pen. Today, Freya owes Mitchell 1,000,000 gold coins. Signature as proof. Mitchell wrote on the paper, slapped it in front of Freya, and smiled. Sign it. Freya's face twitched slightly. All right. Seeing Mitchell's determined expression that wouldn't let up without a signature, she finally gritted her teeth and nodded, signing her name under Mitchell's watchful gaze. Comfortable. Mitchell carefully stored the IOU, putting it in his pocket and patting it with satisfaction. After taking care of the IOU, Mitchell picked up Freya's longsword and went out to find food. However, he could only find some wild fruits, supplemented by snacks he carried along, because once when Mitchell tried to barbecue, it really attracted 2 wild beasts, scaring him off since then. Yet just as Mitchell walked out of the cave, Freya's expression inside the cave changed drastically. Despite her loss of cultivation, her keen senses detected several powerful beasts appearing nearby outside the cave. This made her extremely worried, because according to this situation, Mitchell who had gone out would inevitably encounter these beasts. What should I do? Her beautiful eyes flickered, but with her completely sealed cultivation and yet to heal injuries, she couldn't even walk well, let alone rescue Mitchell. Although this mortal sometimes seemed hateful to her, she didn't detest him. Just as she was unsure of what to do, those beast presences suddenly disappeared. Did they leave? Then Mitchell. Could he have already? Thinking of this, she panicked. Though her injuries were not fully healed, she still supported herself and staggered towards the cave entrance. But as soon as she reached the entrance, she saw Mitchell carrying a long sword, muttering curses as he walked back. Damn it, some wild boars dared to attack me. Do they think I'm a vegetarian? I've practiced martial arts, you know? You didn't die? Seeing Mitchell safe and sound, Freya froze. What are you implying? Do you hope I die? Are all women so wicked? Mitchell glared at Freya, frowning. That's not what I meant. Freya hurriedly explained. I sensed beast presence outside the cave. I thought you might have. Beast presence? Mitchell's face turned pale as he quickly stepped next to Freya, his eyes cautious. Don't scare me. Don't worry, their presence has disappeared. They probably left, Freya said, looking at Mitchell and asked again. But you really didn't encounter them? No, though I did come across some foolish beasts and killed them, Mitchell replied. Freya looked incredulous. This doesn't make sense. Based on the strength indicated by those beasts earlier, it was impossible for them not to notice Mitchell outside the cave. Since they definitely noticed Mitchell, why didn't they attack but left directly instead? Are you sure you didn't see them? Freya asked again. Really didn't. Mitchell shook his head, suddenly recalling something. You mean those beasts were the ones I killed? Hearing this, Freya's face turned cold. Those beasts, based on their auras, were at least fiend tribes level. How could they be killed by a mere mortal? You're overthinking it. She glanced at Mitchell and walked back into the cave. Chapter 315. New grievances and old feuds. All right. Mitchell helplessly rubbed his nose. Indeed, how could a beast be so weak as to be cut down with just a few slashes? After returning to the cave, Gillis Tautau was waiting for him. She then said, let me tell you some good news. Oh, are you finally going to pay me? Mitchell quickly sat closer and asked. Upon hearing this, Gillis Tautau was speechless. Mortals were mortals. Their horizons were indeed short-sighted, seeing only money. Money, in the eyes of cultivators, was the most basic thing. If one had broader horizons, asking her for elixirs or other items would be far more valuable than hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Of course, she did not mean to look down on him. It was just that different people had different perspectives. My cultivation couldn't be restored in a short time, but a mysterious energy has appeared inside my body, breaking through the seal placed by Broderick, Gillis Tautau explained. So tomorrow, I should be able to break the seal and restore my cultivation. Mitchell's eyes lit up as he hurriedly replied, that is indeed good news. You can pay me sooner. Can you stop talking about money every moment? Gillis Tautau's face turned cold as she sternly spoke. Do we talk about love instead? Mitchell shot her an annoyed glance and retorted bitterly. Gillis Tautau was taken aback. She found that staying with this mortal was enough to drive anyone mad, yet there was nothing she could do to him. I'm just curious about where this energy inside me came from. Gillis Tautau shifted the topic. What if it's from the wild fruits I picked for you? Mitchell speculated. Gillis Tautau shook her head. These fruits were common and couldn't possibly have such immense power. Maybe it's from the herbal medicines I applied? My knowledge of herbs is pretty impressive. Mitchell continued. Gillis Tautau glanced at Mitchell. She realized discussing these matters with him was a waste of breath. The herbs treated her snakebite wound, but claiming they could break the seal was absurd. Tomorrow, I'll restore my cultivation and take you out of the mountains. Seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation, she closed her beautiful eyes, entering a state of tranquility. Time passed quickly. While Mitchell was still picking wild fruits, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the direction of the cave. A streak of light flashed out of the cave and hovered over Mitchell's head moments later. She floated in midair, exuding a powerful aura. Your cultivation is back? Mitchell excitedly asked. She nodded expressionlessly, reaching out slightly, causing Mitchell's long sword to fly into her hand. There are many beasts around here. It's unsafe. I'll take you somewhere safe first, then come back after I settle some things. Okay, no problem. Mitchell immediately said, oh, are you going to carry me while flying? Or what? Gillis Tautau looked at Mitchell. All right, let's go. Am I ready for piggyback or princess style? Both work for me. Mitchell spread his hands. Daydreaming much? Gillis Tautau's lips twitched, letting out a cold snort before grabbing Mitchell's hand and soaring high into the sky. Aren't you scared? Seeing Mitchell in midair, Gillis Tautau couldn't help but ask. Mitchell shook his head. Don't you think this is worth being amazed by, or even enjoying the scenery below? Gillis Tautau asked again. Why bother? Mitchell rolled his eyes. In his previous life, he flew often. Gillis Tautau was speechless. Soon, she landed Mitchell atop a mountain peak. Wait here and don't wander off. Once I'm done, I'll take you out of the mountains, Gillis Taodao instructed. I didn't expect Broderick to be so close to our cave, but the aura ends here without any sign of him. Why? As she pondered, something caught her eye, making her heart skip a beat. Regaining her composure, she flew towards it with disbelief. Seeing what lay before her, even someone like her couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 316. Who exactly is he? On the ground lay a corpse, shocking to behold. Flies buzzed chaotically around, and maggots crawled all over it, clearly indicating he had been dead for many days. And this very corpse was the bull demon she had been searching for so long. Freya was left speechless, unable to come to terms with the sight. An emperor-level demon of the 6th rank, dead just like that? This wasn't some wild boar or another beast. This was an emperor demon, an unstoppable force in these mountains. Suppressing her shock, she covered her nose with a jade-like hand while examining the bull demon's body with sharp eyes. She needed to understand how such a powerful entity met its end here. What she discovered was alarming. A sword wound pierced through the bull demon's skull, tearing through its formidable defenses and cleaving its demonic core in two. She drew in a sharp breath. There were no signs of a struggle. Whoever did this had killed the bull demon in a single, swift strike. How terrifying must that blow have been to achieve such an effect, she murmured, awestruck. Suddenly, her gaze shifted. Another startling realization hit her. A part of the bull demon's body was missing, cut away by a single sword stroke. Who could this person be? She pondered aloud. So merciless, not only killing the bull demon but also desecrating the body. Her expression was a mix of emotions as she stood there for a long time. She had come with the intent to take revenge on the bull demon, never imagining that it would already be dead. Emph, you've gotten what you deserve after all your evil deeds, Freya said coldly, preparing to return. But as she took a few steps, something else caught her attention. She approached hurriedly and found yet another demon carcass. Another Sam-level demon. Freya's delicate eyebrows furrowed. More astonishing still, she found a second, third, fourth, countless beast corpses. Her mind struggled to process the scene. Nearby, at least 20 to 30 demons lay dead, ranging from master to emperor levels. True beasts also littered the area, but all were slain by a single sword strike. The thought made her shiver. Who is this person? She couldn't help but wonder about his identity. How strong must he be if he treated both wild beasts and emperor-level demons as mere ants, cutting them down in one stroke? Most unbelievable was the fact that these demons had died when she was merely in a nearby cave. Yet, she hadn't heard a single sound. She sensed something peculiar. Why kill so many demons near their cave, while leaving the distant areas untouched? Ignoring both her and Mitchell inside the cave entirely. What was his purpose? Frowning, Freya mulled over the possibilities. This mysterious expert seemed to be protecting her and Mitchell within the cave. Mitchell? A bolt of lightning struck her thoughts. Could this person be Mitchell, who had been by her side for days? The notion filled her with disbelief, yet it became increasingly plausible. Mitchell had too many unexplainable traits. How could a mortal enter so deep into the mountains without encountering a single demon, much less survive unscathed? When demons encountered Mitchell in the cave, they vanished, and he returned unharmed. Could Mitchell really be this mysterious swordsman? She couldn't stop herself from leaping into the sky, rushing back toward Mitchell's location. Eager to verify this suspicion, she soared through the air like a streak of light. Before she reached him, a chilling cry echoed from within the mountain. Ah, help! I'm so scared. Following the scream, Freya saw Mitchell jumping wildly, fleeing madly. What's happening? She flew over, asking urgently. You're finally back. Mitchell dashed toward her, exclaiming anxiously, there's a huge caterpillar over there. A caterpillar? Freya frowned deeply. Yes, nearly scared me to death, Mitchell stammered, hiding behind her. Speechless, Freya waved her hand, leveling the area. Phew. Amazing. Finally dealt with it. Seeing this, Mitchell emerged from behind her, wiping sweat off his brow, visibly relieved. Watching Mitchell react this way, Freya's face was inscrutable. The absurdity dawned on her. How could someone terrified by a caterpillar possibly be the swordsman who slew the bull demon? Truly laughable. Translation maintains the paragraph structure and tone of the original text. Chapter 317. Dimensional Suppression. Shaking her head, she turned to Mitchell with a questioning gaze. By the way, when we were in the cave earlier, did you notice anything unusual? Unusual? Mitchell shook his head. Or did you encounter anyone? Freya asked again. Nobody. Mitchell shook his head once more. Hearing this, Freya couldn't help but rub her temples, glancing at Mitchell and asking, You really are an ordinary person and not a cultivator, right? Would I be something else? Mitchell shot her a look. This Selena was really poking where it hurt. All right. Freya shook her head, realizing that discussing these matters with Mitchell, an ordinary person, would lead to no conclusions. As for who that mysterious person was, she would pursue it later. Of course, it might just be her overthinking. The mysterious person might have just happened to be around the cave, and it had nothing to do with her. All right, let me escort you out of the mountains now, Freya said as she grabbed Mitchell's arm and soared into the sky. Aren't you going to that immortal's ruins? Mitchell asked while in midair. I don't know when the ruins will open, so it's not too late to send you back first, Freya explained. Oh, okay, but don't forget about the money you owe me, Mitchell added. Hearing this, Freya's face darkened. Don't mention it, just remember to pay me, Mitchell laughed. By the way, is this immortal's ruin left by immortals? Yes. Nodding, Freya continued. It should contain quite a few valuable things. However, at our level, common opportunities mean little. We're here because there might be immortal artifacts left behind. Immortal artifacts? Correct. This ruin's owner is said to be Gay, an immortal who traveled down during the era when the path to immortality hadn't been severed. Legend has it he possessed an immortal artifact called the Huntian Steel, which suppressed immortals and gods alike, and its inscriptions may even record some immortal techniques. Note: I've kept Huntian steel in pinyin, as it seems to be a specific term or name that doesn't have a direct English translation. The rest of the text has been adjusted for natural fluency. Ah. Mitchell nodded. Freya was slightly surprised by his reaction, glancing at him and asking curiously, "You aren't intrigued or longing for the power of the Huntian steel?" Mitchell scratched his head, sincerely replying, "No interest, no longing." Hearing this, Freya couldn't help but twitch her lips. The two flew swiftly, passing over numerous mountains. Suddenly, an odd sound reverberated through the 10,000 great mountains. Boom! The sound, like a thunderous bell, ruptured eardrums. At the same time, countless beasts in the 10,000 great mountains fell into chaos. Concurrently, a golden light spread from the sky, covering the entire area within moments. Not good, the ruins have opened. This is an immortal's unique dimensional suppression. Not good, the ruins have opened. This is an immortal's unique dimensional suppression. Feeling the golden light, Freya's expression changed. Dimensional suppression? What does that mean? Mitchell asked. Dimensional suppression means everyone below the immortal rank is insignificant. To put it simply, all beasts and experts lose their cultivation under this pressure. Ah. So what you're saying is, he'd have kept at least a knife. Eventually, Mitchell's eyes brightened as he reached a grand hall connected by many passages. Approaching, a pair of eyes appeared on the black wall at the far end, silently watching him. I didn't expect someone to find this place so quickly. Let's see if you can break the 3 barriers I've set in this hall within a month. If you can, I'll reluctantly take your body. Just don't disappoint me. The eyes, hidden in the wall, flickered, thinking these thoughts. But then, the white-robed figure approached unexpectedly. How? How is this possible? Didn't I set 3 barriers? How did he get through? And the dimensional suppression should strip him of his cultivation. How did he manage? The eye's mind was in turmoil. Before regaining composure, the white-robed figure drew closer, looking straight at him and moving in. For a moment, four eyes stared at each other. He saw me? No. It's impossible for him to see me. Ordinary eyes can't detect me. It must be a coincidence. Yet, as he thought this, a finger poked toward him. Well, this bead is beautiful. It should fetch a good price, Mitchell muttered. And with that, he plucked the bead off. Note: in English texts, character introductions usually provide smoother readability by including names and brief descriptions early. The translation maintains paragraph structure and tone, ensuring fluency. Chapter 318. Even mosquito legs have meat. Growl, damned, damned. In the dark, as the bead was pried off, a heart-wrenching howl escaped his mouth. Although these 2 beads were not his actual eyeballs, but made from a special material embedded in the wall with strands of divine soul attached for observation, Mitchell's action of prying off this bead equated to erasing that trace of divine soul attached to it. This added more misery to him, who was already in a state of undead. What he did not expect was that this damned white-robed man, after prying off one bead, still felt unsatisfied and proceeded to pry off the other one seriously. Seeing this, the white-robed man became the object of his gnashing hatred. He could only watch helplessly as the hand grew larger, and then finally pulled out the second bead. Wah. Damned human, lowly human, I curse you. Wah wah. How is this even possible? I clearly placed a taboo on this wall in my lifetime. Not only humans under dimensional suppression, but even the strongest below immortals couldn't see through my taboo. How did he manage to see through it? So beautiful. Mitchell held the 2 beads in the palm of his hand, examining them closely. These beautiful beads can probably be sold for 10 gold coins each. What a pleasant surprise. Speaking of which, Mitchell carefully stored away the 2 beads, feeling quite satisfied. After all, 1 bead for 10 gold coins means 20 gold coins for 2 beads, which translates into 20 bowls of beef noodles. Every little bit counts. What Mitchell didn't know was that above his head, a shadow suddenly appeared. Its face was twisted with rage, eyes blazing with hatred, fixating on Mitchell. But when it heard Mitchell say the bead could sell for 10 gold coins, the shadow almost spewed blood. 10 gold coins? The value of that pair of beads would surpass the entire Ninsha even if it were sold. To devalue such treasures to this extent infuriated it. Lowly lower realm human, I don't care who you are or how you bypassed my array, but now you will pay for your transgressions with your life. The shadow stared at Mitchell fiercely before stretching out its claws, transforming into an enormous shadow hurtling toward Mitchell. In an instant, it was right behind Mitchell, intent on killing. Unaware of this impending doom, Mitchell remained oblivious as the sharp claw marks were about to touch his neck. Snap! At this moment, a strange sound echoed, followed by a burst of energy from behind Mitchell. The shadow attacking Mitchell collided with this energy, being repelled backward. Ah! In the void, it let out an inaudible scream, knocked askew by the force, nearly losing its form, unable to maintain its current shape. Its entire shadow was now visibly weakened compared to before. Huff! Damn! Eating too many wild radishes in the cave, had been holding in my breath, finally released. Mitchell took a deep breath, pressing down with both hands, looking rather relieved. How could this happen? Hearing Mitchell's words, the shadow lurking in the corner let out a frenzied roar, full of despair. Post-death, it had meticulously planned its resurrection, while preserving its remaining divine soul power. To minimize the dissipation of its soul over time, it remained hidden in the dark, even spending great effort on creating those eyes to reduce mental strain, avoiding excessive dispersion of its divine soul. Unexpectedly, the careful preservation of its soul was shattered by that sudden force, losing a significant portion. Now, its body was mostly transparent and weak. Most infuriating was that it turned out to be just a fart. I don't care who you are. I will have you die, die. It roared with hatred, eyes burning with fury. With a wave of its hand, a small black snake appeared on the floor, hissing menacingly. Blaine, kill this human, but do not destroy his body. Leave it for me to possess. The shadow instructed sternly. Blaine flicked its tongue, slowly crawling towards Mitchell. Seeing Blaine's actions, the shadow sneered coldly. Though it did not understand why its dimensional suppression failed repeatedly, allowing this person to escape its control, it wasn't panicking. Because Blaine was no ordinary snake, but one it brought from the immortal realm. In other words, this was a celestial-grade beast. Despite potential weakness due to the rules of Xinjiang continent, it was still invincible here. Blaine's attack meant certain death for this human, providing the perfect opportunity for possession. When the human died, the dispersed divine soul wouldn't matter. It would be reborn, dominating the continent once more. Thinking of this, the shadow's satisfaction grew. Everything was foolproof, without any unforeseen issues. Meanwhile, unaware of Blaine's approach, it slithered closer. Finally, its body coiled and sprung forward, launching itself mid-air. Opening its gaping maw, it locked onto Mitchell's neck. Got it. Seeing this, the shadow rejoiced inwardly. Under Blaine's attack, no one on Xinjiang continent could evade. Chapter 319. These words are laced with meaning. However, what Hubert didn't expect was that in response to Blaine's lightning-fast attack, Mitchell simply tilted his head, evading it while simultaneously grabbing hold of Blaine. Ooh, whoa. What delicious broth. Just perfect. So soothing. Mitchell's face radiated satisfaction. Watching his lifelong companion turn into someone else's meal, Hubert felt heartache. Still, he didn't dare move from his hiding spot. Having lived for countless years, how could he not recognize that this white-robed man was a super ancient monster? Otherwise, why would he disregard immortal-level taboos? How could he easily dodge Blaine's attacks and even treat Blaine as food? It wasn't a problem with his dimensional suppression. It simply didn't work on this person. Thinking of this made Hubert nearly weep, filled with depression. He only wanted to find a talented young soul to reincarnate into. Never did he expect to encounter such an old monster. As for why such a monster appeared here, and what his purpose was, Hubert had no idea. Nor dared he ask or say anything. He could only hide in the corner, suppressing his spiritual aura to the extreme, hoping this old monster hadn't noticed him. Another bowl. Mitchell ate unhurriedly, finishing one bowl after another. Belching after eating, Mitchell took out some fresh fruits he had previously collected, eating them as dessert. With a few fruits down, Mitchell felt even more satisfied. So good. So tired. Time for a nap? Stretching, Mitchell covered the pot, leaned against a wall, and fell asleep. Wailing. Elon, don't sleep. Please leave. Don't torment me like this. Seeing Mitchell sleeping soundly, the quivering Hubert in the corner almost cried. Despite living for countless years, every moment felt excruciatingly long in front of this monster. Time passed slowly. Just when Hubert's spirit was nearly breaking, Mitchell finally opened his eyes and stood up. Oh dear, too much soup, Mitchell muttered, unbuttoning his trousers and walking toward a corner. Hiss. Seeing this, the phantom in the corner shivered. The old monster was coming towards him. What was he going to do? Did he notice me? Is he going to kill me? Heart pounding, Hubert watched as a stream of urine came down. No, please no sir, I was wrong. I won't possess you again. Hubert's body trembled with fear, his spirit wailing loudly. His translucent soul became even more transparent, indicating greater damage. Finished urinating, Mitchell shivered and walked back to the pot, sipping the snake soup again. One sip of soup, one bite of meat, for a full hour, until Mitchell finally put away the pot, stretching lazily. Meanwhile, Hubert, barely alive in the corner, stared at Mitchell with wide eyes. Elon, you finished your soup and relieved yourself? Can you leave now? To his dismay, Mitchell showed no sign of leaving and began wandering around the hall aimlessly. Sighing, Mitchell complained, why can't I find any decent weapon in this huge hall? Hearing this, Hubert, trembling in the corner, shuddered once more. These words are laced with meaning. Note, the translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring it fits seamlessly with the previous content. Names are transliterated accurately, and the narrative flows naturally in English. Chapter 320. You owe me 2 million. These words seem to be spoken directly to him. Indeed, it was definite. He must have long discovered his presence. The flatulence earlier, the urination afterward, and these words now all clearly proved he had known about his existence from the start. The purpose of his visit was also straightforward, to obtain the Chaos Heaven Steel. But what the hell? You wanted the Chaos Heaven Steel. Why not just say so? Instead of torturing me to death, you could have simply said it leisurely. Amidst lamenting, the shadowy figure waved his hand. Instantly, the black stone tablet that had been floating above the grand hall gave a slight tremor. Then it plummeted down, landing on the ground with a thud. Ah! Mitchell quickly turned around, slightly startled at the black brick lying on the ground. Never would he have thought his luck was so good that a real brick fell from the ceiling. He walked a sinister-looking individual. Freya. If we were outside, defeating you wouldn't be easy, the hooked-nosed man said coldly. But now that neither of us has our cultivation, we fight only with our bodies. As a Selena, you're no match for me. I advise you to surrender immediately. Freya's face filled with despair, yet she didn't yield to the threat. Instead, she tightened her grip on her sword and retorted coldly, Zaire, stop spouting nonsense. If you want to attack, do it quickly. It seems you choose punishment over mercy, Zaire said coldly. Remember, there's no one here who can save you. Bullshit. Aren't humans like me living things? Suddenly, a shout came from behind Zaire, followed by an unexpected kick landing on his back. Startled, Zaire stumbled. His face darkened as he swiftly turned around, only to find a young man wielding a brick standing behind him. And the despairing Freya hadn't expected someone to come to her aid at such a dire moment. She too looked over in surprise. At the sight of the familiar figure, could it be anyone other than the mortal who had been with her all along? Earlier, she had been worried about Mitchell's fate, never expecting him to still be alive and well. You're all right. That's great. she exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Do you know each other? Hearing Freya's voice, Zaire stared at Mitchell, his face darkening as he growled, Ingram, even if you know each other, I warn you not to meddle. Otherwise, I'll make sure you have nowhere to bury your remains. Upon hearing this, Freya grew anxious and signaled Mitchell to leave, clearly indicating Mitchell should retreat, as she believed Zaire was not someone a mortal could provoke. Since Mitchell had survived, she didn't want him to put himself in danger. However, what they both hadn't anticipated was Mitchell's firm response, I won't leave, and I will intervene. Mitchell's words left them incredulous. Freya was worried, never expecting the mortal to dare challenge Zaire. Meanwhile, Zaire's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, astonished by the boy's audacity. Ingram, you die now. Infuriated, he swung his claws towards Mitchell. Watch out, Freya shouted. But as her voice echoed, Mitchell effortlessly dodged Zaire's attack, striking his head with the brick. Without any cultivation to protect him, Zaire was instantly bloodied, staggering in place, stars in his eyes. Sigh. This scene stunned Freya, who covered her mouth and gaped in disbelief. How could a mortal knock Zaire, a seasoned warrior, with a brick? Yet it happened before her eyes. Even without cultivation, their years of combat experience and physical strength far exceeded ordinary humans. For Zaire to be struck by a mortal felt surreal. To her astonishment, Mitchell took immediate action. He snatched the sword from her hand and plunged it into Zaire's chest without hesitation. Clean and swift, without delay. Seeing the lifeless Zaire, Freya remained stunned. Mitchell, the mortal, had truly killed a martial emperor right in front of her? If word of this got out, it would cause an uproar across the continent. Zaire probably never imagined, after achieving the status of a martial emperor, that he would fall at the hands of a mortal. Are you just going to stand there? Gather the spoils of war. Mitchell rolled his eyes at her. Realizing what to do, Freya quickly stripped the storage ring from Yen Laomu's body. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of treasures lay inside. Even with Freya's composure, she was taken aback by the bounty. Technically, I'm the one who killed him, so these things should belong to me. But these cultivator items aren't much use to me, so, rubbing his nose, Mitchell took out paper and pen again. Should I write another IOU? The treasures are yours, but you owe me 1 million. Deal? You want 1 million gold coins? Are cultivator items this worthless? Not that, I mean. Alright then, 1 million it is. Mitchell swiftly pinned down the IOU, grabbed Freya, who was still in shock, and pressed her hand on the IOU to leave an imprint. Satisfied, he put the IOU away. Remember, you now owe me 2 million. Chapter 321. Hope rests on the mortal. Looking at the storage ring in her hand, Freya couldn't help but smile bitterly. This mortal. He truly left her between laughter and tears. Forget 1 million gold coins. Any item from Devlin's storage ring would be worth far more than that. But Mitchell's decisive demeanor put even a Marshall Hudson-level cultivator like herself to shame. Killing someone like Devlin would cause her considerable hesitation, yet this mortal crushed him without batting an eye. Reflecting on it, she felt she had been living like a pig compared to him. Right? Although we cultivators have lost our cultivation levels, our physical strength and combat experience should still give us an advantage over mortals. How did you manage it? Freya couldn't resist asking, puzzled. Well, hee. Mitchell scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Though I can't cultivate, I do know some martial arts. Just some martial arts? Freya pursed her lips, still finding it hard to believe. Knowing some martial arts didn't necessarily mean one could defeat Devlin. Yet, it was impossible for Mitchell to have any cultivation under the dimensional pressure. She had to accept that his martial skills were genuinely impressive. The hardest fact for her to swallow was that since Mitchell could kill Devlin with a single blow, she wasn't sure she could stand against him now. In other words, Mitchell was currently stronger than her, and she was once again becoming a burden to this mortal. But having experienced similar situations before, it wasn't completely unbearable this time. What should we do next? She asked Mitchell, unknowingly putting him in charge. We need to figure out where we are first, Mitchell said. If my guess is correct, we should be inside a Shanrun relic site, Freya said with a frown. Note, Shanrun is not translated as it seems to be a specific term from the original work. If you have a preferred translation for Shanrun, please let me know. To improve fluency, I've slightly rephrased the sentence. If Shanrun should be translated or explained, please provide guidance. Oh. Mitchell was startled and immediately asked, I remember you mentioned something incredible left by this immortal. So, can we go treasure hunting? You're dreaming. Freya shot Mitchell a look and explained, under the immortal suppression, we don't even know if we can survive, let alone snatch treasures. There will definitely be forbidden formations or guardian beasts around the treasures. Getting them under these circumstances is impossible. So we should find a way out as soon as possible. All right. With the brick in hand, Mitchell led Freya to search for an exit. They walked for half a day. Who's there? Suddenly, Mitchell shouted at the approaching passage. 3 figures emerged cautiously from the passage ahead. One was a young man holding a long halberd. The other 2 were gauges. It's actually Miss Gillis. The young man, upon seeing Freya, exclaimed in surprise. Freya was also surprised. These 3 weren't ordinary people. The youth, Merrill, came from Dongshin Continent, a 6th-rank Marshal Hudson whose halberd skills were unparalleled. The 2 gauges were experts who came from Central Continent like Devlin, known as Blake with ranks of 5th and 6th. Why are you together? Freya couldn't help but ask. We just happened to meet, and decided to travel together. After all, under this dimensional suppression, traveling alone would likely lead to death, Merrill smiled. Hearing this, Freya nodded. That made sense. How about it, Miss Gillis? Shall we travel together? It'll be safer and easier to deal with dangers if we stick together, Merrill suggested. I don't plan on treasure hunting, so our paths might differ, Freya replied. Miss Gillis is joking. We're looking for an exit too. After all, survival comes first under this suppression, Merrill smiled. Freya nodded. Everyone understood. If they had lower cultivation levels, they might risk it, but reaching their current level meant they valued their lives more than any treasure. Shall we join? Meryl smiled. Freya looked hesitant and glanced. Mitchell's eyes flickered. After hesitating, he said, let's follow me. I might have a way. Everyone turned to look at him. Humph. The Blake snorted, dismissing Mitchell's suggestion. Brother Mitchell, you're just a mortal. We can't find a way out. How could you? Meryl asked skeptically. I'm not sure if it's a method, but it's better than wandering aimlessly. If you trust me, follow me. Otherwise, I'll go alone. Mitchell replied calmly. He remembered the hall where he ate the snake and believed it might hold the key to getting out. It stood out among the days of exploration, suggesting its significance. He watched as everyone hesitated. Nodding, Mitchell prepared to leave alone. Finally, Freya spoke. I'll follow you. Good. Mitchell nodded at her. Miss Gillis, please reconsider. Along the way, we've encountered many beasts. Although their power is suppressed, it's still dangerous to split up. Meryl frowned. Freya fell silent for a moment, then looked up. No, I choose to trust him. Finishing, she glanced at Mitchell. Although this mortal could sometimes be very annoying, she had to admit that he always gave her a sense of security. It sounded quite laughable that a Marshall Hudson would find security in a mortal, but it was true. What about me? Meryl asked with a troubled look. I suggest you come with us. Freya looked at Meryl and, after hesitating for a moment, added, trust me, my choice won't be wrong. Seeing the serious expression on Freya's face, Meryl gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Humph. However, the Blake snorted coldly and turned to leave. Hey, Gages, why don't we go together? It would be good to have each other's support along the way. Meryl called out. A great Marshall Hudson actually pinning hopes on a mere mortal. Isn't that just absurd? The Blake said disdainfully. Anyway, my brother and I won't do such a thing. In this section, the tension and differing attitudes among the characters are clearly depicted, highlighting the growing trust Freya places in Mitchell despite their diminished powers, while others remain skeptical or outright dismissive. Chapter 322, Lowering the Demands for Soul Seizure. After saying that, the Enyang Gages left with disdainful expressions. Mitchell's face was dark. Two old geezers, what's up with their arrogance? Talking about mortals like they're somehow superior at a time like this. If I didn't want to save some effort, I would have smashed you both with bricks already. After parting ways, Mitchell led Freya and French on their journey, but French still felt uneasy. Although he did not mean to look down upon Mitchell, as the Enyang Gages said, it did seem rather hasty for an esteemed Marshall Hudson to place his hopes of survival on a mortal. Miss Gillis, can we really trust him? French walked beside Freya. Barely, were almost giving up. Yet how did Mitchell, a mere mortal, possess such resilience? Especially French, licking his dry tongue, said feebly, Brother E, I really have no energy left. Why don't you two go ahead? If you stay here, you will die. Mitchell said seriously. He understood well that lying down would feel comfortable, but would make getting back up impossible. But I really have no strength left, French said with a pained expression. Get up and walk. I promise you'll eat something within half a day. Mitchell said firmly. Hearing this, both Freya and French's eyes lit up, disbelief filling their gazes as they looked at Mitchell. I promise. Mitchell nodded resolutely. Upon hearing this, somehow finding the strength, they got up and continued following Mitchell. Half a day later, just as French and Freya were about to collapse, Mitchell paused and rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a piece of beef jerky. He evenly divided it into 3 pieces. Brother E, you actually have beef jerky? French's eyes sparkled as he devoured the beef jerky greedily, with Freya showing little decorum herself. After eating, noticing their improved appearance, where did you get this beef jerky? French asked urgently. These are leftovers from before, but I don't have many left, Mitchell said, producing another piece. Only one more remains. I'm not lying to you this time. I've recalled the path. Another half day, and we'll definitely arrive. Mitchell said firmly. Really? The two looked skeptically at Mitchell. Really? Come with me. If we don't reach the destination in half a day, then you can give up, Mitchell added. The two exchanged glances. They gritted their teeth. Fine. Let's try for half a day more. If it doesn't work out, we'll suffer a bit longer before dying anyway. Thus, under Mitchell's insistence, the two endured another half a day after another half a day. 2 days later, famished, they collapsed onto the ground. Brother E, I won't believe you again. I won't take another step today, French grumbled resentfully. And you? Mitchell asked Freya. Freya shook her head miserably, clearly wanting to give up. But Mitchell smiled faintly. Look, what do you see here? Mitchell asked. They hurriedly looked. To their astonishment, a grand hall appeared before them. This sight revived hope in their previously despairing eyes. Seeing the hall after so many days of monotonous tunnels and walls was a massive psychological impact. Let's go inside and see. This hall connects many passages. I think the opportunity to escape lies within. Mitchell explained. They nodded solemnly, forgetting their exhaustion and hunger as they followed Mitchell into the hall. In that old monster's urine incident, my soul almost dispersed. After stabilizing for so many days, I finally stabilized my soul. In the darkness, a shadow opened its eyes. But compared to before, I'm still much weaker. Probably can't hold on for too many years now. So under these circumstances, I probably need to lower the requirements for soul seizure. Cancel the array test. Saying this, he canceled the arrays in the hall. From now on, anyone who enters this hall, I will seize their body. Hope flickered in the shadow's eyes once more. After all, anyone who could walk this far under the suppression of their cultivation through sheer willpower could prove that they were of no small talent. Even if it wasn't through willpower but luck, it indicated this person had good fortune. So, in any case, he wouldn't end up with a subpar host body. Is there movement? Is someone coming? Ahaha. It seems my luck is finally changing. No sooner have I lowered my requirements than someone shows up. In that case, I won't be polite. With a roar in his mind, he transformed into an invisible shadow in the grand hall and darted directly toward the newcomers. He aimed to strike first, giving them no chance to react, seizing the body with lightning speed. First strike, take control. Chapter 323. A treasure of a man. The shadow's face was filled with smug satisfaction. Turning into a streak of light, it dashed toward the entrance, but abruptly came face to face with Mitchell, who was walking ahead. Hiss. This face is. As the face loomed larger in his vision, his whole body shuddered. It's him. In an instant, the smug expression on his face froze, then twisted into something uglier than death itself. My lord. Lord, my ancestor. Why are you back here? I beg you, don't torment me like this. I'm just a minor immortal. I gave you the heaven inscription tablet, and even black gouet became your meal. What more do you want from me? If he hadn't been in a divine soul state, he might have cried right there and then. Thus, as he was charging forward, he abruptly made a 180-degree turn mid-air. The maneuver was smooth and effortless. Then, he shrunk into a corner, not daring to move a muscle. This great hall. Could it be the core of the immortals' ruins? As they entered the hall, French and Freya cautiously examined their surroundings. However, after inspecting thoroughly, they found nothing significant. It shouldn't be the core you mentioned, right? Otherwise, it seems too sparse. Mitchell couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, French and Freya nodded in agreement. But the shadow was on the verge of tears. My lord, you ate the immortal beast guarding this entire hall. The most formidable immortal artifact, the heaven inscription tablet, is in your hands. Even the most valuable pair of pearls was taken by you, and now you say it's too sparse? Elon, what exactly do you want? Forget it. Let's not worry about that. Let's find a way out as soon as possible. Mitchell instructed them, then began examining each passage and looking for any mechanisms around the hall. Holy crap, a way out? The shadow hiding in the corner was dumbstruck. Don't tell me you don't know how to get out? Can't you simply leave at will? Even if you want to play a fox among wolves in front of these two youngsters, you should not involve me. I beg you. Leave. I'll escort you out, alright? The shadow trembled inwardly. His mind moved, and the entire hall suddenly resonated. Subsequently, numerous stone doors beneath him started shifting. In the gaze of Mitchell and company, all connecting passages leading to the hall closed off, leaving only one final path before them. What's this? Mitchell hurried to the entrance of the tunnel, raising his hand to sense it, then exclaimed with excitement. There's a faint breeze. It must be the exit. Hearing this, the other two also showed signs of excitement. Let's hurry then. Okay. Hope gleamed in their eyes as they carefully stepped into the passage. Seeing Mitchell and the others leave, the shadow hidden in the corner finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he let out his breath, he heard a gentle voice from the passage. You two go first, I'll follow shortly. Mitchell told Freya and the others, then walked back into the hall. Hiss. The shadow's heart raced again. He's back. What does he want? Is he going to kill me before he leaves? As he thought this, splat. A stream of urine splashed down, causing the shadow to shiver violently. Ouch. That's cruel. Second round. It's actually the second round. Bearing it for so long. Mitchell muttered under his breath. With Freya present earlier, it wasn't convenient. This release feels incredible. After shaking himself awake, Mitchell zipped up his pants and left. The trio continued on their journey. With only one passage remaining, it was no longer a labyrinth deep inside, and the occasional gentle breeze assured everyone that this path would surely lead them out of the immortals' ruins. Only, the underground tunnels were extensive. Even having found a way, they didn't know how long it would take to reach the end. Moreover, everyone had already been exhausted since long ago. French and Freya, lacking replenishment, finally collapsed onto the ground, barely alive. Don't give up, we'll be out soon. Mitchell helped them up, giving them water to drink while comforting them. Brother E, I can't hold on anymore, French said weakly, his face pale. Countered. Amazing. French couldn't resist giving a thumbs up. Under extreme hunger, Mitchell managed to keep it hidden. If it were him, he admitted he wouldn't have done the same. Likely, he would have eaten the beef jerky early on, but that would have meant they wouldn't have made it this far. Freya also looked at Mitchell deeply. Indeed, he is a treasure of a man, always surprising and beyond expectations. Recalling their journey, Mitchell always provided new hope when they felt utterly hopeless and unable to persist. Had our fill, let's continue? Mitchell smiled, leading the way. Miss Gillis, I am incredibly grateful for my earlier decision, French said with a fortunate look. Yes, I'm also grateful. Looking at the figure in white ahead, Freya whispered softly, momentarily lost in admiration. What an extraordinary mortal. It was this very figure that saved her life multiple times and repeatedly gave her hope. Moreover, it was this very figure that allowed her, a grand martial emperor, to experience reliance for the first time. 2 more days passed. Help! Help us! Suddenly, faint cries for help echoed from ahead. The trio rushed over, discovering 2 figures nearly dead on the ground. It was yin-yang duo who had been separated for half a month. Though they didn't know how they ended up here, they were clearly starved to skin and bones, their faces ghastly white. Seeing Mitchell and company, the duo struggled weakly. Clearly, they were begging for some food. Humph! Do you want some? No way. French raised an eyebrow at them, tearing at his beef jerky with his mouth, while quickly catching up to Mitchell. At the same time, he wiped the oil from his mouth, looking absolutely infuriating. Your own fault. Freya gave the 2 old men a cold look before stepping over them and following Mitchell. Note: the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the tone and style remain intact while keeping the narrative fluent and coherent with previous content. Chapter 324. How much beef jerky do you have left? You. Don't. Please don't. We were wrong. Please, we shouldn't have spoken like that. Give us another chance, please. Seeing Mitchell and the others really leaving, the Blake crawled on the ground, pleading, but no one cared about their fate anymore. As the saying goes, a man reaps what he sows. Inside the black hall, Ah! The ghostly figure's screams of agony continued. Damn it! My soul is turning completely transparent. At this rate, I won't last even a year, the figure thought, feeling worse than dead. Years of planning, all ruined by 2 drops of urine. The hatred was overwhelming. Yet, remembering the terror of that being, he dared not speak out. I can't just sit here and wait to die. I must find someone to possess immediately. Forget any damn tests. Anyone will do. Biting his teeth, he made this reluctant decision, lowering his standards for a host until there were none left. With his resolve set, he darted off in the direction Mitchell and the others had gone. Not long after, he reached the location of the Blake. Seeing them barely alive, his face turned dark with anger. Damn it! People on this immortal river continent are so cowardly. In this grand immortal relic, only these few came inside. 2 are with that great lord, and the other 2 are such wretched beings. He had no choice now. The ghostly figure floated above the 2, ready to possess them. But at that moment, the weakened duo regained consciousness. An immortal? Is it immortal gay? Seeing the spectral figure hovering in midair, they were overjoyed, kneeling and prostrating themselves, believing they were saved. However, their relief was short-lived. Immortal Gay suddenly raised his hand and cast spells toward them, seizing one's luck and possessing the other's body. What? Possession? No, Immortal Gay, why possess us? Fear filled their voices as they asked, their faces pale. Himph! Do you think I created this immortal relic just for fools like you to gain fortune? I am not some benevolent saint. Upon hearing this, the Blake hearts sank. They finally understood. This immortal relic wasn't a place of fortune, but a selection ground for hosts for Gay's possession. Are we your chosen hosts then? Their faces were bitter and unwilling. Do you even deserve it? Gay spat, unable to contain his fury. He couldn't believe they had the audacity to ask. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't look at them twice. Senior, immortal senior, listen to us. There are people inside who are more powerful, talented, and fortunate than us. One of them said hurriedly, hoping to save themselves. Yeah, especially the white-robed youth leading the group. He would be the perfect host. The other chimed in with a venomous look, trying to drag Mitchell and the others down with them. But Gay's expression darkened. His spectral palm materialized, slapping both of them across the face. Why did you hit us, senior? Do you need to ask? Gay's voice was icy. In my domain, do I not know who's inside? But why? The 2 were dumbfounded. Fine, since you're about to be possessed anyway, I'll tell you. That white-robed youth is someone I can't provoke. His strength is 10,000 times greater than mine in life. The Blake were utterly stunned. White-robed youth. Isn't that Mitchell? Gay couldn't provoke him, and he's 10,000 times stronger than Gay was in life? Does that mean? Gasp. They felt breathless. Could it be that the mortal they looked down upon wasn't mortal but an immortal, far surpassing Gay? Hemph, if I had other choices, I wouldn't pick scum like you, Gay growled. Enough talk. Time to die. With that, Gay summoned all his soul power, issuing the final possession command. In their regret and resentment, the 2's bodies and luck slowly merged into Gay. Oops, too hasty. I thought I could leave the cave in a day, but now it looks like it'll take 2 or 3 days. Walking through the passage, Mitchell sighed and sat down. Just keep pushing. We don't know how much longer it'll take, Gillis Yaodao softly said. Yes, let's hurry. Getting out sooner will ease our minds, French agreed. Why should life be so tiring? Work-life balance, right? Mitchell stretched lazily, speaking leisurely. The others glared at him. Earlier, who had rushed them day and night, like driving away thieves, and now he dares say such things. Despite their complaints, Gillis Yaodao walked over, gently pulling Mitchell up. Just keep going. Once outside, we can rest. We're out of food, she consoled. Yes, let's move quickly. French also helped, adding, we should have saved more beef jerky yesterday. It looks like we'll be hungry again when we reach the exit. Actually, Mitchell scratched his head sheepishly. I still have a bit of food left. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out 3 pieces of beef jerky, a bag of peanuts, and even a bottle of wine. You. French swore, trembling as he pointed at Mitchell. How much more do you have hidden? The translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure, ensuring coherence and natural flow while accurately conveying the content. Chapter 325. Another calculation. Mitchell's words drew a sharp look from Freya. Not much. Mitchell twirled the spatial ring on his finger and smiled. If we eat normally, there's enough for 3 people for 20 years. Following the previous pace of eating once every few days, it should last until I grow old and die. They had long known about Mitchell's spatial ring, though they wondered where an ordinary person like him obtained such an item. Typically, cultivators maintained a tacit understanding not to pry too deeply into such matters. But hearing that the food could last until he grew old and died nearly drove them to strangle Mitchell. You, with all this food, why didn't you bring it out earlier? You almost starved us to death before doling out a little? Merrill snapped irritably. Isn't it better to be prepared for any situation? Mitchell rolled his eyes and retorted. What if we were really trapped with no way out? At least I could grow old and die inside. It might be a bit humiliating, but it's better to live miserably than die gloriously. Enough. Merrill turned green with frustration and laughter as he looked at Mitchell's casual demeanor. Finally, he snatched a piece of beef jerky from Mitchell's hand and devoured it greedily. I can't figure out where you got all this food. Freya shook her head and asked sarcastically. Well, when I left Nansha, I asked an old brother of mine to prepare some local specialties, and he gave me all of this, Mitchell explained with a laugh. Honestly, he was too generous, worried I wouldn't have enough to eat. Both of them were speechless and didn't want to hear another word from Mitchell. That meal was exceptionally satisfying for the trio. Knowing Mitchell had ample supplies, they would ask him for food whenever they felt even slightly hungry. 3 days later, they finally emerged from the Immortal Relic ruins. Back in the daylight. Wow, I didn't expect that walking out of the Immortal Relic ruins would bring us to the edge of the 10,000 mountains, Merrill remarked with a sigh. Yes, it's not far from Pingjiang City either, Mitchell echoed with a sigh of his own. This feeling of being reborn is so good. Freya took a deep breath, closed her beautiful eyes, and savored the moment. Without further delay, the three continued their journey. Half a day later, they walked out of the dimension suppression zone, and Meryl and Freya's cultivation levels returned. Brother E, I never imagined you were truly just an ordinary person. I still had my doubts before. I happen to have a few million saved up. I'll give them to you later, Meryl replied generously. Aha, you're the real tycoon. Mitchell immediately gave Meryl a big bear hug. All right, Brother E, I need to return to Dongsheng for a bit. Once I'm done with my affairs, I'll find you and bring the money, Meryl said. All right, take care. Feel free to visit anytime. Mitchell laughed. Goodbye, Miss Gillis. Meryl nodded respectfully and flew off into the distance. Io. Watching Meryl depart, Mitchell sighed wistfully. Look at him. That's called vision. He's clearly destined for great things. Mitchell's meaningful words made Freya's lips twitch, but she couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Mitchell asked, puzzled. I'm laughing because you, an ordinary person, are actually quite adorable, Freya smirked. Nanny? Mitchell's expression darkened. Never mind, let's get you out of the mountains first. Freya grabbed Mitchell's hand and soared into the air. Soon, they had left the 10,000 mountains and arrived outside Pingjiang City. I also need to go back to Dongsheng for some matters. I can only escort you here, Freya said softly upon landing. All right, take care. It's been a while since I've returned, so I should head back too. Mitchell nodded at Freya. After bidding farewell, Mitchell headed straight for Pingjiang City. Watching Mitchell walk away without turning back, Freya hesitated, unable to speak her thoughts aloud. Ultimately, they weren't from the same path. Sighing, she turned to leave. However, as she turned, she saw Mitchell suddenly looking back at her. Her eyes lit up, stopping her departure. At that moment, her pupils sparkled, and her face radiated undisguised joy. Expectation filled her heart. Sis, don't forget to repay me the money, Mitchell called out. Caught off guard, Freya felt her chest tighten, nearly overwhelmed by anger. Killing intent rose around her, and the temperature increased sharply. The ground beneath her feet cracked silently. Note, Nanny, is retained as it reflects the colloquial surprise in the original Burkinese text. Chapter 326. This is Curtis? Finally heading back to the martial arts school. Wonder what that lame-ass mount looks like. Such a concern. Mitchell finally bid farewell to Gillis Yaodao and strolled leisurely towards Pingjiang City. Playtime no see, Pingjiang City. Dusty and weary, Mitchell walked along the familiar streets. Kobe, long time no see. An old man selling tofu at a stall greeted Mitchell and hung a piece of tofu on his finger. Oh, Arjun, you're too kind. Mitchell smiled and took the tofu. Kobe, come over for a game of chess? Under a big tree, another old man called out. No thanks next time. Let me get home first. What's your plan now? Garner asked. I plan to settle down in Pingjiang City and gradually build a relationship with Birch step by step, eventually achieving our goal, Dream said. But this stubborn ox. Garner's face showed worry. Time will offer solutions. Don't you know love grows with time? Dream smirked. Mitchell finally returned to the martial arts school with Birch. Pushing open the door, Mitchell headed straight to the backyard. So tired. Missed my lounge chair. But as he stepped in, a scene before him made him instantly speechless. A giant snail lay sprawled over the well cover, half dead, basking in the sun. Mitchell instantly burst into curses. Curtis, just hearing this name. It's damn useless, as expected. Busted system, can you stop messing with me? Can you give me something reliable? Infuriated, Mitchell kicked the giant shell and shouted, go somewhere else, don't lie here blocking everything. Seeming to hear Mitchell's curse, the snail lazily opened its eyes. Buru. It emitted a strange sound and began to slowly crawl toward the corner. If only it had stayed still. This movement nearly drove Mitchell mad. It took forever to crawl just half a meter. This thing, a mount? To ride this would mean dying before reaching anywhere. Even the market might take a lifetime. He realized this system was purely designed to trick him. Damn, able to detect. Skills, martial arts on par with the divine, musical instruments on par with the divine, painting on par with the divine, healing on par with the divine, blacksmithing on par with the divine, cooking on par with the divine, winemaking, return to simplicity, tea ceremony, return to simplicity, F******. But Mitchell cursed immediately after reading it. This damn system before, his cultivation was at least displayed as mortal. Now it was suddenly undetectable? If you say he can cultivate, showing undetectable, might be interpreted as him being so powerful that the system cannot measure it. But could he cultivate? Did he have any cultivation? As he thought about this, he punched the sky. Half a minute passed, not even stirring the wind. This F****** thing was clearly too weak to detect. At this moment, in Central Province, inside an ancient tower, a white-haired old man soared into the clouds, staring incredulously at a distant scene. What in the world is that? He asked shakily. In Northern Sea Continent, a long-haired man holding a sword appeared, casting shadows in the sky. Looking at the unusual phenomenon in the distance, he lost his usual calm demeanor, and even his sword dimmed. In Southern Wasteland, a Tenjong tall giant rose from underground, gazing up at the distant sky before kneeling abruptly. In Western Demon Forest, in the dense jungle, a Selena clad in revealing attire felt an unprecedented oppressive force that made her tremble and revert to her true white fox form, lying prostrate on the ground, too scared to move. Elsewhere across Immortal River Continent, many 10 lives Empyreans and countless hidden recluses were startled out of their hideouts, floating midair to witness the strange phenomenon. Just then, the entire world suddenly emitted a devastating aura. A shadowy fist appeared in a pillar-like manner, breaking through the sky with one punch. And in the immortal realm, an unprecedented upheaval occurred. Countless immortals gathered, all shocked, replaying the fleeting sight of that punch in their minds. That punch had shattered the barrier of the immortal realm, turning an area spanning 10,000 miles to nothingness. Where did that punch come from? Andres asked in astonishment. I don't know. Engage, equally grave, stuttered in response. Was it from the other side of divinity? Another asked in disbelief. The higher beings beyond divinity wouldn't do such a thing. It seems to originate from a lower realm. Bullshit. We can't even achieve that. Who in the lower realms could shatter the immortal realm's barrier? Engagely man with a dirty head, holding a wine pot, couldn't help but retort. Although crude, no one contradicted him because he spoke the truth. If everyone in the lower realms could break the barrier with a punch, the mighty figures in the immortal realm might as well find a crevice to crawl into. However, this punch came and went quickly, leaving them unable to capture any trace of it. Aside from causing psychological impact, there was no way for them to investigate further. AI. Back in the martial arts school, Mitchell sat dejectedly on a chair, looking at his pale fist, sighing sorrowfully. Why was cultivation so hard? Ding. New task issued. Another new task? Mitchell frowned. What was this blasted system making him learn now? Task details. Please self-fund the expansion of the martial arts school, establish a sect, and recruit 100 disciples. F*******. Hearing this, Mitchell stood up abruptly, nearly losing control. Self-fund the expansion of the martial arts school? How much money would that take? Most frustratingly, he had to establish a sect? Who'd join a shabby sect when they couldn't even get disciples for the martial arts school? Was this system trying to kill him? Even as Mitchell cursed aloud, the system's voice sounded again. Task reward. The host may start cultivating. What? Upon hearing the task reward, Mitchell froze. Cultivating. Could completing this task enable him to cultivate? Was he finally about to pass the system's test and become truly outstanding? Tears almost welled in Mitchell's eyes. His gaze, flashing with unprecedented brightness, recovered the determination he'd had upon first arriving. Fine, self-funding isn't a problem if it means I can cultivate. As for the sect, let's build it. And as for those 100 disciples, I'll find a way to get them, by hook or by crook. At this moment, Mitchell was full of confidence, filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 328, Sect Planning. On a misty mountain peak, Julius looked grave, stroking his short goatee as he paced back and forth in the pavilion. Oh no, what are we going to do? We're doomed, utterly doomed. Then, he turned his gaze to Morris standing beside him and hurriedly asked, Disciple, how many spiritual treasures do you have left? Why don't you give some of yours to your master first? Anyway, even if I think about it, you'll never be able to gather hundreds of items by yourself, so let's solve my problem first. Upon hearing this, Morris's face turned even gloomier than someone who had lost their mother. Kobe, what difference would 2 or 3 items make if I gave them to you? The deadline has long passed, Morris said darkly. It's just that perhaps our senior doesn't care about us for now, and has temporarily forgotten us. But once they remember this matter, it will be our end. The mention of the deadline. The 2 debt-laden master and disciple looked like they were already dead. Enough, stop whining, said Norris from the side, his face equally dark. You both brought this upon yourselves. Who asked you to act recklessly and court disaster? And why am I, Norris, involved in this mess? I had a decent relationship with that senior until you dragged me into this. This is truly a case of bad company corrupting good morals. Hemph. All you know is complaining. Who could have foreseen this? Julius shouted darkly. If you spend time complaining, you might as well think of a solution. Solution? Who the hell has a solution? Norris retorted. Leaving aside the damage we did to senior's tiles, just the hundreds of spiritual treasures your precious disciple owes. Even the combined wealth of your ancestors couldn't cover it. Where's the solution? Fine. No more talk. We're dead either way. Instead of living in fear, let's take the few items we have and go see him directly. Morris spoke decisively. If we show humility and if he's in a good mood, maybe we can find a way out. Not bad. I agree with your disciple, said Norris. I've interacted more with that senior. He treats juniors with leniency. If we are respectful, there may still be a chance. All right then. After some deliberation, Julius gritted his teeth and agreed. Indeed, there was no other way. They couldn't escape the senior's reach, and living in constant fear wasn't better. It was best to face the issue head on. After the trio discussed further, they gathered all their possessions and set off toward Pingjiang City. At the martial arts hall, Mitchell was busy planning the establishment of a sect. Though Mitchell hadn't visited any sects in this world, he had seen plenty in movies and novels from his past life. So he organized his thoughts. First, how to recruit disciples. Seemed like there were no other ways but to lure or trick them. Therefore, the sect needed to look impressive. Otherwise, seeing just a few straw huts, potential recruits wouldn't join. Thus, appearance was crucial. Step 1. An imposing gate and an awe-inspiring statue. Mitchell had figured this out. Just invest more money to build a grand gate, and for the statue, carve a dragon and place it in the center of the sect. Step 2. Make the sect look mystical, shrouded in mist. Mitchell had a plan here too. He intended to use chemistry knowledge from his past life to create smoke effects similar to stage illusions. The presence of spiritual energy wasn't important. The facade was key. Step 3. A library for the sect. This was also necessary. Thankfully, Mitchell was well read in his past life. Featuring not only a small hill but also a decent-sized forest behind it. Although the land purchase went smoothly, it cost him the majority of his fortune, causing him considerable pain. Since he would now be establishing a sect, there was no need for the martial arts school anymore. So Mitchell removed its signboard, deciding to turn the place into his own palace in the future. The next step was to invest a large amount of manpower into constructing the entire area spanning 2 square li. At that moment, 3 figures appeared outside the door. They were Morris, Dwight, and Norris. The 3 stood trembling at the entrance of the martial arts school. See? The sign used to contain powerful martial intent. I wonder why he took it down, Norris remarked, gazing upward. Yes, Dwight nodded thoughtfully. Yet, This fact only made them more anxious. If just a sign held such immense martial intent, they could hardly imagine how powerful the owner must be. By the way, remember, this senior always calls himself an ordinary person, indicating he is here to experience a simple life. Therefore, we mustn't reveal our cultivation or break his rules, Norris recalled and reminded them. Understood. Dwight and Morris nodded rapidly. Dwight, Morris, Norris request an audience with Elon, specifically to apologize on behalf of the seniors. They bowed and spoke in unison at the gate. Apologize? Hearing their voices, Mitchell emerged from inside the martial arts school. Initially puzzled, he quickly recognized them. Weren't these two gauges the ones who broke the tiles on his roof during their fight last time? And the young man was someone who had come to challenge him, but ended up being defeated. Mitchell had already forgotten about these people, so their unexpected apology truly surprised him. He couldn't help but admire the quality of people in this world. Elon, we are very sorry for damaging your roof tiles last time. We have pooled everything we own to make amends, Norris and Dwight explained. From the side, Morris added, Elon, I foolishly challenged you and caused trouble. I have gathered what little I have left to apologize. Please do not blame us. With that, all three bowed again, presenting the items they brought, respectfully offering them with both hands. Looking at the assortment of items they offered, Mitchell was speechless. A rusty iron knife, a wash basin, a rock. How could these well-dressed men end up so destitute? However, because of their sincere attitude and good behavior, Mitchell didn't find it difficult to forgive them. It was truly rare to see such a spirit of admitting mistakes and making amends. Most people would probably run away without a trace after breaking something, let alone bring things to apologize. So, what's? Mitchell nodded. Bricklayers were indeed one of the lowest-ranking professions in this world, explaining their financial situation. Offering even their working tools as compensation further impressed him. These people were worth getting to know. How many people can you gather? Mitchell asked next. Does Elon need manpower? Morris's eyes brightened, understanding immediately. Yes, I need people. How many can you gather? Mitchell asked. We can gather however many Elon needs, Morris responded cautiously. Perfect. Mitchell snapped his fingers and turned around. Come inside and sit down. There's something I need to discuss with you. Chapter 330. Settling important matters. The three of them exchanged uneasy glances and followed Mitchell into the martial arts hall with trepidation. Upon entering the hall, Julius's body trembled suddenly as he grabbed Norris's arm and pulled, exclaiming, quickly look, old Guan. Look at that umbrella. Phew, and that painting. Hiss, this hoe. At this moment, Morris and Julius were stunned, as it was their first time inside the martial arts hall. Everywhere they looked, there were treasures. Norris couldn't help but roll his eyes at the astonished master and apprentice. He puffed out his chest arrogantly and said, You two really are a match, country bumpkins amazed by city sights. What's so surprising about it? To be honest, when I came to the martial arts hall last time, I saw all these things. You haven't seen Kobe write or paint. If you had, you wouldn't know how to react. Humph. The faces of the master and apprentice turned sour with a light snort. So what if you've seen it? It's not like it has anything to do with you. Please sit. In the backyard, Mitchell instructed them to sit beside a set of teaware. He then started brewing tea. This tea, as boiling water seeped into the tea leaves, an aroma spread, making everyone feel refreshed. More astonishingly, the scent even stimulated the spiritual energy within their bodies, enhancing their cultivation as if by some small degree. Could it be? He's going to treat us to tea? At this thought, their hearts raced with anticipation. If just the smell has such effects, tasting it would likely bring unexpected benefits. They wondered what they did to deserve tasting tea brewed personally by this individual. Just as they were thinking this, Mitchell served each of them a cup of tea with a faint smile. Come, have some tea. The trio was shocked, instantly filled with excitement. Their hopes had come true. Smelling the fragrant tea in the cups, they could barely contain themselves and drank it in one gulp. The moment the tea went down, they clearly felt a massive force enter their bodies, cleansing the impurities within while advancing their cultivation. They were too excited to describe their feelings. They knew drinking the tea might be greatly beneficial, but never imagined it would be this powerful. After a brief digestion, they felt their cultivation nearing a breakthrough. Take your time, no rush. Mitchell frowned slightly at seeing them drink the freshly brewed tea so hastily. Isn't this hot water supposed to scald your throats? Yes. They nodded eagerly, realizing they had been overly rude, which may have displeased him. They couldn't fathom why Mitchell was treating them so generously despite their earlier transgressions. Just getting spared by Mitchell was enough for them to be grateful. Yet, here they were receiving such opportunities from him. So, besides joy, they were also quite apprehensive. After all, what virtues did they possess to deserve such treatment? Alright, I called you here today to discuss something. Mitchell picked up his own cup of tea and spoke while savoring it. The trio immediately sat upright, ready to listen intently. Satisfied with their attitude, Mitchell nodded and continued. You mentioned being bricklayers and able to gather many people. I happen to have several houses that need construction, so I plan to contract the job to you. What do you think? Hearing this, the three exchanged looks, finally understanding. This person wanted them to do some work for him. How could they refuse? Even if the task involved carrying manure, they would do it happily, let alone building houses. Besides, having already received opportunities from Mitchell, they dared not say no. With a sigh. This is the realm of true adepts. Alright, stop flattering each other. Get up and find something to do. Are we really going to just sit here waiting for food? Norris said impatiently. The master and disciple quickly realized and sprang into action. The three of them rolled up their sleeves, ready to lend a hand. Elon, is there anything we can help with? That's really troublesome for you. Mitchell was indeed swamped. He tossed a large pile of bullwhip into a basin and said, Please help me clean this bullwhip. Looking at the bullwhip, the three froze. This whip is enormous. Though they had never seen such a large whip, they didn't dare comment and hurriedly started cleaning. But when they inspected it more closely, all three were shaken to the core. Hiss. Is this a connected meridian? It seems like there's undispersed primordial energy inside this meridian. What kind of creature left this? There's still spiritual energy in this area, and it hasn't dissipated after so long. And it's incredibly potent. The three looked alarmed, especially when the residual primordial energy began to leak from the meridians, causing an invisible pressure on them. Moreover, the energy was not only potent but also pure, far beyond their imagination. The trio immediately realized that this was no ordinary bullwhip. Good disciple, you don't disappoint. Mitchell ruffled Birch's hair, understanding his desire to cultivate, and did not refuse him. After finishing the 2 bowls of soup, Birch's forehead began to sweat, and his complexion turned rosier. To both of them, this seemed like a normal reaction after drinking the soup, so they paid little attention to it. Finishing the soup, Birch rushed out. A few miles away from the martial arts hall, Dream stood at the courtyard gate, gazing into the distance. The old Taoist Garner suddenly appeared and asked leisurely, "How is it going?" "In recent times, our relationship has grown closer, and he no longer resists me." Dream smiled, her lips curling up. "That's good." Garner nodded, recalling something before asking, "But this matter cannot afford any mistakes. Are you absolutely certain he has a divine body?" "Absolutely," Dream replied confidently. "His divine body has begun to exhibit characteristics under the stimulation of my spirit energy. If you don't believe me, wait for him to come, and I will inject special spirit energy into his body. A golden illusion will appear above his head." "Very well. Let me see what's different about this blessed divine body." Garner stroked his beard, full of anticipation. Not long after, Birch jogged over. Dream smiled and asked casually, "You're here?" "Yeah." Birch nodded, lifting his head to ask, "Can you really make me cultivate?" "Of course." Dream answered confidently. If a divine body couldn't cultivate, there wouldn't be any cultivators in the world. At that moment, Garner gave Dream a look. Understanding, Dream gently placed her hand on Birch's shoulder, quietly infusing a stream of spirit energy. In that moment, Garner's eyes widened, as he eagerly awaited the manifestation of the divine body's phenomena. However, half a day passed, and nothing unusual happened to Birch. Garner looked at Dream with a puzzled gaze. Dream's face also turned anxious. Clearly, she didn't understand why this was happening. In a rush, she infused another stream of spirit energy into Birch's body. Still, nothing unusual occurred. How could this be? Dream's face gradually turned pale. Initially, Birch's divine body was latent. Only through her continuous presence and infusion of spirit energy could the hidden divine body manifest. Even before Birch returned to the martial arts hall, she had successfully triggered his divine body's phenomenon, confirming his status as a divine body. After unlocking it once, even a latent divine body would consistently show phenomena whenever Dream used her spirit energy to stimulate it. She had succeeded earlier that morning as well. However, within a single meal's time, something went wrong, causing panic. She ignored everything else and attempted to stimulate it again using her spirit energy. Nothing happened. No, what is happening? Dream staggered backward, her delicate hand grabbing Birch's wrist. Whoosh! Instantly, her face lost all color, because she found that Birch's meridian structure had changed, transforming into something she couldn't understand. And this structure was not the same as the divine body's meridian structure, which meant Birch no longer possessed a divine body. In that moment, Dream panicked, losing her composure as she grabbed Birch hysterically, demanding, "Tell me, what exactly did you do?" But I didn't do anything." Birch looked at Dream, bewildered and hurt, not understanding her sudden change. "Did you come into contact with anyone?" Dream pressed. "Just my Kobe." Birch responded blankly. "Your Kobe?" Dream scoffed. That mortal wouldn't have the means to alter a divine body. So she asked, "Did you eat anything?" "2 bowls of bullwhip soup." Birch said. "Bullwhip soup?" Dream's expression darkened as her spirit energy re-entered Birch's body. Indeed, within Birch's body, there was a warm current. It was this warm current that had altered Birch's meridian structure and changed his physique. She instantly determined that the issue lay with this so-called bullwhip soup. "Who gave you this bullwhip soup?" Dream asked with a frosty expression. "My Kobe, is there a problem with it?" Birch asked with a puzzled look. "Damn mortal, foiling my plans." With a cold rebuke, Dream emitted an icy chill. At this moment, she couldn't describe how furious she was. She had finally found a divine body and had wasted so much time confirming and getting close to him. Yet, at this most critical juncture, the divine body had vanished. Wasn't it as if all her efforts had been in vain? Enraged, she drew her sword and vanished from the spot, heading straight for the martial arts hall. Anger surged through her veins as she dashed towards the source of her frustration. The precious opportunity had slipped through her fingers because of an unforeseen interference. The once promising possibility of obtaining a divine body now seemed like a fleeting dream. Dream's heart burned with indignation and regret as she sped forward, intent on confronting the one responsible. Chapter 332. 3 Divine Bodies? In the martial arts hall, Mitchell also served a bowl of bullwhip soup to each of Morris and his 2 companions. After all, it was a huge pot, and even the master and apprentice might not finish it. Sharing a bowl with them was no big deal. Whoa! The 3 men's hands trembled as they held their bowls. It was obvious that this single bowl was likely more precious than any elixir. Ah! Indeed, poor people. Looking at their expressions, Mitchell couldn't help but sigh. He too had been like that in the past, seeming decent on the outside but often without food for the next meal. It was only recently that he'd gotten lucky, making a fortune through writing. "Just drink up. It's just a simple bowl of soup. No need to be embarrassed," Mitchell reminded them gently. Upon hearing this, the 3 couldn't help but laugh bitterly. For such a grandmaster, it might be just a simple bowl of soup, but for them, it was an opportunity they'd never dreamed of having in their lifetimes. They quickly gulped down the soup. As soon as it went down, the medicinal power within turned into a warm stream, flooding their bodies. My physical constitution and meridian structure seem to have undergone some kind of change, Morris said in a low voice, unable to contain himself. Same here, Dwight nodded involuntarily. Norris also realized he had experienced a similar transformation. They were instantly filled with joy because this new constitution brought immense benefits. Benefits that were not merely about boosting strength but a qualitative leap, a fundamental improvement. I don't feel there are any more bottlenecks to my future realm, Morris added. Same here. With enough time, becoming a martial saint or Hudson wouldn't be an issue, Dwight responded, dancing with excitement. And Norris was so moved that tears almost welled up in his eyes. Although they didn't know what their constitutions had become, this opportunity was simply too great. Thank you, Kobe. You're like our saviors. They looked at Mitchell with tearful eyes, expressing their gratitude fervently. You're being too polite, Mitchell said while sipping his own bowl of soup. We really should. The trio hastily agreed. However, as they spoke, their faces showed signs of discomfort because they had already felt the brink of a breakthrough earlier when drinking tea. Now, after another bowl of bullwhip soup, their cultivation levels were already maxed out. Kobe, we must take our leave. Worried that breaking through here might disturb Mitchell, the three quickly bid farewell. So soon? Mitchell asked. We've had enough, Morris explained hurriedly, and we still have to gather the people as instructed. Yes, we need to go back and gather them, Dwight and Norris chimed in eagerly. All right then, I won't detain you. Mitchell finished his soup and escorted them to the entrance of the martial arts hall. Oh, Kobe, do you have any requirements for the workers? Morris asked before leaving. Of course, reliability is key, and they shouldn't be too weak either. This is physical labor after all, Mitchell replied calmly. Reliable, not too weak. The three exchanged glances and nodded solemnly before departing. Meanwhile, Dream, her face cold, had arrived close to the martial arts hall. Her anger was boiling over. Divine body. It was indeed a divine body. This ancient era physique had long vanished from existence. Birch might well be the last divine body on the current Xinjiang continent. Yet such a precious body was gone in a mere bowl of soup. How could she not be enraged? Just as she was about to charge into the martial arts hall, she saw Mitchell bidding farewell to Morris and the others. Only Frederick Langston and Horace Levels. Humph. Dream glanced at them casually. Despite their well-hidden auras, Dream immediately recognized their levels, dismissing them with a scoff. At her level, these practitioners were nothing significant. At that moment, her divine phoenix constitution suddenly stirred, and the source of this stir came from Morris and his companions. Dream shuddered. Since her divine phoenix body stemmed from an ancient divine body, only one explanation remained plausible, encountering an ancient divine body, and not Birch's dormant version, but fully activated ones. That meant Morris and his group now possessed awakened divine bodies. At this moment, she was stunned. She had searched the entire continent without finding a single one. Only through calculations by Garner had she deduced that Birch might possess a divine body. But now, she faced three of them. When did ancient divine bodies become so common? How can this be? Dream's face was filled with shock. The sudden appearance of three divine bodies. Sure thing. The servant carried the pot out and placed it on the beef stall table. With his shout, several Gagely men rushed over enthusiastically to drink the bullwhip soup. Dream noticed this scene but paid little mind. It was just a group of ordinary civilians not worth her attention. She wasn't in a hurry to confront Mitchell, focusing instead on why three divine bodies had appeared here. Just then, her divine phoenix body stirred again. Thump, 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 thump. The stirring grew stronger, causing her blood to surge intensely. What followed was incomprehensible, even to her. Chapter 333, The Thickest Iron Plate. Her feet moved swiftly backward. She retreated until she reached the wall, unable to go any further. Then, she propped herself up with her hands against the wall, breathing heavily. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the group of old men at the beef stall. One by one, she counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exactly 8. From these 8 old men, she sensed a kind of stirring that only divine bodies would experience. That meant, all 8 old men in front of her were divine bodies. She was stunned. For a moment, she couldn't catch her breath. Not counting the previous 3 divine bodies, there were now 8 more, making it a total of 11 divine bodies. 11 divine bodies. Oh God. She felt an intense sense of unreality, as if the world around her had changed completely because everything happening before her eyes was too unbelievable. But the continuous stirring from her divine phoenix body told her that this was all real. Soup. There's something wrong with the soup. Almost instantly, she realized that the so-called ox penis soup was problematic. Before drinking the soup, she hadn't sensed even the slightest stirring from these old men. But after they drank the soup, the stirring in her divine phoenix body began. That meant, this ox penis soup had transformed their physiques into those of ancient divine bodies in a short time. At this thought, she couldn't help but get excited. She had to see for herself what kind of soup could mass-produce divine bodies. And who on earth could create such a soup? Was it Mitchell, the mortal? She simply couldn't believe it. So, she had to figure out what was going on. Thus, she walked quickly toward the beef stall. You stop. Seeing these mortal old fellows still devouring the soup without understanding its significance, Dream released her aura and directly spoke to them. In her view, showing her aura was the most effective way to deal with mortals and saved her the trouble of talking. However, to her surprise, these old men didn't even glance at her in response to her voice and aura. This soup is really delicious. Yeah, I've never tasted such a delicious soup in my entire life. The gentleman is truly benevolent. I must bring him 2 blocks of tofu tomorrow. Then help me bring 2 ribs as well. As they sipped their soup, the old men chatted idly. But this covered Dream's fair face with frost. Did the aura of a cultivator not work here? Or were these mortal old men blind? At this thought, she enhanced her aura again, while simultaneously drawing her longsword. Clank. The longsword was planted next to the old men's feet, emitting a resonant sound. Finally, the chatting old men frowned. They looked over. Little girl, do you have something to say? Old Ganning from the market couldn't help but ask. I want to take this pot of soup. Dream said expressionlessly. Having spoken, she extended her hand to grab the pot. Hold on, little girl. Are you also robbing us old men of our soup? Do you understand respecting gauges? Seeing this, Ferdy, the tobacco seller, knocked his long pipe at her and scolded her with furrowed brows. Dream's face turned cold. A group of pedantic mortals. But she was too lazy to stoop to their level. She took out a pile of gold and silver treasures from her storage ring and threw them on the table. Is this fine? Saying that, she tried to grab the pot again. But Ismail covered the pot with its lid calmly. Girl, we old folks are half in the grave, and we don't need gold and silver. So please leave quickly and don't interfere with our retirement, he said slowly. However, this action enraged Dream. She never expected these mortal old men to be so ungrateful. As a mighty Hicks, she had been very considerate. It seems you prefer the stick to wine. With her long sword raised, she unleashed her full aura without reserve, saying coldly, today, whether you agree or not, I will take this soup. However, what she never expected was that these old men showed no fear in the face of her aura's release. Instead, they all stood up together, their deep gazes fixed on her. When did a brat dare to behave wildly in front of us old men? With a cold snort from Ferdy, all 8 old men simultaneously released a trembling aura. Dream's face changed dramatically. Her pupils widened, because each of these 8 auras made her feel despair and soul-shaking tremors. Phew. Under this pressure, she stumbled backward, almost instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. 10 lifespans. These were actually 10 lifespan Hicks. 8 10 lifespan Hicks. Shaken with fear, she instantly understood the cultivation levels of these 8 old men, which made her whole body shiver with cold. She, Dream, actually behaved wildly in front of 8 10 lifespan Hicks. How unlucky. But Mitchell wasn't a mere mortal, but someone whose depth she had previously underestimated due to short-sightedness. So, who was he exactly? She clenched her teeth and couldn't help raising her head to ask, and is this soup created by him? Humph, besides Mr. Who else in this world could make such a soup? Ferdy said. As for who he is, are you a lowly 7 lifespan Hicks qualified to inquire? Translation provided adheres strictly to the guidelines given. It retains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring a natural, fluent English rendition free of grammatical errors. The story's logic and continuity are consistent with prior content. Hashtag chapter 334, Horace Cooley. Dream opened her mouth but then lowered her head, hesitating to speak. Could the identity that even a 7th life Hicks had no right to know be that of an immortal? But with the path to immortality cut off, where could an immortal come from? Suddenly, Mitchell's strength and cultivation became a mystery in her mind. Well. Little Kobe Zhong. At that moment, the 8 old men, who had been stern-faced earlier, suddenly changed their tone and greeted Birch, who was walking over from afar, in a fawning manner. This scene left Dream speechless. If Mitchell's strength warranted the utmost respect from these 8 gauges, it made sense, but why treat Birch the same way? After all, she had spent 2 or 3 months with Birch and knew his situation better than anyone. He was completely an untrained mortal, and Birch himself admitted it. So why would 8 10th life Hicks treat a mortal this way? Was it just because Birch was Mitchell's disciple? That couldn't be. What happened to the pride of Hicks? As she puzzled over this, Birch approached. Ignoring Dream, he said to the gauges, Old sirs, I'm feeling itchy for a spar. How about we practice again? Oh, little Kobe Zhong, you're feeling itchy again? Since you don't find us old and useless, let's practice. The gauges chorused, grinning. The street being empty, Birch and the gauges took up their positions, completely ignoring Dream. Same old rules, all 8 of you attack me together so I can improve my defensive skills. Birch laughed, picking up a small wooden stick from the steps outside the martial arts hall. All right, same old rules, the gauges nodded in agreement, some raising the poles they were carrying, others taking out pipes. Come on. Birch crouched down, beckoning the gauges with a wave of his hand. Sure. The gauges exchanged glances, their weapons moving simultaneously from all directions toward Birch. Initially bewildered by what these people were doing, Dream's face changed dramatically as she watched them. As a 7th life, we lost again, the gauges confessed, embarrassed. You're too polite, old sirs. But, Birch scratched his head, embarrassed. You need to try harder next time. Although your tactics are much better than last time, it was still too easy to break through. Of course, we'll do our best. The gauges nodded humbly in front of Birch. However, watching this scene, Dream's heart pounded in her chest, her face turning bitter. She had to admit that Birch, whom she thought she controlled like a toy, was another awe-inspiring presence. It made sense. No wonder the gauges treated Birch with such respect. It wasn't just because he was Mitchell's disciple. Birch himself was astonishingly strong. She couldn't help but imagine how powerful his master must be. She dared not think further but concluded that he must at least be an immortal, even though the path to immortality was severed. Ironically, she had foolishly tried to manipulate this duo, assuming they were lowly mortals. In truth, she was the clown here. Old sirs, keep chatting. I'll go back to the martial arts hall and help Kobe wash his socks. Birch smiled humbly. Go ahead, little Kobe Zhong. The gauges watched as Birch left. Once he was gone, their expressions turned stern, focusing on Dream. Dream's heart skipped a beat, and she bowed her head. Did you see that? Ferdy asked leisurely. Yes, I saw, Dream responded anxiously. So, as a mere 7th life Hicks, do you have the right to look down on everyone? Ferdy questioned sternly. Dream grimaced, not daring to utter a word. Inside, she felt somewhat wronged. Who knew this master-disciple pair was so peculiar, boasting incredible strength yet masquerading as ordinary people? Still, she blamed herself for misjudging them. Leave. If we see you in Pingjiang City again, we will wipe out your entire clan. Ferdy waved his hand, unleashing a great Tao-infused strike that hurled Dream out of Pingjiang City. In the East Victory Continent region, Morris, Dwight, Norris, and others were busy. According to Senior's previous instructions, besides reliability, one must also be sufficiently powerful. I estimate that the lowest rank required is Horus, otherwise, they wouldn't qualify. Morris said solemnly. Yeah, but it's hard to get Horuses, Dwight nodded. There aren't many Horuses across the entire East Victory Continent. Success depends on human effort. Our benefactor has given us this opportunity, and we must repay him. Norris continued, I've just reflected on the friends I've made over the years. Some are sect leaders, others are gauges. I'll try to gather them. Good. I also know a few sect leaders. I'll bring them along too, Dwight resolved. Average. After checking Birch, Mitchell met the tofu-selling old man outside. Thus, Mitchell couldn't help but test again. Ding. Subject, Joe Frederick. Talent, terrible. He switched targets. Ding. Subject, Gus. Talent, terrible. After testing these two, Mitchell tested all the other old men, and they all came up as terrible. Walking down the street, driven by curiosity for the new function, Mitchell continued testing people. All terrible. Not a single one came close to even Birch's average talent, let alone being exceptional. I thought my disciple was pretty bad, but I didn't expect that most people are even worse, Mitchell mused. It seems those who can cultivate really are 1 in 10,000, with most people lacking any talent at all. Mitchell couldn't help but reflect that someone like Birch, who had average talent, wouldn't even be able to join the Abdurrahman sect. Perhaps only those considered excellent might qualify as cultivators. With that in mind, Mitchell carried his bow and headed toward Mount Mufu. At this moment, an Gagely man stepped out from the shadows, staring intently at Mitchell's back. Little brat. You mortal. Damn, you're just a mortal. How infuriating. Who would have thought a mere mortal could kill me? A powerful sixth life Marshall Hudson. But fortunately, the body that died was only a clone. Otherwise, you'd have gotten away scot-free. His voice dripped with hatred and frustration. He was the same Jason who had been killed by Mitchell inside the immortal relic site after taking a few brick shots and a sword thrust. Having revived from the clone's death, Jason rushed from Central Continent, intent on making Mitchell pay. Little bastard, stop right there. He stepped out coldly, addressing Mitchell. Mitchell halted and turned around. Ha, little brat. Did you ever think I'd still be alive? That day, I carelessly ended up dead at your hands. Jason said menacingly. But today is different. Today is your day of reckoning. Unexpectedly, Mitchell remained unperturbed by the threat, which made Jason increasingly irate. Is this kid unaware of the seriousness of the situation? Does he not realize he faces the wrath of a cultivator? Little brat, I'm curious. Aren't you afraid of me? Jason pressed grimly. Do I know you? Mitchell scratched his head, genuinely confused. Jason nearly choked. The kid didn't remember who he was, explaining why he wasn't afraid. Very well, if you don't remember, I'll refresh your memory. Jason began coldly. Before he could finish, Mitchell interrupted him. Sorry, I'm not interested in who you are. I need to keep moving. Mitchell spoke calmly, then continued his journey with his bow. You little bastard. Jason shook with rage. Remember, I'm Jason. He stroked his chin, examining Jason closely. My mistake, you're not the bandit, he was one-eyed. But you do look familiar. Never mind, it's unimportant. I'll just consider you a bandit. Muttering to himself, Mitchell fired another arrow, ending Jason's life. Until his last breath, Jason couldn't comprehend why he fell victim to this mortal again. After dispatching Jason, Mitchell continued on, feeling somewhat elated. This system has become quite reliable. At least the talent detection feature isn't misleading. Just now, the system labeled the guy as super terrible, and indeed, he was weak enough to be taken down with a single arrow. This will make things easier in the future. For years, Mitchell lived cautiously, fearing encounters with hidden strong individuals who could end his life. But with this detection feature, he could now test anyone's talent before engaging in conflict. Anyone with less than excellent talent could be dealt with without hesitation. After all, anything below excellent is no better than Birch's average talent. Nothing to fear. After all, they are all garbage who can't cultivate anyway. Chapter 336, Another Punch. Hemlock, let's go. Entering the mountains, Mitchell immediately released Hemlock from the ring. After all, for hunting, it was necessary to bring a dog. Besides, it also meant having a companion on the way. Woof woof woof. With Hemlock's barks, man and dog ventured deep into the Mufu Mountains. In the sky, a figure flashed by at high speed. It was an enchanting silhouette. She had a tall stature, walked barefoot in the air, and her attire was quite different from the norm, stunningly beautiful to the extreme. However, her beauty was not the delicate kind. Instead, it was wildly attractive, presenting an unusual allure. Who would have thought that such a tiny place in Dongxing could give birth to a heaven-devouring demon wolf accompanied by celestial anomalies? Since I've come this time, I must take this little wolf away. Her eyes sparkled as she pondered something important. What is this? Suddenly, her eyes widened, sensing an unusual aura not far away in the mountains. Even though this aura wasn't actively emitted, she, as a beast creature, could still feel it. This beast's aura is somewhat special. I can't even tell what kind of beast it is. That's strange. I must see what it is. She hesitated slightly before changing direction to investigate. Woof woof woof. Hemlock barked, seemingly making some discovery. Holding his bow and arrows, Mitchell hurriedly followed and saw amidst the weeds ahead, a white skeleton lying there. Hemlock's target was precisely this skeleton. Not bad, little one. Mitchell couldn't help but scratch Hemlock's head, and then focused his gaze on the skeleton. The skeleton itself wasn't anything special, but the storage ring on its whitish hand bones stood out remarkably. A storage ring. Mitchell recognized this item. In this world, anyone who owned a storage ring was either incredibly wealthy or a cultivator. Mitchell stripped off the storage ring. Let's guess what treasures are inside. Mitchell said with a smile, full of anticipation. Woof woof woof. Hemlock responded with several barks, then glanced meaningfully toward a certain direction. However, seeing that Mitchell paid no attention to that direction, he didn't either. These eyes, did it notice me? From afar in the shadows, the Selena raised an eyebrow, recalling Hemlock's gaze just now. She felt it carried profound significance. But soon, she shook her head. I must be overthinking it. How could it possibly notice me? It must be coincidence. Just that I still don't understand why this dog demon, clearly in dog form, lacks any dog demon aura. Strange indeed. But this isn't important. What matters is how a beast like this would willingly follow a human. Thinking about it, she furrowed her brows. Could it be? Was it controlled? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Because beasts and humans were traditionally enemies, so beasts wouldn't consort with humans. Therefore, this conjecture seemed pretty accurate. Involuntarily, anger rose in her eyes. A mere human. No matter what method you use to control this dog demon, daring to treat my kin like this means your life will be the price. Her body started emitting demonic aura as she planned to eliminate this human and rescue the dog demon. However, just as the Selena prepared to wipe out Mitchell, he opened the storage ring nearby. Golden light flooded his view. Gold coins. By God, it's gold coins, tens of thousands of them. Big score. Ha ha ha. These tens of thousands of gold coins were a significant windfall for Mitchell at this point, making him ecstatic. Yes. Overjoyed, he couldn't help clenching his fist and shouting yes to the sky. Boom. The Selena, who was approaching Mitchell, suddenly paused midair, looking up towards the sky. That punch is... Her eyes bulged wide, trembling uncontrollably. This punch was too familiar. It was the very same sudden punch that appeared in the sky not long ago. At this moment, countless ancient monsters across the Xinjiang continent emerged once again, their gazes fixed on the sky. That punch. It's... Because that inexplicable punch felt like a warning directed at her for intending to attack him. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. If he truly got angry, 10 of her wouldn't suffice. Thankfully, Mitchell paid her no heed and quickly left. Phew. So terrifying. I'd better get to the heaven-devouring demon wolves tribe quickly and leave this place with the young wolf. She lifted her head after surviving the ordeal, then changed direction towards the heaven-devouring demon wolves tribe. Chapter 337. The Irrigation of Immortality. Not long after, the Chenying in the sky above the Xinjiang continent slowly dissipated, and the many old monsters who were spectating prepared to leave. But just then, a change occurred in the sky. The term Chenying is directly translated as fist shadow or Chenying in this context. It might be better to translate it as the afterimage of the fist or the trace of the fist. Based on the context, I will provide a more fluent translation. The afterimage of the fist in the sky above the Xinjiang continent slowly dissipated, and the many old monsters who were spectating prepared to leave. But just then, a change occurred in the sky. At the spot where the Chenying broke through the heavens, a mysterious force instantly spread over the Xinjiang continent. Soon, it filled the entire land. However, this force was imperceptible to ordinary people, but brought tears of joy to the eyes in Xinjiang, were known as quasi-immortals. While quasi-immortals differed from true immortals merely by the lack of irrigation of immortality, the power disparity between them was immense. But now, with the power of the irrigation of immortality returning to Xinjiang, countless 10-life-old monsters received this irrigation simultaneously. Sitting there, and achieving immortality. I get it, that mysterious fist probably reconnected Xinjiang's path to immortality. Haha, I've already broken through first. Humph, I won't lag behind you. Ha ha ha. So this is what an immortal feels like? What tremendous power. I feel like I can destroy the entire Xinjiang continent with a wave of my hand. Almost instantly, countless immortals appeared across the entire Xinjiang continent. This day became a day of jubilation for all of Xinjiang. Half a day later, in the central region of Xinjiang continent, dozens of people stood atop a high tower while numerous sect disciples gathered below, watching them reverently, filled with fervor. These people were set to directly enter the celestial realm. Old monster, are you leaving in half a day? Not staying longer, asked a man who also received the irrigation of immortality to engagely man. I've been at 10 life for 3,000 years. Xinjiang holds no more attachments for me. I can't wait to go to the celestial realm, the old man said eagerly. Well, I envy your lone wanderer status, allowing you to come and go as you please, sighed the Andres, clearly wanting to follow them into the celestial realm soon. Brother, it's not a big deal. You have no choice but to come within a year at most, the old man smiled. Yes. The Andres nodded. After receiving the irrigation, they learned much that they didn't know before. Due to differences in law power, they couldn't stay on Xinjiang for too long. If they stayed more than a year without leaving, they would be expelled and killed by the laws of Xinjiang. So, whether they wanted to or not, within a year of reaching this level, they had to leave. Alright, we've already sensed the location of the boundary barrier between two realms. We will go ahead. After bidding farewell, dozens of new immortals flew toward the eastern part of Xinjiang. With their current strength, traversing Xinjiang was too simple. In the blink of an eye, they reached the South Sands region of Dongsheng. Below lay the Mufu Mountains. Who would have thought the barrier between realms is in such a remote place? One man exclaimed in surprise. Yes, but without the irrigation, you can't affect the barrier, so walking through it means nothing, another person added. Well, none of this matters. Let's go to the celestial realm together, said another Gage. But remember, the celestial realm is not like our Xinjiang. Regardless of past enmities, I hope we can put aside grievances and cooperate, or survival may be tough. Everyone solemnly nodded. They crossed the mountains. After passing through an invisible barrier, they vanished within the mountain range. In the days that followed, every day new immortals arrived at Mufu Mountains, crossing the barrier to enter the celestial realm. Apart from immortals, demon beasts from Xiaolin were no exception. 10-life demon Hudsons also received the irrigation of immortality, becoming immortal demons. Hence, within Xiaolin, All beasts bowed in respect as they bid farewell to the three leading immortal demons. Berkeldrin, once we leave, protect Xyalen from human invasion, commanded the horned man, standing high in the air. Yes, Lord Immortal. The demons responded. Also, upon our departure, leadership of Xyalen shall pass to Cheyenne. Though she isn't here, once she returns, everyone must obey her orders, the horned man continued. Having finished their instructions, the three immortal demons exchanged glances, departed from Xyalen, and headed towards the boundary in Dongsheng. Clearly, they were just as eager to explore the legendary celestial realm. Damn, what should I do? Mitchell sat under a tree, frowning with a bow and arrow in hand. He intended to catch some wild animals to scare people in his sect's backyard, but despite many days in the mountains, he only encountered plenty of wild boars had shattered the heavens. A mysterious force instantly spread across the Xinjiang continent. Soon, it permeated the entire land. However, this force was imperceptible to ordinary people, yet it immediately brought tears to the eyes of the old monsters on the Xinjiang continent. The irrigation of immortality. This is the irrigation of immortality. Heavens, it's truly the irrigation of immortality. After millions of years with the path to immortality severed on our Xinjiang continent, it's finally open again. Ha ha ha. At this moment, countless old monsters burst into jubilation. The irrigation of immortality, the essential passage to becoming an immortal. In the past, when one reached 10 lifespans from 9, they could undergo the irrigation of immortality. Afterward, they would gain the qualification to enter the immortal realm and be considered true immortals. However, at some point, a barrier appeared over the Xinjiang continent, blocking the influx of the irrigation of immortality. Therefore, those who broke through to the 10 lifespan Hudson realm could no longer receive the irrigation and thus couldn't become immortals. As a result, 10 lifespan Hudsons were referred to as pseudo-immortals on the Xinjiang continent. Although there was only the difference of the irrigation of immortality between pseudo-immortals and true immortals, the disparity in power between them was vast. But at this moment, with the power of the irrigation of immortality, don't worry. You'll have to follow within a year at most, the Gage smiled. Yes. The Andres nodded. After undergoing the irrigation, they knew much that they didn't before. Due to differing laws of power, they couldn't stay too long on the Xinjiang continent. If they remained for more than a year, they would be rejected by the Xinjiang continent's laws and ultimately annihilated. Therefore, regardless of whether they wanted to leave or not, within a year, they must depart once reaching this level of cultivation. Alright, we've sensed the location of the boundary between realms. We'll be going ahead. After bidding farewell, dozens of newly minted immortals flew towards Dongsheng in the east of the Xinjiang continent. With their current strength, traversing the Xinjiang continent was incredibly easy. They reached the southern Nansha region of Dongsheng in a blink of an eye. The mountains below were precisely the Mufu Mountains. Who would have thought the boundary between realms would be in such a remote place? A man remarked in surprise. Yeah, but without the irrigation, one can't touch the barrier. Crossing it would be like walking through any ordinary mountain range, another person added. Well, none of this matters now. Let's head to the immortal realm together. Another Gage said, but everyone, please remember, the immortal realm isn't like our Xinjiang continent. Regardless of our grudges back home, I hope we can put them aside and cooperate for survival. Everyone solemnly agreed. Then they crossed through the mountains. Upon crossing an invisible barrier somewhere within the mountains, they disappeared from sight. In the following days, every day, new immortals arrived at the Mufu Mountains and crossed the boundary between realms to enter the immortal realm. Not only humans but also the beasts of the West Demon Forest underwent similar changes. 10 lifespan demon Hudsons also received the irrigation of immortality and became demon immortals. Thus, at this moment in the West Demon Forest, thousands of beasts bowed down to send off the three leading demon immortals. My children, after we leave, you must protect the West Demon Forest from human invasion. The leading unicorn-like man, floating in the air, instructed sternly. Yes, Lord Immortal Beast, the beasts responded. Also, upon our departure, albanship of the West Demon Forest will be passed to Aiko, Empress Beast, even though she is currently away. When she returns, you must obey her commands, the unicorn man added. After arranging everything, the three demon immortals exchanged glances and set out from the West Demon Forest toward the boundary between realms in Dongsheng. Clearly, they were equally eager to reach the legendary immortal realm. What am I supposed to do now? In the Mufu Mountains, Mitchell sat under a tree, frowning with his bow and arrows in hand. He had planned to catch some wild beasts to scare people in the rear mountain of his sect, but despite several days in the mountains, he saw plenty of boars and rabbits, improving his diet, but found no terrifying beasts. What should I do? Mitchell sighed, contemplating whether to abandon his plan and return home. Meanwhile, the three demon immortals from the West Demon Forest finally arrived at the Mufu Mountains, not far from the boundary between realms. Follow my orders carefully. Be vigilant, the leading unicorn man instructed the other two. Yes, they replied. They cautiously flew towards the boundary between realms. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped the space, suppressing them back to their primal state, even though they were demon immortals. What's happening? We haven't crossed the barrier yet. We're still on the Xinjiang continent. Why is this happening? The three exchanged puzzled messages. Hey, such large beasts, it's you guys, huh? Puzzled, the trio turned their heads and saw a figure in white robes standing up from beneath a tree, speaking excitedly. Immortal? The three instantly understood the situation and glanced at each other, disregarding him completely. To their surprise, 3 crude arrows fashioned from branches flew awkwardly towards them. Chapter 338. Green Jade Immortal Continent. Foolish human, looking for death. The 3 demon immortals sneered in disdain. To them, this untrained human commoner was unbelievably arrogant, actually daring to hunt them. 3 arrows made of twigs, easily breakable with a breath? Shatter. One of the demon immortals opened his mouth slightly, blowing a gust of breath towards the 3 arrows. But in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. The breath he exhaled as a demon immortal had no effect on the 3 arrows at all. What's happening? The other 2 also noticed something amiss and were incredulous. Such an occurrence was surreal. Even a warrior emperor would have been suppressed by a demon immortal's breath, let alone mere twigs. As the arrows drew closer, the 3 instinctively dodged to the side. But this dodge only deepened their disbelief. For these 3 crooked twigs seemed to lock onto them perfectly, impossible to evade. How could this be? How was it possible? However, they weren't panicked. Although they didn't understand what was happening, just 3 twigs couldn't possibly harm them, let alone penetrate their defenses. Their current realm gave them such confidence. Undoubtedly, except for those who had also attained immortality, nothing in the entire immortal river continent could harm them now. Finally, the 3 arrows struck them. But contrary to expectations, these arrows that were thought to be unable to breach their defenses did exactly that. They pierced through their tough exteriors and embedded themselves into their flesh. One arrow hit a buttock, another hit a shoulder, and Albin, a one-horned man, got an arrow near his groin. Roar! 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 3 enraged roars reverberated through the forest, deafening and causing birds and beasts to flee. These 3 demon immortals on the verge of ascension being outwitted by a mere human? Unbearable. They had to make the human pay the price. But what surprised them most was that facing their roars, this human showed no fear. Instead, his face lit up with laughter. Yes, laughter. He chuckled as he jogged over, saying excitedly, "Wow, these roars are rough and rugged. Perfect, I like it." Mitchell's words completely infuriated the 3 demon immortals. Mockery, pure mockery. Tear him apart. Absolutely tear this human apart. Anger surged within the 3 demons. Just as they were about to open their mouths to devour Mitchell, they suddenly felt weak, their nerves numb. Their immense cultivation was completely useless, and they couldn't move. In the end, they collapsed straight to the ground. Shocked and terrified, today's events were too bizarre for them. A human's arrows bypassing their defenses, immobilizing them. It went against all logic. Amidst their shock, they saw the instigator smiling down at them before striking them with 3 heavy blows. Still bewildered, they were knocked unconscious and stuffed into a spatial ring. Thus, the 3 demon immortals of the Western Demon Forest, who had traveled far with grand ambitions for the immortal realm, never even breathed its air before being captured by Mitchell. Immortal Realm. Sky Immortal Palace. The Sky Immortal Palace held supreme power and control in the immortal realm. If the immortal realm were a kingdom, then the Sky Immortal Palace would be its royal capital. Some said it was the projection of heaven's will in the immortal realm. The entire immortal realm was divided into 108 immortal continents. Though all under the jurisdiction of the Sky Immortal Palace, each continent was governed by powerful lords who also managed lower realms. More powerful continents were wider in area and held more experts, governing more lower realms. Green Jade Immortal Continent governed hundreds of lower realms, not among the top tier, but certainly not the weakest. A man emitting formidable energy sat atop the seat, feeding fresh meat to a large black bird beside him. Anyone present would notice the meat contained potent energy, indicating its owner must have been powerful, likely at least a heavenly immortal. There were many divisions and strong immortals, but most were ordinary immortals. Ordinary immortals were classified into celestial, earthly, and human immortals. Human immortals were the lowest, while earthly immortals were a higher tier. Heavenly immortals were the highest-ranking ordinary immortals. Feeding the black bird with heavenly immortal meat demonstrated astonishing generosity. However, he had the right. He was Azariah, Lord of Green Jade Immortal Continent, a super-strong immortal far surpassing ordinary ones. "Report to the Lord important matters," a subordinate reported, kneeling respectfully. "What is it?" Azariah glanced indifferently at the subordinate, continuing to feed the black bird. "A lower realm named Immortal River Continent has recently seen frequent flyers ascending into our Green Jade Immortal Continent," the subordinate reported. "Immortal River Continent?" Azariah put down the meat, frowning. "I remember punishing it millions of years ago, forbidding further ascensions. Why are there still flyers?" "Lord, this is precisely why I'm reporting. Somehow, the Immortal River Continent regained divine nourishment, suggesting a human-caused change. Human intervention? These low-tier humans can't break my seal. I am their heavens, unchallengeable," Azariah scoffed. "So human interference is unlikely, but other changes are possible." He looked at the black bird before him and commanded, "Vernon, go to the Immortal River Continent, investigate the situation, and report back." Chapter 339. Endless. The large black bird let out a proud cry and transformed into a streak of black light, instantly vanishing. Soon, he arrived at the barrier between the Immortal River Continent and the Green Jade Immortal Continent. Just then, 2 experts from the Immortal River Continent crossed the barrier into the immortal realm. "Since the Continent Lord punished your kind by forbidding your ascension, no matter what happens, you do not have the right to enter the immortal realm." With cold eyes, he cast a condescending glance at the 2 cultivators from the Immortal River Continent. His sharp claws suddenly slashed through the sky. SSH. Before the 2 could even comprehend their surroundings, they were already annihilated into ashes. Vernon did not spare them another glance. After all, in his eyes, they were merely 2 newly arrived human immortals, mere ants, unworthy of his attention. Letting out a lofty cry that frightened surrounding lesser immortals into bowing their heads, Vernon turned into a streak of light and entered the barrier between the realms. After a brief transmission, Vernon arrived at the Immortal River Continent. How weak. This low-level plane can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. Huh. There's a little crawler here too? He looked down and saw an emperor-grade monster beast staring up at him. A crawler unaware of its place. He sneered disdainfully, slowly opening his sharp beak and letting out a thunderous cry accompanied by intense pressure. The call reverberated in every direction. In response to his call, the entire Mufu Mountains plunged into extreme chaos. Both higher-order demon beasts and ordinary animals felt their souls tremble, a quality of overwhelming pressure. The emperor-grade monster below immediately lay prostrate on the ground, its face full of fear. Damn! What's making so much noise? Under a certain tree, Mitchell, who had been about to rest, opened his eyes and looked up irritably. Humph! Such ant-like things, daring to obstruct my view? Vernon mockingly eyed the cowering emperor-grade monster, high and mighty. Once more, he emitted a piercing cry. Under this cry, the monster beast couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded into a shower of blood on the spot. Still crying? Extremely sleepy, Mitchell flew into a rage and chased after the sound with his bow and arrow in hand. All right, I'll stop your cries. Since you like to cry so much, I'll just take you back and lock you in the back mountain to cry as loud as you want. Your voice is pretty loud, and if you cry out a few times a day, people might really think I keep some big demon beast in my back mountain. Two birds with one stone. Mitchell lifted his gaze to the black bird circling in the sky, drew his bow, and shot an arrow straight towards it. With a scornful look, Vernon glanced at the exploding monster on the ground and was about to leave. Suddenly, a whistling sound broke the silence. An arrow shot directly toward him. Someone dared to attack me? How ridiculous. Do they actually believe such an attack from a lower realm could harm me? Even if I stood still, they would never touch me. He sneered, allowing the arrow to approach. However, the next moment, his body shuddered violently, hanging motionless in mid-air. His haughty head finally lowered in disbelief, his sharp beak gaping open in shock. Because the arrow had struck true. Not only did it break through his defenses, but it pierced his body, blood flowing freely. Casual mistake. He tried to speak, but found himself powerless, unable to control the energy within him. Like a broken-winged bird, he plummeted to the ground from the sky with a thunderous crash. His massive body hitting the ground triggered a small earthquake. Lying there, his wide eyes revealed intense horror. He, a divine creature of the immortal realm, a being close to the ruler of the Green Jade immortal continent, had actually been defeated on this lower realm? What was happening? While he struggled to understand, a figure approached him. This human dared to act against me? Damn this remote small city. What's going on? Indeed, hurry up and explain. You know our identities. We are all gauges, or heads of sects, very busy people. We don't have time to waste here. For a moment, voices of doubt filled the air. Oh, you old rascals, do you think I'm lying to you? Dwight hastily explained. If I say there's an opportunity for you, then there is. Yes, just wait patiently, Norris chimed in. If not for our long acquaintance, you wouldn't even get this chance. Ha, keep talking nonsense. You're both making empty claims. We should have known you'd come up with something like this, thinking there'd be some grand opportunity here. Norris's words met with derision and louder doubts. What's wrong with your brains? Norris frowned. Do you think we have any reason to lie to you? Well, since you didn't lie, let me ask you, what about the ultimate master you mentioned? Is that true? Someone stepped forward to question. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Norris replied. If it's true, show us proof, the man persisted. Proof? Norris scratched his head, finding himself stumped. How could he produce any proof regarding Mitchell? Imph. No proof indeed. Let's go. We should return to our sections. Exactly, this was a waste of time. Seeing this, Dwight and the others grew anxious. They had promised to recruit workers for Mitchell, and if these people left now, their efforts would be in vain, possibly angering Mitchell. So, Morris quickly stepped in. Ladies and gentlemen, since you're already here, why not wait for a moment? Let's wait for the Kobe to return, so you can see him for yourselves. Everything will be clear then, right? Once you meet him, you'll know we're telling the truth, Dwight hurriedly added. Hearing this, those preparing to leave hesitated. Alright, waiting isn't a big deal. But let's make one thing clear. If it's not as you say, don't blame us for not giving face and leaving. Agreed. Morris smiled confidently. Once you witness the Kobe's abilities, you won't want to leave. Instead, you'll try every way possible to stay. After some waiting, a figure finally returned from outside. The Kobe is back. Morris stood up, his face full of excitement. Norris and Dwight shared similar expressions, their eyes glowing with fervor. Remember, the Kobe is experiencing ordinary life in its simplest form. Under no circumstances should you reveal your cultivation level in front of him. Understood? Morris and the others warned the group behind them. Seeing the seriousness of the trio, the rest couldn't help but exchange glances. Their demeanor didn't seem fake. Perhaps there was something to this. Could it be? In this remote place, there really is a super expert? This piqued their curiosity. They wanted to see if this master was truly impressive. Thus, they went along with Dwight and greeted the returning Mitchell. Oh, it's you. Mitchell saw Morris and smiled. We greet you, Kobe. Morris and the others bowed respectfully. Kobe, we've recruited the first batch of workers. They turned to the crowd behind them, urging, quick, greet the Kobe. However, the crowd paid little heed to the promptings. In the brief moment, everyone had sized up Mitchell. No signs of cultivation. Ordinary and unremarkable. Not a single standout feature. Is this supposed to be a master? Everyone was skeptical. This alarmed Morris and the others. They tried giving meaningful glances, but only a few responded slightly out of respect, while most remained indifferent. Fortunately, Mitchell seemed unperturbed and instead said with a smile, there's no need to be so formal. Come, let me show you the construction site. Mitchell led the way to the back of the martial hall. After Mitchell walked off, Morris stomped his feet in frustration, shouting at the group. What are you doing, you stubborn old men? Himph, you call this a master? No wonder you're so disappointed. He looks like nothing. The crowd scoffed, disbelieving of Dwight's claims. After all, they saw no signs of remarkable qualities in Mitchell. How can you be so foolish? Dwight frowned. Can you truly comprehend the Kobe? Just wait, you'll be surprised. Sorry, we really have no time to play games with you. Our leaders have plenty of matters to attend to. We must take our leave. After enduring this long due to your coaxing, it's time to bid farewell. Farewell. Their voices echoed as they departed. Chapter 341. What kind of divine means? Seeing that the group was really leaving, Morris and his companions immediately panicked. Morris even shouted with a trembling voice, I promise, if you leave, you will definitely regret it. Humph. Even if that person is as powerful as you say, we don't have the patience to wait any longer. That's right. So there's no question of regret. The crowd had dark expressions, no longer willing to listen to Morris and company's words. Given their status, traveling such a long distance to this godforsaken place without confronting Morris at all was already quite generous. So, some people were already flying away into the sky. After the martial arts hall, Mitchell surveyed the large expanse of open land. Originally, he wanted to gauge Alfie and a few old men to cultivate this land for farming. But now with the establishment of the sect, this farming plan would have to be postponed. I wonder how those few old men are doing. They said they had something at home but haven't returned after so long. Mitchell sighed slightly and then took out the spatial ring hidden in his bosom. The reason he kept it in his bosom rather than on his finger was because Mitchell understood the wisdom of hiding one's wealth. After all, it was a storage ring, and if someone mistook him for a rich man and tried to rob him, it would be troublesome. Therefore, being low-key and keeping it in his bosom was the best policy. Let you out otherwise, I'll have wasted my effort. Mitchell gently twisted the space ring, and subsequently, the 4 wild beasts he had captured were released. One was a large black bird. Another had a single horn, with a body like a rhinoceros, but not quite a rhinoceros. A deer-like creature but topped with a dog's head, making it a strange mix. The last one wasn't much better. It was neither fully dog nor wolf. Anyway, Mitchell couldn't name any of these 4 wild beasts. But who cared? 8 end roars capable of intimidating people were enough. Disciple, disciple. Mitchell called, bring me those iron chains from the forge. Yes, Kobe, coming? Birch responded from within the martial arts hall and came running over, dragging several thick iron chains. Tie them up. Mitchell instructed. Yes, Kobe. Birch obediently used the iron chains to tie up the 4 wild beasts. The moment Birch finished tying the chains, the 4 beasts conveniently woke up. They first exchanged glances, and pressure while filled with astonishment, they turned back. What happened? Just now, what was that pressure and roar? People's faces showed shock, and they all asked Morris et al. Curiously. Humph. You tell us. Besides Mr.'s means, what else could it be? Seeing this group come back, Morris et al. Immediately raised their heads arrogantly, looking utterly smug. Of course, Mr. showed off his skills casually, and you guys had to scurry back. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. Their expressions were somewhat difficult. Perhaps they really misjudged earlier. This person might indeed be a super expert, because the pressure from before was simply too powerful. Powerful enough to make breathing difficult for them. A group of martial reverends. Trying to see what exactly happened, they rushed over to Mitchell. Hey, old man, stop there. Don't disturb Mr. Morris and others shouted loudly, also hurrying over. At this moment, the 4 demonic beasts looked at Mitchell with murderous intent, wishing to devour his flesh. Even more unbearable was the fact that they were completely suppressed in cultivation, unable to use any skill, not even able to speak. Especially Hoyt from the immortal realm, struggling desperately. He, a great demon from the Marsu immortal continent, was shackled by an iron chain in this low-level world. A humiliation beyond comprehension. He flapped his wings, trying to break free and fly away, only to find the iron chain tightly restraining him. Roar. Hiss. Hoo. Wah. Again, for furious roars sounded, expressing their inner rage. But what made them feel broken inside was that this human didn't fear their roars at all. Instead, he danced gleefully in front of them. Dynamite. This roar is truly dynamite. Really didn't waste effort capturing you all. Let me hear a few more. Mitchell shouted excitedly. Challenging. Barely veiled provocation. The 4 beasts' overwhelming fury continued, with their roars incessant and the pressure from their bodies releasing wave after wave. And the returning Morris et al. Saw this scene. The 3 demonic beasts, combined with this overwhelming pressure, seemed to be SSHH. The 3 immortal beasts of West Demon Forest. In an instant, they collectively froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. Their eyes nearly popped out. After all, while the continent was vast, reaching its peak was extremely rare. As for those who could ascend to immortality, they were fewer still. Thus, whether demons or humans, those who became immortals were recorded in the annals of history on Immortal Jiang continent. Hence, recognizing these 3 rulers of West Demon Forest, who had become immortals not long ago, they identified them instantly. Didn't they transcend the barrier and reach the immortal realm? Why were they here? And even shackled with iron chains? As for the other large black bird, although they didn't recognize it, the pressure from it seemed even stronger than the 3 immortal beasts. SSHH. What was going on in this shocking scene? Mitchell, seeing this group of stunned people, thought they were frightened and quickly smiled and explained. You don't need to be afraid. These are just a few wild creatures I caught randomly from the mountains, all tied up and can't hurt anyone. These words led to another blank stare. Randomly caught. Wild creatures? SSHH. What divine act was he putting on? The translation retains the structure, tone, and style of the original Burkinese text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Character names are transliterated accurately according to Pinyin rules. Hashtag chapter 342. Qualifications for establishing a sect. Almost instantly, everyone realized the truth. Morris and the others hadn't lied. This seemingly ordinary young man before them was truly a terrifying world-class expert. Otherwise, how could the 3 demon immortals who had already ascended in the Western Demon Forest have become his prisoners? This is the area. I mentioned it to you before. Go take a look now. After securing the 4 beasts, Mitchell instructed Morris and the others. Sure, sir. You go ahead with your business. I'll take them to check it out, Morris and the others said respectfully. Mitchell nodded. Since he had entrusted all the work to Morris and the other two and had already clarified what needed to be done, there was no need for him to stay here. After all, he had just returned from the mountains and was quite tired. Farewell, sir. Without exception, everyone present politely saw Mitchell off. After Mitchell left, the sect masters and gages immediately swarmed around Morris and the others. Hee young Hiroyi. Brother Ezra. Brother Yanko. Ahem, we were a bit hasty earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Each of them wore obsequious smiles as they spoke to Morris and the others. Upon hearing this, Morris and the others turned up their noses, their faces filled with disdain. They replied sarcastically, "What rashness! It's your freedom to come and go as you please. If you wanted to leave earlier, then leave. We wouldn't stop you." "Oh, young Hiroyi, don't say such things. We didn't recognize your importance just now." Yes, it was impulsive on our part. "That's right. It was our mistake. Please don't take it to heart. Your hearts are as broad as the sky. Surely you won't hold this against us." "Right. Here are some medicinal herbs from our donghua sect. Please accept them kindly. These are some spiritual herb and you're still so polite." Mitchell received the items Brooks brought with a smile. It's appropriate. Brooks also smiled warmly. "Sit down. Actually, I have something to ask you," Mitchell said. Brooks sat down politely, waiting for Mitchell to continue. "Well, I plan to establish a sect as a hobby, but there are many matters I need to understand. I hope you can help me figure them out." Mitchell rubbed his nose as he explained. "Elon wants to establish a sect?" Brooks and Dallas gasped, jumping to their feet in astonishment. This news was too shocking for them. No need to be surprised. Seeing their reaction, Mitchell awkwardly waved his hand. "You know, I'm just a mortal. I'm only doing this as a pastime. Since you know more about it than me, I thought I'd ask you what procedures are involved besides the construction of the sect." Brooks and Dallas exchanged glances, taking a deep breath. This man sure knew how to diversify his activities, now planning to set up a sect. If not for Mitchell repeatedly reminding them he was mortal, they might have thought he was going to reveal himself openly. However, starting a sect as a mortal, what an unconventional move. They couldn't help but marvel at how well-informed Mitchell must be about them and chose to seek advice from them, knowing their backgrounds intimately. Thus, they recounted all the conditions required to establish a major problem for Mitchell. How could he possibly meet this requirement when he lacked cultivation? After all, wasn't his purpose in establishing a sect to complete the system tasks so he could cultivate? If he had cultivation skills, why bother setting up a sect at all? Fortunately, there was another way, a record of having joined a sect in the past, which could partially prove his cultivation status. However, this solution also stumped Mitchell. Given his undetectable potential by the system, which sect would want him? Headache. Yet, for the sake of cultivation, he couldn't give up. He heard there were plenty of minor sects in Dongsheng. Perhaps he should try his luck and visit them. If any blindfolded sect took him in, he could infiltrate for a month, obtain a disciple status, and thereby qualify to establish a sect. Thus, the path ahead was clear yet fraught with challenges. But Mitchell was determined to forge ahead, ready to face whatever lay in wait. Chapter 343. A Cuckoo in the Magpie's Nest? After receiving the conditions for establishing a sect from Brooks, Mitchell could only ask Morris's construction team to slow down. The next day, early morning, Mitchell set out. Since Pingjiang City is under the territory of Adrian's sect, he couldn't continue building his sect here. Fortunately, Mitchell spent the entire night studying maps and already had a general idea of where to establish the sect. On the border between Pingjiang City and Mount Mufu, there is a huge freshwater lake. This lake appears to be the largest freshwater lake on Xinjiang continent, according to the map. However, this place is rarely visited by people and does not belong to any faction. The map also indicates that there is a small island in the middle of this freshwater lake, which is exactly where Mitchell wants to establish his sect. Today, he came out to conduct an on-site inspection. Before long, Mitchell arrived at his destination. At first glance, Mitchell fell in love with this place. Ripples danced across the water as the breeze blew, creating a refreshing and peaceful feeling. The island stood amidst the lake, surrounded by water on all sides. From a distance, the island was not too big or too small. In front, there was a vast flat terrain, while behind it was a small forest. This forest excited Mitchell greatly, because it perfectly suited his intention to have a small back mountain to impress others. Most importantly, establishing a sect in such a remote area provided a strong sense of security, ensuring no worry about being targeted by other sects. After all, he never intended to build this sect large and powerful. He just wanted to complete the task. Mitchell took out a sickle and tools to construct a small bamboo raft, then paddled toward the island. However, as soon as Mitchell's bamboo raft reached the shore, a pale figure darted out from within the island. His clothes were tattered, clearly bearing severe injuries. From the look of fear on his face, it seemed he was chased by something. In disbelief, this damn mortal dared to kick him off the boat. Where did he get such nerve? You still talking? Mitchell raised the bamboo pole used to paddle and struck Gayuan on the forehead, making him dizzy and disoriented. Ah, you, cursed. The cursed mortal dares to offend me. If not for my heavy injuries and inability to use my cultivation, I would surely skin you alive now. Gayuan thrashed in the water, directing vicious curses at Mitchell. Just shut up and scram. Mitchell lifted the bamboo pole to strike again. Seeing this, Gayuan paled and swam away, terrified of being hit. Given his current terrible state, if he were drowned by this mortal, it would be utterly humiliating. Yet, as he swam away, he continued to shout at Mitchell, "Cursed mortal, you wait. If you survive on this island, I will definitely return and tear your tendons and bones apart. Wait for you." Mitchell flipped him off, showing utter disdain. A talent like this super garbage wouldn't even match the old grandpas in the city. He didn't care much about it. To prevent Gayuan from stealing the boat, Mitchell locked the bamboo raft and began wandering around the island. I love this island. With mountains and water, craving wild flavors, there's Mount Mufu nearby. Want fish? Just sit and fish right here. and if I need to go back to Pingjiang City, I can easily do so. Ha ha ha. From now on, I declare this island mine. Standing at the highest point of the island, Mitchell announced loudly with open arms. Underground, a figure emerged, filled with distress. At my current cultivation level, I could forever live safely in Xinjiang continent, facing only a 1 in a million threat from the strongest person here. But damn it, who knows which idiot had nothing better to do than break through the sky, forcing everyone to enter the immortal realm once they reach a certain stage. If not for my foresight to stop just short of breaking through the final stage, I'd have to go to that terrifying immortal realm too. Unremarkably, I found this island. On this tiny island, from bees and mice to wild boars and rabbits, I've built good relations. Even the strongest sealed entity on this island poses only a 1 in a billion threat to me. Moreover, its presence helps ward off outsiders, as seen with that fool earlier. So, this island is absolutely safe for me. I can hide here for 10,000 years and break through the final stage afterward, hoping to become the strongest when entering the immortal realm. So, this island will henceforth be my home, Fintan. Fintan finally felt secure and voiced his happiness. However, just as his words faded, another maniacal laughter echoed from the island's peak. Ha ha ha. From now on, he would have narrowly avoided a fatal disaster. In that case, I won't act directly. I'll guide this mortal to that guy sealed on the island. I believe that fellow will deal with this intruder. Though it will still bring about karma, it's much safer this way. But mortal, don't blame me. You're the one who took over my nest. With this thought, he made some noise to attract Mitchell. And indeed, Mitchell was attracted by the sound. After all, Mitchell viewed this island as his future base and needed to understand any animals or dangers present. Thus, Mitchell cautiously followed. This mortal really fell for it. Fintan congratulated himself. Time passed slowly. Fintan had already lured Mitchell through half the island, finally reaching the destination. Mission accomplished. If that guy knows I brought such a delicious meal to him, someone trapped here by the seal, he'll surely be grateful. Perhaps, this might even improve our relationship and eliminate that sliver of danger he poses to me. Truly a win-win situation. Fintan's face lit up with delight. Then he leaped toward the cliffside. At the cliff, a black bear huddled in the corner, shivering violently. Clack, clack, clack. Even his teeth chattered uncontrollably, making clicking noises. Heaven, what have I done? Not long ago, a powerful person came, forcing me to stay hidden for so long that one could at least be approached. But damn, the sheer pressure from that person had almost frightened him to death. All morning, he had stayed hidden, holding his breath to avoid encountering this human again. Who knew Fintan would directly lead him here? Wah. Humans are truly no good. This isn't over between us. The black bear angrily pointed at Fintan, hesitating to fight, but ultimately shouting and fleeing while clutching his head. Watching the fleeing black bear, Fintan was stunned in place. But quickly, realization dawned on him. A chill ran down his spine. This human's appearance had scared the black bear away. Did that mean this human was incredibly strong? Holy cow. If this human knows everything I did behind the scenes, I underestimated him, acted rashly, created enmity, and stirred up a big trouble. What do I do? What do I do? Sweat dripped from Fintan's forehead. Then he gritted his teeth and muttered coldly, might as well finish what I started. Kill this human myself? It seemed like the best option for him. Meanwhile, Mitchell wandered around, gazing around. Recalling something, he took out his spatial ring and twisted it. Instantly, 4 large beasts were released by Mitchell. He kept them in the spatial ring because they had nowhere else to tie up, fearing they might scare people at the martial arts school. Let you guys breathe some fresh air for a bit, Mitchell murmured. The 4 beasts looked up at him fiercely, filled with hatred. But Mitchell paid them no mind, continuing to observe the island's surroundings. Suddenly, Fintan, who was about to make a move against Mitchell, shivered, burrowing into the ground until only his head remained above. Holy cow. These 4 beasts pose life-threatening danger to me. One of them is 100% lethal, while the other 3 are slightly less so. And since he controls these beasts, that means this person poses 100% lethality to me. The boss, this is a super boss. Fintan's face went pale with terror. Such a deadly threat was beyond unbearable. He never expected such a huge trouble caused by one slip-up. He began praying, hands clasped together. Boss, I didn't mean to provoke you or lure you into the black bear's meal. I was wrong. Please don't come after me. As he prayed, he also hoped for a lucky break. That this boss didn't know what he'd done and wouldn't seek revenge. Then, as Mitchell looked around and opened his mouth to speak, little creature, hiding from me? It doesn't matter. We'll play this out. On this island, you can't escape my grasp. Mitchell gave a light laugh, though he didn't know what small animal had been leading him around for so long, only to disappear here. But, hearing this, Fintan's heart skipped a beat. His mental defenses almost collapsed. Those words were directed at him, weren't they? This boss knew about his existence and his actions all along. He hadn't acted immediately just to toy with him. No, I must think. How can I escape this crisis? Fintan, you're not an ordinary cultivator. You possess unique thinking that no one in this world has. You can overcome this. Fintan rubbed his head, thinking desperately. In the distance, Mitchell gazed at the distant lake, seemingly recalling something. In his previous life, there was also a lake in his hometown. As a child, he would always swim in the lake with his playmates, only to be spanked by their parents when they returned home. After transmigration, he had initially believed that he would achieve great things, even cultivating to the pinnacle and using his cultivation to return to his original world. But, so much time had passed, and he still amounted to nothing. Ah, what a failure I've been as a transmigrant. Before, I was muddling through in Pingjiang City, and now on this island, I'm still just muddling through. Mitchell couldn't help but sigh for himself. His choice to establish his sect on such a remote small island was indeed to avoid unresolved in this new world. Fintan watched from the shadows, his fear slowly transforming into cautious curiosity. Perhaps this man wasn't here to expose him after all. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Still, the lingering uncertainty gnawed at him. Fintan knew he had to be careful, especially now that he realized how dangerous this white-robed man truly was. Deciding to bide his time, Fintan retreated further into the shadows, watching Mitchell's every move with heightened alertness. Little did he know, his secret had already been unraveled. Chapter 345, 100 Million Doppelgangers. Fintan never expected that his strongest card as a Chanyujira traveler would be revealed by this person with just a few words. This person could even grasp his every move perfectly. To know all of this was certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Such a person must be a super being who had insight into the workings of fate. And in such a person's hands, his risk of death likely reached 1 in 100 million. At this moment, standing before this man in white robes, Fintan felt as if he were completely exposed, with no secrets left, even though he was crouched in the soil. Cold sweat streamed down his face. He could almost visualize Mitchell standing before him with a knife, stabbing him through. Blood pouring out, he, Fintan, would meet his end. However, just as he feared dying at Mitchell's hands, Mitchell suddenly stretched lazily and said indifferently, "I'll go first, see you next time." With that, Mitchell rode away on his bamboo raft from the island. Watching the solitary boat on the lake, and thinking of the profound meaning behind the man's parting words, Fintan stared wide-eyed. This man clearly wanted to toy with him slowly, and that, "see you next time." Though it sounded casual, those words were meant for him. Wasn't it a clear indication that there was no escaping his clutches? "Frederiku, brother," Fintan moaned. "Don't play with me like this. I just wanted a safe place to lay low. I didn't mean to provoke you. Even if I did make a mistake just now, there's a saying, ignorance is bliss, since I didn't know how powerful you are." Fintan sat on the ground, his face pale and filled with despair, repeatedly imagining all kinds of deaths. Then, he abruptly stood up. "No, death is too terrifying. I don't want to die. I can't die. I absolutely can't die," he repeated to himself, clenching his fists to encourage himself. "Fintan, stay strong. You're a traveler. You have good luck. You have a protagonist's aura. You definitely won't die so easily. You will find a way to escape his control." Once Mitchell was out of sight, Fintan buried himself in the soil. He then used his utmost speed underground to put as much distance between him and the island as possible. A day later, he emerged from the soil, having escaped the Nansha area. "He didn't kill me directly, which shows he isn't afraid of me running. He has complete confidence that I won't escape his control. Still, this might be my only chance to turn things around. I can't let my guard down. I must seize this opportunity. Even though I've gone far, it's still not safe enough." With this thought, he gritted his teeth and began performing complex hand seals. Then, from his storage ring, he rapidly pulled out yellow talismans. 100 million substitution talismans, transform. As the hand seals were completed, the yellow talismans glowed brightly, each transforming into an exact replica of Fintan. "These substitution figures have my aura and look identical to me. They should help me evade capture convincingly. Scatter." As he spoke, the multitude of Fintans scattered in all directions. Some went underground, some flew through the air, some dove into the water, while others hid nearby. These replicas each possessed considerable strength. Within days, they spread across the entire continent. Over 20 million stayed in Dongsheng, over 20 million went to southern wasteland, over 10 million headed to West Beast Forest, and the remaining All eyes eagerly turned to Mitchell. Wouldn't there be no business there?" Mitchell couldn't help but ask. "Oh, Elon, when your sect grows, business will flourish," and Gage responded. "Yeah, this city is crowded and competitive. It's better to follow you and do business for your sect," someone else added. "Do you really think so?" Mitchell couldn't help but ask. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Mitchell hesitated. It stirred an old dream deep within him. When he first arrived, he dreamed of creating his own utopia, a small town, perhaps even modernizing it. With the island and these supportive neighbors, it could be the perfect starting point. Even if establishing a sect failed and he couldn't cultivate, he could still develop the island into a resort or small town, living as its lord, collecting rent, taking a couple of wives, and enjoying a simple life. Seemed quite nice indeed. The thought appealed to Mitchell. At this moment, standing before this man in white robes, Fintan felt as though he were completely exposed, with no secrets left. Cold sweat poured down Fintan's face. He could already picture Mitchell holding a knife, stabbing him right in front of him, and red turning to white as he met his end. But just as Fintan feared he would die at Mitchell's hands, Mitchell suddenly stretched lazily and said indifferently, "I'm leaving first, see you next time." With that, Mitchell paddled away on a bamboo raft, leaving the island. Watching the lone boat on the lake and the fluttering white robe, Fintan couldn't help but think about the ominous words Mitchell had said before leaving. His eyes widened in shock. This person clearly intended to slowly toy with him until he died. And that, "see you next time." Those words, casually spoken, were obviously meant for him. Didn't it firmly imply that no matter where he ran, he wouldn't escape Mitchell's grasp? "Woeful brother," Fintan cried out. "Please don't play with me like this. I only wanted to find a place to hide. I didn't mean to provoke you. Even if I made mistakes just now, there's always a saying that ignorance is not punishable, especially since I didn't know how formidable you are." Fintan sat on the ground, looking utterly defeated, repeatedly picturing various ways he might die. But then, he suddenly stood up. "Death. Death is too terrifying. I don't want it. Yes, I can't die. Absolutely can't die." He kept repeating these words, clenching his fists to encourage himself. "Fintan, keep fighting. You are a traveler, with great luck and the protagonist's halo. You definitely won't die so easily, and you will surely slip out of his grasp." Once Mitchell was out of sight, Fintan dove into the earth, using his utmost speed to escape the island's vicinity. A whole day later, he emerged from underground, far beyond Nancha's territory. He didn't kill me directly, proving he isn't afraid I'll escape. He's very confident that I can't get out of his rule-gangers. Fintan arrived at Beihai, the furthest part of the continent from Dongsheng, making it relatively safer. Even if he tracks me here, he'll need time to find the real me among nearly 20 million doppelgangers. This gives me ample time to prepare. Satisfied, Fintan nodded, his panicked heart finally calming slightly. Now, the real me needs to find another place to hide, somewhere inconspicuous. He noticed a city nearby recruiting disciples for a sect. Might as well blend in with this sect and work as a servant. This identity will effectively mask me. Even with that person's abilities, he likely won't find me. So, he concealed his cultivation and approached the recruitment area. In Pingjiang City, Mitchell led a group of people toward the island. Elon. A crowd of Gagely people hurried over, their faces filled with concern. Is it true you're moving your sect? I didn't expect you all to know. Mitchell chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't anticipated news of him establishing a sect would spread so quickly. Since they were all old acquaintances, he wasn't secretive and replied with a smile, yes, that's what I plan. They exchanged glances and quickly asked, Elon, can we come with you? Yeah, let us open a tobacco shop near your sect? How about a beef noodle stall? I'll sell tofu there. They all looked hopefully at Mitchell. Hold on, how will you make a living there? Mitchell asked. Why, once your sect grows, we'll have business, right? One old man said. Yes, this city has a large population, but competition is fierce. It's better to follow you and do business around your sect, someone else added. Do you really think so? Mitchell hesitated as everyone nodded. An idea stirred within him. When he first arrived, he had dreams of building his own utopia, a small city, even modernizing it. Now, with the island and this loyal group of neighbors, he could fulfill some of those dreams. Even if he failed to establish the sect or recruit disciples, he could still develop the island into a resort or small town. He could rule as a local chieftain, collect rent, and live a simple life with a couple of wives. Not a bad plan at all. Thinking this, Mitchell was tempted. Chapter 346, Standards for Baking Red Bricks. All right, he readily agreed. Hearing this, everyone's expression instantly brightened. However, opening your store immediately is impossible, Mitchell added. After all, there's no population on the island in the early stages, so you can't do business. Therefore, you will work at my sect initially. We can discuss opening a store when more people come. Mitchell made these arrangements after some consideration. Whether the sect was being established or already built, various tasks would require assistance. These Gagely folks were experienced and trustworthy, not demanding high wages, which suited him well. For example, Malia, you're good at cooking, right? You'll be our chef. And you'll be the gatekeeper. As for the others, since boat trips are required to enter and leave the island, you'll handle that. No problem. The crowd unanimously agreed. We old folks are content as long as we have food to eat. With everything settled, the group set off towards the small island in grand procession. I'm back. This island belongs to me, Mitchell, now. Everything here will be under my command from now on. Haha. Just as his voice faded, the clouds above the island began to shift dramatically. A unique cosmic rule descended over the entire island, extending to the surrounding lake. What's happening? The scene left both the Gagely folk and construction workers with bewildered expressions. It seems Kobe's realm has surpassed our initial expectations. With just a word, he created a miniature Kermic world. TSK, what an impressive feat. Yes, within this range, the rules have completely changed. I seem unable to fly anymore. Indeed, my cultivation is also completely suppressed. Strangely enough, I no longer feel the call of the immortal realm. It appears I don't need to go within a year. Yes, it seems we won't have to worry about going to the immortal realm and can stay by Kobe's side indefinitely. It looks like this place has completely transcended the control of the immortal realm and the Xinjiang continent's laws. Humph, you old such a tree for the benefit of his sect. Since luring 100 disciples was his main goal, grand-looking elements were necessary. Hence, carving a dragon in the center of the sect required a sufficiently large tree. Kobe, what kind of tree do you need? Two Gagely men couldn't resist asking. Certainly, quality must be top-notch for carving purposes. As for the material, you've seen my carvings before, so you know the standards I expect, Mitchell said. Our standards? The Gage men exchanged glances, looking pressured as they responded. There is a tree that barely meets Kobe's standards, but it might be very hard to obtain. Just a tree, I trust you, Mitchell reassured them. And if you encounter difficulties, whether it requires money or anything else, get it done at any cost. I'll back you up, so you have nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, the previously pressured Gagely men regained confidence. Understood. With Kobe's support, we will bring it at any cost. Excellent. Mitchell nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his attention to Morris and the others. Morris, await further instructions. Morris and his team hurried forward, respectfully awaiting Mitchell's orders. To be honest, the people you've gathered are not quite up to par, Mitchell hesitated but voiced his concerns. It wasn't nitpicking. Mostly, these Gagely looked lackluster. Product standard. Because I cannot accept shoddy work, the bricks must meet this quality. Mitchell pulled out a brick from his sleeve and slapped it onto the ground. Chapter 347. Expert. Upon seeing this, everyone present focused their attention on the brick. Sigh. Without exception, they all drew a sharp breath. The ancient aura it emitted instantly revealed that this was an immortal artifact. Having been with Mitchell for so long, it wasn't surprising that he could produce an immortal artifact. But the idea that every single brick used to establish the sect had to meet this standard left them uneasy. This kind of extravagance might even surpass the immortal palaces in the immortal realm. Ismail, come on. We must quickly find wood for Kobe. Miles promptly stood up and urged all. Yes, we'll set off immediately. Initially, they thought the task Mitchell assigned them was formidable, but compared to what Morris and the others were tasked with, theirs was child's play. Casting a pitying glance at Morris and his group, the two Gages swiftly departed. Now, Morris, you lead a team to burn bricks for me, and Doug, you two find workers according to the standards I mentioned before, Mitchell instructed, then added as an afterthought. Remember, besides having strength, they shouldn't be too old. With that, Mitchell led Morris and others to find a place to build kilns. Norris and Julius stood there, looking utterly perplexed. They needed strength, yet the age couldn't be too high. Muttering to themselves, they looked towards the waiter and approached him with smiles, hurriedly pulled Julius up. Ignoring his own embarrassment, Julius stared at the waiter, trembling and asked, You mentioned what stage again? 6th life stage, just a simple 6th life stage. Receiving confirmation once more, Julius and the other felt like giving up. That meant they had to find workers who weren't too old and had at least reached the 6th life stage. Marshall Hudson? Sigh. Even if they searched the entire Immortal River continent, they might not find enough such individuals. Even if there were many, how could they find them all? These cultivators were invariably exceptional talents. This task was too heavy. Senior, as I said, although my cultivation is low, please don't mock me, the waiter spoke sincerely. Yes, it is indeed quite low. Julius and the other wanted to berate him, but knew they had no choice. They must fulfill Kobe's wishes no matter how difficult it was. Mark, this is so boring. By the lake, Ed lay lazily on the ground with his legs crossed and a dogwood grass in his mouth. Yes, it's indeed boring. The dog squatted and urinated under a tree in agreement. Why don't we go birdwatching, guys? A centipede emerged from the grassroots, laughing. What's the point of walking around with that hybrid idiot bird? Ed glanced at Hoyt Tide nearby, and the 3 demon immortals from the western forests admired. Anyone. You're the first, Night Wind. At this scene, a centipede named Night Wind slithered out from atop the dog, praising the performance. Chapter 348. This bear has potential. Mark, go and arrest him. Behind them, Bowie waved his hand and said leisurely, Yes, brother. The dog responded and walked toward the black bear pretending to be dead. Hey, foolish guy, get up. Pretending to be dead in front of my brother won't work. The dog said arrogantly. Yeah, although I appreciate you a lot, but in front of my brother, pretending to be dead is useless. Justino crawled out at the right moment and shouted. If my brother lets you live, you can live. If he orders you to die, you must die. I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I'll get up. The black bear hurriedly got up, kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. Please, lords, spare me. Spare you? Humph, tell us, what were you lurking here for? The dog demanded sternly. These words made the black bear shudder with fear. He stuttered, Lords, I was wrong, truly wrong. I am just a small bear sealed here, harmless to people and livestock, living off grass and dew. When I saw you grand lords arriving with golden light shining above your heads, I knew these were no ordinary visitors. Afraid of offending you, I hid here, not expecting to still be discovered. What you say has some sense. The dog raised an eyebrow and said, Then tell us, what kind of distinguished figures are we? Well, let me boldly describe a very good summary. The dog nodded in agreement beside him, looking at the black bear with much more favor. Yes, we don't need to talk about ourselves, especially the highlights of brother's qualities. The centipede also agreed, moving closer to Bowie and said, Brother, it's rare to find such an insightful creature. Should we keep him? Yes, brother, I think so too. This bear shows potential. The dog added. Oh, you feel the same way? Bowie glanced at the dog and the centipede, then said, In that case, let's take this little one with us. Seeing this, the dog and the centipede rejoiced, gesturing to the black bear and shouting, Little bear, hurry up and thank the brothers. Chapter 349. You've reached the peak of life. What? What do you mean? The black bear was dumbfounded, clearly not understanding what was happening. You silly bear, you were smart just now, but why can't you figure this out? Hemlock sighed in frustration. My big brother is preparing to make you his follower. You've reached the peak of life, right? Hurry up and greet your Gage brother. The centipede chimed in from the side. Truly? The black bear's face showed overwhelming joy mixed with disbelief. His words earlier were just a quick improvisation to save his life. He never expected such an unexpected twist of fate. If he could follow these few, he would no longer need to live in constant fear on the island. Because compared to other beasts, he had a unique talent. He was highly sensitive to danger and power. Whether it was Fintan back then, Mitchell later, or the current Ed, although he didn't know their exact strength, he could always keenly sense the threat they posed to him. And Ed in front of him emitted a massive threat, indicating his formidable power. Greetings, Zack brother. Realizing this, the black bear knelt down without hesitation, bowing deeply. May my Zack brother be blessed with good fortune and prosperity for eternity. Good, very cute little bear. Ed waved his hand, approvingly saying, From now on, except for a money-loving man and a stationary snail, you don't need to fear anything in the world. A money-loving man and a stationary snail? The black bear nodded, memorizing this. Ahem. At that moment, Hemlock and Magnus both coughed simultaneously. The black bear quickly reacted and turned around, shouting, Greetings, second brother. Greetings, third brother. Very good, indeed excellent. You will be well fed and taken care of following us. No one will dare bully you for the rest of your life. Hemlock and Magnus raised their heads, full of approval. At that moment, the mark on Hemlock's forehead lit up. He looked into the distance. Mark, what's the matter? Ed asked. Brother, it seems his chin, nodding approvingly. Yes. The black bear laughed sheepishly and continued. But besides Zack brother, I encountered 2 people a few days ago. One posed a threat to me, unsure if he could kill me, while the other could definitely kill me. The person you mentioned is likely my master, Ed said. He's the money-loving guy I mentioned. Just avoid provoking him. Offending him won't be salvaged even by heaven. So, that man is Zack brother's master. No wonder. The black bear suddenly gasped. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt reassured. It meant that both individuals who could pose a mortal threat to him were part of his new family. Big brother, something big happened. Just then, Hemlock returned from outside, appearing rushed and flustered. What has got you so flustered, Mark? Ed, lying on the ground, squinted his eyes and asked. I have a son, brother. Wilson shouted loudly. What? Upon hearing this, Ed leaped up abruptly. Chapter 350, a bunch? Ira blinked his eyes and looked at Santiago. You actually have a son? No, not one. Santiago raised his head with a face full of embarrassment and hurriedly explained, it's a bunch. What? A bunch? Ira stared wide-eyed and asked, You're always with me. Where did you get a bunch of sons? The son of joy? I mean, last time in the martial arts school, Kobe forced me to mate with the birth to a whole world, with trillions of people, yet he managed to get through it. So, just stay calm. Everything will be fine. Ira whispered comforting words. Oh, okay. Then should I recognize this bunch of kids? Santiago asked. Yes, certainly. They are your offspring. Why wouldn't you recognize them? Ira said seriously. In that case, I probably need to return to the devouring skywolf tribe, Santiago said. Just now, someone from my clan told me that my sons were born with celestial anomalies, and people from the Western Demon Forest came to take them away. What? The people from the Western Demon Forest want to take my nephews? Ira's voice darkened, and he couldn't help but ask. They said my sons have exceptional talent, and it would be a waste if they stayed in the tribe. They claim the Western Demon Forest can cultivate them better, Santiago explained. Bullshit. Do those few worms in that damned forest think they're qualified to teach my nephews? Ira said angrily. Let's go together. Kill those creepers from the Western Demon Forest, and bring my nephews back. We'll cultivate them personally. Yeah, who do those lowly beasts think they are to educate our nephews? Let's go to the devouring skywolf tribe now. Darryl lifted his head and shouted. As they were shouting, Mitchell suddenly walked over from nearby. Seeing him, the centipede quickly lay flat. Kobe knows about your issue. Usually, Kobe doesn't let us wander around randomly, but this time, he allowed us to go out, which must be because of this. So, you shouldn't think Kobe is stingy or treats us poorly behind our backs. He's actually very good to everyone. You should remember this and be grateful. Ed lectured earnestly. Brother, I don't need you to remind me. I've always remembered Kobe's kindness. When I was treated like a stray dog, it was Kobe who saved me, Yovan said emotionally. From being a tiny demon, I became a major demon today, all because of Kobe. Most importantly, without Kobe, how would I have met such a great brother like you? These words sound right. Ed was very satisfied. He then waved his hand and said, Let's go, brothers. We're heading to the Shirtian Yaolang tribe to pick up little Gananzi. Ooh. Let's go. Excited voices spread as they led the demons tied to the trees and began running. Roar. 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 However, the demons tied to the tree, including Ivor, emitted furious sounds. They felt that their current plight was entirely due to that detestable human. Their inability to exert their power and break free from the bonds was because that human had put shackles on them. However, a moment later, they ignored it. Despite being disregarded, could these few ants dare to lay hands on them? Yet, the thought hadn't finished before fists, feet, and sticks suddenly landed on them. A vicious beating. Furious cries erupted from their mouths. They never imagined these ant-like creatures would actually dare to hit them. But reality taught them that the harder they cried out, the harsher the blows rained upon them. The strong indignation made them seethe with rage. Such humiliation was unbearable. Thus, the three demons from West Beast Forest exchanged glances, hesitating whether to burn their cultivation and lives to fight back. However, they couldn't be sure if burning their lives and cultivation could break the chains. They looked at Ivor, knowing he was a big figure from the immortal world. Plus, his emanating aura made them internally submissive. So, the three demons immediately recognized Ivor as their leader. If Ivor decided it was feasible to fight back, they would act without hesitation. However, as they waited for their immortal world senior's decision, they suddenly saw him kneel and bow his head. The three demons from West Beast Forest were dumbfounded. An immortal world senior, lacking such backbone? Just as they doubted, Ivor signaled them and telepathically transmitted his message. Remember, the big picture matters. To be a demon with depth and vision, brute force only leads to faster death. To be truly cunning, you can become a superior demon. As long as the fire remains, you can always find another day to seek revenge. The three demons immediately understood, greatly admiring this wisdom. The big picture, depth, indeed. An immortal world demon who could bend and stretch. Compared to themselves, they were indeed brutes. They learned. Immediately, the three demons bowed their heads as well. Seeing the four small beasts behaving obediently, Ed and company stopped the beating and beckoned to the old man rowing the boat. The old man brought a bamboo raft over, smiling without a word, yet deep within his eyes was reverence. Let's go, brothers, Ed instructed. Yovan and the centipede quickly boarded the boat, pulling the four demons onto the bamboo raft, but the black bear lingered by the shore, hesitant to move. Brother, I have a seal. I can't leave, the black bear whined. Bullshit, seal. Ed kicked the black bear from behind, sending him onto the boat. The boat floated toward the shore. Woof, brother, I really have a seal. If I step ashore, I'll be struck by lightning. The black bear trembled, occasionally glancing nervously at the sky. Bear, you're thinking too small, Yovan said. Yes, since now, you're not the same as before, the centipede added with a grin. Fine, fine. Though saying so, the black bear nodded reluctantly, still filled with worry. In the clouds, faint bolts of lightning slowly gathered. Chapter 352. Tear this worn-out bow apart. Lord Ivor, can you really swallow this humiliation? On one end of the bamboo raft, the three beasts of West Demon Forest and Ivor huddled together. The three beasts couldn't help but send a message to Ivor. Of course I can't. Ivor's voice returned, grim and dark. In his eyes, like those of a bull, surged hatred. Why did you endure the beating then? The leading demon Dalton, from West Demon Forest, couldn't resist asking, while your strategic patience and broad-mindedness are important, I've thought carefully about it. We don't need to lie low in front of these insignificant humans. If we had resisted fiercely back then, there was still a chance for us. Himph, do you really think I bowed my head because of this worn-out skeleton? Ivor couldn't help but snort. Oh, what else could it be? The few from West Demon Forest were immediately puzzled. Sigh, your intelligence here on the Immortal River continent is truly lacking. No wonder the entire continent is controlled by humans while you can only survive in small forests, Ivor couldn't help but instruct. Dalton's face darkened, but he didn't dare contradict. Still, his questioning gaze remained on Ivor, clearly seeking an explanation. To tell you the truth, I bowed my head not because of this worn-out skeleton, but because of others on the island, Ivor said somberly. Putting aside that terrifying human for now, the other people on the island are also problematic. The others are problematic too? Dalton and his group became even more confused. Besides some brick mover martial respecters, everyone else seemed ordinary. What trouble could they cause? Do you really think the island is as simple as you imagine? Ivor's voice was grave. Apart from those trash martial respecters, all the others have cultivation levels similar to yours, they're just hidden. Besides, with your own cultivations restrained, you couldn't sense them. What? How is that possible? The three demons were suddenly alarmed. If you don't believe me, observe closely. Look at the old man rowing the boat ahead. Then look behind, at the old Selena fetching water to cook food beside the island. And the fisherman on the opposite bank. Upon hearing this, the three demons hastily focused their attention, examining closely. At first, they didn't notice anything, but despite their constrained cultivation, they soon felt a faint yet terrifying aura from these people. And such an aura was something they knew all too well. It meant that all these people were previously 10-life Marshall Hudsons and were now celestial human stage cultivators. Hiss. Several demons drew a sharp breath. So, do you understand why I had to bow down just now? Ivor asked coldly, because even if that terrifying human doesn't intervene, these people alone could make things extremely difficult for you. As for me, though slightly better off, I would still be troubled by them given my restricted cultivation. Overall, it wasn't safe enough. I see. Thank heavens Lord Ivor saw through it. Fortunately, we didn't act rashly before, or else. The three demons came to realize, wiping away cold sweat. It was indeed perilous. They understood that under any condition, let alone with their suppressed cultivation, they wouldn't stand a chance against the formidable lineup on the island, even in full strength. That's why, under no circumstances, I had to bow down to this worthless skeleton just now. Ivor continued calmly. But, they won't be able to celebrate for long. We only need to wait until this useless skeleton gets us off the island, and then our moment to act will come. At that time, he paused here, his eyes gradually turning icy cold. Yes, when that happens, all debts new and old will be settled. Hearing this, Dalton and the rest's faces showed eagerness, hurriedly echoing with a sneer. Hee. Then tear apart this skeleton that has dared offend Lord Ivor into pieces. Translated to maintain the original tone and style, ensure natural flow and grammatical correctness, while preserving the storyline's coherence. Hashtag chapter 353, the third one holds on. The demons, including Grady, silently made up their minds. They pretended to be obedient on the surface, while plotting to cause trouble as soon as they left the island. Soon, the raft reached the shore. Ferdy, who was rowing the boat, respectfully nodded at Ansel and the others before continuing to transport supplies. The trembling black bear looked up at the sky, seeing everything was fine, and burst into a clumsy laugh. Ha ha ha, it's all good, really. It must be because the seal has been in place for too long and has lost its effectiveness. Making a fuss over nothing. Even if the seal is still there, with Big Brother here, how could it hurt you? The centipede couldn't help but lecture. Yes, the black bear hurriedly nodded. Brother, how do we get across? Fly. Barker couldn't help but ask. Do we need to fly ourselves with these four idiots around? Ansel retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Grady and the others were enraged, gritting their teeth, wishing they could tear Ansel apart immediately. What's the rush? In contrast, Aiden remained calm and said, let him jump around a bit more. The more he revels now, the more we can torment him later. Yes, Lord Aiden. Grady and the other three demons suppressed their anger. But brother, we're making our move, Aiden explained to the trio telepathically. The trio thought about it and agreed. That humans' abilities surpass their understanding, and acting now would likely result in being captured again. They cast reverent glances at Aiden. Indeed, a great being from the immortal realm was unmatched in patience, stability, cultivation, and depth of thought. Heed well. Without such qualities, one cannot survive in the treacherous world of immortals, Aiden lectured. Yes, Grady and the others respectfully nodded. You get down. Barker walked over and commanded Grady. Grady, full of rage, couldn't believe that this dog actually wanted him as a mount, but he glanced at Aiden for guidance. But then he saw Ansel already sitting on Aiden's head, flying off. Seeing this, Grady gritted his teeth and knelt down. If even Aiden, a great immortal, could endure, he, Grady, could too, knowing revenge was coming soon. Barker smoothly sat on Grady's shoulders. Meanwhile, the centipede climbed onto Ford's head. This feels inappropriate. The black bear looked at the smallest demon left, hesitantly scratching his head. There's nothing wrong with it. Kobe gave these demons to us to ride, didn't he? Sit comfortably, Hobie insisted. All right, the black bear laughed awkwardly, jumping and landing on the last demon's head. Crack. Franz, the laugh felt mixed emotions as he gazed at the familiar surroundings. When he left, he was merely an unloved third prince, known as a rogue within the tribe. Now, this small Shirtion Yaling tribe seemed insignificant to him. Even Dolores, who once held herself high and ignored him, had given birth to his children. Everything had changed. Brother, Barker called out. Ansel looked at him. Following Kobe and you, truly, has been wonderful, Barker said gratefully. Disgusting. Ansel snorted, turning his head away disdainfully. Why haven't the others arrived yet? Hobie asked. Let's wait. Barker glanced into the distance, and everyone nodded. However, half an hour passed, and Ansel grew impatient. So did Aiden and the others. They were almost in position, waiting only for Franz to launch their final assault. Finally, after another half hour, Franz, carrying the black bear, wobbled through the air toward them. Translation completed, maintaining the original structure and style as requested. Chapter 354. Finally, this moment has arrived. The moment Franz landed with the black bear on his back, he rolled his eyes and began foaming at the mouth as he lay on the ground. Third brother, third brother. Seeing this, Reginald's two demon companions quickly sent him a transmission. First brother, second brother, I'm fine, no need to worry about me. I just need a short rest. Franz struggled to get up from the ground, speaking in a weak voice. What's happening? The three demons, who were about to strike, abruptly lifted their heads, fixing their gaze on the sky. Watching the restless thunderclouds, even the demon immortals felt an overwhelming terror. It seems it's because of the seal on that bear. Hoyt also looked up at the sky and explained. But how can a simple seal cause such a massive thunderstorm? Moreover, the target is only an ordinary strength black bear. This doesn't make any sense. Reginald couldn't help but protest. Indeed, it does not make sense. Hoyt's expression was equally filled with astonishment. For this level of thunder calamity could put pressure even on him, who had surpassed the general immortal realm strength in the heavenly realm. He had to admit, if this bolt struck him, he might not be able to endure it. I didn't expect that the sealing power from the lower realms could be so potent. Hoyt couldn't help muttering. So, what do we do now, Lord Hoyt? The three demons of Reginald asked, hesitating to make their move under such a thunder calamity. Don't panic. This thunder calamity targets only the bear. It is certain to die, effectively eliminating our enemy without effort. Isn't this more efficient? Hoyt sneered. It will be even easier to take care of the rest, won't it? Hearing this, the eyes of the three demons lit up instantly. Apart from Franz feeling somewhat disappointed that he wouldn't personally slay the bear, the others displayed looks of vengeance. Therefore, follow my orders. When the thunder calamity descends and the bear turns to ashes, everyone else will be caught off guard. That will be your best chance to strike. Hoyt added. Lord Hoyt, isn't this being too cautious? Reginald couldn't help asking. Why not kill those wretched creatures before the thunder strikes? They're mere small fry, easy to dispatch. No. Always remember my words. Vision and depth are crucial. Hoyt ruffled his feathers, speaking leisurely. But how does this relate to vision and depth? Franz asked. Hoyt shot him a glance, then continued. Remember this, enough caution is required to be the king among demons. Didn't you say that being prudent leads to becoming the king of demons? Franz questioned further. Hoyt's expression twitched involuntarily. Clearing his throat, he explained, same meaning. The three demons nodded in agreement, casting reverent glances at Hoyt. Indeed, the bigwig from the heavenly realm lived up to his reputation. Besides vision and depth, they learned from him the value of being sufficiently cautious. Indeed, one always learns something valuable from the side of a powerful being. By the way, Lord Hoyt, if any unforeseen events occur, please be ready to act at any moment, Reginald said, noting the increasingly dense thunderclouds. Rest assured, if anything unexpected happens, I'll act immediately. Right now, letting you handle them is merely beneath my dignity. Otherwise, I could destroy them with a wave of my hand. Hoyt lifted his head arrogantly, saying. Upon hearing this, Reginald and the others nodded. With Lord Hoyt backing them, even if something unforeseen occurred, they would have no worries. Finally, the thunder calamity grew thicker and darker, enveloping the entire sky. Woof woof, so scary. I'm just an innocent little bear. Why are you doing this to me, heaven? Under the thunder calamity, the black bear clung to the ground, burying its head in the soil, arching its back and trembling violently. Finally, a pillar of lightning, as thick as a water jar, descended with a deafening roar. Act now. At the same moment, Hoyt issued the order to Reginald and the others. Seeing this, the three demons released their power almost synchronously with the thunder calamity, launching their attacks simultaneously. Reginald locked onto Unkit. Ford targeted the dog. Franz focused on the centipede. As for the bear, which was doomed to perish under the thunder calamity, they completely ignored it. Finally, this moment had arrived. Excitement flickered vividly across their faces. They were finally going to redeem themselves. Die! They screamed in unison, unleashing powerful energy blasts into the air. Chapter 355. How could I collude with you? Vernon, seated in command, curled his lips into a mocking smile. Finally, the lightning pillar had arrived right overhead. The attacks of the three demons were also within inches. However, what the three demons did not expect was that at this moment, Barker and Magnus were still chatting away. Brother Ganon, look at my shell, isn't it pretty? Matthew asked. Not bad, but I think the fur on my body is even prettier. Barker replied. That's true, Brother Ganon's fur must be better than mine. But speaking of good looks, our heartless eldest brother takes the crown, Matthew remarked. Indeed, the strongest and handsomest beings in the world are Kobe and Zach brother, Barker agreed. Listening to the conversation between the dog and the centipede, the three demons felt an even greater chill. They weren't just mere ants, they were foolish ones at that. They actually had the leisure to chat, unaware of their dire situation. Did they not know what was about to happen? At that moment, something shocking happened. Dull Bowie suddenly stretched out a pale finger from under his black robe. It then touched the descending lightning pillar. Finger against a water vat-sized lightning pillar, there was a stark contrast. Visually, it seemed like an egg hit. The three demons turned around, gazing at Vernon with respect. Lord Vernon, an unforeseen event has occurred. This skeleton is very powerful. Please take personal action, Lord Vernon. As their voices faded, Vernon indeed moved. His massive wings spread wide, casting a vast shadow over the ground, incredibly majestic. Wow. Seeing this, the injured 3 demons exhaled in relief, turning their fervent gazes towards Vernon. This intense aura, this majestic stance, this overwhelming presence, it left them thoroughly awestruck. Lord Vernon truly lives up to his name. Worthy envoy from the immortal realm. Yes, such terrifying power inspires great reverence. Under Lord Vernon's might, this broken skeleton will likely kneel and beg for mercy. They praised him, filled with admiration. Hold on. Suddenly, the 3 demons noticed something was amiss. Vernon's target didn't seem to be the skeleton, but them? Under Vernon's imposing presence, the 3 demons trembled, shouting in horror, Lord Vernon, you've attacked the wrong target. The skeleton is over there. Quiet, you 3 demons. However, Vernon opened his massive beak, bellowing at them authoritatively. Then, a sharp claw strike descended, forcefully pinning them to the ground. Staring at the powerful claws on their chests, Grady and the other 2 demons looked utterly incredulous. Lord Vernon, why? We agreed to kill the skeletons together, didn't we? Yes, you promised to support us, yet you turned against us at the last moment. Grady and the others couldn't help but ask. Faced with their questioning, Vernon glared with bird-like intensity, sternly declaring, you 3 demons should cease your slander. I, Vernon, being such an upright bird, would never collude with creatures like you. Upon hearing Vernon's words, the 3 demons were stunned. Alas, you have truly disappointed me. Despite treating you as friends and agreeing that we 4 would obediently serve Bo Lord and the human master, you secretly conspired rebellion. Truly, alas. Vernon shook his head sadly, sighing deeply. He then turned to face Bowie and the others. Respected Bo Lord, Jalen Lord, Magnus Lord, Bear Lord, I, Vernon, have captured these rebel elements for your disposal. Please instruct. Having said that, Vernon respectfully lowered his head. Chapter 356. Hit me hard. Phew, still lucky. The Vernon lowered his head, gulping down air in huge breaths, silently feeling relieved. Fortunately, I put on an act and didn't attack. Realm, surpassed ordinary immortals to reach the golden immortal stage, and became a great demon with hands stained with blood, Zion angrily shouted. But you don't value your credit and dignity at all. You're truly disgracing both the immortal realm and your identity. Seeing this, Vernon was instantly flustered. What if this skeleton found out his true identity and made him pay for it? Thinking about this, Vernon's eyes flickered and he immediately stood up, confidently retorting, bullshit. When did I say I'm from the immortal realm? I'm just a little pong bird, living off dew and grass. Don't slander me. You. Zion and the other 2 demons almost spat out blood from anger. However, looking at these 4 squabbling dogs, Harmon and the others showed extreme impatience and sternly said, don't argue among yourselves. None of you are good birds. None of you can escape. Harmon's words scared Vernon to his knees, crying, my lord, in the name of heaven and conscience, in the name of conscience. Slap. Harmon slapped Vernon flat on the ground, then kicked the black bear's bottom. Little 4, get up. The lightning is gone? The heavenly tribulation? I'm okay. Baron hesitantly lifted his head, seeing clear skies. Immediately, he exclaimed in excitement. With this rogue around, a small thunderbolt is nothing. Should I hit hard then? Do it. Use your full strength. Vernon edged closer, trying to ingratiate himself with Harmon. All right, I'll slap. Seeing Vernon's insistence, Baron finally raised his chubby paws and slapped Vernon's face. Watching the incoming paw, Vernon felt slightly disappointed. The force wasn't strong enough. If Edmund Elon thought the slapping wasn't satisfying and changed his mind, deciding to kill instead of punishing with slaps, it would be disastrous. In his disappointment, Baron's slap finally landed on his face. Smack. Chapter 357. Making a dazzling appearance. Vernon's piercing scream immediately echoed across the plain. The slap had shaken him to his core, leaving him on the ground barely alive, nearly taking him away. Of course, what he found most unbelievable was how this dog bear's slap could be so strong, so powerful that even he, an existence of a golden immortal, could hardly withstand it. This simply defied all logic. While he was pondering, the black bear picked him up again and started slapping him repeatedly. Instantly, Vernon's cries continued as feathers scattered everywhere. With a gaping mouth and a miserable face, Vernon stammered, if you increase the force just a bit more, you might really take me away. However, because the latter part of his sentence was unclear, it sounded different in the bear's ears. My force needs to be even stronger? The black bear looked at Vernon with confusion, thinking that this guy must be a masochist, and reluctantly nodded. With its clumsy body, it jumped up, raised its thick paw, and slammed it down. Realizing that the bear had misunderstood him, Vernon felt a chill run down his spine, almost losing his soul from fright. No, not. He flapped his wings to explain, but before he could finish, the heavy paw landed on his head. Gee! Another scream followed. Feathers scattered, and Vernon fainted on the ground. After a long while, after delivering 100 slaps to Vernon, the black bear then repeated the process on Rhinoceros Kermit and the other demons. By the time it came to them, the bear had eased off somewhat to avoid killing them. Nevertheless, although the bear's force was weaker, Rhinoceros Kermit and the others were far weaker than Vernon and ended up bruised and battered, almost unable to survive the beating. Compared to Vernon, Rhinoceros Kermit and the other demons showed more resilience. They gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with resentment, refusing to submit. Forget these trash. Let's go pick up little Ganon, Bowie said casually, completely disregarding them as he hurried towards the tribe of Sky Devourer Wolf Demons. In the Sky Devourer Wolf Demon tribe, Hudson Howard stood with a dark expression, surrounded by his clan members who appeared to be on high alert. Behind him stood an extraordinarily beautiful Selena, who also wore a look of concern. Across from them stood a tall Selena dressed provocatively, her skin slightly dark, exuding an air of wildness. This was none other than Gabrielle Cheyenne from the Western Demon Forest. It was this very Gabrielle Cheyenne who put the entire Sky Devourer Wolf Demon clan on high alert. I'll say this one more time, Gabrielle Cheyenne spoke calmly. Hand over those 7 wolf pups to me. Otherwise, keeping them here would waste their potential. I promise you, if you let me take them, I will provide them with the best cultivation resources. That's impossible, Howard's wife, who was also the mother of the 7 wolf pups, responded resolutely. She was once from the Red Sun lineage, Rosalie. Her attitude was exceptionally firm. She understood that this place was in Dongsheng, and going to the Western Demon Forest would mean crossing nearly the entire continent. Once they left, there would be no return. No, we won't agree to your terms, Howard confirmed solemnly. Their father would never allow it. Besides, with him around, there's no need for your Western Demon Forest training. Oh, their father? Gabrielle Cheyenne emitted a wave of pressure as she asked, I'm curious about who their father is and even more curious about what kind of achievements someone from such a small tribe can attain to disregard the cultivation of our Western Demon Forest. Himph, let me tell you plainly, my son serves under an unparalleled great master. Howard replied proudly. Hee hee. However, Gabrielle Cheyenne laughed sardonically. An unparalleled great master subordinate is impressive? As she spoke, the aura of an Empress demon revealed itself, putting immense pressure on the entire Sky Devourer Wolf demon clan. Under this pressure, even Howard felt unsteady, his face turning pale. He hadn't expected Gabrielle Cheyenne to be a demon empress. Would Wilson even be able to stop a demon empress? Thus, under the pressure of the demon empress, Howard suddenly lacked confidence and said, My son is also very strong. Even if he doesn't match you, I believe he wouldn't be far behind. Ha ha ha. Gabrielle Cheyenne saw through Howard's lack of confidence and pressed harder. I'll make my stance clear today. My patience has limits. It doesn't matter who your son is or whether he's here or not. My only requirement is to take the 7 wolf pups away today. Whether you agree or not, the outcome will remain unchanged. Her voice carried an authoritative weight, leaving no room for doubt. The entire Sky Devourer Wolf Demon clan had no counterargument. Rosalie clenched her teeth tightly, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a voice came from the sky, shouting loudly, Who the hell are you trying to act so tough in front of this lowlife? Want to take my nephews away? You're courting death. Chapter 358. He is an imperial demon after all. As the voice faded, everyone present turned their gaze in its direction. They saw a black-cloaked, black-robed figure descending from the sky with Wilson, a black bear, and a centipede in tow. Son, it's the third prince. It's the third prince returning. Upon seeing the arrival, the group of sky-devouring demon wolves let out excited exclamations. Ever since the war between the royal family and the Red Sun lineage, Wilson, although not having returned that day, had established a position within the sky-devouring demon wolf clan. Thus, his sudden appearance amidst this crisis provided them with newfound hope and a leader. The crowd greeted Wilson warmly as they approached him, exchanging pleasantries. Father, Mother, Zax, Wilson greeted familiarly before introducing Ira and others. This is my eldest brother, this is my third brother Curtis, and my fourth brother, the Black Bear. Hello, the group greeted warmly, including Desmond and others who welcomed those Wilson had brought back. However, Nancy looked conflicted, biting her lip, unsure of what to do. On one hand, she was eager for Wilson's return. On the other hand, she felt somewhat afraid to face him, knowing how complicated their situation was. If not for Little Wolf, she would have committed suicide when the Red Sun lineage was destroyed. Huff. Suddenly, a massive pressure emanated from Alice. An icy voice followed. You seem very lively, but haven't you forgotten something? Her pressure overwhelmed the scene, immediately bringing the sky-devouring demon wolves back to reality. They realized that even though Wilson had returned, the crisis remained unresolved. Moreover, could Wilson truly resolve it? After all, the pressure Alice emitted was genuine, and while Wilson had defeated the Red Sun lineage, his true strength remained uncertain. Concerned murmurs spread through the crowd. The third prince's aura doesn't seem strong. Indeed, he doesn't appear to be a match for Alice. What are we going to do? Fear gripped the audience, with many beginning to think that despite Wilson's return, things might still be hopeless. Some even considered handing over the 7 little wolves to Alice, thinking it might benefit the little wolves and secure a powerful ally in the West Demon Forest. You little crawler, who asked you to yap here? Ira retorted, crossing his arms. Ira's words struck a nerve among the sky-devouring demon wolves. While relations with Alice had been tense, they hadn't openly broken ties. Both sides had maintained some degree of diplomacy, hoping for a peaceful resolution. But now, Ira had shattered that facade. A demon Hudson from the West Demon as he wished in the martial arts school that day, his state of mind while staying there had long since changed from before. He had no affection left for this once vicious and cold Selena. Even disdain had crept in. Yet, looking at her now with tears in her eyes, Wilson felt a sudden softness in his heart. Don't worry. He nodded seriously, giving Rosalie a firm look. Rosalie bit her lips tightly, standing beside Wilson, praying silently that Wilson could indeed find a way to keep her child safe. Cheyenne looked at Bowie. She never expected anyone to talk back to her under the influence of her demon emperor aura. Unconsciously, she sized up Bowie from head to toe. She couldn't sense his cultivation level or any threat. So, are you the father of the 7 little wolves? She asked Bowie. Of course not, Bowie replied, hands on hips. You're not? Cheyenne asked. Yes, it's my older brother. Me. Wilson stepped out, his gaze icy as he spoke gravely. You? Fine, then I'll reiterate this right in front of you. No matter whether you agree or not, today I, Cheyenne, representing the Western Demon Forest, must take these 7 little wolves with me. Understand? Her tone was full of impatience. Given her status and representing the Western Demon Forest, Dealing with just 7 little wolves in this remote place and encountering so many problems was wearing down her patience. Only after finishing did she carelessly glance at the children's father, Wilson. But this one look gave her a jolt. She suddenly remembered the scene on the day she kissed, still a demon emperor? Especially Rosalie, whose lips parted wide, stared at Wilson beside her in shock. Despite her current frail appearance, she was still one of the esteemed daughters of the sky-devouring demon wolf clan. She had keenly noticed that Cheyenne's change occurred after glancing at Wilson. Yes, just a glance turned a demon emperor's arrogance into humility. What kind of power could achieve this? In other words, this former wastrel, within a year, not only foiled the plot of the Red Sun lineage, but also scared a demon emperor into kneeling. What had Wilson experienced? What changes had taken place? At least I recognize you, Wilson commented without surprise. The impression from that day remains etched forever, naturally remembered, Cheyenne replied, trembling. My son? Wilson's voice darkened, trailing off hesitantly. Certainly, certainly. What merit does the Western Demon Forest have to raise the predecessor's son? Of course, the predecessor is more suitable for personal cultivation. Please pardon my previous insolence. Cheyenne's voice trembled. This scene made the entire sky-devouring demon wolf clan erupt in astonishment. Predecessor? Cheyenne actually calls third prince predecessor? She's a demon emperor. Woof, did I hear wrong? What's third prince's cultivation level? The crowd was struck with shock. Next to her, Rosalie was still dazed, because this scene confirmed her suspicions. Wilson had truly become someone she had to look up to. This stirred complex feelings within her. She was a proud person too. Even after being defeated, she still harbored resentment deep down, not acknowledging or believing Wilson was much stronger than her. Even though having a child made her think of Wilson during crises, she didn't genuinely acknowledge him either. But at this moment, she couldn't help but glance at Wilson, then involuntarily lowered her head. Chapter 360, Instant Enlightenment. For a moment, the sky-devouring demon wolf clan erupted in thunderous cheers. Wilson barely uttered a few words, and had managed to frighten a demon Hudson into kneeling directly before him. Didn't this mean that their sky-devouring demon wolf clan didn't even fear a demon Hudson? In the past, this was something they wouldn't have dared to dream about. Nubia knelt on the ground, awaiting his punishment. However, Yuan and the others did not even cast a glance at him, instead gazing around them. Woo-woo. Right then, a series of woo-woo sounds could be heard. Everyone turned their gazes toward the source, only to see 7 little wolves, 3 or 4 of them. Zack Daddy, you look the most powerful. Have you brought gifts for us? Right, me too. Zack Daddy must have brought me a gift. The little wolves all eagerly spoke up to Yuan. I have gifts, of course I do. Seeing these adorable little wolves cozying up to him, Yuan genuinely felt fondness for them and immediately agreed. Yes, Zack Daddy has gifts, hurry up. Seeing that Yuan had gifts, the 7 little wolves all clustered around him. Okay, stand in a line, said Yuan. Obediently, the 7 little wolves lined up, looking at Yuan with eager eyes. The gifts will be given to you soon, but before I give them, I have a question for you. Yuan teased. The 7 little wolves looked at Yuan with puzzled eyes. I ask you, in this world, who is the most handsome? Yuan asked softly. The 7 little wolves blinked and shouted in unison. Of course, it's Zack Daddy. Zack Daddy is the most handsome, the #1 handsome man in the world, the #1 cool guy. This response made Yuan laugh with delight. Since you little rascals are so adorable, let me make you enlightened instantly. Yuan laughed heartily, lifted his palm towards the sky, and clenched it forcefully. Whoosh! In an instant, the clouds in the sky swirled, emitting a golden radiance as a tremendous wave of divine irrigation power enveloped the plain. Chapter 360, Instant Enlightenment. We've never seen them before, one of the little wolves asked, eyeing Unkit, Baron Yaoji, and Del. Oh, they are my brothers. This is my eldest brother. You should call him Great Father. This is third brother. Call him Uncle 3, and fourth uncle. Wilson patiently introduced each person to the 7 little wolves. Oh woo, Great Father, Uncle 3, Uncle 4. The 7 little wolves were not shy at all, rubbing up against Unkit and the others, especially clustering around Unkit, with 3 or 4 of them climbing onto him. Great Father, you look so powerful. Have you brought any presents for us? Yeah, I want some too. Great Father must have brought presents for me. The little wolves chorused their request to Unkit. Of course I have gifts. Looking at these affectionate little wolves, Unkit felt genuine fondness and agreed right away. Yay, Great Father has brought presents. Come on. Seeing Unkit had gifts, all 7 little wolves crowded around him eagerly. All right, line up in a row, Unkit instructed. The 7 little wolves obediently lined up, gazing at Unkit with anticipation. I'll give you the gifts soon, but first, I need to ask you a question, Unkit teased. The 7 little wolves looked at him with puzzled eyes. Who is the most handsome in this world? Unkit asked softly. The little wolves blinked and immediately shouted. Of course it's Great Father. Great Father is the handsomest, the #1 stud in the world. Their answer made Unkit laugh heartily. Since you little rascals are so adorable, I will grant you instant enlightenment. Unkit laughed loudly, then raised his palm toward the sky, gripping it firmly. Wish. Suddenly, the clouds above swirled, golden light shimmered, and a vast, divine force enveloped the plain. Chapter 361. I truly had no choice. What? Heavenly irrigation. It's really heavenly irrigation. Seeing this scene, everyone present was utterly stunned. When Bowie had mentioned turning the 7 wolf pups into immortals on the spot, they had thought it was merely an adult teasing children, a joke. After all, to them, such a feat seemed entirely impossible. Even though the 7 wolf pups were born with innate talent, reaching Demon King levels at birth, they were still far from achieving immortality. But what shocked them beyond belief was that within the blink of an eye, the heavenly irrigation had descended upon the wolves. Under its influence, the strength of the 7 wolf pups skyrocketed before everyone's eyes. Demon King, Demon Hudson, Demon Sage, Demon Sovereign, Demon Saint, Demon Hudson. The wolf pups advanced rapidly, from first transformation Demon Hudson straight to 10th transformation Demon Hudson, and after receiving another round of heavenly irrigation, they had fully reached the human immortal realm. This stunning development left everyone collectively dumbfounded. For a moment, they struggled to breathe, standing motionless, their eyes wide in astonishment. This scene completely upended their understanding and refreshed their perceptions. Take Howard and his ilk, who had labored for thousands of years and only reached the Demon Sovereign stage with the help of Lot Yao. Yet, these 7 wolf pups hadn't even reached a month old and had become immortals. What kind of divine power was this? Beside them, Nubia also stared with wide eyes. The scene before her felt like a harsh slap across her face, especially when she recalled saying that bringing the 7 wolf pups to the Western Demon Forest would ensure their proper upbringing. She wished she could find a crevice to hide in. Compared to this person, their cultivation methods in the Western Demon Forest seemed laughable. Her 3 top commanders of the Western Demon Forest, having trained desperately and consumed countless precious resources, barely reached this level. Yet, this person had created 7 immortals in the blink of an eye. It was as if thousands of years of effort paled in comparison to someone just born. Finally, everyone realized that this black-robed figure was truly the one in charge. Hurrying look and patting him on the shoulder. Don't worry, leave it to me. Seeming to remember something, Howard asked Wilson urgently, philosophically, isn't this great Kobe the peerless expert you spoke of earlier? Hearing this, the others of the sky-devouring wolves turned their gaze toward Wilson. Father, don't misunderstand, Wilson frowned. This is my gauge brother, not the same person as our master. That's right. I am merely the master's servant, his chief enforcer, named Bowie. Bowie added. What? These words startled everyone once again. Another world-class expert? What's more, they noted that Bowie had explicitly said he was only a servant to the real master, implying that the true master might possess even more terrifying power. Unconsciously, the sky-devouring wolves began to wonder about the true appearance of this master. But Nubia did not think the same way. She secretly thought, if you saw the scene where he punched through the sky, you wouldn't feel this way. Thank you, Zack brother. At this moment, the 7 small wolves cheered, then looked back at Justino and Jedediah. Uncle 3, your scales are so beautiful. Yes, and Uncle 4's belly. We want to play. Good children, you have good taste. Since you like I'm no longer like this myself. Howard, struggling under the pressure, gave Wilson a thumbs up. In the heavenly realm, specifically the Green Jade continent, the Continental Lord Azariah sat atop, frowning deeply. Around him stood figures exuding powerful auras. There were demons, humans, giants, and more. In the heavenly realm, humans and demons weren't necessarily opposed. It was all about power. Given the vast expanses and ascending beings from various planes, many races gathered here. Thus, these humans and demons standing beside Azariah were his most trusted lieutenants. Why has Vernon been silent after descending to a lower plane? He asked gravely. Lord Continent, Vernon is usually eccentric. Could he have betrayed you and joined another continent under the guise of investigating the lower realms? Someone speculated. He won't do that, Azariah replied. Azariah waved his hand confidently and said, Vernon has followed me for over 10,000 years. We have a deep bond, and I've always treated him well. Knowing his preference for raw meat, I even fed him celestial immortal meat daily. So it's highly likely he's encountered some unforeseen event that needs handling. On the sky-devouring demon wolf plains, Elon, although I come from the immortal realm and was once a confidant of the Continental Lord of Green Jade Continent, I truly had no choice but to do this. Vernon knelt before Bowie. After realizing all this, he immediately felt that even the heavenly immortal meat didn't seem as tempting anymore. Following this trash and that terrifying human was truly the big picture. Hey, you want to follow me? Willie couldn't help but ask as he saw Ivor almost spilling his heart out. Yes, please allow me to be your little brother. Ivor earnestly replied. No, you're not worthy, Willie said proudly. Ivor's heart sank, his face turning black. However, Willie's next words revived a glimmer of hope within him. But although you aren't worthy of being my little brother, you can be a bird at our Kobe's sect's back mountain. Hearing this, Ivor was delighted. It didn't matter what role he played. Being able to follow was a good thing. Moreover, he knew about that back mountain. It was on an island that was directly detached from the rule of Xinjiang continent, and who knew how it would develop in the future. If this place flourished in the future, he would be one of its indigenous residents. If one day that trash and that human found him likable and bestowed something upon him, wouldn't that be wonderful? I agree, Ivor hurriedly said. But there are conditions, Willie added. Please tell me, Lord. Ivor respectfully replied. Find more creatures like you. Birds, beasts, whatever. The Kobe instructed before leaving that he wanted to enrich the animal life in the back mountain, Willie said. Find more like me? Ivor's eyes sparkled as he nodded solemnly. Lord, I think I can manage this, but I humbly request that once those guys come, they be locked up for 2 months first. Do you have grievances? Willie raised an eyebrow, asking. Yes, I do. Ivor didn't hide it, nodding directly. If you have grievances, how will you bring them here? Willie asked again. Don't worry, Lord, I have my ways. I'll deal with them discreetly if necessary, Ivor grinned. You have potential? Willie glanced at Ivor approvingly, then nodded. As long as you get them here, I'll make you the boss of the back mountain in the future. Ivor's eyes lit up. Immediately kneeling, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord, for your assistance. Go ahead. Willie waved a hand. Ivor nodded, gave a high-pitched cry, and spread his wings, flying toward Mufu Mountains. Not far away, Wilson lounged leisurely by a rock, watching 7 small wolves play in the distance. Big Jalen, how was last night? Did you swing the stick? A centipede asked as it crawled out. Hey brothers, what's swinging the stick? Is it fun? Can you take me along? Baron Gabriel giggled as he ran over, scratching his head. Scram, young man, stay far away. Santiago glared at Gabriel, then proudly turned to Hobie, saying, your brother here definitely swung the stick several times. Really? Hobie wasn't entirely convinced, still doubtful. Looking at your sister-in-law, it seems like nothing happened between you two. And who knows if she even pays attention to you. Go to hell. She is submissive before your brother here, Santiago arrogantly replied. But disbelief still shone in Hobie's eyes. He couldn't resist asking, Brother Santiago, I don't believe you. Why don't you call your sister-in-law over and show some affection in front of me? You? Deal. Santiago clenched his teeth in anger, looking at Dolores not far away. After hesitating for a long time, he pretended to command her, waving his paw and shouting, woman, come here. Dolores moved her lips slightly, subconsciously taking 2 steps toward Wilson. Her expression was filled with hesitation. Indeed, they hadn't spoken much. There were too many past grudges that made them unsure of how to face each other. Aren't you hearing your man calling you? Santiago, wanting to save face, shouted without thinking and grabbed Dolores into his arms. Then he cast a smug look at Hobie. Cool. Hobie laughed and wisely crawled away. He then came to Willie and announced, brother, I've completed your task. Willie smiled and looked back at Wilson and Dolores. He chuckled. This silly dog with a Selena still acts bashfully. We brothers had to step in. That's true. Big brother is wise, Hobie praised. Let them go then, Willie said and turned his head back. After Hobie left, Dolores quickly got up from Wilson's embrace. Just as she was about to leave, Wilson suddenly called out, wait? Dolores looked at him, puzzled. Why don't we find a way to reconcile, put the past behind us? Wilson suggested. You're not resentful of what happened in the past? Dolores asked, surprised. I've thought a lot, but the past is past. You were the mother of my child and I also once. Wilson sighed. So, we should let go of our prejudices, for us and for them. As he spoke, Wilson gazed at the 7 small wolves playing in the distance. Have you really thought it through? Dolores asked. Yes. Wilson nodded firmly. Seeing Wilson's resolute gaze, Dolores lifted her head, her eyes reddening. Regardless of the past, she had indeed endured much recently. The scornful looks from her clan, lingering past enmities, and facing the pressure from Wilson, coupled with the shame in her heart, tormented her every moment. When the Red Sun lineage was destroyed, she could have ended it all, but the baby in her belly prevented her from doing so. Thus, how much did she wish to reconcile and live peacefully? Besides, Wilson was no longer the old Wilson. My dear Ivor has returned. I miss you so much. Ivor exclaimed as he flew back to Marciu Xianzhou, his voice filled with exaggerated emotion. Hashtag chapter 363, Loyal Hoyt. Hoyt bowed respectfully and gracefully to Azariah. Seeing Hoyt, Azariah couldn't help but glare at the people in the audience, his voice deep. What do you have to say now, those of you who said Hoyt had betrayed me? Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. I told you, Hoyt is absolutely loyal to me. If anyone gossips about this again, they can leave Marciu a mortal continent, Azariah declared firmly. After that, he turned his gaze to Hoyt, waved his hand, and a gentle force emanated from him, lifting up the kneeling Hoyt. Thank you, Lord of the Continent. Hoyt spoke respectfully, and thank you for trusting me. I will work diligently to make our Marciu immortal continent even more glorious. Ha ha ha. Azariah laughed heartily, saying with trust, I'm confident in you. After all, you've been with me for over 10,000 years. No one else could betray me except you. But let's get back to the point. Why did it take you so long to return from the lower realm this time? Azariah asked again. Did you encounter some difficult situation? Indeed, there has been a significant change on the Xinjiang continent. Hoyt frowned, looking serious. And I returned specifically to seek assistance. Oh, what happened in that pigsty of a lower realm that even a golden immortal like you couldn't resolve? Azariah raised an eyebrow, disbelief etched on his face. The other experts in the area also turned their gazes toward Hoyt. Lord of the Continent knows well that the Xinjiang continent used to be an independent plane, far superior in level compared to today, Hoyt explained. However, disputes arose, leading to great wars which shattered many of its fundamental laws, bringing it down to its current low state. That's true, the Xinjiang continent does have such a history, Azariah nodded. But what does this have to do with the current situation? It is indeed relevant. The root cause of this event lies in the ruins of the battlefield on the Xinjiang continent, Hoyt replied. Many powerful beings died there, and over countless years, some of their souls coalesced, giving birth to a new kind of undead. These undead broke through the rules of the Xinjiang continent and your sealed divine irrigation system. When I investigated, I was besieged by these undead, fighting 8 powerful ones alone for 7 days and nights, almost dying in the process. But I thought to myself, I cannot die here. I carry the heavy responsibility given by the Lord of the Continent. I must report back on what's happening, or these undead would become a great threat. With this belief, Azariah's words made everyone blush, hanging their heads in silence. Golden Immortal Hoyt. He is present. Since you are willing to go to such lengths for Marciu Immortal Continent, I hereby order you to choose any of our skilled practitioners and descend to the lower realm to eliminate this threat. Azariah declared loudly. Yes, I will complete the task. But before leaving, I have 2 requests. Hoyt added. Very well, speak freely about your difficulties. I will resolve them for you, Azariah responded magnanimously. To catch them all at once, we need to set a trap and lure them out. So, I need some immortal grade elixirs as bait, Hoyt explained. But please rest assured, I won't use them personally, only as bait. Immortal grade elixirs? Azariah frowned, but eventually agreed after some hesitation. Thank you, Lord of the Continent. Hoyt's face brightened slightly. He continued. Because these undead are souls, it's difficult to kill them directly. Therefore, I also wish to borrow your soul-seizing saber. With the soul-seizing saber, we can easily kill them and achieve a dual purpose. The saber absorbs their souls, providing significant benefits. Azariah fell silent. Immortal-grade elixirs were already rare treasures, and even as the ruler of a continent, he didn't have many. Yet, he still agreed to Hoyt's request. However, the soul seeful that our mischievous sons haven't torn this continent apart. Hearing this, Rosalie nodded, feeling relieved. She realized he had a point. 7 immortals. This alone was enough to ensure smooth sailing on a mortal river continent. Alright, let them play outside for a while. You should also stay in the tribe and absorb the elixirs I gave you. That big bag of elixirs should boost your strength significantly, Wilson whispered gently. When the time comes, I will bring you and the children to meet the Kobe. Do we really have to leave so soon? Rosalie showed a hint of reluctance. If we stay out too long, the Kobe might get upset, Wilson remarked thoughtfully. Alright. Rosalie lowered her head, seemingly reminiscing. Then she suddenly remembered something and quickly added, right? Your brother Reuben has always coveted the throne of the sky-devouring demon wolf. If you leave, won't you be handing it over to him? Wilson glanced at Rosalie and laughed. Why are you laughing? Rosalie asked in confusion. Darling, it's all about perspective. Wilson couldn't help but say, do you think I would still care about the petty throne of the sky-devouring demon wolf? As for Reuben, let him do as he wishes. Handing him the throne is no issue. Rosalie was taken aback. Seeing Wilson's unconcerned demeanor, she realized she could no longer keep up with his broader vision. Her man was no longer confined to the small sky-devouring demon wolf tribe. Senior, are we leaving now? Nearby, Aiko asked humbly. A few days ago, after begging and exhausting her resources, she had worked tirelessly as labor in the sky-devouring demon wolf tribe, finally earning Kulabinwai's reluctant agreement to take her back to the back mountain. Though her strength was lacking, she was, after all, a beast. Yes. Kulabinwai nodded, bid farewell, and then set off with Wilson and the others. At the edge of the plains, 3 demons lay on the ground, faces filled with hatred. That black-cloaked figure and the human may be powerful, but we will never submit to them. Right? If they want to treat us like toys, we must not give in. But we need to find a way to escape from here. The second gauge is right. We need a plan. Just as they were thinking, Grady's eyes lit up. If I remember correctly, Aiko seems to be in East Victory, Grady asked. The other 2 demons' eyes also brightened upon hearing this. That's right, Zack brother. We only need to send a signal to Aiko, and they can come to rescue us. Chapter 365 here. We are here. Fortunately, Bowie had once scorned them as trash and did not bring them to the sky-devouring demon wolf tribe, thus giving them this opportunity. The 3 demons came up with a plan and immediately took action. Although their cultivation was sealed and they were restricted here, they still had some means of communication as demon beasts. Right then, they immediately transmitted their signal out. Although they couldn't convey specific information, they believed Cheyenne would feel the boidong and come to find them. Note, boidong means fluctuation or signal in this context. It's better to use signal for a more natural English expression. While they could not send specific messages, they believed Lara would feel their call and come find them. As she traveled along, Lara massaged Bowie's shoulders. Inwardly, however, she was skeptical. Would pounding on this skeleton really work? Just then, she sensed the call of the Grady 3 demons. Weren't the 3 leaders already sent to the immortal realm? Why would they appear here? Lara was filled with doubts. Although she wanted to find the Grady 3 demons, she could not act on her own will at this moment. When her mind wandered just now, Bowie gave her a glaring look, let alone leaving to find the Grady 3 demons. Furthermore, Lara didn't want to leave either. Hoyt had flattered Bowie in countless ways to join his ranks, and so had she. She definitely did not want to miss out. Therefore, she quickly came up with a plan. Since she couldn't go to them, it would be better to have the 3 demons come to her and together pledge allegiance to Bowie and Mitchell. The more she thought about it, the more urgent she felt. After all, Bowie could create immortals barehanded, and Mitchell, who broke through the sky with one punch, was terrifying. To follow such great figures might lead her to peak success. Sharing joy with others is better than enjoying it alone. Bringing the 3 leaders over to pledge allegiance would be the right path. Thus, she immediately used the unique method of West Demon Forest to emit a wave. Moreover, the wave she emitted was continuous to ensure the Grady 3 demons could accurately pinpoint her location and find her soon. I sense Lara's waves. She's coming towards us. In the distance, the voices of excitement from the Grady 3 demons echoed. Yes, brother, I also sense it, said Ford, equally excited, continuing to emit waves to let Lara know their exact position anytime. After emitting waves continuously, the 3 demons waited impatiently. The 3 leaders should be waiting for me not far ahead. Feeling the continuous waves from Ford, Lara nodded inwardly, growing more excited. Once they meet, having the 3 leaders speak well of her before Bowie and offer a bit of treasure should allow them to pledge allegiance too. The thought thrilled her. She was sure that the 3 leaders would be grateful to her for bringing such a significant opportunity. Lara was eager to meet them. Bowie and his group strolled slowly on the plain, admiring the scenery while explaining the value of gold and softness of women to Lara. Finally, after an hour, Lara and the Grady 3 demons drew closer. She's here. Lara isn't far ahead. Yes, we'll be saved soon. The Grady 3 demons clenched their fists, their hearts soaring with anticipation and excitement. At this moment, their eyes welled with tears. This period had been unbearable for them. With sealed cultivation, trampled dignity, and being called trash, thankfully, their days as prisoners were coming to an end. Freedom was beckoning. Hence, 3 pairs of expectant eyes turned towards the direction of Lara's waves. Finally, Lara appeared in their sight, and the 3 demons shouted aloud. Bowley here, we are here. Chapter 366, Escape from Evil Hands. Wait, just as they shouted, the 3 demons suddenly realized something was amiss. Because it wasn't just Lady Cheyenne who had arrived. The person with Lady Cheyenne was, and when they clearly saw who had come, the eyes of the 3 demons widened abruptly. Caw. A dry duck-like squawk emitted from their mouths. They never imagined that the one accompanying Lady Cheyenne would be that cursed man Ed. Immediately, the hearts of the three demons sank to the bottom, Berkeley and desolate. Suddenly, they remembered. It was indeed they who had sent Lady Cheyenne to the devil-devouring wolf plain to take away the 7 wolf pups. And this place right now was indeed the devil-devouring wolf plain. So, it must have been that Lady Cheyenne was also captured there. What surprised them, though, was that while Lady Cheyenne looked like a subordinate, she hadn't been sealed, and her cultivation was still intact. Rhino Kermit quickly thought through the reason for this. He hastily said, Cheyenne has been smart since childhood. Perhaps after being caught by Ed, she temporarily kept her head low, waiting for an opportunity to escape once they relaxed their vigilance. Zach brother is right, Rhino Kermit added hastily. It seems Cheyenne is much better than us. She knows how to bide her time, while we were too foolish, ending up in this predicament. Zach's brothers 1 and 2 needn't worry. Woody comforted, Cheyenne's caution also brings us an opportunity. As long as her cultivation remains, she can help lift our seals. Then, we might be able to turn things around. Third brother is correct. We just need to cooperate with Cheyenne, Rhino Kermit said. Just make sure not to acknowledge each other in front of Ed, or he might seal Cheyenne's cultivation as well because of us. Yes, as long as Cheyenne keeps lying low, there will be an opportunity for her to break the seals on us. Just hope Cheyenne can continue hiding without exposing herself. The 3 demons nodded earnestly, their minds stirring with anticipation. They also subtly signaled to Lady Cheyenne. When Lady Cheyenne saw the 3 demons, she instantly understood the situation, because she had already heard from Ed and his people that they had 3 demons intended for capture back at the mountain, confined here. But what she hadn't expected was that these 3 demons were their 3 supreme commanders. However, to Lady Cheyenne, this wasn't worrisome but rather extremely exciting, because she saw this as a wonderful turn of events. Absolutely great news. She had even planned to ask the 3 demons to join them. Now, it seemed completely unnecessary. Even more unexpectedly, the 3 supreme commanders had apparently received this grand opportunity before her, joining under Ed's command. At that moment, the 4 demons exchanged glances, each harboring different thoughts. It looks like Cheyenne has understood our intentions, truly clever. The 3 demons couldn't help but marvel. The 3 supreme commanders seem to agree with me that following Ed in great power Mitchell is a huge blessing. Lady Cheyenne couldn't help but sigh in agreement. Both sides exchanged glances again, acknowledging each other with nods. Oh ho! Ed lifted his head towards the distance and said leisurely, I didn't expect Hoyt to be so efficient. Yeah, it seems he brought quite a few. Wilson also looked up agreeing. Let's go see. Ed said, then turned to Lady Cheyenne and instructed, you, watch these 3 fellows while we're gone. With that, Ed and his 3 brothers flew off into the sky. Seeing the departing figures of Ed and his companions, the hearts of Rhino Kermit and the others leapt with excitement. Cheyenne is indeed Cheyenne. Biding her time, she managed to gain Ed's trust so quickly. This is talent. Their opportunity for redemption was right here. Watching Lady Cheyenne closely beside them, Rhino Kermit couldn't resist shouting, Cheyenne, stop pretending. Quickly, help us break these seals and escape the evil clutches of the skull. End of chapter 366. Chapter 367. Ignorant of strength. Cheyenne looked at the 3 demon leaders of Reginald and said seriously, 3 great commanders, let's not talk about whether I can or cannot unlock it. Even if I had the ability to do so, I can't help you. Why? Reginald asked puzzled. After all, this was a heaven-sent opportunity with Bowie and his group gone. Because if I privately help you break the seal, Lord Amerigo would be displeased. Cheyenne replied. The 3 demons froze. Then Reginald couldn't help but laugh. Cheyenne, we're in dire straits here. Stop joking and quickly try to unseal us. Yeah, Cheyenne. Just act for that dwarf. Do we really have to be subordinates to that little human? Time is running out. Quickly remove the seal before that dwarf and his men return. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. Ford and Franz also hurriedly urged from the side. However, Cheyenne's face turned stern. She looked at the 3 demons and frowned. So when you say those things, does it mean you aren't genuinely surrendering? We certainly haven't surrendered. That's right. Why should we surrender to that dwarf and that human just because they're a bit stronger than us? Yes, and we were captured and controlled by them. But even though they caught our bodies, they can't capture our hearts. Surrender? Impossible. Never in this life. We are dignified demons of the Western Demon Forest. How could we submit to a mere lesser necromancer? In an instant, their faces flushed red as they spoke their firm beliefs. I never expected, 3 great commanders, that you actually thought like this. Cheyenne's face turned pale. I originally thought you 3 were truly sincere in surrendering like me. Hearing Cheyenne's words, the 3 demons, previously full of resolve, were suddenly taken aback. Cheyenne, you actually. They trembled, pointing fingers at Cheyenne, their voices filled with profound disappointment. They never imagined that Cheyenne's performance in front of Bowie was genuine, not an act. You've truly disappointed us. Exactly. As high-ranking demons of the Western Demon Forest, how can we become playthings for others? Fury poured from the 3 demons. Their fleeting excitement was utterly extinguished in an instant. Who would have thought that this hard-won opportunity, their only ace, Cheyenne, had genuinely become one of them? Seeing their reaction, Cheyenne quickly tried to explain, 3 great commanders, this is something I've deeply considered. I sincerely ask you to join me in surrendering. Humph. No need to say more. We don't share the same path. Reginald scoffed coldly. Indeed, thinking we'd surrender is impossible. Ford and Franz echoed firmly. 3 great commanders, you're too muddled. Cheyenne earnestly pleaded. This is an opportunity for us Western Demon Forest demons, a heaven-sent chance for each of you. Why forsake it? What nonsense about opportunities? Reginald said coldly, that dwarf and human are indeed terrifying and strong, but how much stronger can they be, and what good fortune can they bring us? Cheyenne's expression grew complex. 3 great commanders, it seems you know nothing about their strength. What ignorance. They're just a bit stronger. How much stronger can they be? Exactly, strong as they may be, can they break through the sky? Can they add a few demon immortals to our western demon forest? For a moment, the 3 demons sneered disdainfully, their faces showing steadfast refusal to surrender. Chapter 368, a net to catch them all. However, in response to the 3's attitude and laughter, Crystal slowly but seriously replied with a grave voice. The 3 commanders are not wrong. They indeed can break through the heavens and create immortals with their bare hands. The 3 demons were momentarily stunned. They looked at Crystal, then burst into simultaneous laughter. Ha ha ha. Crystal, you truly disappoint us. Not only have you betrayed our western demon forest, but you've also lost the dignity of our demon race and dare to spout such tall tales to deceive us. Even as we left, we promoted you to be the successor of our western demon forest. How wrong we were, how wrong we saw you. No, I am not exaggerating or deceiving you, Crystal insisted earnestly. Humph. The 3 demons still disregarded her words, replying in unison. Then do explain. How did they break through the heavens and create immortals? Crystal faced their probing glares without hiding anything. She narrated how Bowie had single-handedly irrigated the path to divinity, forcefully elevating 7 small wolves to immortality. Then, she described Mitchell's effortless punch that broke through the heavens. Ha ha ha. Crystal, you've been truly swayed by them, concocting lies like this? Reginald sneered. Yes, and it was so vividly described, as if you had witnessed it firsthand. Franz added sarcastically. Commander Franz is right. I did witness it with my own eyes, Crystal reiterated sincerely, but all she received in response was a cold snort. Breaking through the heavens with a punch, creating immortals with bare hands. What absurd nonsense. In the dense forest, surrounded by over a dozen individuals dressed in various attire, men and women alike, all emitting strong energies, stood Ivor. These were the demon experts he brought from the Green Jade Immortal Continent. Ivor, are you deceiving the Lord of the Continent? Exactly. Where are these dead spirits you spoke of? What was your real purpose for bringing the soul-stealing knife and immortal elixirs from the Lord of the Continent? What game are you playing? If you're playing tricks, the Lord of the Continent won't spare you when we return. Voices of accusation filled the air. They already disliked Ivor because many of them believed they were more capable than him. Yet, Ivor always managed to charm his way through everything better than anyone else. Now, leading this group made them even more resentful. But Ivor was undeterred by their questioning. Why all the noise? Stay put and keep quiet. Ivor shouted arrogantly. And don't mention that old bastard Azariah in front of me. Here, I won't believe his evil. What? You dare disrespect the Lord of the Continent. Are you looking for death? His words immediately infuriated the group, who now prepared to confront him. Yet, Ivor ignored them, smiling towards a particular direction and kneeling down preemptively. Ivor welcomes Lords Amerigo, Jalen, Magnus, and Bear. Soon after, Bowie arrived with Wilson and others, causing a visible change among the immortal demon group. As expected, you've betrayed the Lord of the Continent. You dared to betray the Lord of the Continent. Don't you fear death? Ivor paid them no mind, turning respectfully to Bowie instead. Great Lord Bastard, your subordinate has returned without failing the mission. Also, I have some minor elixirs and a lesser immortal weapon, extra tributes for you all and the terrifying lord behind you. With that, Ivor produced from his ring a crystal-clear jade bottle and a black short dagger emanating ominous energy, sealing within it many powerful souls, the soul-stealing knife. Please accept these offerings. Ivor respectfully offered the items. This scene sent shockwaves through the immortal demons. You actually tricked the Lord of the Continent out of the soul-stealing knife and immortal elixirs to give to others. You traitor. You deserve to be struck by lightning and suffer unimaginable punishments. The Lord of the Continent will never forgive you, leaving you with no place to hide. Their furious voices echoed through the sky, but Ivor simply twisted his ears, unperturbed. Instead, he continued unabashedly to Bowie. Lord Amerigo, these demons here have been incessantly complaining. Please deal with them all at once as per your command. Chapter 369, Challenging the Heavenly Might. How dare they? A few pretenders from the lower realms actually think they can capture all of us in one go. Truly a joke? Hoyt's words immediately set off a wave of mocking laughter among those present. Especially Gillis Young, a member of the demon race, who relied on his elephant form to possess immense strength. Few could match him at his level. He had never taken Hoyt seriously. At this moment, he spoke bluntly with a sneer. Hoyt, you treacherous wolf. I guessed you might betray the Lord of the Continent, but I never imagined you'd be so blind. Why would you betray everyone and come to seek refuge with these few clowns in the lower realms? So be it. We were just wondering how to earn more merit for the Lord of the Continent, and now you've provided us with an opportunity. We will subdue you all and retrieve the soul-seizing saber for him. But facing Gillis Young's taunts, Hoyt stood behind Unkit, shouting provocatively, Gillis Young, you big-mouthed ant. Who do you think you are? Don't talk rubbish. Come here if you dare. I'm waiting right here for you. And if you can touch a single hair on my head, I'll believe you. Hoyt's arrogant demeanor ignited Gillis Young's anger. Roar. An elephant trumpet resounded. Gillis Young instantly transformed into a colossal shadow, his massive body breaking through the clouds as he looked down upon Hoyt from above. Hoyt, since you provoke me so much, I will take up your challenge. Come out and accept your death. Gillis Young's voice was filled with murderous intent. Feeling Gillis Young's heavy aura, Hoyt's head immediately retracted, his face showing fear as he stammered, You won't kill me because I have Lord Aiden, and one punch from my Lord Aiden can turn you into dust. Saying that, he hurriedly retreated behind Unkit. Oh. Gillis Young's cold gaze turned to Unkit, asking heavily, Since Hoyt has joined you and said such things, you must be very strong, right? My Lord Aiden is indeed very strong. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? He can turn you into dust with one punch. Hoyt popped his head out and loudly replied. Ha ha ha, one punch to turn me into dust? The lofty Gillis Xiong laughed. His enormous foot slammed down, flattening half a mountain range. He then mockingly asked Unkit, so, can you really turn me into dust with one punch? Of course not, one punch definitely wouldn't be enough. Finally, Unkit. Clearly, I can turn these pests into nothing with just one finger. Why did you say a punch would turn them into dust? Don't you think you're making it hard for me? How can you be the commander of my back mountain forces acting like this? Cluck. Unkit's words made Hoyt let out a dry cry, his eyes brightening as he excitedly asked, so, Kobe, should I? Yes. Absolutely. Unkit kicked Hoyt's buttocks, shouting, lift your head, stick out your chest, and stick up your ass. Now, step forward and shout to these ants that everyone here is trash and worthless scum. Backed by Unkit, Hoyt took 2 steps forward, puffed up his chest, and shouted. These words instantly ignited everyone's fury. They never expected that Unkit would mock them so boldly. As the best of the immortal realm, when had they ever been treated with such disdain? Suddenly, overwhelming auras emerged from their bodies, and hostile gazes focused on Hoyt and Unkit. Immortal energies gathered in the sky, ready to unleash attacks. In this moment, Hoyt's scalp tingled, his legs trembling. Shouting felt good, but the pressure was immense. Unable to resist, he turned to look at Unkit, trembling and asking, Lord Aiden, what should I do? Fear nothing, just a bunch of trash. If they attack you, shout Unkit is the best, then give them a punch. I guarantee no time for further thought. The punch struck him with overwhelming force. Moo. Accompanied by Gillis Xiong's scream, the massive elephant body tumbled through the air, bursting like a balloon, and transformed into its original form, crashing back down. Boom. The massive body smashed into the ground, creating a large crater, and fell unconscious. What? Gillis Xiong actually? The other celestial realm beasts were taken aback, their expressions filled with incredulity. Ha ha ha. Vernon stood with hands on hips, laughing arrogantly. He stared at his fists, filled with excitement. He had made the right choice. Otherwise, he might never have been able to unleash such powerful strength in his entire life. Honorable Lord Ed, can I continue to use this kind of power? He quickly asked respectfully. Of course. The louder you shout, the greater the power, Ed said with his head held high. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, thank you, Lord Ed. Please watch as I deal with these noisy ants. Vernon laughed once again, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. His figure darted out swiftly. At the same time, the sky echoed with the phrase, Ed is the best. There they saw the usually unimpressive Vernon transform into a god of war, dealing with them like wolves among sheep, one punch at a time. Soon, he knocked them all unconscious, leaving them sprawled, and a surge of immortal essence poured down, enveloping Gabrielle Cheyenne, pushing her strength up in front of the 3 beasts from the West Beast Forest. 7th-ranked Demon Hudson, 8th-ranked Demon Hudson, 9th-ranked Demon Hudson, and finally, she became an immortal. The scene left the previously dismissive 3 beasts frozen in shock, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Is this creating immortals by hand? How could this be possible? The 3 beasts rubbed their eyes, finding Gabrielle Cheyenne's aura stronger than theirs. Snap. Can he really create immortals by hand? Just as their minds struggled to comprehend Ed's prowess, there was movement on the distant path. A figure in white robes strolled leisurely to the lake, stretching lazily and squinting at the distance. Another day, full of vitality. What a pleasant mood. New day, new goals, Mitchell. Go ahead. Mitchell is the best. Oh yeah. With a voice full of energy, a phantom fist shadow appeared in the sky. Note asterisk the last paragraph seems to contain modern-day colloquial phrases and breaks the narrative flow. For a smoother translation, these could be adjusted or omitted based on context preferences. Chapter 371. This person's target is actually, bang. A punch tore through the sky, creating a massive tear that brought an intense pressure upon everyone. In the vicinity, whether beasts or humans, all felt their hearts tremble under this punch. However, whether it was the old man rowing on the lake or the burly man chopping trees nearby, none of them showed any sign of shock. Isn't breaking the sky just a daily routine? There's nothing much to be surprised about. However, the 3 beast lords from the western forest were utterly terrified. The sky, it's really broken. Their stammering voices echoed with fear across their faces. They never imagined they'd witness such a defying event in real life. Bernice the leopardess looked up at the lingering fist shadow in the sky, her eyes filled with admiration. Despite seeing this for the second time, its impact and the presence it conveyed did not diminish. She felt lucky to have such an opportunity and grateful she seized it. She then turned her gaze towards the 3 beast lords of Rishin Forest. Leaders, you? Her gaze was complicated as she continued to plead. Though a junior, she couldn't help but feel somewhat frustrated by these Gage's lack of foresight. Unexpectedly, before she could speak, the 3 beast lords knelt beside Carnell. Great Lord Amerigolu, we are loyal to you and the Lord on the island. Yes, we're completely loyal. And also, you're the best looking in the world. In an instant, the trio expressed their loyalty almost nonsensically, almost willing to tear open their chests. This sudden change left Bernice staring in disbelief. Could these oily-tongued figures be the same 3 unyielding leaders? What a rapid transformation. But she sighed with relief. It was fortunate that the 3 didn't stubbornly resist until the end. Meanwhile, Crawford stood on the bamboo raft, approaching from inside the island, clearly having seen Carnell and his group return. As Crawford approached, every beast, including the recently awakened Heavenly Realm ones, turned their gazes towards him. Although there was no fluctuation in his aura, his presence alone exerted a suppressing force, making even speaking difficult. Who is this person? The heavenly realm beasts couldn't help but wonder. Not bad. I didn't expect you actually caught so many. Crawford glanced at Carnell and said leisurely. Heh. Carnell smiled humbly before Crawford. Gah. The heavenly realm beasts felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. They had experienced Carnell's terror, how one word could solve their troubles without effort, indicating his immense power. Yet, even such a terrifying figure behaved humbly before this human. They instantly realized this person was likely the real, hinting their initial reluctance to yield. But now, it was too late. Regret served no purpose. They realized this great opportunity had slipped through their fingers. Frustrated. So frustrated. After disposing of the Rishin trio, Crawford finally stood before the heavenly realm beasts, making them tense. Perhaps now they could understand his true intentions. These can do. Crawford nodded, then asked, by the way, were they all captured from the same place? Carnell quickly nodded. Do you have a leader? Didn't you catch him? Crawford couldn't help but ask. Based on his experience, wild beasts usually have an organized group structure and a leader. These beasts looked promising, so Crawford became interested in their leader. Surely, Albin must look quite impressive. If they could capture the king too, it would add some flair to his backyard. No, didn't catch him. Carnell lowered his head. All right, keep these beasts for now. We'll make another trip and get the king later, Crawford said leisurely. Yes. Carnell nodded. Gah. However, the heavenly realm beasts' hearts tightened. This person's target was actually the ruler of Zhou, Azariah? Chapter 372. I'm back. Hiss. Who on earth was this person, with such a voracious appetite, actually intending to capture Azariah as well? However, judging by Hoover's strength, these few people were indeed formidable foes. The information about this place had to be relayed to the continent lord as soon as possible. But how could the message be passed while under this person's control? Just as the heavenly realm demons were at their wits' end, Mitchell, who had just left, suddenly stopped and turned his gaze toward Galixiang. Leave the rest behind. This elephant looks too pitiful. Throw him away? With a wave of his hand, Mitchell's voice echoed. What? Hearing Mitchell's words, the heavenly realm demons were shocked. What kind of move was this? To let Galixiang go without fear of him reporting back? This action utterly bewildered them. Was this person just playing games, or was he so powerful that he acted without fear? Galixiang was dragged away by Hoover, carrying the hopeful gazes of the other demons from the heavenly realm. Because no matter what Mitchell's intentions were, Galixiang had become their lifeline, a way to spread the news. In the heavenly realm, Marsu continent of the immortal realm, Azariah sat on his throne in the grand hall, holding the daily meeting. After routine matters were dealt with, one of his subordinates couldn't help but ask, Continent Lord, Hoyt led many demons down to the lower realm several days ago. Why hasn't he returned? Yes. Galixiang replied, pale-faced. What? How could this happen? Azariah's expression changed drastically. Others in the hall wore equally grim expressions. The capture of over a dozen immortal golden demons was indeed a significant event. Right, where is Hoyt? Azariah, recalling something, grabbed Galixiang again. He carried my immortal artifact, the soul-devouring saber. Could he not fight against them? Did he not use the immortal artifact to help you escape? Translated by Pinyin. Azariah, Mitchell, Hoover, Galixiang, Hoyt. Chapter 373. What again? At the mention of Ivor, Galixiang's face contorted in agony. Grinding his teeth, he said with hatred, the reason we were all captured was because of Ivor. Ivor has betrayed us long ago. What? Ivor betrayed you? These words felt like a harsh slap across Azariah's face. He never imagined that someone he had trusted for 10,000 years could outright betray him. Tell me, what exactly happened? I held him in such high regard, and even entrusted him with my immortal artifacts. How could he have betrayed me? Azariah asked in disbelief. Island Kobe, Ivor really did betray us. Not only did he betray, yes. Mark took up the milk cartons and began moving the treasures. This scene infuriated the Immortal's realm demons, glaring at Ivor with hatred. Why do you glare? You worthless piece of trash. Do you deserve to look at me? Ivor pounced on them, subduing them to the ground. The demons glared at Ivor through gritted teeth, their voices filled with resentment. Ivor, Galixiang has already returned. The Island Kobe will soon be here. You won't last much longer. Yeah, you're going to die. Don't think that just because that black-robed man supports you, you can withstand the Island Kobe's wrath. As if their words were answered, a force appeared above Ivor, forming a shadow projection. It was Azariah's imposing projection. His gaze was full of anger, exuding an overwhelming aura. Seeing the subdued demons and the defiant Ivor, Azariah roared with fury. Ivor, how have I treated you, and why have you betrayed me? Through his projection, Azariah saw his subjugated followers and Ivor's arrogant demeanor, causing his anger to surge. His voice boomed. You old bastard. It's this far along and you're still screaming? You treated me? Bah. You made me eat raw meat for 10,000 years. Did you consider my feelings? Emboldened by Bowie's backing, Ivor cursed openly. You. Seeing this, Azariah trembled in rage, his face turning cold. A terrifying existence and a chilling legend came to mind. Quickly retracting his gaze, he was considering what to do when he saw another horrifying sight. In another direction, a young man in white and a monk walked and chatted leisurely. Ah, Urban, what a coincidence. Didn't expect you'd collect alms here, Mitchell said, smiling and sniffing the air, adding, but this scent of rouge on you? Indeed, a coincidence. Urban clasped his hands and smiled gently. As for the rouge, you must be mistaken. Monks would never involve themselves with such things. Afraid Mitchell wouldn't believe him, Vulture added, monks never lie. Sigh. Looking at Urban, Azariah sucked in another breath of cold air. This monk is... Thinking this, his entire body trembled. Just as he hesitated between retreating and killing Ivor, another scene caught his eye, sending his heart into turmoil. Translation continues as necessary. Chapter 374. He's the boss? At this moment, Azariah saw 7 or 8 people carrying a peculiar statue on ropes. Carefully, carefully. Don't bump it. Mitchell, who had been chatting with Monk Carter, immediately ran over upon seeing this. He had a pair of these strange statues which he had previously picked up from outside. They were usually placed at the entrance of the martial arts gym to enhance its prestige as stone lions. But after looking, yes, Elon. The monk smiled warmly, rolled up his sleeves, and came over to help. Meanwhile, Azariah's ghostly form kept staring at the statue, trembling in fear. In extreme horror, his spirit had already hidden itself in the shadows behind a tree. He couldn't believe that he first saw the legendary old man, followed by the outwardly impressive monk, and finally this mysterious statue. As soon as he came to his senses, his ghostly form dissipated into a puff of green smoke, instantly vanishing. Right now, he didn't care about revenge or killing Hoyt anymore. His subordinates, the demons, were forgotten, left behind to call out in disbelief. Why did the Lord suddenly flee? Just as Azariah's ghostly form was about to return to the celestial realm, a faint voice reached his ears at the last second. I will find you. As the voice echoed, he vaguely saw a figure glance his way. Azariah's heart sank, but he managed to withdraw his spiritual projection and stood there gasping for breath. Probably just an illusion, he thought, trying to reassure himself. Yes, it must be an illusion. Even someone much stronger wouldn't easily detect me using this celestial technique. After a long while, he finally calmed down. But as soon as he did, his subordinates rushed over, praising him profusely. Congratulations, Lord, on you as the real leader. His heart skipped a beat. To command respect from figures like the boatman and Monk Carter, this young man in white must be incredibly formidable. He turned his tense gaze towards Gillis Xiong and asked sternly, do you know anything else? There is indeed another piece of news, but it might not be significant, Gillis Xiong replied. What is it? Azariah asked urgently. Mitchell once boasted that his goal is you. He said he wants to capture you, Gillis Xiong sneered. Isn't he ignorant of the vast differences between heaven and earth? Really? His goal is me? Azariah's eyes widened. Yes. Gillis Xiong tried to minimize the seriousness of the matter. But please don't be angry, Lord. At worst, you can just take care of him. After all, with your power, dealing with someone like Mitchell should be easy. Gillis Xiong bowed deeply, flattering Azariah. But to his surprise, the mighty lord of Marsu immortal continent, Azariah, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 375 Gratitude to Heaven and Earth. Lord of the continent. What happened to you? What is this? Seeing the situation, Gillis Xiong and others couldn't help but be alarmed. They hurriedly cast astonished glances at Azariah. What had just happened? The esteemed lord of Marsu immortal continent was actually sitting on the ground, as if all his strength had left him, and from the look on his face, it seemed he was very serious. However, at this, finishing his speech, Gillis Xiong's face was full of smiles. With Hoyt's betrayal and other demon races' golden immortals captured, now was precisely the time for him, Gillis Xiong, to seize higher ground. So why delay in showing eagerness? But to Gillis Xiong's surprise, rather than praise, as soon as he finished speaking, Azariah slapped him across the face. May your mother die, Azariah spat out through clenched teeth, sternly saying, I just want you to guard the entrance. Tell me if anyone comes over. When did I order you to kill? Azariah wished he could slap Gillis Xiong to death right away. If that person really came, who would end up dead first was another matter. Yet, if that person got thoroughly provoked, it might truly eliminate any room for compromise. At least for now, while it was true that this person targeted him, the reasons behind it were still unknown. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding or hidden matters involved. But regardless, things hadn't reached the point where there was no way out yet. So, if that person did indeed come, it would be best to watch and wait for the time being, avoiding action if possible. Yes, yes, yes. Holding his face, Gillis Xiong hastily nodded but hesitated a bit before blurting out, But, my lord, why are you doing this? Do you intend to abandon the lost immortal artifact and not rescue those subordinates? Die. That remark finally pushed Azariah over the edge. Ah. With Gillis Xiong's anguished scream, Azariah slapped him into a pile of meat with a single blow. That unperceptive fellow mentioned exactly what he didn't want to hear. Wasn't Azariah furious? He was. Especially about losing the soul-stealing blade, something that pained him deeply, heartache, even rectal pain. But what could he do? One visit to that place was more than enough. Conversely, he'd be grateful if that person never came looking for him. Translation note. I've tried to maintain the tone and style as close to the original as possible. Some liberties were taken to ensure natural and fluent English without deviating too far from the story's core meaning and impact. Chapter 376, Truly Strange. I will definitely find you. By the lakeside, after loading the oddly shaped statue onto the boat, Mitchell couldn't help but sigh loudly to the sky. Unless it grew legs and flew away? Muttering a few words, he kept thinking about the money bag he had accidentally dropped nearby 2 days ago while working. After searching around again with no success, he reluctantly boarded the boat and headed to the island with Monk Carter. Elon, this place is really well built. After landing, Monk Carter said gently, Of course it is. Mitchell smiled with satisfaction, picked up a brick from his feet, weighed it in his hand, and confidently said, Look, I bet you've never seen bricks of this quality before. These are bricks. Seeing the brick in Mitchell's hand, the ever-smiling Carter monk couldn't help but blink. What else? They have sharp edges and corners. Mitchell gave Monk Carter an odd look. Monk Carter paused, then asked after a moment, So what are you going to do with these bricks? Well, what else would you do with bricks? Mitchell shot another glance at the monk and complained, Obviously, for building walls. Are they meant to be eaten? To build walls. Carter's gentle face twitched as he asked, So, You have many of these bricks? Well, can one brick build a wall? So there's a pile over there. Mitchell glanced towards the distance and continued. And not only that, they're still being made over there. Upon hearing this, Monk Carter turned his gaze. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Sure enough, there was indeed a large pile. He took a deep breath, unsure of how to react, and finally managed to say, Elon, you certainly prepare your materials well. My compliments, my compliments. Mitchell laughed modestly. Actually, the quality of these bricks doesn't quite meet my standards yet, but they're better than others. We'll just have to make do. Bah. Monk Carter clasped his hands together, seemingly unwilling to continue this conversation, and shifted topics. Elon, I am here to collect alms. I hope you can accommodate me. Food is fine, but I suddenly have an idea I want to discuss with you, Kobe. Mitchell remembered something and quickly spoke up. Please, Elon. Monk Carter asked gently. Kobe, which temple are you from? Mitchell inquired. This poor monk wanders freely without a fixed abode. A humble wandering monk, Carter explained. Oh, I see. As he spoke, Mitchell's smile grew warmer, and he rubbed his palms, smiling warmly. In these chaotic times, even getting a meal is hard. A monk like you probably often skips meals. Why do you say so? Monk Carter raised his head and looked at him. What I mean is, as humans, we should show compassion. If a monk like you struggles with daily meals and has no place to stay, if someone compassionate like me didn't help, I wouldn't be able to rest easy. Mitchell sighed deeply and continued. I'm thinking, since I plan to establish a small utopian sect on this island, why don't you stay here? At least this way, you won't have to travel far and wide collecting alms, and I'll have done a good deed. Isn't that a win-win situation? Finished speaking, Mitchell raised his eyebrows at Monk Carter. I appreciate your kindness, Elon, but I'm used to my wandering lifestyle, Monk Carter declined with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mitchell's brows furrowed. Damn it. He originally wanted to persuade this monk to start things off by accepting a disciple first, but it seemed the monk wasn't falling for it. Character names are transliterated correctly using pinyin, e.g., Mitchell, Carter. The tone and style remain consistent with the original text. Grammatical errors are corrected to ensure natural and fluent English. Chapter 377. Destruction. Of course, there was no way he would truly promise anything to a Selena. After all, this high-ranking monk did not even care about temples and incense offerings. How could he be swayed by just any Selena? Subsequently, Mitchell offered many tempting conditions, but the monk remained unmoved. Mitchell finally gave up. Perhaps this was what a true high-ranking monk was like, traversing the secular world yet not being ensnared by it, viewing all external possessions and mundane matters as nothing. Forget it, forget it. Such a lotus-pure monk had thoroughly changed Mitchell's mind. To insist further would only add to his sins. Bah. Mitchell led Carter Monk to the island's cafeteria where there were still some leftovers from previous meals. Then, Mitchell asked Carter to sit down and ordered a simple vegetarian meal for him. Thank you, benefactor, Carter said with a smile. No problem, eat up. Mitchell waved his hand casually. In fact, your place is quite good, but... Carter glanced at the food in his hands and explained softly. It indeed doesn't give me enough reason to stay. Enough, I understand. Mitchell said without objection. Afterward, Mitchell thought about it. His promises had gotten ahead of himself. Building a grand temple with Buddha statues would require an astronomical amount of gold coins. Fortunately, Carter didn't agree. Otherwise, Mitchell would have regretted it bitterly. Recruiting one disciple was already tough. Imagine if he had to deal with 100 disciples. He would be ruined. A moment later, Carter got up. Benefactor, this poor monk shall take my leave. Carter put his hands together respectfully and spoke gently. Take care. Mitchell stood up, ready to escort him. Please stay, benefactor. I can leave on my own, Carter said softly. All right, then I won't see you off. You can go to the shore for a boat, Mitchell responded simply. Carter nodded at Mitchell and left. This monk just claimed he was hungry but didn't touch the vegetarian meal. Truly strange. Mitchell looked at the untouched bowl and chopsticks and couldn't help but comment. However, he didn't dwell on it and continued roaming the island, searching for the money bag he lost the day before. Carter walked gracefully, his face always wearing a gentle smile. He glanced around cautiously and saw that no one was nearby. Slowly, his hand slipped into his waistband. Cluck. He pulled out a chicken leg. Good thing I sneaked a chicken leg, Carter murmured, chewing greedily. Moments later, he finished the chicken leg, threw away the bone, and began scanning the area again. Many people caught his attention, but his first glance landed on Paulette. Sigh. He shook his head. His second glance fell on a Selena drawing water by the river. Seeing her hefty build, Carter let out a burp. Next, he shifted his gaze to the few other women on the island, shaking his head involuntarily. Bah. May goodness prevail. I thought there might be some evil entities here for me to vanquish. It seems I overthought it. Can't stay here. Can't stay. He sighed and stepped away. Just 2 steps later, he suddenly paused. Huh. He widened his eyes in surprise, staring at Birch sitting under a tree. Phew. Kobe, this is truly a divine book. If this pose were with Sydney, Birch was completely engrossed in the picture book in his hands, his cheeks flushed red, sometimes looking up dreamily, other times glancing down at his pants. Unbeknownst to him, there was a monk behind him, staring intently at the book. What a find, what a find. Never imagined such treasures existed, especially this pose. It's breathtaking and makes me want to try it. After examining the page closely, Carter was extremely excited. Then, an authoritative voice came from him. Benefactor, how can someone so young be reading such harmful material? He said righteously. Birch jumped in shock. Startled, he stood up and turned to see Carter standing there unexpectedly. I. Birch stammered, his face burning hot. Alas, you are still young. This will only harm your body and mind. Such harmful materials should be destroyed immediately. The righteous voice of Carter echoed. He reached out and snatched the book from Birch's hands. I'll destroy it. Go on. He waved his hand dismissively. Okay. With a heated face, Birch could only think of how humiliating it was to be seen with that. Blushing deeply, he ran off. Destroy it. While watching Birch run away, Carter opened his mouth. As soon as he spoke, the book instantly opened. SSS. Such an ominous item. Terrifying beyond belief. Completely unexpected. Looks like I need to find a place to properly purify and destroy it. He closed the book, and his body vanished. Soon after, in a shady corner on the island, he lay back, flipping through the picture book again with his finger dipped in saliva. This translation captures the humor and tone of the original text while ensuring natural English expression and consistency with previous content. The structure and style are preserved, making it readable is important. You're no longer where you used to be. Here, you follow our cues. Alessio chimed in, hands behind his back, glaring at the crowd. Despite being shouted at by the two gauges who were much lower in rank, the emperors indeed lowered their heads. They weren't blind. Even without the bricks, the mere presence of anyone casually walking by sent shivers down their spines. No one dared to act rashly in such a situation. Yet, the fire in their eyes remained unrestrained, their feet tapping impatiently as though they could hardly wait to get their hands on the bricks. All right, let's begin. After a brief ceremony, Mitchell loudly announced. The sound of footsteps filled the air as the group rushed toward the pile of bricks like madmen. These bricks. Yes, yes. Haha, incredible. Mitchell watched as they picked up the bricks, laughing aloud, kissing them, and embracing them as if they were starving wolves finally catching prey. These bricklayers are really enthusiastic. Mitchell marveled. But soon, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He had to admit, there were some aspects in this world that surpassed his past life. The people here were simple, polite, and dedicated to their work, a trait evident in these bricklayers who were already working fervently. With the arrangement finally meeting the master's approval, Preston served him faithfully. They bowed deeply towards Mitchell's retreating figure. Mitchell found Morris and instructed them to pause their work temporarily and help move things from the martial hall. Since he was moving permanently to the island, Mitchell wanted to bring over everyday items and personal treasures, though he would still return occasionally to stay there. It took 3 days of hard work, but they managed to transport many belongings from the martial hall to the island. Items that seemed few when arranged neatly were actually numerous and messy once moved, scattered across every available space on the island. Items like his books, deck chairs from the courtyard, fans, umbrellas, and various miscellaneous things. In the immortal realm, Azariah had secluded himself ever since that encounter with Hoyt. In reality, he was hiding, living in constant fear and apprehension. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. That boatman and monk shouldn't exist according to my previous assumptions. Their identities were based on my guesses, without any other proof. So, if they're not who I think they are, then the white-robed man Mitchell may not be as formidable as imagined. Pacing back and forth in the hall, he felt that perhaps he had frightened himself unnecessarily. He lifted his head, making a major decision. I need to revisit the island and investigate thoroughly again. This translation maintains the tone, style, and structure of the original text, ensuring coherence and natural English flow while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 379. Badamaragok. The reason he still needed to personally investigate was because he didn't want to live in constant worry anymore. He yearned for peace of mind. If Mitchell wasn't as formidable as he guessed, he could live a carefree life and perhaps even plot his revenge. Of course, he was not impulsive. After all, everything might not go as planned. He came to the dead cells within the Green Jade Immortal Continent, his gaze leisurely scanning through the prisoners before selecting one to take to his seclusion chamber. For a moment, he chanted incantations while rapidly forming seals with his hands. With a shrill cry from the prisoner, his soul was extracted. As soon as the soul was pulled out, the convict fell to the ground with wide open eyes, becoming nothing but a corpse. Coalesce. A light shout followed as a drop of fresh blood leapt from Azariah's fingertip, advancing towards the soul. The blood spread around, enveloping the entire soul and blending into it. The remaining consciousness of the prisoner was instantly erased. Azariah sighed, relieved, flashing a satisfied smile. This soul now completely obeyed him due to the power of his blood. Moreover, the soul was entirely translucent, virtually incorporeal, invisible and intangible, undetectable even by super-strong warriors. In case anything unexpected happened, he could retreat unscathed. After all, this soul did not belong to him. If anyone had supernatural powers, they would only trace it back to this dead convict, who was already deceased. This plan was flawless, with double insurance. However, this soul body had its weaknesses. Firstly, its strength was limited, equivalent only to that of an Empyrean Hudson. But Azariah wasn't going to fight, merely spy, making an Empyrean Hudson level adequate. Secondly, this type of soul body could only exist for a day. Yet, Azariah thought a day's time was enough to figure out the island's secrets. Humph. He sneered coldly with satisfaction. Let's see what kind of people you really are. Closing his eyes, he mentally controlled the soul to break through the space, heading towards the island outside Pingjiang City on a mortal river continent. On the lakeside grass, Parker wore a straw hat, lounging with legs crossed, watching a dog and milk carton jump about some distance away. At that moment, a bear and a dog were sparring. Hee-haw. I punch. I dodge. Soon, the two were thoroughly engaged in combat. Come again. Duh. Watch my divine Jalen Peach steel move. The dog then somersaulted from the ground and charged at the bear's crotch. Eat my butt. The sound of the bear followed as it suddenly kicked the ground with its massive paw, lifting its hefty body midair, sitting down right onto the dog. Just then, a gentle breeze arose by the lake. The soul body under Azariah's control landed by the lakeside. He stood there, hands behind his back, head slightly raised, sharp eyes focused on the distant island. Have I finally arrived? Now you will be under my control, whether dragon or worm. He smiled confidently, cold laughter following as the soul prepared to fly towards the island. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. Eat my butt. Simultaneously, the wind howled. Azariah frowned, hurriedly raising his head, his expression changing dramatically. A fatty bear's bottom descended from the sky, landing straight on him. Bam! All he heard was the booming sound before his vision went dark, unable to see anything. Meanwhile, contact with the soul was completely lost. Damn it! Damn. Azariah's face turned livid as he cursed fiercely. He had sacrificed a drop of blood essence and expended great effort to create this soul, only to have it destroyed upon arrival without moving a step. How humiliating. Hateful bear demon, lowly bear demon. If I confirm you aren't so strong after all, I'll kill you first. Clutching his fists tightly, he spoke through gritted teeth. After calming down for a long time, he returned to the dead cells, grabbing another prisoner to his seclusion chamber. Indeed, despite the previous failure, he was undeterred in visiting the island. To him, the failure was pure bad luck. He happened to encounter the bear and dog sparring and ended up being squashed. Though he was incredibly annoyed, he had to accept the reality. Thus, he decided to use the same method to refine another soul to return to the island. Using the same technique, after another 12 hours and another drop of his blood, a new soul body was created. This time, he chose a stronger convict, giving the soul body the power of a terrestrial immortal, ensuring it could at least attempt to evade a falling buttock. This time, I must uncover the truth. It is inevitable. With utmost confidence, he willed the soul body to embark on its journey to the island once more. Chapter 380, A Feast. Splashing. It was early morning now. The area around Pingjiang City was drenched in a light drizzle, causing ripples to spread across the lake's surface with each raindrop. On the lake's surface, a thin mist hovered, adding an ethereal tranquility reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Oh no, my lounge chair. My books, my precious books. Mitchell covered his head and rushed out into the drizzle, cursing under his breath as he saw various items soaked by the rain, darkening his expression. Ever since moving the martial arts gym items here, they had been left outdoors, and he hadn't anticipated the rain. Actually, he could store these items in his gratefully, their faces showing genuine excitement, especially the new workers gathered around Norris and Dwight, chattering excitedly. Are Mr. Guan and Manager Han hinting that Elon is offering us an opportunity? Yes, Elon is very pleased with our performance. They must be offering us opportunities. Eager voices filled the air. Seeing the group of Hicks surrounding them like children, asking for candy brought immense pride to Norris and Dwight. Once, Hicks were high-ranking figures in their eyes. Now they were eager to curry favor, even privately gifting them presents. Of course, after consuming the sweets Mitchell provided, both men had leaped several levels, directly reaching Hicks. You people can't hold back your eagerness. Look how noisy you all are. Norris adjusted his robes and sternly lectured them. Mr. Guan, isn't this understandable? We're all quite eager. A 9-life Hicks stepped forward, holding an umbrella over Norris. Yes, given this opportunity from Elon, how could we stay calm? Another 8-life Hicks joined, massaging Norris's shoulders. Others also turned their gazes towards them. You talk too much. When it's your turn, it will be your turn, Norris sternly warned. Indeed. Less talking, more working. Dwight chimed in. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak further. Let's go to Baofeng Guild's Baofeng restaurant. Baird, lead them there, Mitchell instructed. Got it. Follow me. Baird rallied the group onto bamboo rafts, setting off toward Pingjiang City. Meanwhile, Mitchell led Willie to the rear mountain. He hadn't forgotten about the wild beasts they'd captured with such effort. At the back mountain, he moved the dozen chained beasts to a cliff base for shelter. More importantly, Mitchell wasn't here to merely relocate them. He scanned them critically. Roar. Ah. Hiss. Upon seeing Mitchell again, several of the demons from the immortal realm growled menacingly, bearing sharp fangs, desperate to tear him apart. These three. Unrepentant, they won't become tame easily and surely have harmed many. With a wave of his hand, Mitchell instructed Willie, who nodded and dragged the 3 beast demons along, following Mitchell toward Pingjiang City. The light rain continued, and in the virtual space above the lake, a ripple appeared. Then, a divine soul descended. This time, I'll thoroughly explore your little island. I'll find out who is here, their strength, and any treasures. Everything will be within my grasp. Azariah gazed at the distant island, confident in his voice. He stepped onto the water, heading for the island. However, upon landing, he was bewildered. Where were the people? Everyone was gone. The scene shifts abruptly from Mitchell's preparations and interactions with his workers and newly captured beast demons to Azariah's arrival at the island, only to find it deserted. Chapter 381. Mass disappearance. Not only were there no people, even the things on the island were hardly visible. He was utterly baffled and dumbfounded, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Determined to investigate Mitchell and the others' identities and strengths by summoning another divine soul, he found not a single hair on the island. It was like gathering all his strength only to punch into cotton. To make matters worse, divine souls without physical form and independent of consciousness were vulnerable to weather. As it began raining harder with howling winds, Azariah shivered uncontrollably. The cold was like running naked on an ice-covered lake in winter at -30 degrees Celsius, a bone-chilling chill beyond words. Simultaneously, this discomfort directly transferred to Azariah's original body far away in the immortal realm. The most infuriating part was that there wasn't even shelter from the rain, leaving him to freeze alone. Hang in there, he told himself. This minor pain is nothing. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they are temporarily absent since my divine soul can last a whole day. I don't believe they won't return within one day. With that thought, expressionlessly before fixing his gaze on the welcoming party, his face darkening. Are the people of East Victory Continent really so weak? You greet us with a bunch of Frederick Shang, and the strongest among you is just a second-stage Hicks? Where are your sect leaders? An invisible pressure bore down on everyone. The leading green-robed man spoke heavily. Where are your gauges? Are you telling me that these mere Frederick Shang represent your sect's gauges? A major sect should have at least 6-stage Higgs gauges. Well, actually, we aren't gauges, someone replied hesitantly. To be honest, our gauges have also disappeared. Yes, our gauges have also disappeared. Voices murmured under bowed heads. Humph, Albin scoffed. What nonsense. A fury immediately erupted within him. It's one thing for a couple of sects to go missing, but all your sect leaders and gauges collectively disappearing. Do you think you're playing with me? Do you look down on us? The heavy voice pressed down, keeping everyone's heads low. Yet, the people of East Victory Continent felt helplessly wronged. They truly had not lied. Their sect leaders and gauges simply vanished without a trace. They were already dealing with immense anxiety and uncertainty over this situation, unsure of how to proceed. Note: for continuity, the next chapter might provide further insights into why all these figures have gone missing and how the narrative will progress. Chapter 382. Meeting Mr. Again. Forget it. I never expected you, a bunch of useless people from Dongsheng, to be of any help. Whether you're here or not doesn't matter. Just make sure the few leaders among you listen well, the green-clothed man said icily. Hearing this, the people from Dongsheng had embarrassed looks on their faces. But due to the pressure from the green-clothed man, they could only lower their heads and reply, "Please give us your instructions, senior. We are here in Dongsheng by Lord Anchor's order to investigate the ancient statue matter. We may stay here for some time, so during this period, you must fully cooperate with us. The first thing is to find us a place to stay." As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward one of the beauties. "I heard your Valley of Stunning Beauty only accepts Michaelas?" Yes, senior." The beauty's face was unpleasant as she lowered her head in agreement. "Fine, go back and make arrangements. From now on, I will be staying at your Valley of Stunning Beauty," the green-clothed man said with an authoritative tone. His uncompromising tone made the beauty feel uncomfortable. She also knew that many of the Michaelas in the Valley of Stunning Beauty would probably suffer because of this. But she had no choice but to agree. The second thing, the green-clothed man spoke again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and hurriedly turned their attention to him. "Why are you afraid?" the green-clothed man asked coldly. "No, not at all," they stammered, trying hard to hide the unease on their faces. "Himph, a bunch of good-for-nothings." The green-clothed man's face was full of disdain. He then said sternly, "The second thing is to find me a map, especially one of the Nansha region in Dongsheng." Seeing it was just a map, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. One of the gauges quickly took out a map and said quietly, "Senior, I happen to have one." The green-clothed man took the map and frowned as he examined it. "Lord Anchor instructed us." The 6 subordinates stepped forward appropriately. "A month ago, Lord Anchor, through astrological positioning, divined that the ancient statue is in Pingjiang City within Nansha." The green-clothed man pointed at a small corner on the map and continued. "But yesterday before we left, Lord Anchor redivined and completely lost the trail of the ancient statue, as if it has been shielded by some force. However, regardless, the ancient statue must have appeared in Pingjiang City, making it our destination. So the 6 of you set off immediately to Pingjiang City. Whether you openly investigate or covertly inquire, you must find clues about the ancient statue." "Yes." The 6 respectfully nodded. "I will wait for your news at the Valley of Stunning Beauty, but remember, the ancient statue is not trivial. It concerns Lord Anchor's grand plan to see the light of day again. So don't act rashly if you find any clues. Report back to me first." "Understood." The 6 respectfully nodded again, then transformed into 6 streaks of light and shot towards Pingjiang City. The green-clothed man sneered and followed the beauty to the Valley of Stunning Beauty. At Baofeng Tavern in Pingjiang City. "Kobe, why have you been frowning lately?" Amerigosinda asked Brooks softly beside her. "Ah, I've been thinking about Thorn," Brooks sighed, poured himself a cup of wine, drank it, and shook his head. "In recent months, my interactions with Thorn have decreased, and he might have forgotten about me. If you want to find Thorn, then go look for him," Amerigosinda suggested. "Ah, you're still young," Brooks sighed and shook his head. "Thorn isn't someone you can just visit casually. It would disturb him, and frankly, I wouldn't have the nerve either." "You're right. Thorn is someone beyond our reach." Amerigosinda also looked downcast, her eyes filled with worry. "Ah, my disciple, I know what's on your mind," Brooks sighed, looking at Amerigosinda. "I've seen you often lost in thought over Thorn's books and heavy-hearted at Adrian Cliff, but this is simply impossible. Give up on it." "I know." Amerigosinda nodded dully, her eyes dim. Her feelings had never been revealed, yet her master had seen through them. Let him see. She had never planned how to deal with it, finding comfort just by keeping it in her heart. "Let's drink a toast," Brooks said bitterly. "We should visit Thorn less in the future for fear of bothering him. We'll keep his kindness in our hearts, and if he needs anything in the future, we'll do our best." "All right." Amerigosinda lightly nodded and raised her glass. Just as they were about to drink, a voice came from outside. "Boss, please welcome our guests. Big business." Hearing this, Kobe and disciple Brooks immediately perked up and rushed to the door. Sure enough, a familiar figure walked in. He still wore white robes, spotless, always with a gentle smile. One glance made anyone feel close. "Thorn, it's Thorn." They eagerly moved to greet him, but stopped when they noticed dozens of people noisily following Mitchell. Brooks paused. He carefully examined these people, feeling stunned. "Why aren't you greeting Thorn, Kobe?" Amerigosinda asked anxiously. "Ah, I wish I could, but look at the people behind Thorn." Brooks shook his head, unable to move forward. What's wrong?" Amerigosinda asked in confusion. "They're not simple folks. I suspect there are several dozen Empyreans among them," Brooks explained. "What?" Amerigosinda's red lips parted in shock. "Seeing anything around Thorn shouldn't surprise us," Brooks sighed. Although his strength wasn't high and he couldn't discern these people's cultivation levels, his perception had significantly improved after spending so much time with Mitchell. He instantly recognized that these people were all powerful figures who could shake Dongsheng with a single step. Even if they weren't Empyreans, they were likely very close. Moreover, with his improved perception, He realized how extraordinary the Pingjiang city under his jurisdiction truly was. Despite being the boss, he dared not speak loudly while walking through the city. So, even his entourage consists of Empyreans, while our cultivation level makes it embarrassing for us to approach, Brooks said bitterly. In front of him, we're less than minnows. Better not crowd around and trouble Thorn. Yes. Amerigosinda agreed wholeheartedly, nodding more gloomily. In front of Thorn and these Empyreans, what significance did they hold? In Thorn's eyes, perhaps they didn't even qualify as passers-by. Upon hearing this, the faces of those from Dongxing turned unbearably ugly. Yet, pressured by the green-clothed man, they could only bow their heads and say, "Please instruct us, senior. We are here on behalf of Lord Anchor to investigate the ancient statue in Dongxing and might stay for some time, so you need to cooperate fully with us during this period. The first task is to find us accommodations." Saying this, he looked towards one of the beautiful women present. "I hear that your Juesha Valley only accepts Michaelas?" "Yes, yes, senior." The beauty responded uncomfortably. "All right, go back and arrange it. From now on, I'll be staying at your Juesha Valley," the green-clothed man commanded. His unyielding tone grated on the beauty's ears. She also knew that many of the Michaelas would suffer as a result, but she had no choice but to comply. Second matter. The green-clothed man spoke again. Everyone panicked and immediately focused on him. "Why are you afraid?" he coldly asked. "No, not at all." Everyone stammered, trying hard to hide their unease. "Humph, a group of good-for-nothings." The green-clothed man's face was full of disdain as he continued, "The second thing I need is a map, especially of Dongxing's Nansha region." Seeing that it was only a map request, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Engage quickly produced a map and softly said, "Senior, I happen to have one." The green-clothed man took the map, frowning as he examined it. "Lord Anchor," he pointed at a small corner on the map and continued, "discovered through astrology a month ago that the ancient statue is located in Pingjiang City in Nansha. But yesterday, before we left, Lord Anchor redivined and lost track of the ancient statue entirely, seemingly shielded by some force. However, it must have appeared in Pingjiang City, making it a place we must visit. So you six will depart immediately for Pingjiang City." Her eyes dim. She had never revealed these thoughts but hadn't considered being read so clearly. Well, she didn't plan to pursue anything further. Just keeping them in her heart was enough. "Let's drink to this," Brooks bitterly proposed. "We should avoid bothering Mr. We can remember his kindness, and if he ever needs us, we'll do our best." "Okay." Charlene nodded lightly, raising her cup. Just as they were about to drink, a voice called from outside. "Boss, guests are here. Big business." Hearing this, Brooks and Charlene stood up quickly, gazing out the door. Sure enough, a familiar figure walked in, still dressed in pristine white, always smiling warmly. "It's Mr." They excitedly moved to greet him but stopped when they saw dozens of people noisily following Mitchell inside. Brooks paused, closely examining them, feeling shocked. "Kobe, shouldn't we greet Mr.?" Charlene eagerly asked. "Sigh, I want to, but look at the people behind Mr." Brooks hesitated. What's wrong?" "These aren't simple folk. They are likely dozens of Marshal Hudsons," Brooks explained. "What?" Charlene almost gasped aloud. "There's nothing surprising about what we see around Mr." Brooks sighed, aware that despite his limited strength, his discernment had improved significantly after spending time with Mitchell. He could tell these people were powerful enough to shake Dongxing with a single step, likely Marshal Hudson. At the dozens of people behind Mitchell. Mitchell had brought so many top figures, while he was just a minor player who couldn't even compare to an Hudson warrior. How could he possibly join them? "Io, you old man, when did you become so formal?" Mitchell rolled his eyes and said leisurely, "We're all from the bottom rung. What's the difference between you and me? We're all friends. Come on, let's eat." Mitchell wasn't wrong. Some were workers who built walls for him, others couldn't even afford 9 gold coins for their niece's cultivation, but they were all equally common folk, none more noble than the other. Of course, Mitchell didn't mean any disrespect by this. After speaking, Mitchell waved and went to discuss matters with the innkeeper. Gerhard and his apprentice listened to Mitchell's words and smiled bitterly. Indeed, in front of Kobe, whether one was an Hudson warrior or a lowly spirit warrior, there was no real distinction. They were all mere mortals. So, did their strength matter much? Not really. After all, none were stronger than Kobe. With a single palm, he could finish them off easily. Thinking this, Gerhard regained his usual broad-mindedness and followed Mitchell. Mitchell found the manager of the Baofeng Inn. Due to his previous relationships with the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce and having dined here several times before, the manager was very considerate. Despite the packed dining area today, he managed to arrange as they looked forward eagerly. Mitchell smiled. He truly enjoyed this kind of gathering. In his past life, he often dined with friends, carrying his guitar, drinking wine, and playing music to enhance the mood, chatting and joking around. Even in this new world, one must still love life. Plucking the strings, a lively tune began. The audience clapped along, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Amidst the music, everyone felt the power of Mitchell's Tao in the melody, benefiting greatly even those unfamiliar with music. At the turn of the second-floor staircase stood a Selena clad in white, her face veiled by a light scarf, her figure graceful, her skin fair. She watched Mitchell surrounded by the crowd silently, her red lips curving slightly beneath the veil. This Xinjiang continent is becoming more interesting. Seems the older generation that had been dormant has begun to emerge. Wonder who this young man is. She glanced outside, sighing softly. Suddenly, she sensed someone watching her. Turning her gaze, she saw a cloaked figure standing behind Mitchell, sending her a flying kiss. Spotted, huh? Intriguing. Muttering under her breath, she glanced at Willie, then at Mitchell, before vanishing. Likely only Willie knew she had ever been there. As the last notes of the song ended, cheers erupted from the inn, the atmosphere reaching its peak once again. "Come, bring out the wine," Mitchell laughed heartily. Jugs of wine were brought to the table, and everyone drank and chatted happily. Outside the inn, 6 men dressed in green robes descended. We've searched the entire Pingjiang city and haven't found any news about the ancient statue. What should we do? One of them asked gravely. The other 5 frowned. If they failed in their mission, they would have a hard time explaining. Just then, one suggested, the inn is a good place to gather information. Let's try our luck. The others nodded and entered the inn expressionlessly. Sorry, sir, there are no available seats. Please try another inn, the waiter said with a smile. But the 6 men ignored him, picking a table and walking towards it. Clear out, one of the green-robed men demanded, leaving no room for argument. Chapter 384. Want to make a move? The atmosphere at the scene was chaotic, so the appearance of these 6 green-robed individuals did not catch much attention. Only the table that had been scolded turned their heads to look at these 6 green-robed figures. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? The green-robed individual sneered with disdain, his reprimand ringing out. He couldn't believe that a group of ants would make him repeat himself. It was truly outrageous. Upon hearing this, the people at the table laughed. They hadn't expected that on such a day, someone so unaware would come to stir up trouble. Wasn't this like teasing Lord Yama's little finger, wanting the weaker in the hall with only 6 life hick strength? He failed to withstand the blow and was sent flying backward. By sheer coincidence, he crashed into Mitchell's table. Mitchell, who was raising his cup for a toast, was splattered with food, holding the cup in stunned silence. This sudden turn of events made the previously noisy atmosphere fall deathly silent. At that moment, even a needle dropping could be heard. Even the leaves outside blown by the wind seemed extremely jarring. Anxiously and fearfully, everyone's eyes fell upon Mitchell. Their nerves collectively jumped to their foreheads. Finally, after a stunned pause, Mitchell looked down at the remnants of food on him, then at the young man sprawled at his feet. His face gradually darkened. As soon as his expression turned grim, every eye focused on Mitchell's face shrank. Simultaneously, hearts involuntarily skipped a beat. It's over. Something big has happened. Many people were already sweating profusely. Elon might be enraged. Could this immortal Jiang continent withstand Elon's anger? Clack! In an instant, dozens of chopsticks dropped simultaneously, and dozens of figures stood up in unison. Damn! Blindly offending someone to the point of offending Elon. It was unforgivable. Anger surged through everyone present, and hateful gazes converged on the 6 green-robed figures. Facing these 60 hostile stares, the 6 green-robed individuals felt a sudden chill down their spines, as if being watched by dozens of ferocious prehistoric beasts. How can this be? They're just a bunch of lowly beings. Why do I feel afraid? One of the green-robed individuals couldn't help but ask. Yes, something doesn't seem right. That strike should have obliterated him, yet he only sustained minor injuries. Another green-robed figure said hesitantly. Fear what? We are 6 8-life hicks. What can they possibly do to us? Another green-robed figure snorted with disdain, adding, even if there are hidden experts among them, this insignificant place can't be that strong. Hearing this, the other green-robed figures nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were 8-life hicks, virtually untouchable across the entire continent. Could they possibly be thwarted in such a small place? Thinking of this, the 6 men regained their confidence, raising their proud heads and yelling. What are you staring at? You're just a bunch of lowly beings. Do you really think you can make a move? Chapter 385. Grievances have a source, debts have a Kobe. These words ignited the fury of the dozens in the hall, eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, without Mitchell's instruction, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they had not forgotten their identities, mere mortals in front of Mitchell. Therefore, everyone turned their gaze towards Mitchell, questioning looks filling their eyes. Mitchell rolled his eyes at this sight and bellowed, "Why are you looking at me? They injured our people, and still act so arrogantly. Go beat them up." Upon hearing Mitchell's words, the crowd's eyes lit up. They were waiting for this command from Mitchell. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants, thinking that numbers will give you the courage to rebel? The leader of the green-robed men sneered, bursting into laughter. But as he lifted his head, one of his companions tugged at his sleeve and stammered, Look at them. What's there to look at?" he said bewilderedly, then lowered his head to glance at the crowd again. That glance made him shiver involuntarily. His legs felt weak, and he gasped in horror. How is this possible? Why? At that moment, he saw the dozens in the hall collectively emit a faint aura, an overwhelming pressure sweeping towards them. Crack! W warriors. Hudsons, all warriors Hudsons, 6-star, 7-star, 9-star, 10-star, even more terrifying ones. What's happening? Suddenly, the 6 green-robed men lost their arrogance, trembling with fear, speaking in stutters. They had never witnessed such grandeur in their lives. Why were there so many warrior Hudsons gathered here? This was like poking a beehive. Run. Without knowing who shouted it, the 6 figures took off, swiftly ascending into the sky. The dozens of warrior Hudsons in the hall followed instantly, turning into streaks of light in the sky over Pingjiang City, chasing after them. Meanwhile, Mitchell had already taken the injured young man to a nearby room, focusing entirely on his injuries rather than the fight outside. Damn, does this count as a work injury? If this gets worse, how much would he, as the boss, have to pay? How are you? Mitchell asked gently. I am fine, the young man responded nervously. Let me check. Mitchell hurriedly examined the young man's injuries, breathing a sigh of relief when it wasn't too severe. But he knew medical expenses would still be high. Stepping outside, Mitchell surveyed the wrecked hall and broken tables and chairs, frowning deeper. It seemed it wasn't just about medical expenses. He had already lost hundreds of gold coins recently, and now this would cost another few dozen? No way. Grievances have a source, debts have a master. He couldn't be the one to bear all the costs. Thinking this, Mitchell called out to Brooks beside him. Brother, tell them to catch them alive. Got it. Brooks agreed, feeling somewhat guilty for not being able to keep up due to his lower cultivation. Now he finally had a role. He ran out and flew into the sky. Remember, Thorne said to catch them alive. His voice echoed throughout Pingjiang City. This old man sure has a loud voice, Mitchell muttered while continuing to treat the young man's injuries. Thorne said to catch them alive. Okay. Catch them alive. The others received the message instantly, nodding and pursuing the 6 men. Suddenly, the entire city was filled with whistling sounds, powerful pressures reverberating in the sky. Strangely, the citizens of Pingjiang City remained unperturbed. Those selling vegetables continued, those playing chess didn't stop, and the ladies at the brothel kept shouting for customers. Quick, quick, summon the boat given by Lord Anchor. Seeing the dozens of warrior Hudsons chasing them, the 6 green-robed men grew panicked and commanded frantically. All right. The lead green-robed man waved his hand, and a luminous flying boat appeared instantly. They boarded and shot forward, moving faster than before. Haha, Lord Anchor really is impressive. Just giving us a boat to complete our mission is so good. Yeah, this speed might rival celestial immortals. Anyway, no one can catch us in Xinjiang continent. We'll control the entire Xinjiang continent following Lord Anchor. Ha ha ha. With the flying boat, the 6 became even more arrogant, laughing madly. You try and chase us. I'd love to see you catch up. Must be. At the very least, they're all experts at the immortal level. What kind of city is this, to have so many experts of this caliber? Yeah, shouldn't these kinds of experts all be in the immortal realm? How come they're gathered here? Most of the martial emperors who followed were workers later recruited by Amaragoshan. Seeing this scene, they too were greatly surprised. Previously, when they were in the hall, they felt that it already had a super lineup. But compared to the more than 300 people standing in midair now, it was nothing. Even more terrifying to contemplate was whether there were other hidden experts in this city aside from those 300 plus. Phew. Thinking of this made everyone shudder involuntarily. This time, they truly broadened their horizons. Oh dear, fighting martial emperors isn't easy. At this moment, one of the Gagely men among the over 300 couldn't help but exclaim. A bit careless and using too much strength might kill them. Indeed, controlling this power is no simple task, said a Selena wearing an apron beside him. Fortunately, I didn't slip up, ha ha ha. Another man laughed. All right, let's disperse quickly. I still haven't sold my basket, said another old man waving his hand. Right, we should disperse quickly. My chickens haven't been fed yet. I need to go home and feed them, a Selena muttered. Everyone nodded, transforming into streams of light in the sky before returning to Pingjiang City. Pingjiang City once again returned to its peaceful state. Bustling crowds, hawking calls, and shouts seemed as if what happened just moments ago never occurred. The dozens of martial emperors also regained their senses after they left, swiftly carrying the 6 green-clad figures back to the tavern. Elon, they are brought back. They are brought back, sir. Various voices exclaimed. Mitchell's eyes lit up as he loudly instructed, take out all their valuables for me first. I'll be right back after using the restroom. Yes. After Mitchell left, the dozen martial emperors surrounded the 6 green-clad individuals, quickly retrieving everything valuable from their bodies, including items within their storage bags. Seeing these treasures, many present revealed eager expressions. Because these 6 people were extremely wealthy, not only did they possess various imperial-level treasures, but there were even a couple of immortal-level items found among them. Where did these 6 guys get so many good things? Yeah, I'm a high-ranking emperor myself, and I rarely see such fine treasures. True, the appearance of that flying boat was quite strange. They must be significant figures. So what if they're significant? Would they dare to cause trouble in Pingjiang City? Indeed. They discussed while awaiting Mitchell's return. Despite being covetous of the treasures, none dared to act. After finishing his business, Mitchell finally returned. Elon, these are the items taken from the 6 individuals. Please decide what to do with them. The martial emperors bowed respectfully. All right. Mitchell hurried over, inspecting the belongings of the 6, looking for anything valuable. Everyone waited silently. Under everyone's gaze, Mitchell picked up a bead casually to examine it. Elon, this is... Seeing this, a high-ranking emperor wanted to introduce it as a previously recorded imperial-level treasure called Frederick Shui Pearl, which could reportedly cut through water effortlessly. However, Amaragoshan shot him a glare, saying sternly, why talk so much? Elon surely knows. Realizing this, the emperor quickly shut up. After inspecting the bead, Mitchell picked up an incomprehensible talisman, decorated with intricate designs. He stared at it for a long time but couldn't make sense of it. Next, his attention turned to a wooden box. After some examination, he found no particular use for it. Finally, having inspected each item thoroughly, Mitchell's face darkened. He looked up and asked, did you search for so long just to find this pile of trash? His words stunned everyone present. Just this pile of trash? Boss, these are over a dozen imperial-level treasures and 2 immortal-level treasures. Regardless of where these 6 people came from, every one of these treasures would cause a stir if put out. Yet, in your mouth, they become mere trash? Is your perspective really that high? One of the wall builders finally couldn't resist speaking softly. Elon, are you mistaken? These aren't mere trinkets. Silence. Why speak so much? The others glared at him sharply, chastising him. It's fine. Mitchell waved his hand without blaming him, sighing inwardly. Poor people will always see everything as treasure, but what use are these worthless trinkets? Far less practical than a few gold coins. People should have higher aspirations. Aspirations reach as high as the heavens, especially men who should harbor grand ambitions. He understood that these poor people's mindsets wouldn't change overnight, but there were things he needed to say, as if warning them not to focus on useless items, or perhaps to show them that these were indeed worthless. Mitchell stomped on them with his feet. Chapter 387. 3 Swift Slices. Crack. A pleasant sound echoed as Mitchell crushed the items beneath his feet into pieces. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Was this how the powerful acted? One had to know. These were super treasures that would incite countless experts into a frenzy, not to mention the 2 immortal artifacts among them. To destroy them so cleanly and decisively without blinking? The crowd realized then that when Mitchell said it was all trash, he truly meant it. They finally understood the world of the elite. However, Mitchell was secretly seething. These 6 people acted so cocky. He had expected them to have some substance, but instead, they turned out to be broke. Being arrogant with no money? Still, Mitchell wouldn't let them off without making some gains. Tie them up and throw them in the backyard. We will continue eating. We'll deal with them after dinner. Mitchell waved his hand and ordered. Yes. After bundling the 6 individuals and tossing them into the backyard, the staff of Baofeng quickly reorganized the dining table. At the same time, an inn manager approached Mitchell and whispered, Elon E. Kobe has learned you're here and specifically instructed us to cover today's meal expenses. Additionally, your companions were injured in our inn, so the medical expenses should also be covered by us. Please eat and drink at ease. Huh. Mitchell's eyes lit up. He responded, somewhat embarrassedly, President is too kind. This makes me feel uncomfortable. You and our guild have a close relationship. A meal doesn't count for much. The manager replied. All right then, I won't be courteous. Mitchell smiled, secretly noting that the Baofeng guild really knew how to act. Not only did he not have to pay for the damaged goods, but it seemed like they would save him on today's bill as well. In an instant, the hall resumed its lively atmosphere. While enjoying the fine wine and food, cries emerged from the back. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Why are there so many strong individuals? Bound with ropes, the 6 severely wounded green-clothed men had just caught their breath, but as they relaxed, they felt something watching them. Turning their gaze, they found 3 massive creatures also restrained by iron chains. Monsters, one asked. They shouldn't be. Such monsters have never been seen on the Xinjiang continent. Another responded after inspecting the trio. So, wild beasts then? But these people are too hateful. Whether to kill or maim us is irrelevant. To imprison us alongside such lowly things is beyond reason. It's an immense humiliation, another chimed in. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes glared back. Huh. These beasts dare to glare at us? The 6 green-clothed men flared up in anger. They'd already endured enough today. Now even 3 beasts dared to provoke them. How dare they? Wild animals should know their place and stay silent, they growled. With a deep voice, the 6 stiffened, releasing what little aura they had left, pressing towards the 3 creatures. Yet, before they could react further, the 3 beasts opened their enormous mouths simultaneously. Roar. Ah. SSS. Despite being restrained and powerless, their long years as golden immortals still radiated an overwhelming presence that the 6 weakened men couldn't withstand. Pressured by this terrifying aura, the 6 gasped for air and shivered uncontrollably. Oh no. Immortals. They're immortal beasts. Not ordinary ones either. They must be the golden immortal beasts Mr. Anchor spoke about. Whoa. So powerful. Run. Run away? The 6 tried to inch away, their bound bodies wriggling toward a corner of the courtyard, panic evident in their voices. Meanwhile, the 3 beasts struggled against their chains, lunging toward the 6 men, their heavy breathing sending shivers down their spines. Faster. Deeper into the corner. Deeper. He's going to bite me. Huddled together in the corner, trembling, they were grateful the beasts couldn't reach them due to the chains. Even though they survived, the 6 still felt heart-wrenched. Today had been one disaster after another. Entering the inn led to encountering over 60 Marshal Hudsons, and outside, more than 300 immortals. Finally trapped here, they thought they could catch a breath, plan a strategy. But unexpectedly, 3 immortal beasts awaited them, not ordinary ones at that. The 6 drew cold breaths, fear reflected in their eyes. Who exactly was that young man? Not only did he have formidable subordinates, but also had 3 golden immortal-level beasts as trump cards. Just then, voices sounded from outside the yard. Mitchell and the inn's manager walked over. Golden immortal-level demons really did die. We can't sit here and wait for death, one of the green-clad figures said firmly. The appearance of these people poses a significant threat to Administrator Anchor's plan. That's true. Another nodded seriously. If they were just Hudsons and Earth Immortals, they wouldn't be a big concern for Administrator Anchor. Our deaths here would be meaningless. But using golden immortal-level beasts as food, it shows their strength far exceeds what we imagined. We can't wait to die. We must find a way to send information out. It seems we have no choice but to use this. Albin among the green-robed figures raised his arm and spoke calmly. On his hand was a strange, mysterious symbol. Fortunately, Administrator Anchor gave us this before we left. Although he warned us that using it would drain his power and not to use it unless absolutely necessary, even at the cost of our lives. Now with this kind of information, we believe Administrator Anchor won't punish us if we activate it. Yes, but we need some time to recover our strength before we can use it. Let's not just sit here. Let's treat our injuries and restore our powers quickly. The 6 green-clad figures decided and closed their eyes, entering a state of recovery. 3 large bowls of savory wild game prepared by Crawford were brought to the table. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all realized the true great opportunity. Enjoy your meal and drinks. We'll continue later. Thank you, Elon. The sound of applause echoed around the inn. The atmosphere was lively as the martial emperors and earthly immortals became rowdy, playing drinking games. Later that evening, as a gentle commotion accompanied by a faint fragrance approached, everyone looked toward the door. Under the escort of 2 charming young girls, a red-robed Selena entered, holding an umbrella. Her skin was fair as snow, her eyes clear like water, and her demeanor exuded grace and elegance. Yet, her every move held a captivating charm that entranced the soul. Her gaze swept the room and landed on Crawford. Pleased to meet you, Elon. Could you be Mina, the flower queen of Giustino Tower? Indeed, her reputation surpasses what I've heard. Even Crawford couldn't help but subconsciously adjust his collar and nod gently upon seeing her. Ah, Flower Fairy, the legendary Dongxing Flower Fairy Mina. She shouldn't be appearing here. Seeing Mina, many workers were stunned. Coming from various major forces in Dongxing, the name Mina was well known to them. According to legend, she hails from the Valley of Absolute Beauty, having once led it to prominence. Blessed by heaven, her beauty never fades, and her youth remains eternal. They say she achieved nirvana long ago. Yes, and Zhao's nightmare? Chapter 389, a Chanyajira, should be changed to Chapter 389, a time traveler? This ensures the term is understood by English readers. The rest of the translation will follow in accordance with the instructions provided. Chapter 389, a time traveler? Mitchell's heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. He had never expected to hear this familiar tune here. For some reason, hearing this tune played by someone else made his eyes well up with tears he couldn't hold back. The last time he heard this tune was how many years ago? But why would Mose Han be able to play Nocturne? A time traveler? Could he have encountered a fellow countryman in this different world? Mitchell's palms couldn't help but tremble. However, since the music was still playing, he suppressed his excitement and waited for it to finish. Finally, when the piano notes faded and everyone began clapping, Mitchell had already approached Mose Han. "Miss, how do you know this piece?" Mitchell couldn't help but ask. "You've heard it before?" Mose Han raised her beautiful eyes, asking with equal surprise. "Yes, I've heard it, and I can also play it." "So, where did you learn this piece?" Mitchell asked with a slightly urgent tone. Mose Han glanced at Mitchell and said softly, "I didn't expect you to know it too. It's quite a coincidence. This piece came into my possession by chance, and truthfully, I don't know its origin." Old man sat with his leg crossed, moistening his finger and turning the page of the book he held while glancing sideways. "Idiot," he muttered and continued reading. Shiver. Next to him, a sole figure crouched, trembling. It was Azariah. Damn it, where is everyone gone? Azariah's face was dark. On this lousy island, there wasn't a single person or anything else visible except for a few scraps of tattered oilcloth and his dozen pitiful subordinates. Now, as a sole figure, he couldn't help them either, nor did he want to risk exposing himself and ruining big plans. So, finding nothing, he could only wait here. Hold on, Azariah. You're the lord of a region. A little wind and rain mean nothing. I was just unlucky that they weren't here. There's still time. Wait, and they will return. Azariah reassured himself inwardly. Yet this wait stretched for a whole day and night. It wasn't until early the next morning that a large group rowed boats from the distant shore. Elon, those 6 people ran away. Shouldn't we care? Just a bunch of trash. If they ran, let them. Mitchell waved his hand indifferently, still thinking about Mose Han. Regardless of whether Mose Han was a time traveler, her ability to play Nocturne suggested she must have met one. This stirred Mitchell's curiosity deeply. He eagerly wanted to meet that time traveler. One was around. These were all soaked by the rain. They need a good sunbathing. Finding an open area, Mitchell spread out his items. Due to the dense trees on the island and the quantity of items, the shore was densely covered with his possessions drying in the sun. Just then, a slight spatial fluctuation appeared offshore, and Azariah's newly refined soul reappeared on the island. Looking at the bustling islanders, he smirked. This time, let's see what unexpected twists occur. With determination, he headed toward the island. A tempest raged within Mitchell's heart. He had never imagined that he would hear this familiar tune here. For some reason, the tune played by someone else brought tears welling up in his eyes. How many years had it been since he last heard this melody? But why would Mina know how to play the Nocturne? A Chanyajira? Did he encounter a fellow countryman in this world? Note, the term Chanyajira is not translated into English as it seems to be a specific term or concept from the original context that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. It's kept in pinyin to maintain fidelity to the source material. Mitchell's hands couldn't help but tremble. However, since the performance was still ongoing, he suppressed his excitement and waited for it to end. Finally, when the piano notes ceased and everyone was still applauding, Mitchell had already approached Mina. "Miss, how did you come to know this piece?" Mitchell couldn't help but ask. "Elon, you've heard it before?" Mina lifted her beautiful eyes and asked in surprise. "Yes, I've heard it, and I can play it too." "So, how did you come to know this piece?" Mitchell said with a slightly urgent tone. Mina glanced at Mitchell and softly laughed. "I didn't expect you to know this piece as well. What a coincidence. I came across this tune by chance, though I don't really know its origin." "By chance?" Mitchell's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that she wasn't a Chanyajira? Looking at Mina, Mitchell couldn't help but probe further. He asked softly, "Miss, have you ever heard a phrase?" "Please go on, Elon," Mina replied. "This year's festival, no gifts accepted. Only, ah?" Mitchell raised his eyebrows at Mina, hinting at something. To Mitchell's surprise, Mina wore a look of confusion, seemingly unaware of what he meant. The little flower class started. "If your child has a lingering cold," Mitchell hinted again, his eyes filled with anticipation. Mina looked even more puzzled. "Then this one, have you heard it? Vast wilderness is my love, endless flowers bloom beneath my feet. Have you heard it?" Mitchell asked once more. "I apologize, I do not understand what you are referring to." Mina lowered her head apologetically. All right. Slightly dejected, Mitchell lowered his head, smiled apologetically at Mina, sat back down, and raised his wine glass, saying, Come, let's drink together." Forcing a smile, Mitchell drank deeply and looked out the window at the drizzling rain, feeling a pang in his heart. Yes, he missed home, on a small island. It was pitch black. The wind howled and the rain drizzled down. Beside a rock, a bald man sat with his leg crossed, licked his finger, and turned the page of the book he held, glancing to the side. "Idiot," he muttered, and returned his focus to the book. Swoosh. Next to him, a spectral figure hunched over, shivering violently. It was Azariah. Damn it, where has everyone gone? Azariah's face was dark. On this desolate island, not only were there no people, but also few things could be seen besides some tattered oilcloths and his dozen or so pitiful subordinates. But even his spectral form couldn't help them, nor did he want to alert anyone prematurely. So, he had to wait here without any gains. "Hold on, Azariah. You are the lord of a region. This little storm means nothing. You were just unlucky that they weren't around. There's still time. Wait a bit longer, and they will return." Azariah reassured himself inwardly. Yet, one day and night passed. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that he saw a large group of people rowing boats toward the shore. Elon, those 6 people fled. Is that it? This. With a grim face, Azariah ran back to the death row, grabbed another inmate, and entered a new meditation chamber to refine his soul essence once more. Time flew by in a day. The sky cleared up. Great weather. On the island, Mitchell looked up at the sun and, remembering the items in his spatial ring, quickly took them out while no one was around. They got soaked by the rain. Better dry them thoroughly. Mitchell found an open space and began laying out his items to dry. Due to the numerous trees on the island and the sheer number of items, the beachside without shade was densely covered with Mitchell's belongings. At that moment, a faint ripple emerged near the shore, and Azariah's newly refined soul essence arrived on the island again. Seeing the people moving about on the island, he smirked. This time, let's see if anything unexpected happens. Confidently, he headed towards the island. Mitchell's palms could not help but tremble. However, he suppressed his excitement to avoid interrupting the ongoing performance and waited for the music to finish. Finally, when the last note of the piano died down and applause filled the air, Mitchell had already approached Mina. Miss, how do you know this piece? Mitchell couldn't help but ask. Elon, you've heard it before? Mina lifted her beautiful eyes, equally surprised. Yes, I have heard it, and I can also play it. So, where he felt a little disheartened, lowered his head, smiled apologetically at Mina, and sat back down. He raised his wine glass and said to everyone, come, let's drink together. With a forced smile, he drank deeply while gazing at the drizzle outside the window, feeling a pang in his nose. Yes, missing home, on the island. It was pitch dark, the wind howled and the rain pattered. Beside a rock, a bald man sat cross-legged, licking his finger and turning a page of a book. He glanced sideways. Fool, he muttered, returning his focus to the book. Suah. Next to him, a soul body crouched, shivering and trembling. This was Azariah. Damn, where did everyone go? Azariah's face turned dark. On this desolate island, there was not a single person or much else in sight, except for some worn-out oilcloths and his few pitiful subordinates. Even in his soul form, he couldn't rescue them, nor did he want to alert anyone and jeopardize his plan. Thus, he remained there, waiting without any results. Hold on, Azariah. You're a dignified lord of a continent. A little wind and rain means nothing. You just had a bit of bad luck. They were not around. There's still time. Wait a little longer, and they will surely return. He grew strength this time. He slapped his thigh and rose, moving his soul toward Mitchell and company. But just after 2 steps, whoosh, his soul dissipated. At the same moment, Azariah in the immortal realm woke up and roared furiously. Ah! 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 Furious, he unleashed his formidable power, reducing his secluded chamber to ruins. Yet he still shook with rage. Dying in soul form twice, once after enduring torture for a day and night, was unbearable. 2 souls and 2 drops of essence blood, both gone. My damn luck. Dark-faced, Azariah returned to the death cell, grabbed another convict, moved to a new secluded chamber, and began refining his soul anew. Time flew by, and the sky cleared. Nice weather. On the island, Mitchell looked up at the sunny sky, recalling items in his spatial ring, quickly retrieving them when no one was around. All these things got soaked from the rain. They need sunning. He found an open space and started laying out items to dry. The island's shores, void of shadows, were densely covered with Mitchell's belongings. Just then, a slight spatial ripple reached the island as Azariah's newly refined soul arrived. Looking at the people bustling about on the island, he smirked. This time, there will be no surprises. He confidently headed toward the island. Even he found intimidating. Then he clenched his teeth slightly and stared straight ahead. If it really is him, my direct gaze would surely alert him. However, he stared intently for a long time, but the old man continued sitting motionlessly on the boat, his attention on the fishing rod in his hands, seemingly unaware of Azariah's presence. Was it just my imagination last time? Is he just an ordinary old man? Azariah mused, then stepped out from the shadows, standing openly on the shore without hiding. Yet, the old boatman remained unresponsive. Haha. Isn't it funny? I scared myself, actually believing you were Darien. This made Azariah laugh heartily, his mind relaxing instantly. Just then, the float began moving nonstop. Clearly, a fish had taken the bait. The old boatman quickly lifted the bamboo pole, revealing a tiny fish barely larger than a fingernail breaking the water surface. Jumping quite lively, but it's just a tadpole. No wonder Mr. has no interest in reeling it in. Just let it jump as it pleases. The old man shook his head, removed the little fish from the hook, and casually tossed it back into the lake before closing his eyes again and continuing to fish. That monk is nowhere to be seen. Otherwise, I could have thoroughly examined whether he is that person. But most likely, it's also because I was mentally tense last time, mistaking him for someone else. So if that's the case, winds surged throughout the immortal river continent, clouds gathering densely overhead. Quite lively. A Selena with an exquisite face curled her red lips atop a cloud peak. In the land of lava, a pair of crimson eyes murmured faintly. Has the immortal realm finally taken notice? However, the reopening of the immortal irrigation seems to warrant the immortal realm's attention. Besides, it's just a minor character, not worth concerning oneself over. Finishing his words, the pair of crimson eyes closed once more. In another frigid region, an icy mountain shook violently, splitting open. Is the reopening of the immortal irrigation a deliberate act by the immortal realm, or is there someone else involved? Regardless of the reason, many of the old ones will likely awaken slowly, except for those few. Who will laugh last, truly? A voice drifted languidly before fading away. The cracked ice mountain surprisingly melded back together. In the boundless Black Sea, a massive whirlpool appeared. Countless reincarnators will awaken. Their precious treasures. Go, find them, bring them here. Chapter 391. Who exactly is he? After descending upon the immortal river, Azariah's gaze fixated on the direction of the small island. A swarm of ants wasting my time for no reason, occupying my immortal artifact, capturing my subordinates, and daring to commit insubordination against this emperor. There are some things I can endure, but this is beyond the limit. Today, this honorable one shall personally wipe you insects out. Just as he was about to strike, he abruptly paused in his steps. His eyes betrayed disbelief because his divine soul left on the island had suddenly discovered something. This. What kind of thing is this? The spiritual body was staring at a wooden carving not far away, its voice filled with panic. It was a statue of a small cat, covered in mud and water stains, lying upside down on the sandy ground. Yet, this seemingly discarded wooden carving made his heart tremble. A single glance at one of the cat's eyes almost caused his divine soul to be directly destroyed. He hastily shifted his gaze away from the wooden carving. Unfortunately, he inadvertently met another object. It was a sickle thrown on the ground, also stained with water. A mere glance made the sickle seem to vibrate, sending an invisible blade of light straight towards him. Aya! A silent scream echoed from Azariah's divine soul. This slash nearly weakened his divine soul by 99%. The remaining soul power was extremely fragile. Even a slightly powerful force would render him non-existent. He felt intense fear and tried desperately to distance himself from the wooden carving. Deeply, he suddenly noticed that his divine soul had turned to nothingness due to a strong wave of power. What happened? Shaken to the core, he looked up and instantly realized that the disturbance originated from the direction of the small island. Gritting his teeth, he rushed towards the island, wanting to find out exactly what was happening. The boundary area between the two realms was not far from the island, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the outer perimeter of the island. As soon as he landed, he witnessed a scene that made his scalp tingle. Getting closer to the establishment goal, Mitchell, keep it up, complete the task soon and become a cultivator. Go ahead and give. Mitchell, after stretching, raised his fist to the sky to encourage himself. This punch broke through the cloud layers in the sky, a dominant force piercing the heavens. One punch broke through the heavens. I am blind. How did I not see that he is that terrifying figure? The sight sent Azariah running back to the immortal realm in terror, his mind too shocked to think clearly. However, just as he ran back to the immortal realm, he saw an even more horrifying sight. Above his jade-green immortal continent, a giant fist shadow appeared, enveloping the entire jade-green immortal continent in a thick aura of pressure, causing significant chaos. It's him. So the fist that has been causing turmoil in the immortal realm, leaving even the celestial immortal hall unable to trace its origin, was his doing. Azariah stood still, trembling with shock, his heart now fully gripped by fear. He never imagined that the man in white he had dared to test earlier was the root cause of all this chaos. Who exactly is he? What is his purpose? And what about that punch just now? Was it aimed at the immortal realm like before? Or was it aimed at me? But if it was aimed at me, why did he let me leave just now? With his strength, he couldn't have failed to know that my true form approached the island. These puzzles flashed through Azariah's mind, making his thoughts chaotic and mingling with fear, even causing the muscles in his face to quiver. Chapter 392, Turbid Candaces. The fist shadow, as swift as ever, came and went in a flash. Azariah flew toward the epicenter and sucked in a sharp breath. The area within 10,000 miles had been instantly reduced to nothingness by a single punch. Where the ground once was, there now lay an unfathomably deep black hole connecting to a spatial rift. Who is the lord of the jade-green immortal continent? At that moment, a gauge appeared from the sky, his voice booming like thunder. It's me. Azariah lifted his head to look at the gauge with trepidation. The presence of this gauge made it hard for him to breathe. Definitely a super strong immortal. I am the messenger of the Heaven's Immortal Temple, here to investigate the fist shadow incident. There are some matters I need to ask you, so please answer truthfully, the gauge said as he looked at Azariah. I greet you, messenger. Please ask your questions. Azariah did not dare be rude and quickly responded. Did you personally witness the fist shadow appear just now? Asked the gauge. Yes, I saw it myself, replied Azariah. Given your strength, did you notice any clues or capture any traces of its origin? The gauge asked further. Azariah's pupils constricted. His expression was filled with indecision and hesitation. Pardon me, messenger. May I ask a question first? Azariah ventured. The gauge's face darkened slightly, but he said, Speak. If compared to the owner of the fist shadow, who would be stronger? Azariah asked. I have no problem telling you. The gauge shook his head and said gravely. This fist shadow has transcended worlds, reaching a level of power that defies comprehension. As for me, I'm merely here to gather information. In a true battle, I'm not qualified to participate. It would require those venerable gauges of the Immortal Temple to come out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, Azariah felt a sudden chill. This gauge already exerted such overwhelming pressure on him, yet still wasn't qualified to fight. Although he knew this punch was powerful, he never imagined it could be this strong. He raised his head and bitterly smiled. Since you understand how immensely powerful this person is, how could someone of my caliber possibly uncover any clues? Well, it's understandable that you'd say that. The gauge waved a hand, then began investigating around the black hole. After finding no results, he hurried back to Heaven's Immortal Temple. After the gauge left, Azariah let out a sigh of relief. He had chosen not to reveal everything he knew because when immortals fought, mortals suffered. No matter this person's intentions, the less he involved himself, the better his chances of survival. Besides, he, Azariah, had likely offended this person. But since the entity hadn't moved against him on Immortal River continent, it indicated he wasn't marked for death yet. However, if he revealed any clues now, that could change. As for the Immortal Realm, He didn't think it could protect him. After returning, Azariah entered seclusion and disappeared from view. Meanwhile, the mortal river continent was also bustling with activity. The newly sealed ice mountain cracked open again, and molten lava roiled forth once more. From the desolation, dense forests, and black sea, countless streams of energy surged into the space above immortal river continent, swirling together. Tisk, TSK. It's been a while, everyone. A freezing aura coalesced into a massive face, issuing a deeply meaningful voice. We're not here for idle chit-chat. We want to know who among you threw that punch just now, another huge face coldly demanded. Fear not, none of us here could have done it. Another immense face formed and said calmly. Could it be you humans? The icy mountain face sternly queried. Hee, didn't expect you to be so dim-witted even now. A stunning human Selena hovered in midair, her voice dripping with disdain. You. An icy roar erupted, sending frigid mist surging towards the human Selena. Pfft, child's play. The human Selena raised her jade hand, releasing a robust wave of energy that collided with the icy mist. In an instant, the space tore apart, forming a void black hole. That's enough. Other entities voiced their impatience. Humph. Seeing this, the human Selena and the icy mountain face both withdrew with chilly snorts. Calm down, all of you. That punch seems to belong to someone else. A ball of fire condensed into a fearsome visage, opening its mouth to speak. Moreover, whoever cast that punch must have awoken earlier than the rest of us. Chapter 393. The Art of Realm Divination. Everyone was deeply worried, and silence hung in the air for a long time. The heavenly realm seems to have interfered as well, the ice glacier giant face said. Although only a minor figure came down, it's likely a scout dispatched by the heavenly realm. Everyone nodded. If the heavenly realm were to intervene further, the entire Xinjiang continent would be engulfed in chaos. We need to come up with a plan. At the very least, we should find out who's behind the scenes in Xinjiang before the heavenly realm gets involved. The earth mist giant face gazed intently at everyone and continued. After all, it's clear to us that just from the power of that single punch, none of us can stand against him. That's true, agreed the lava giant face. Regardless of this person's motives, we at least need to know who he is. If we remain clueless, we'll be the first ones to lose. I agree, the ice glacier giant face said. Regardless of our grudges, let's temporarily unite to uncover this person's identity. For a moment, all the giant faces spoke up one after another. Then they simultaneously turned their gazes toward the human Selena, asking, Marlene, what about you? Me? I don't have such grand ambitions. I'm satisfied if I can survive and watch the show, so I won't get involved. The other's expressions darkened. Marlene, do you really think you can stay out of this just because you're human? The ice glacier giant face coldly rebuked. You're right. To last until the end, we need every bit of advantage. More people mean more strength, added the earth mist giant face. However, Marlene remained unmoved. Forget it. Seeing this, the others snarled, we don't need her. With just the four of us, we should suffice. Right? It should be enough. How should we proceed? I suggest we merge our avatars and perform the art of realm divination together to discover this person's true identity, the earth mist giant face proposed. I agree. By merging the power of these avatars, we will match the strength of any of our true forms. Using the art of realm divination, we might not find the person, but we can certainly trace his location, the icy mist giant face said. Hearing this, the others nodded. With that, the giant faces vanished, replaced by a cloud of earth-colored mist, a concentrated flame, a chilling frost, and an undulating water sphere. They intertwined in the clouds, radiating a terrifying aura, creating ripples around them and eventually coalescing into a black mist. The black mist occasionally formed the ice glacier giant face, then shifted to form the lava giant face, its waves continuously changing, appearing extremely eerie. Marlene, one last chance? Do you want to join forces? The black mist formed the earth mist giant face and asked seriously. I told you, I won't get involved, Marlene replied expressionlessly. I also advise you to abandon this plan. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Regret? Ha ha ha. The black mist shifted faces, transmitting laughter from each. Marlene, despite being only a merged avatar of us few, do you realize how powerful we are now? Even if you were your true self, defeating you wouldn't take much effort. The black mist condensed into the earth mist giant's face and transmitted a deep voice. Then you can try, Marlene raised her chin, showing no fear of the threat. Enough. The black mist condensed into the ice glacier giant face. Don't waste time. She doesn't want to join, so be it. She'll regret it later, there's no need to force her. True. The earth mist giant face echoed through the black mist. As the words fell, the black mist suddenly expanded, instantly covering the entire Xinjiang continent. At this moment, countless pieces of information about Xinjiang filled the minds of the few individuals. It's in Dongsheng. A voice emerged from within the black mist. In the next instant, the black mist, which had spread across the entire Xinjiang continent, quickly converged over Dongsheng. The sky above Dongsheng abruptly turned overcast. It feels like it's going to rain again, Mitchell said aloud, standing outside the martial arts academy entrance with Ed, glancing up at the foggy sky. Finishing his words, he hurried inside. While jogging, he mumbled prayers. Buddy, I've forgotten about you for so long. Didn't give you any water, didn't feed you anything. Please don't die on me. Reaching the inner courtyard, a head with two long whiskers stirred. Seeing this, Mitchell finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the snail was still alive. Otherwise, he'd have no idea where to find another like it. Indeed, Mitchell planned to bring this snail to the island as a guardian creature. Though it was just a title, had anyone seen such a large snail? So, regardless of the truth, he could boast all he wanted, as long as it convinced people. Suddenly, Ed glanced at the sky. The snail also looked up slowly. Ababa. Ed muttered. Bulu bulu. The snail responded. Ababa. Bulu bulu. Ababa. Burur. Let me add some more. Ah, Ed hesitated, finally nodding and lowered his gaze from the sky. Translation notes. 1. Names and specific terms were translated directly. 2. Effort was made to maintain the original tone and paragraph structure. 3. Dialogue and narrative flow were adjusted slightly for natural English phrasing while keeping the essence intact. Chapter 394, Minor Matters, seen too many times. At the same moment, dark clouds were sweeping towards Pingjiang City from the sky. The sky over Pingjiang City had become unbearably heavy, turning into a grayish hue. That mysterious person is in this city. Indeed, although we haven't pinpointed the exact location, getting this close is good enough. Our arrival should have been noticed by him as well. I'm sure he'll give us a warm welcome, these far-traveled guests of his. Voices emerged from the black mist. Clearly, the black mist condensed by several giant faces, using the divination technique in concert, had already tracked down to Pingjiang City. And now, Mitchell, who had just returned to the martial arts school's entrance, simply cast a casual glance at the sky that was about to turn into night. For him, this wasn't anything extraordinary, just an eclipse, something he had seen many times in his previous life. He stretched lazily and walked across to the beef noodle shop for some noodles. So he can keep his cool and not come out. Since he doesn't want to show himself, then we will just force you out. A cold voice came from the black mist. Subsequently, the divination technique once again enveloped Pingjiang City. Instantly, large amounts of information from Pingjiang City were sucked into the black mist. Hiss. This city. It looks like we've stumbled upon that mysterious person's lair all at once. Otherwise, how could there be so many strong people in this city? Getting some information about Pingjiang City through divination, even they couldn't help but draw a cold breath, astonished voices emerging. This city's background was indeed too profound. Wait, no. There are several powerful auras. What's going on? How can there be multiple powerful auras? Could it be that there are this many high-level powerhouses in the city? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Right? This level of aura isn't much different from ours. How could such a small city gather so many? It's more likely that this person has released a smokescreen to hide their identity. Right? I agree with that. As the black mist hovered above, quite a few people in Pingjiang City also looked up at the sky. Clearly, this event was unlike anything before. It was definitely not just a petty fight among immortals or Marshall Hudsons. Everyone knew that this black mist didn't come without reason, and it wasn't something ordinary. What should we do? An old Selena asked. Thorn is still leading the mist. Humph, if this person is willing to play turtle and doesn't even have the courage to face us, it shows he isn't as powerful as we imagined. True. If he were really that strong, he would have appeared long ago. Alright, since he's hiding, let's find him out. Everyone, work together to directly locate where he's hiding. Agreed. Everyone quickly responded. Instantly, layers of black mist surged in midair, turning the sky into a dark ocean with rolling waves. As the black ocean suddenly stirred, the joint force of several individuals flowed into Pingjiang City. For a moment, the entire city seemed plunged into hell. Elon, people who had just started eating noodles, their minds slightly at ease, couldn't help but put down their bowls and look towards Mitchell. Elon, it seems more serious. Yes, if we leave him be, will something happen? They asked anxiously. Hey, another dish of peanuts, Mitchell called out to the waiter. After wiping his mouth, he turned to everyone and said, Oh, I've told you already, it's nothing to worry about. It'll be gone soon. He then added to the waiter, Remember, bring me another pot of wine. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the slowly lifted its head. Opening its mouth, it made a slurping sound like eating noodles before lowering its head again and dozing off on the ground. At the same time, the rampant black mist above Pingjiang City was suddenly tugged by a mysterious force. What's happening? What kind of power is this? Help me, quick. Before they could react, everyone was engulfed by that force, like small boats in a storm, powerless, leaving only intermittent cries until they were completely extinguished. What? In the area left behind, only a clump of earth remained. The enormous face made of earth looked at the lifeless surroundings and cried out in terror, noticing the terrifying pulling force enveloping him too. So terrifying. This is that person's strength? The voice of the earth clump was filled with panic and immediately reacted by discarding most of its body, leaving behind an almost undetectable speck of dust, which fled back to the void. It may seem like a long story, but in reality, all this happened in an instant. So the previously gray sky instantly cleared up again. See? Didn't I say? Mitchell looked up at the sky and couldn't help but say to the others, Elon, you truly live up to your reputation. You are so accurate. Voices came sincerely. They sensed the power emerging from the martial arts school, instantly crushing the black mist. So Thorn had already prepared. No, losing a few clones isn't significant. It merely means waiting longer. Who laughs last remains to be seen. From across the continent, only faint voices were heard before they faded into silence. Immediately afterward, the whole Shindu continent returned to peace as if nothing had ever happened. Half a year passed swiftly. The island, under bustling construction, had now been fully established. From the entrance, a huge mountain gate stood prominently, flanked by two peculiar stone statues. Entering the gate led to a large training ground filled with wooden dummies and mannequins made by Mitchell. In the center, there was a round platform where Mitchell intended to place a dragon statue, a creature no one here had ever seen. With his carving skills, it would surely astonish anyone. However, the space currently remained empty because the two old men tasked with finding materials hadn't returned yet. Past the training ground, the planned structures began, including the library. To enrich it, Mitchell spent months transcribing classics like the Vajra Sutra and Shan Hai Jing, adding inspirational quotes and maxims. Sometimes running out of ideas, he even included obscure phrases from his previous era, like, "The words that hurt you were all lies from me." This sentence seems to be a stylized or intentionally obfuscated version of a phrase. For natural English, it has been translated directly for clarity. If you want to keep a similar obfuscated style, please let me know, and I can adjust accordingly. Or, write your name in the smoke, inhale it into my lungs. This appears to be a creative and stylized phrase, possibly intended to express deep affection or remembrance. The original text uses unconventional characters and symbols, so this translation aims to capture the essence of the sentiment in natural English. Whether useful or not didn't matter. What mattered was their enigmatic nature to bewilder visitors. Despite spending most of the 6 months on this, the library still felt bare, so Mitchell had to bring in his personal collection to fill the corners and make it appear fuller. Next was the armory, straightforward with weapons he had forged. Swords, spears, daggers, everything imaginable, and many inscribed with famous names such as the Excalibur sword, Dragon Slayer blade, Crimson Blood sword, Green Dragon Crescent blade, and so on. Then came the martial arts pavilion, easily managed. Mitchell recreated various ancient combat forms from his former life, Tai Burke, Bagua, Praying Mantis, Wing Chun, and others, to line the shelves. Lastly, the entertainment area. Though unconventional for a sect, Mitchell believed balance was essential. Inspired by break rooms and corporate offices, he provided chessboards, musical instruments, and even a ping-pong table, along with plants in shallow waterside areas, perfect for leisurely activity, and couldn't help but say, the speed isn't bad. It's almost like a little electric scooter. The key is that it's amphibious. Aside from being a bit uncomfortable to sit on, it's actually quite practical. This time, he was heading to Pingjiang City again to find Brooks and inquire about the qualifications for founding a sect. Upon arriving at the city gate, Mitchell promptly put slowly away. After all, it was best not to draw attention with such an unusual creature. Just as luck would have it, Mitchell ran into Brooks right at the entrance of Pingjiang City. Greetings, Kobe. Brooks greeted him respectfully. He was visibly excited to see Mitchell and quickly bowed. Don't be so formal, old man. I came here to ask you something. Mitchell patted Brooks's shoulder and pulled him aside, whispering, Old man, what exactly did you say about the qualifications for founding a sect? Kobe, to maintain the balance of power on the continent and reduce chaos, each region has an organization composed of major sections. To found a sect, one must obtain permission from this organization, Brooks patiently explained. Actually, obtaining this permission is straightforward. Either the founder must possess at least a martial artist cultivation level, or have had a minimum position of disciple in another sect. Mitchell furrowed his brow. For cultivators, this was indeed simple, but for him, it seemed impossible. Scratching his chin, he couldn't help but ask another question. Right, if someone establishes a sect without the proper qualifications, what are the consequences? Therefore, it was clear why Brooks was there, to look for work. Moreover, knowing Brooks was poor and had to support his niece's cultivation, Mitchell deduced the situation accurately. Yet, Brooks was too proud to admit his struggles, fearing Mitchell might look down on him, which explained his hesitant demeanor. Life was truly difficult for those in poverty. Thinking this, Mitchell patted Brooks's shoulder reassuringly and whispered, Old man, don't feel ashamed. I understand these things. You understand, Kobe? Brooks shuddered, wiping the sweat from his brow. How could Kobe know about this? Of course I do, Mitchell said, sighing. Then, with a cautionary tone, he added, but this kind of job can harm your health, especially for someone your age. Can you really handle it? Indeed, Mitchell had a point. Manual labor could wreak havoc on one's health, particularly for someone as gagely as Brooks. Brooks's face flushed red as he lowered his head sharply, looking embarrassed. The scene described here captures a poignant moment between Mitchell and Brooks, highlighting both humor and the challenges faced by less fortunate individuals in this world. Chapter 397. A familiar voice. It seems that Elon's abilities have truly reached a godlike realm, having a perfect understanding of everything. But at the same time, he was worried. Would Elon be displeased with me because continent? Zhongzhou, Beihai. Mitchell tapped the map, focusing his gaze on these two areas. He had thought it over. If he wanted to encounter a sect that would take him in, he needed to go to a larger place with more sects. Unfortunately, the map was crudely made, without any scale. Thus, Mitchell had no idea how far away these places were. But it must be tens of thousands of miles, right? Mitchell muttered to himself. Yet even such a vast distance did not dampen his spirits. At least now he had a mount that could run at 40 to 50 miles per hour, covering 300 to 400 kilometers a day. He could reach there in a month or so. After all, this involved his cultivation. Deciding on this plan, Mitchell prepared to set off in a few days. Just then, Brooks came from outside. Elon, Miss Angelina requests an audience. What do you think? Brooks asked. Mozahin? Mitchell's eyes brightened. He had been planning to ask this Selena about that nocturne, but she had come by herself. Thus, he quickly stood up and said, bring her to the island immediately. Yes, Elon. Brooks withdrew but hesitated as if remembering something. He turned back and said to Mitchell, by the way, Elon, Miss Mozahin is dressed strangely today. Dressed strangely? Mitchell frowned, puzzled by Brooks's statement, and asked, how strange exactly? Well, yeah. Brooks touched his leg, trying to describe it but failing. Finally, he concluded, I've never seen anyone dressed like that, but I personally think she looks quite good. That's enough. Stop describing. Just bring her here, and I'll see for myself. Mitchell waved his hand impatiently. Yes, Elon. Brooks hurriedly left. Soon after, Mitchell heard a sound coming from outside. Ha ha ha. The sound made Mitchell's eyelids twitch. Why did this voice seem so familiar? Translation provided as per instructions. Please review for any necessary adjustments. Chapter 398. The Mysterious Woman. The sound grew closer and increasingly melodious. Mitchell, who found the voice increasingly familiar, stood up involuntarily and directed his gaze toward the door. Together with the continuous sound, Brooks finally brought Mina into Mitchell's sight. Damn! Seeing Mina, Mitchell couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his eyes glued to her, nearly popping out. At this moment, he finally understood what Brooks meant by Mina's strange attire and what those clacking sounds were. Because Mina was wearing a red one-piece bodycon dress, precisely the type of one-piece dress that only existed in Mitchell's previous life. And the familiar sound came from the high heels she wore. This scene directly dumbfounded Mitchell as he examined Mina from top to bottom. Her shoulders exposed, her beautiful collarbone emphasized sensuality, and paired with her tall stature, the tight bodycon dress accentuated her tantalizing figure. Where it should be protruding, it protruded. Where it should be curvy, it curved, fully exuding the aura of a goddess. Of course, what left Mitchell speechless wasn't just Mina's beauty. It was the immense impact of this outfit on him, making his hands tremble uncontrollably. He hadn't seen such an outfit for 20 whole years. Almost instantly, it transported Mitchell back to endless memories. Don't you want to invite me to sit? Suddenly, Mina chuckled softly, her voice pleasant. Mitchell hurriedly pulled over a stool for Mina. Meanwhile, Brooks tactfully stepped aside. Watching Mina take her seat, Mitchell's gaze still lingered on her attire. He wiped his eyes and secretly pinched himself, fearing that everything he saw was an illusion. I know you have many questions for me, Mina said, not mincing words. She lifted the teapot on the table, pouring tea for both of them while slowly speaking, but I'm not who you think I am. What do you mean? Mitchell quickly asked. Exactly what you're thinking. Mina looked at Mitchell, her voice serious. Why are you? Mitchell gazed at her attire. This is a long story, Mina said meaningfully, but I'm definitely not what you call a time traveler. For some reason, the three words time traveler were enunciated particularly heavily by Mina. Then have you met any time travelers? Mitchell asked urgently. Mina smiled. With that, she smiled lightly, gave Mitchell one last serious look, and walked out the door. Staring at the departing Mina, Mitchell wondered if it was an illusion, or whether that last look held regret. Realizing this, Mitchell hurriedly chased after her. He had too many questions, not to mention the unexpected kiss, which confused him even more. He needed to understand what was happening. However, when Mitchell caught up a moment later, there was no sign of Mina. He searched all the way to the lake shore but still couldn't find her. Leaving so quickly? Mitchell shook his head. That night, Mitchell didn't sleep at all. Today is April 5th. Take care of yourself? Missing him and kissing him? These thoughts kept popping into his mind along with her puzzling actions. Wait a minute. April 5th? Mitchell abruptly sat up in bed, eyes wide open. He suddenly remembered that the day he had traveled through time was April 5th, and today was exactly 20 years since he arrived. So, what did her words mean? Coincidence or deliberate? It was deeply unsettling. Just before dawn, while it was still dim, Mitchell rode out on Mama to find Mina. He had to clear up these questions. Upon arriving at Pingjiang City, Mitchell immediately inquired about Mina's whereabouts from the locals. As a famous courtesan, Mina was very well known in Pingjiang City, and Mitchell expected a stern face, bowing low. If you dare, why aren't you speaking up? Under Mitchell's stern command, they spoke up hastily. Elon, we're not hiding anything. It's true there's no such person. That's right, sir. Who played the piano at the meal? You were the one playing for us. Indeed, sir. We're not lying. Seeing their faces and hearing their words, Mitchell was thrown into confusion. Mitchell turned his gaze sharply towards Brooks and asked in a grave voice, Old man, you must know about the Selena who came to see me yesterday, the one dressed oddly. Elon, no Selena came to see you, Brooks said with a troubled expression. You're not lying to me? Mitchell asked solemnly. Really no one? Brooks hastened to say. Hearing this, Mitchell couldn't help but take a step back. This was too eerie. Everyone denied knowing this Selena, even Brooks, who had brought her here yesterday, had no memory of her. So who did he meet yesterday? Was it a ghost? Mitchell felt a chill run down his spine. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became. If everyone insisted there was no such person, and even Brooks had no recollection, then what happened yesterday? Could it have all been an illusion? Or was it something more sinister? He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He needed answers, but where could he find them? The more he pondered, the more unsettling the situation became. The mysterious Selena, her undoing. After all, he had already experienced the utterly unbelievable event of being transported to another world and the fusion with the system. Thus, he could handle such strange occurrences. Moreover, he felt that Kimberly's appearance was specifically directed at him, as if trying to tell him something, warn him about something. Suddenly, Mitchell felt as if a thick mist had enveloped him. Sitting there, another day passed without any breakthrough. However, what slightly comforted Mitchell was recalling the entire interaction with Kimberly. She seemed to have no ill intentions toward him. Forget it. Anyway, I'm just a layabout. As long as they don't kill me, things will eventually become clear when the time comes. With a slap on his thigh, Mitchell got up, ate 3 bowls of rice, and stopped worrying about these matters. After dinner, Mitchell called Harmon, Brooks, and other responsible island leaders for a meeting. In the coming days, I'll be away, unsure of how long it will take, but ensure all island affairs are well arranged, Mitchell explained seriously. Yes, sir, we'll get it done. Everyone nodded hurriedly. Trusting them, Mitchell glanced over and focused on Harmon. I have a significant task for you. Mitchell continued, while I'm away, enrich the wild animals behind the mountain. At least develop to 100. Mitchell raised a finger and gave a number. The reason for this instruction was because Mitchell found that Harmon wasn't entirely useless. At least, he managed the demon beasts on the hill well, even having a bear and centipede following him around all day. A true beast tamer. Remember, try to make sure the 100 animals are unique, no low quality or common ones. Preferably find rare ones, understood? Rare, understood. Harmon nodded. Satisfied, Mitchell smirked, saying grandly, if you do a good job, I'll give you a major reward when I return. Harmon's spirits lifted, looking up at Mitchell. 10 gold coins as a reward. Instantly deflated, Harmon silently moved to the corner, drawing circles. Mitchell ignored him, focusing on another gauge. Old Mark, you also have a task. Mitchell addressed the boatman, saying, since you're knowledgeable, help me gather some books and expand the library. Which type of books does Kobe need? Old Mark asked. Mitchell rubbed his chin, explaining, obscure, difficult to understand, not seen by ordinary people, in short, rare, yet insightful once deciphered. Rare. Insightful. Old Mark pondered, nodding seriously. Rest assured, Kobe, I'll do my best. All right, I'm leaving. Mitchell smiled. The next morning, Mitchell set out riding Mau Mau. Before leaving, he glanced back at the eye. Oh, ma'am. The man was firm. Your safety is paramount. Hearing this, Raquel glanced afar, sighing lightly. She understood the meaning of being an awakener, knowing many things would no longer be within her control. Thus, she wanted to see two more people. One, the author of Dream of Red Mansions. The other, an ordinary person. Ridiculous as it may sound, she'd only met him twice, barely qualifying as acquaintances. But somehow, Raquel desired to see him again. Her wish to remove the array was partly hoping this gentle and eloquent ordinary person might visit again, as she doubted they'd cross paths after her awakening. However, it now seemed impossible. Even with her rising strength as an awakener, she couldn't fathom the four men's power. So how could an ordinary person ever find her? Miss. At that moment, Millicent ran barefoot into the courtyard, panic-stricken. What's the urgency? Raquel frowned, asking sternly. It's Mr. E, the chicken leg roaster. He's come, Millicent panted, pointing outside the door. What? Upon hearing Millicent, Raquel, who was already troubled, was startled, swiftly standing up. Chapter 400. Sending you a flower. How is this possible? Raquel was utterly incredulous. This place was clearly not reconfigured with advanced formations by them. So how did Mitchell, an ordinary mortal, find his way here? This both delighted and surprised her. She hurriedly said, Quinny, go quickly to welcome Kobe E. With that, Raquel, her face brimming with surprise, dragged her long gown and jogged toward the door. The four men, upon hearing that someone had found their way here, also wore looks of disbelief. What's going on? Albin asked sternly, his eyes fixed on the others. Speak. Was there any negligence during the setup of the formation? Elon, we indeed set up the formation as you instructed, and to ensure there were no issues, we inspected it thoroughly from beginning to end, the subordinates explained hurriedly, lowering their heads. Clearly, they were equally baffled by the sudden visitor. The leading man frowned deeply. After pondering for a moment, he said, let's go. I want to see who this person is and check if there are any problems with the array's core outside. Yes, they replied in unison, hurrying after Raquel. Raquel had already reached the entrance, dragging her gown. The figure in white, clean-cut, gentle, and courteous, once again appeared before her eyes. This triggered many memories, especially that time when she couldn't resist sleeping in the round me to give miss by this flower, symbolizing eternal youth and wishing for a life as brilliant as this bloom, Mitchell said gently, smiling. Finishing, he applied slight pressure to the stem. Seeing this, Albin's expression changed drastically. He extended his palm to stop Mitchell. However, as he moved, he heard a slight snap. A thin branch broke, and the flower was now in Mitchell's hand, being offered to Raquel. Raquel blushed deeply at the sight of the flower in Mitchell's hand. It was the first time a man had ever given her a flower. For some reason, her heart raced abnormally fast. What did Kobe mean by giving her this flower? She wondered. Does Miss Bai dislike it? Mitchell asked softly. Not at all. Raquel responded hurriedly. I love the flower Kobe gave me. She accepted it with both hands, her nose almost touching it, savoring its fragrance. Seeing this, Mitchell smiled. Honestly, having disturbed them so many times without bringing gifts felt quite remiss. So, he had to think quickly and picked this small flower to give. Indeed, girls usually can't resist flowers. However, watching the interaction, the nearby men were seething with anger, their fury nearly bursting out through their eyes. Their hearts bled inside. Setting up the entire formation centered on this core, who knew the cost they paid. Now this damned mortal dared to pull it down. Unforgivable. You little brat, did you come to cause trouble? Die! Albin roared, flipping his palm and delivering a powerful strike toward Mitchell. Chapter 401. This farewell is eternal. What are you doing? Upon seeing this, Raquel's face changed. She stood in front of Mitchell and questioned the man about to attack. Miss Bai, please step aside. Today, I swear to take his life. The leading man glared angrily at Mitchell and was about to continue his attack with an icy voice. Fortunately, he was stopped by Raquel once again. Protector Gillislan, what right do you have to attack my friend? I need an explanation, Raquel said firmly, protecting Mitchell behind her as her rosy face turned cold. Miss Bai, you are confused. Gillislan shouted. Have you ever thought about how he found this place? Humph, shouldn't that be something I ask you? Raquel retorted with a cold smile. Then she turned her head to look at Mitchell behind her and whispered, Thorn, please go into the house and wait for a moment. I will handle this and give you an explanation. Okay. Mitchell glanced at these men and agreed for the moment. He wasn't actually afraid of them. When they were about to attack, he had already checked with his system and knew they were no match for him. However, he was worried that if Gillislan were Raquel's lover or something, it would be understandable for him to be upset over him giving flowers to Raquel. So, Mitchell decided to temporarily withdraw. After Mitchell left, Raquel turned to Gillislan and said coldly, Protector Gillis, initially, you assured us that no one could find this place because of the formation. Is this the strength of your formation? Gillislan looked awkward. He had indeed claimed before that unless someone had reached the immortal level, it was impossible for anyone to find this place. After all, after the formation was activated, it was surrounded by illusions and traps, and only a specific method could allow entry. But unexpectedly, just after saying so, they were slapped in the face by a mere mortal. What made him even angrier was that he couldn't find out what the problem was and thus couldn't provide an explanation to Raquel. There's no need for an explanation anymore. In fact, I'm quite grateful there was a flaw in your formation. Otherwise, Thorn might not have found me, Raquel said coldly. However, your formation having flaws is your issue, not a reason to blame Thorn. He did nothing wrong as my friend trying to find me. Miss Bai, I admit our formation may have some vulnerabilities, but that's not why I attacked him. Gillis Lon explained. Then why? Why? It's because. Gillis Lon stared at the petals in Raquel's hand, becoming increasingly furious and gritted his teeth. It's because this bastard destroyed our carefully arranged array upon arrival. Raquel was taken aback and asked in disbelief. When did he destroy the array? Humph, the flower in your hand. Gillis Lon replied rudely. Raquel widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at the petals in her hand. This was the array? It must be a misunderstanding, Raquel responded with confusion. You saw it yourself. Thorn picked the flower casually, not intending to damage the array. How about giving the flower back to you? Raquel held out the petals towards Gillis Lon hesitantly. Gillis Lon's facial muscles twitched. He couldn't help but think sarcastically that since it was already picked, it was useless now. Fine, we will forgive him this time for Miss Bai's sake, Gillis Lon said sternly. But in the future, please cooperate with us, Miss Bai. Thank you, Protector Gillis, for being merciful. Raquel sighed in relief and thanked him. If things got serious, even as an awakened one, she wasn't a match for Gillis Lon. Gillis Lon waved at his subordinates and left with folded hands. As he passed by Raquel, seeing her smelling the flower again, he couldn't tolerate it any longer. He snatched the petals from her hand, threw them on the ground, and trampled them repeatedly, then left feeling vindicated while leaving Raquel stunned. Miss Bai, how did it go? Seeing Raquel return, Mitchell quickly stood up and asked. Don't worry, Thorn, it was just a misunderstanding. Raquel, can I listen to Thorn's heavenly voice again? No. Mitchell continued packing his things as he replied. Raquel's body trembled slightly. She was actually refused? However, hadn't she been rejected before? Why? She couldn't resist asking. Because I mentioned I have to leave tomorrow, Mitchell continued. But, before she could say more, Mitchell, having finished organizing the bedding, interrupted her and laughed. Miss Bai, there's always a next time. You can leave now while I bathe, please? Sure. Raquel stepped out of the room, her steps lingering with worry. She couldn't express her emotions toward Mitchell. Was it infatuation? It seemed not quite enough. A soulmate? Perhaps, but maybe not. Regardless, she was clear that she wouldn't be coming back to this place once her inner power awakened. They wouldn't meet again once their worlds diverged. This was why she had boldly requested a night-long conversation with Mitchell, because this farewell was eternal. Yet, she couldn't tell him that, so she walked out of the room dispiritedly. Chapter 402, A Vast Altar. After taking a bath, Mitchell lay down straight away. That night, he slept very comfortably. In his dreams, he smoothly arrived in Central Continent and met a blind sect that recruited him as a disciple. After returning to Pingjiang City, he easily obtained the qualifications to establish a sect, completed the system's tasks, and embarked on the path of cultivation from then on. He could manipulate the clouds and rain, move mountains and seas, and spent time with stunning beauties. At dawn, Mitchell packed up his things and set off. However, just as he was about to say goodbye to Raquel after pushing the door open, he found an elegant figure standing quietly there, gazing into the distance without moving. Seemingly hearing a sound, she shifted her gaze over and revealed that delicate face. It was indeed Raquel. Are you leaving so soon, young master? Raquel asked softly. Yes, Miss Bai. You got up so early too. Mitchell smiled, but as he approached, noticing the crystal-clear dewdrops on Raquel's beautiful hair, shimmering like diamonds, he immediately exclaimed, Miss Bai, did you not sleep all night? Raquel smiled but didn't explain. Instead, she raised her expectant gaze and asked, Young master, won't you stay a few more days? No, I really have something to attend to, Mitchell replied with a smile. Raquel was silent for a long while before nodding. Let me see you off. The two walked side by side towards the door. On the way, apart from some brief pleasantries, they didn't exchange much conversation. Finally, Mitchell stopped, softly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Bai. Please return now. I will visit you again if I have time next time. Raquel pursed her red lips, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent, only nodding. Mitchell left. Raquel stood still, watching his back until he vanished from sight, then returned to the courtyard. Though parting was saddening, Mitchell's visit had fulfilled one of her pre-awakening wishes. Not bad at all. At the courtyard entrance, Gillis Lon and others were waiting for her. Protector Gillis Lon, I will focus on my cultivation from now on and try to awaken as soon as possible, said Raquel expressionlessly. With that, Raquel sat beside the waterfall, quickly entering a state of deep meditation. Come here, all of you. Looking at Raquel once, Gillis Lon waved her hand. We are here. Several subordinates bowed their heads. You should hurry and prepare. Immediately reconfigure the array. Gillis Lon ordered. To avoid similar issues, I'll oversee this layout personally this time. The subordinate's eyes lit up, hurriedly responding. If you're supervising it personally, the array must be foolproof. Naturally. Otherwise, would I let an ordinary mortal walk in just like you fools? Gillis Lon snorted, then went to prepare for setting up the array. Mitchell continued traveling westward after leaving. Since he was in East Shang, Central Continent was directly west. At this moment, a thick layer of clouds covered the sky of East Shang, their color golden like they were plated in gold. Most people paid no heed to these golden clouds, but many places across Xinjiang continent couldn't remain calm. It's the calamity of witch and beast. The calamity has descended. This continent is about to enter tumultuous times. Countless ancient monsters have awakened, and the emergence of the last era's witch and beast calamity is also unexpected. The appearance of such celestial treasures might cause another great scramble. Judging from the unusual phenomenon, it should be happening in East Shang. In the Black Sea, towering waves rose up. Molten lava surged fiercely. Icebergs roared, cracking layer by layer. Countless other areas also showed extraordinary commotion. Go, bring the calamity of witch and beast to me. Whatever the cost, The calamity of witch and beast must fall into my hands. The calamity of witch and beast cannot end up with others. Whoever gets it can gain the upper hand, and I must seize it. Remember, the calamity of witch and beast was a sacred artifact of the witch and beast race from the previous era, usually enshrined in an altar. Go to Yishang, find the altar, and retrieve it from there. Instantly, countless orders issued forth from hidden places. Numerous forces and experts converged on Yishang from all corners of Xinjiang continent. An earthquake? Walking through the mountains, Mitchell felt a tremor as if the earth was shaking. But it came and went quickly. Slightly puzzled, Mitchell didn't pay much attention and continued walking. Time passed swiftly. Mitchell kept traversing the jungle. Suddenly, Mitchell noticed the view ahead becoming increasingly open. What a vast altar! Chapter 403. The Witch Beast Divine Creature. Looking at the massive ancient bronze altar ahead, Mitchell couldn't help but be startled. Driven by curiosity, he quickened his pace towards it. As soon as he stepped onto the altar, it felt as though he had passed through something invisible, but he didn't pay much attention and started inspecting the place casually. Around the altar stood 8 colossal pillars, each carved with bizarre patterns that instilled awe. Unable to decipher these patterns, Mitchell turned his gaze to the ground. He saw a circular emblem-like symbol drawn in the center of the altar, and right in its heart lay a brick-sized button. What is this thing? Acting on instinct, Mitchell stomped on it, causing the button to sink into the surface. A secret compartment appeared in its place. Inside the compartment was an antique wooden box. Could I have found treasure? Mitchell's excitement surged, and he opened the box immediately. Roar! An incorporeal howl accompanied the emergence of a snow-white beast from the box, shrouded in a white mist. Which beast divine object? How dare a human touch it? The beast immediately unleashed its cavernous maw towards Mitchell. At this moment, the space behind Mitchell turned into a black hole. This beast was a guardian spirit for the witch artifact. Although just a soul, it possessed immense power. Cough, cough. So much dust. Squinting, Mitchell coughed a couple of times, then glanced at the box while waving a hand at it. Instantly, the guardian spirit widened its eyes in disbelief. My body, actually? Before it could finish speaking, it transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. The witch beast guardian died. After some time, Mitchell directed his attention back to the box. Inside lay a blood-red bead, about the size of a goose egg, radiating a bewitching beauty. What kind of bead is this? Picking it up and tapping it, he examined it thoroughly before feeling disappointed. I thought it might be something good, but it's just a lousy bead, pretty but apparently useless. He pouted. Then again, who would put valuables in such an out-of-the-way place? Though he said so, he still picked up the bead and stored it away. Just as he was preparing to get up, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Damn. Stomach ache. Cursing aloud, Mitchell tried recalling where the money bag could have fallen. It seems like I left it with Juanita. I took a bath there. Yes, it must be. Recalling he had left a day ago, Mitchell hesitated. What should he do? Go back and fetch it? However, he doubted Raquel's companions would return it if they found it. After contemplating this, Mitchell wasted no more time, jumping on Curtis and heading straight for Raquel's residence. One day later, Mitchell finally returned to the foot of Raquel's mountain. After dismissing Curtis, he started climbing. After days of labor, the people on the mountain finally showed satisfied smiles. Miss Bai, the formation has been successfully reconfigured, Gillis Lawn reported to Raquel. You may now focus on your seclusion until you awaken. Opening her beautiful eyes, Raquel glanced at him. Seeing this, Gillis Lawn added confidently, rest assured, Miss Bai, I personally supervise the setup of this formation. It won't fail as last time did. Unless a celestial descends from the heavens, no one will find us here. Chapter 404, A Woman's Clothes. Just as he finished speaking, a knock came from outside the door. This unexpected knock instantly turned the courtyard deathly silent. Even the sound of falling leaves became clear and distinct. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Who could be knocking at this moment? As everyone wondered, the knock sounded again, accompanied by a voice. Miss Bai, can you hear me? Are you there? This voice rang out like thunder. Repeat offense. At that moment, Gillis Lawn nearly spat out blood. Why? Why could this detestable fellow breach his defenses so easily, again and again? Roaring inwardly, Gillis Lawn wanted to grab Mitchell and interrogate him. Just then, Raquel shot him a warning glance. Her voice echoed in Gillis Land's mind. Protector Gillis, if Kobe has managed to come here twice, I think you should reflect on your own shortcomings rather than questioning him. In any case, I want you to know that Kobe is my friend. I absolutely forbid you from harming him. If anything happens to him, I will refuse to cooperate with you. Her words were firm and forceful. Gillis Land's face turned uglier still. You. He wanted to argue but recalled his earlier boasting and subsequent humiliation, making him lose the nerve to face Raquel. All he could do was let out a heavy sigh and angrily fling his sleeves aside. Kobe, why have you returned? After Gillis Lawn left, Raquel couldn't help but ask Mitchell, did you finish what you needed to do? The matter isn't resolved. I came back because I believe I dropped my money pouch here. Mitchell gave an apologetic smile and jogged toward the guest room. Did you drop your money pouch? Raquel nodded, about to follow Mitchell. Suddenly, she remembered something, halting mid-step, her face turning pale. Without another word, she rushed to block Mitchell's path. Kobe, there's no need to rush. How can I not be in a hurry? That's hundreds of gold coins. Mitchell bypassed Raquel and continued toward the guest room. Raquel seemed to hide a secret, blocking Mitchell again. It's unlikely you dropped it in this room. Why don't you check other places first? If it's not in this room, it certainly won't be anywhere else, Mitchell replied, sidestepping her once more, pushing open the door and entering the room. At that moment, Raquel's complexion drained of all color. She could only follow Mitchell to the bed. Meanwhile, she silently prayed, please don't let it be discovered. Strange, when I left, I remember tidying up the bed. Mitchell looked puzzled. Raquel gulped, forcing a smile. awkwardly explaining, perhaps Kobe misremembered. Oh. Mitchell scratched his head, not giving it much thought, and began searching the bed. Seeing this, Raquel patted her ample chest, relieved. However, before she could fully exhale, Mitchell felt something beneath the blanket while searching for his money pouch. Pulling it out, it was a black set of women's pajamas. The fabric seemed expensive, soft and smooth to the touch, but very thin, slightly sheer. Even holding it in his hands, he could smell a faint, sweet fragrance. Why are there women's clothes on the bed? Mitchell held the pajamas, looking at Raquel with a puzzled expression. Raquel stood rooted to the spot, her pretty face flushing red down to her neck, her hands clenched white, her lips biting tightly, nearly drawing blood. She wished there was a hole to crawl into, berating herself for forgetting to put away the pajamas she changed out of last night. What would Kobe think if he realized she had secretly slept in his bed after he left? Oh Raquel, how could you be so foolish? What should she do? What should she do? This was embarrassing. Chapter 405. This time it was also an accident. Raquel felt uneasy under Mitchell's gaze, her face flushing and paling alternately. Mitchell asked again. This? Kobe, it seems like. Raquel was at a loss for words, fumbling with what to say. Miss, have you heard that Kobe has returned? At that moment, Quinny's voice came from outside the door, followed by her entrance. Seeing Mitchell really there, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, Kobe, you've really come back, that's great." Seeing Quinny suddenly burst in, Raquel's beautiful eyes brightened as if seeing a savior. She quickly said, Kobe, I'm so sorry. After you left, Quinny slept on your bed, and these pajamas must have been left by her. As she spoke, Raquel snatched the black pajamas and shoved them into Quinny's hands. Holding the pajamas thrust at her, Quinny gasped, opening her mouth to shout, "Miss, why are you talking nonsense? How could these be my pajamas? They're clearly..." Before she could finish speaking, Raquel pushed Quinny away with one swift motion, tossing her out of the room. Quinny? Mitchell turned his head back, puzzled to find Quinny had suddenly disappeared. She ran away, Raquel explained awkwardly, probably because she was embarrassed and afraid Kobe would mock her. All right. Mitchell shook his head helplessly, continuing to search on the bed. Finally, his eyes lit up. I found it. A heavy money bag was retrieved by Mitchell. Congratulations on finding it, Kobe. Seeing this, Raquel sighed in relief. If Mitchell continued searching, she feared he might find other things she left behind. Soon after, the two slowly approached the door. Kobe, are you leaving already? Raquel asked, somewhat dejected. Yes, I came back just to find this money bag, but it delayed me a lot. I need to get going, Mitchell said, weighing the money bag in his hand. All right. Raquel lifted her chin slightly. She understood that regardless of what happened, they would eventually part ways. It was only a matter of time. Farewell. Mitchell slowly walked down the mountain path. Oh right. Raquel suddenly called out. Yes? Mitchell paused in his steps. Can Kobe give me a gift? A gift? Yes, anything. Raquel looked at Mitchell earnestly, conveying a solemn tone. This might be their final meeting, so she hoped to keep something of Mitchell's as a memento. Perhaps many years later, holding this item would remind her of the interesting mortal she once met in Ziyanmai. Sure. Just don't despise it. Mitchell remembered the red bead he found earlier, took it out of his sleeve, and handed it to Raquel. What a beautiful bead. Raquel examined it lovingly before putting it away. I also want to give Kobe a gift. What would you like, Kobe? That's very kind of you, but I don't need anything at the moment. Thank you. Mitchell declined politely. No, you must accept the gift. Raquel insisted firmly. This isn't appropriate? Mitchell scratched his nose, feeling uncomfortable. Raquel stared at him silently. Seeing her resolve, Mitchell had no choice but to comply. He noticed the wind chime hanging above the door. Could you give me that wind chime as a gift? Mitchell smiled, as it wasn't a valuable item and easy to keep. Without waiting for her response, Mitchell walked over, took down the wind chime, and placed it in his bag. All right, I hope you'll keep it. Raquel couldn't say much, but reminded him gently. Don't worry, I will take good care of it. Farewell. Mitchell bowed respectfully and walked down the mountain path. Hope when Kobe sees this wind chime in the future, you'll remember me, Raquel, Raquel murmured, watching Mitchell leave. Damn it, what is going on? Gillis Lawn sat on a haystack, frustrated. Why does our array keep failing on this kid? Yes, it's bizarre and uncanny. This kid is clearly a mere mortal. But I tested a small demon beast earlier, and the array worked fine. His subordinates nodded in agreement, equally puzzled. Did you deactivate the array just now? Gillis Lawn raised his head and asked one of his subordinates. No, I didn't. The subordinate replied. Gillis Lawn looked around at the others. They all shook their heads. None of you. How did the array deactivate? Gillis Lawn felt an ominous premonition. His eyes widened as he jumped up and rushed to the door. His subordinates followed closely. Reaching the front gate, they looked up at the same spot on the door. Gillis Lawn nearly lost his composure. The wind chime? Gillis Lawn shouted. Raquel turned back, softly asking, is there something wrong, Guardian Gillis? Miss Bai, what happened to the wind chime that was hung here? Gillis Lawn pointed at the door, his hand trembling. Chapter 406. How could it be so severe? Night fell. Mitchell began to feel drowsy and started dozing off on Slowly's back. Before falling asleep, he redirected slowly towards the northern sea. After some contemplation, he figured that while the central continent was a cradle for powerful figures with plenty of opportunities, it also had much higher entry barriers. In contrast, the northern sea region had lower temperatures and was relatively barren, making it more suitable for someone like Mitchell. That night, something unusual occurred on the Xinjiang continent. Ordinary people only noticed dark clouds obscuring the moon and stars, turning the night sky pitch black. However, the experts sensed significant upheaval. They knew that what hovered above wasn't just any cloud but an enormous creature flying through the sky. More accurately, it seemed to be writhing. The exact nature of this entity remained unknown, except that all hidden beings ceased their movements as it passed. The wind howled, startling Mitchell awake from the chill. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Ahead lay an expansive landmass, and behind him, the waves of the ocean. In just one night, where am I? It seems we even crossed the sea, and it's so much colder here. Strange indeed, Mitchell murmured, observing his surroundings. Coincidentally, a fisherman passed by the shore. After inquiring, Mitchell widened his eyes in surprise and excitement. This was the Northern Sea continent. Haha. They say the Northern Sea is far away and mysterious. Turns out it's only a few hundred kilometers. Mitchell laughed, realizing it made sense given the time he slept and slowly speed. Although only a few hundred kilometers distant, the seaside climate made it noticeably colder than East Shung. Fortunately, Mitchell was prepared. He held the flame pearl in his hand to keep warm. First, I should find a city and gather information about the forces in the Northern Sea. Skyward, 7 figures appeared. Cloaked in black robes, they exuded icy coldness. Leading them was a man with piercing hawk-like eyes, a scarred face, and an indifferent expression. His glance landed on a solitary figure walking along the road below, causing a flicker in his gaze. By chance, this glance revealed something extraordinary. His hawk-like eyes fixed on the faintly glowing flame pearl in Mitchell's hand. Flame pearl. It's actually a real flame pearl. Haha, I searched throughout the Northern Sea, even in the Central Continent and West Demon Forest, yet found nothing until now. Truly, after searching in vain, fortune comes effortlessly. He was uncontrollably excited, laughing maniacally. The other 6 also brightened, their eyes filled with eagerness. The 7 locked onto Mitchell's position and advanced collectively, each step covering vast distances. Mitchell, agreed Emery. Let's help him, Emery said. Miss, we shouldn't meddle. We're struggling enough ourselves, Sarah advised. Precisely because we're in peril too. We understand the value of life better. We can't stand by. Emery determinately turned towards Mitchell's direction. Her maid reluctantly followed. Ingram, give you another chance. Hand over the pearl, Albin repeated in a commanding tone, issuing an ultimatum. I said no, Mitchell insisted. The leader's eyes narrowed. This easily squashed mortal dared defy him, thoroughly enraging him. Then die. Raising his hand, he prepared to strike. Stop. A female voice shouted from behind Mitchell. The arriving mistress and maid stood beside him, looking at the clean-cut Mitchell. Realizing he was a non-cultivator, Emery softly reassured. You need not fear. We'll help you. Stepping forward, she lifted her chin and asked the black-robed men, Who are you? And why are you robbing him? The black-robed men glanced at the 2 newcomers with disdain, emitting a formidable aura without replying. This overwhelming presence pushed Emery back, her face paling instantly. Empire-level warrior. An Empire-level warrior, she gasped, her face drained of color. She had merely intended to offer assistance, never expecting to encounter an Empire-level warrior intercepting a mortal. Worse, she felt the intent to kill from the black-robed man when he displayed his power. Heaven has decreed once, and the result was that they were all trash. Knowing this, Mitchell was unbothered by any number of them. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago instead of staying foolishly to await his doom. However, the young girl and her companion immediately froze. The situation wasn't as severe. The leader here was an imperial martial artist. Was this mortal's mind addled with fright, or did he not know how to judge the situation? Seeing the girl's worries ease, Mitchell gently consoled. There's no need to worry, Mississippi. They're just 7 pieces of trash. Even without your help, dealing with them is child's play for me. The 2 women were again stunned by Mitchell's words. He actually called them 7 pieces of trash? For a moment, they looked at Mitchell like he was crazy, envisioning in their minds how tragically he would die under the hands of these 7 people. Oh miss, see what you've done? I told you not to come. He's clearly insane. Now we really might be trapped. Sarah couldn't help but whisper reprimands into the girl's ear. The girl's face was also filled with complicated emotions. An imperial martial artist was already at the peak of the entire immortal river continent. Yet this mortal dared call him trash. It was sheer ignorance. At this point, the black-clothed men had completely lost patience and were thoroughly enraged by Mitchell's words. One of them attacked Mitchell directly. With a swift movement, he closed the distance in an instant, arriving before Mitchell. Flipping his hand, he lunged at Mitchell's neck with a sharp claw, aiming for a fatal strike. So fast. Another imperial martial artist. The 2 girls exclaimed, unable to even make out the movements of the black-clothed man before he reached Mitchell. This terrifying attack scared them witless. They could already predict Mitchell's fate. Such an attack wouldn't spare even them. But then, an unexpected sound came. The 2 girls turned their heads to see Mitchell draw a kitchen knife from his robes and slash at the black-clothed man's neck. The attacker fell dead. What? This scene made the young girl cover her mouth in shock. The reality before her eyes sent her mind into blankness. That black-clothed imperial martial artist was actually killed by this mortal with a single cut? Heaven. What on earth is happening? The girl felt she had lost her ability to think. Meanwhile, the 6 remaining black-clothed men showed looks of disbelief. Their comrade was killed with a single stroke, and they hadn't seen it happen clearly. The leader's eyes narrowed, intensely focusing on Mitchell. A non-cultivator who could kill an imperial martial artist. This was too bizarre. You damn slowpoke. Acting like a dog, trying to kill me? Spit. As they remained frozen in shock, Mitchell spat curses at the corpse on the ground, then raised the knife toward the remaining 6. You 6 bastards, don't stand there dumbfounded. Wanna rob me? Come on, all together now. Mitchell walked toward Mitchell's neck, a deadly strike. So fast. Another imperial martial artist. The 2 young women exclaimed, unable to follow the movements of the black-clothed figure before he reached Mitchell. This terrifying attack made them visibly pale. They could already foresee Mitchell's outcome. Such an attack would leave no room for resistance, even for them. SSSSHH. A sudden sound pierced the air. Turning their heads, they saw Mitchell draw a kitchen knife from his robes and slash it across the black-clothed figure's neck. The man fell dead to the ground. What? This scene made the young Selena gasp, covering her mouth. The sight before her shocked her into a daze. The black-clothed imperial martial artist was actually killed by this mortal with a single slash of a kitchen knife? What was happening? The heavens! How could this be possible? The young Selena felt her mind go blank. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 black-clothed figures showed clear disbelief on their faces. Their companion had been killed with a single strike, and they hadn't even seen how it happened. Especially Albin, who narrowed his eyes intensely, staring hard at Mitchell. This man clearly had no cultivation, yet he had killed his comrade with one stroke. It was too strange. You damn slowpoke, your movements are like a dog pouncing. You think you can kill me? PFT. As they remained in shock, Mitchell cursed at the fallen body, then raised his kitchen knife toward the remaining 6. You 6 scumbags, stop standing there. Wanna rob me? Come on, all at once. Mitchell's provocation fueled their fury. Beyond avenging their comrade, being so underestimated was unbearable. Moreover, the flame pearl in Mitchell's possession was something they must obtain. With overwhelming power, the 6 released their aura, the might of imperial martial artists filling the air. Under this pressure, the servant and her mistress, watching from the side, were pushed back repeatedly by the intense aura. In that instant, one man formed seals with lightning speed, summoning an invisible force behind him, akin to a colossal wave. Another man raised his hand, conjuring a massive palm imprint in the sky, pressing down with overwhelming might. At that moment, the 6 displayed their full prowess, using various techniques. However, a scream rang out. Mitchell slashed down the man forming seals, dispersing his attack. Why do you bother with seals? Did you watch too much Naruto? Such flamboyant actions. With these words, he slashed another black-clothed figure who was forming an attack, cutting him down as well. Chapter 408. You touched me? Do you think that by striking a pose, you're being incredibly tough? With that, one slash after another, the black-clad men didn't even get a chance to use their skills before Mitchell effortlessly slashed them down. Only Albin lay on the ground, barely alive. This scene had already dumbfounded the master and servant standing nearby. Their red lips hung open in shock. From the energy they exuded, it was clear that these 7 were all Marshall Hudsons. Yet, in front of this youth, these 7 Marshall Hudsons showed no resistance at all, killed with just a few slashes. The critical point was, up until now, they still couldn't figure out what level this youth was. You tried to rob me, didn't you? Continue then, you trash. Mitchell placed the cleaver on the neck of Albin, shouting coldly. I'm wrong, spare me please spare me. Sniffle. I shouldn't have robbed you. Feeling the cold light from the cleaver, Albin knelt on the ground, his voice filled with regret. Humph. I thought you were so tough. Weren't you acting all arrogant just now? Mitchell let out a sneer, unable to resist glancing disdainfully to the side. But right at this moment, the eyes of Albin flashed with a ruthless and cold light, suddenly bursting up from the ground. At the same time, as he sprang up, energy surged within him, converging toward his right hand. In an instant, the scene was deathly silent, everyone's breathing subdued. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. You touched me? The words came from Mitchell's mouth as he rubbed his chest. You had to touch me before dying. What a damn last-ditch attack. No real damage but extremely humiliating. With that, Mitchell raised his hand and slapped the black-clad man across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground and stepping on his chest. This sudden turn of events left the master and servant gaping. Touch you? A Marshall Hudson's strike described as touching? How did those words sound so inviting a beating? The black-clad man lying underfoot stared dumbfounded at Mitchell with bloodshot eyes, unprepared for his strongest blow to have absolutely no effect. Who are you? The black-clad man asked, eyes filled with both defiance and fear. What do you think I am? Mitchell sneered, looking at Mitchell. I'm your grandpa. With one swift movement, Mitchell brought down the cleaver, clean and precise. Thus, all 7 black-clad men lost their lives. Really, nowadays anyone dares to rob travelers? Do they really think I'm a pushover? While grumbling, Mitchell wiped the blood off his cleaver and put it away. After cleaning his cleaver, he smoothed out his immaculate long robe, turned to look at the 2 women, and smiled gently. Ladies, there's no need to worry anymore, he said warmly. Hearing this, the master and servant shuddered, hurriedly walking over and kneeling beside Mitchell, bowing respectfully. Greetings, senior. No need for formalities like senior or not. It was just disposing of some trash. Mitchell quickly lifted them up, waving it off casually. The women couldn't help but twitch their lips. Calling Marshall Hudson's trash, it was hard to know what to say, but they couldn't refute it either. Mitchell's words weren't wrong. 7 Marshall Hudsons fell as easily as chopping vegetables. Indeed, they might seem like trash to him, but thank you as well, Mitchell added, acknowledging their assistance despite their timidity. Your intentions were good. The 2 women trembled and replied, Senior is too kind. You don't need our help at all. If anything, we were more of a burden. You 2 are too polite. Though the women spoke the truth, Mitchell didn't want to dampen their spirits for helping. So he joked, your presence gave me courage, especially with beauties around. My power surges. The joke made the 2 women giggle despite their anxiety. They hadn't expected such humor from this powerful figure. His refined appearance contrasted sharply with the horrifying sight of killing 7 Marshall Hudsons moments ago. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Mitchell learned the girl's name was Ruby, and the Selena beside her was her maid, Eloise. By the way, is there a city ahead? Mitchell asked. Yes, senior. A few dozen miles ahead is the city of Guantong, Ruby replied respectfully. As long as there's a city, it's fine. Mitchell nodded with a smile and continued, Missy, no need to call me senior. I'm just a commoner. No need for all the immortal formalities. Calm Commoner? Ruby gaped, looking at Mitchell in disbelief. Am I lying? Do I look like someone with cultivation? Mitchell shrugged and laughed. Ruby bit her lip. Right, commoner. On the surface, he did look like one. She believed it initially. But witnessing him kill 7 Marshall Hudsons, she had to admit, she'd never seen such a commoner. So, Ruby couldn't help laughing. Senior must be joking. If you were a commoner, how could you defeat those 7 so easily? Why can't a commoner handle it? Mitchell chuckled. They were misfits. Not just cultivators can fight. Commoners can do it too. Senior must be kidding. How can a commoner fight against 7 of them? Ruby smiled, thinking Mitchell was just teasing her. Wait, as she finished speaking, something dawned on her. Earlier, Mitchell said a commoner could fight 7? What did he mean? She suddenly remembered that during the fight, Mitchell didn't reveal any aura or use any cultivation techniques. His combat style was entirely that of a commoner. Suck in breath. Realizing this, Ruby sharply drew in a breath, which meant this person, using nothing but commoner skills, killed 7 Marshall Hudsons? Ruby shook her head dejectedly and said, Amerigoella, I've thought it through. I don't plan on leaving. Ah, miss you. Amerigoella's expression changed abruptly as she hurriedly asked, Miss, have you really made up your mind? I have. Ruby nodded solemnly and took off a storage ring, saying, Take this storage ring. It has plenty of cultivation resources inside. Your talent is good. Find a place to hide and cultivate well. What are you talking about, miss? Amerigoella responded unhappily. If you've decided to return, then Amerigoella will definitely return with you. If I'm going to die, it'll be alongside Mississippi. You. Ruby stared at Amerigoella sternly. Amerigoella didn't back down an inch, full of determination. Fine, fine. Seeing Amerigoella's resolve, Ruby sighed. Her tall figure leaped into the air, flying back toward their origin point with Amerigoella following closely behind. Phew. Finally arrived. Mitchell looked at the city sprawled before him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This trip had certainly been an eye-opener. Perhaps this area only had this single city because Guantang City was much larger than any city he had seen in Dongsheng. The city loomed ahead majestically like a mighty lion, grand and filled with a sense of history. According to records, the spirit energy in ancient Xinjiang continent was abundant. At that time, all sorts of talented individuals emerged constantly. Every 10 years, sects that were not short of geniuses would admit disciples. Therefore, those who had slightly inferior talent would break their heads trying to get into the sects. However, due to the influence of some heavenly upheavals, the spirit energy in Xinjiang continent became very sparse, leading to a decreasing proportion of cultivators among the population. This way, originally abundant sects became very scarce for disciples. Many small sects would even fight over mediocre talented disciples. After all, for sects, population was the foundation of their strength. Historically, there were also cases of people with ordinary innate talent becoming remarkable due to various opportunities and efforts. So, in today's world, as long as you have the root bone for cultivation, you won't have to worry about entering a sect. Of course, large sects still required significantly higher standards, at least a certain level of cultivation and talent to enter. However, once these standards were met, the disciples would also attract the attention of large sects. Coincidentally, Mitchell encountered a significant event in Guantang City today. The big shots from several major sects in Beihai had come to discuss matters in Guantang City. Due to the decreasing number of talents in recent years, go on. He waved his hand. No test? Mitchell asked in confusion. No need for testing. I can tell at first glance that you lack talent, the man said impatiently. Hurry up, don't delay the next person. Don't go yet. Mitchell felt anxious. He had waited in such a long queue, and he wasn't ready to give up so easily. What if he did pass the test? Biting his lip, he placed a heavy bag on the table. The thin man's eyes lit up as he looked at the money bag. Though he was only a martial artist, within the sect, his status was average, so money was still useful to him. It could buy some low-level cultivation resources. Moreover, he had been sitting there for half a day without seeing anyone promising, and now he was tempted. Come with me. He quietly put away the money bag and led Mitchell aside. This is the talent detection stone. Place your hand on it. No reaction means you lack cultivation talent. If it glows, you have cultivation talent, and the brighter the light, the stronger the talent. He introduced the process to Mitchell. All right. Mitchell walked to the talent stone and lifted his palm slightly before gently placing it down. Crack. As his palm touched the stone, it suddenly cracked. Damn. Upon seeing this, Mitchell cursed inwardly. This wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred, and he hadn't expected the talent stone to crack again. There wasn't even a trace of light. The thin man frowned slightly and muttered, How fragile is this talent stone? It's already damaged so quickly? He picked up the remnants and replaced the stone with a new one. He had no suspicion that Mitchell's presence caused the stone to crack. After all, talent stones had a lifespan, and cracking was common, albeit unusually quick this time. So what now? Mitchell couldn't help but ask. Young man, forget it. Being a mortal isn't bad. Since Mitchell had brought him the only payoff, the man's attitude toward Mitchell improved slightly as he consoled him softly. Suddenly, another money bag dropped at his feet. The thin man glared at Mitchell and firmly stated, Dead is dead. Don't try this, I won't agree. However, as soon as he spoke, another money bag landed at his feet. Impossible is impossible. If we get caught, neither of us will be able to handle the consequences, he said in a grave voice. There was no room for negotiation, but as he finished speaking, another 10 money bags fell to his feet. Seeing this, the thin man suddenly burst into laughter and gave Mitchell a bear hug. Kid, from the moment you came in, I felt you had potential and were someone special, just as I expected. He patted Mitchell on the shoulder with satisfaction. Congratulations. Before the talent stone cracked, I seemed to see a glimmer of light, just enough for a pass. Chapter 410. Mysterious Organization. Damn. Despite passing the test, Mitchell continued to curse under his breath. He couldn't understand why every time he tested his talent, the talent stone would shatter. He also wondered if his talent was just too explosive for the stone to withstand. But after trying some low-level cultivation techniques available on the market, he couldn't cultivate even a single feather. Ultimately, he had no choice but to accept that he truly lacked any talent for cultivation. Mitchell walked past the testing room, heading toward the waiting area for candidates. Another leap from fish to dragon. How enviable. Why isn't that person me? As before, countless people around the square cast envious and admiring glances at Mitchell. Some young women in revealing clothing even flirted with him. This feeling is so gratifying. This is how a man should live. Basking in this adoration, Mitchell's mood lightened considerably from the earlier gloom during his talent test. He squinted his eyes and exuded an air of confidence and vigor. Even though he received respect in Pingjiang City after years of considerate behavior, it mainly came from old ladies and men, which paled in comparison to the enthusiastic reactions here. Becoming a cultivator is wonderful. I must become a cultivator. Mitchell clenched his fists and joined the queue of candidates. Despite the large number of people waiting to fight, Boris stopped them with a wave of his hand and hurried forward to greet the arrivals. Two women landed. It was Ruby accompanied by her maid Vilma. Greetings, father. Greetings, gauges and uncles. Ruby quickly bowed. Ear, why have you returned? Boris asked urgently upon confirming it was her. Father, with the family in peril, as a daughter of the Yi family, I cannot be afraid to die. I want to stand with everyone to face the enemy, Ruby declared seriously. You, what use can you be here? Boris scowled, saying, leave immediately, or it will be too late. As he began to usher her away, Ruby stood firm. Father, are you going to let your daughter live in remorse forever? You haven't told me who the enemy is, and you haven't considered what I might endure after leaving. Did you think about that? You. Boris looked at her trembling figure, sighing, Ear, I didn't want this, but it's for your own good. Overnight, the vast Yi family was dispersed, and I was forced to leave. Yet, I still don't know what happened, Ruby spoke pale-faced. Father, if you truly care for me, tell me what has befallen our family. AI, Boris sighed deeply, finally conceding. All this is because the Yi family has been targeted by a mysterious organization. Targeted by a mysterious organization? Ruby asked in surprise. Why target us? They did not give a reason, only that it is time for the Yi family to perish. Boris clenched his fists tightly, clearly infuriated by the words. Without cause, merely declaring that the Yi family should die. How tyrannical, how oppressive, how disrespectful to the Yi family. Ruby was shocked by the actions of the organization. Still, she speculated. Are they just trying to intimidate us? No. They say what they will do and follow through. The downfall of the Northern Sifong and Gillis families was due to them, Boris responded grimly. Ruby's Millie paled further. She never imagined that the recent destruction of the Fong and Gillis families was caused by this same organization. So who are they? Arlen. They call themselves Arlen. There are 7 of them, each with supreme Empyrean strength. Together, they could wipe out any force in the Northern Sea effortlessly, Boris said gravely. Hearing this, Ruby gasped. No wonder Boris insisted she leave. These enemies were formidable indeed. Her father, although an Empyrean, couldn't possibly face 7 such opponents alone. Is the Yi family really doomed? Ruby's face turned ghostly white. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. 7. All Empyreans. She murmured hastily, forming a bold hypothesis in her mind. To confirm her suspicion, she questioned Boris urgently. Father, is this Arlen you mentioned clad in black robes? The one who killed them was an incomparable supreme being with overwhelming power. A supreme being? Everyone's eyes bulged. Yes, a supreme being, Ruby repeated solemnly. He transcends the mundane, like a deity walking among men. His power is immeasurable, and Arlen's organization crumbled like ants beneath his hand. As Ruby recalled everything, she recounted the events meticulously for Boris and the others. To kill 7 people with mere mortal skills, subtle and unadorned, such a technique indeed belongs to a supreme being. Hearing Ruby's description, none of the Yi family members doubted her words, as if they had also witnessed the event firsthand. Everyone was overjoyed, and the clouds of worry on their faces vanished. They never imagined that the crisis of the Yi family would be resolved so easily. Ear, where's that senior? You must take me to thank him for saving our Yi family, Boris said eagerly, unable to wait any longer to meet this senior. He seems to have gone to Guantang City, Ruby replied softly. Guantang City, fine. Ear, let's head there immediately to pay our respects to this senior. With trembling hands, Boris spoke determinedly and set off for Guantang City without delay. After 2 hours passed, at the central square of Guantang City, the long line finally completed its checks. Despite this, only a few more people joined after Mitchell. Quiet. A supervisor ascended the platform, raised a decline. It shouldn't have deteriorated to this point. These past few years, fewer talented disciples have emerged in our Beihai, which feels quite unusual. Tai Valley's leader, the only Selena among them, observed thoughtfully. I feel the same, Gillislong Valley's leader agreed. In previous years, we still received some gifted disciples, but not in the last 2 years. It's like we're boiling frogs slowly, gradually losing potential talents for some reason. The 4 leaders remained silent, feeling a thick fog enveloping Beihai, making everything unclear. Let's drop this discussion. How should we allocate these disciples? Tai Valley's leader asked. I've given them a rough scan, and they mostly have the lowest level talents. Unless there's an unexpected gem, most won't amount to much, so there's no need to fight over them. We can assign them randomly. Hongtian Sword School's leader remarked casually. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, Hongtian Sword School's leader began. The first row, join my Hongtian Sword School. As his voice echoed, Hongtian Sword School staff started registering the new members. Excitement spread across the first row. The second row, join my Tai Valley. Tai Valley's leader continued. The third row, join my Songhai Mountain. Songhai Mountain's leader followed suit. With their announcements, registration for the 2 rows began. Oh wow, this is smoother than Mitchell's heart skipped a beat. Was his lack of talent so obvious that it was seen at first glance? He gave a bitter smile but did not want to give up. With a salute, he said, "Indeed, I have no talent, but I sincerely wish to join your revered sect. Please make an exception." Mitchell's attitude surprised the Sam of Gillislong Valley. In such situations, most people would argue and refuse to admit their lack of talent. Mitchell, however, directly acknowledged it, making his sincerity invaluable. With a sigh, he replied, "I apologize, but Gillislong Valley does not accept untalented individuals. This has never been broken before. However, you can ask other sections." He then looked at the other 3 patriarchs and quietly added, "Although this young man lacks talent, his character and attitude can be cultivated. Our Gillislong Valley adheres strictly to its ancestral laws, but you may consider making an exception for him." Seeing this, Mitchell quickly turned his gaze to the other 3 patriarchs. "Apologies, our Hungtian Sword Pavilion also adheres to the same rules." The Sam of Hungtian Sword Pavilion said expressionlessly. "My Tai Valley, though not as glorious as it once was, is still far from accepting ordinary people." The Sam of Tai Valley refused outright. "Kingation will naturally not make an exception. If we do so today, what will we tell the others if they make similar demands?" The Sam of Kingation waved his hand and continued, "We won't investigate how you got here today. Just go back now." As the 4 patriarchs spoke, the other candidates beside Mitchell were already being led away, leaving him standing alone. From the nearby plaza, various murmurs of ridicule directed at Mitchell could be heard. Drawing everyone's attention, Mitchell couldn't help but sigh deeply. Then, with a dejected heart, he slipped through the crowd and vanished. For the 4 major sects, Mitchell's appearance was just a small incident. Just as they were about to leave, an urgent report came in. "What happened?" the 4 patriarchs couldn't help but ask. "Report to the 4 patriarchs, our scouts have informed us that the Arlen organization has targeted the Yi family. They might act today," the scout reported. "What?" The 4 patriarchs were startled. "What should we do?" the Sam of Tai Valley asked. "The Yi family may have an average relationship with our 4 sects, but they must be saved this time," the Sam of Hungtian Sword Pavilion said. "Yes, this suddenly appearing Arlen organization destroyed the Fong and Gillis families. Now it targets the more powerful Yi family. What comes next?" the Sam of Kingation said gravely. "That's right. If one rabbit is killed, others will follow. Perhaps next time it'll be our turn," the Sam of Gillislong Valley added. "There must be some grand conspiracy behind this. Since we agree, let's not waste time. Let's head to the Yi family immediately," the Sam of Hungtian Sword Pavilion declared. They all nodded solemnly, entrusting their disciples to their subordinates, and the 4 soared into the sky towards the Yi family. "I hope we're not too late and the Yi family can hold on." As they traveled, the 4 couldn't help but sigh. But halfway through their journey, they encountered 2 figures in midair. Boris. Recognizing him, the 4 were shocked. "Why are you here?" "Who else? It's you 4. Why wouldn't I be here?" Boris retorted. "Didn't the Arlen organization target your Yi family?" the Sam of Hungtian Sword Pavilion asked. "How did you have the leisure to be here?" "Indeed, Arlen targeted our Yi family," Boris nodded. "But how did you know?" "Our scouts told us. We were heading over to support you. We didn't expect to meet you halfway," the Sam of Tai Valley explained. "So, that's it. Thank you all for the effort." Boris expressed gratitude. "However, you can rest assured. The crisis at my Yi family has been resolved, and the Arlen organization has been eradicated." "What? The Arlen organization has been wiped out?" The 4 were stunned. "Did you, Boris, destroy them?" "I wish." Boris rolled his eyes and explained. "A supreme expert intervened and wiped them out completely." "A supreme expert? They were 7 Marshal Hudsons," the 4 exclaimed. 7 Marshal Hudsons. So what?" Boris coldly snorted, then signaled to Ruby, "Ear, describe the scene to them. Let them see the marvel." "Yes." Ruby nodded and recounted the entire event of Mitchell killing the 7 members of the Arlen organization to the 4 patriarchs in detail. After hearing her account, the 4 were left in awe. Unbelievable. There are such high-level experts in this world. Indeed, using human means to kill 7 Marshal Hudson experts is unheard of. Such prowess might even surpass a mortal level. If we could meet such a senior once and interact with them, it would be a life well lived. The 4 looked at Boris with longing. "Boris, do you know where the senior is? Can you lead us to meet them?" "Based on my daughter's guess, the senior should still be in Guantong City," Boris replied. "What? Guantong City?" The 4 were stunned, never expecting the senior to be in the very city they had just left. "Come on, let's go. Boris, lead the way. Let's pay our respects to the senior immediately." The 4 were eager, even more impatient than Boris. Boris nodded and, leading Ruby, increased their speed towards Guantong City with the 4. Chapter 413. System Upgrade. The sky. Gradually, heavy snow began to fall. A thick layer of snow covered the ground, turning everything into a vast expanse of white. Dozens of miles outside. The resurrection spell has also failed. "I suspect a major figure from Beihai is involved. I fear this may be detrimental to you, my lord." He spoke respectfully. "I understand. There's nothing to fear. Let them be for now. I need more time to slumber." A deep voice emerged from the blood-red void, untraceable in origin. He didn't seem concerned about the masked man's words, or the supposed major figure. "Yes." The masked man turned and vanished. The space around him returned to its previous calm. "Damn it. I spent 13 bags of gold coins and still couldn't enter the sect. What a huge loss." Ronnie cursed as he wrapped his thin body to stay warm. To save money, he had taken shelter in an abandoned temple. He placed the fire pearl down to serve as a stove and found some wood to boil tea, planning to warm himself up. Phew. Finally done. Seeing the boiling water, Ronnie smiled. Just as he was about to pick it up, a long-absent voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Your tea-making skill has reached divine level, completing all tasks. Reward, aura. The system will now upgrade." The system is upgrading. Hearing this, Ronnie jumped up in excitement. He already knew about the aura reward, but the system upgrade was a complete surprise. I wonder what this aura can do. And what will the upgraded system bring me? Ronnie's heart was filled with anticipation. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is complete. After a while, the system finally spoke again. Ronnie eagerly asked, System, please tell me what the aura does. Please explore this on your own. The system's voice came and then fell silent. Ronnie pouted and began exploring on his own. Aura, come out. He shouted. No response. Aura. He raised his hand and shouted again. Finally, a golden light emanated from above his head. Oh, it responded. Ronnie was thrilled. But what exactly does this aura do? Ronnie wondered aloud. Could it prevent me from getting hurt? Saying this, he clenched his teeth, picked up a wooden plank, and hit himself on the head. The aura did nothing. The plank left a big bump on Ronnie's head. Damn it. Ronnie rubbed his head, cursing loudly. It doesn't seem to be a protective aura. Could it be command-driven? Ronnie stood up and walked out of the temple. Make it rain. He shouted at the sky, halo glowing above his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds above started swirling and darkening visibly. Ronnie's eyes widened in extreme excitement as he stared expectantly at the sky. Finally, droplets began falling from the clouds. Ha ha ha, it really is command-driven. Ronnie stared at the falling droplets, shouting in delight. Command-driven? It was truly command-driven. This ability was incredibly powerful. In his excitement, even the cold didn't bother Ronnie anymore. He opened his arms wide, waiting for the rain to fall. After all, these were the raindrops he had summoned. Wait, just then, Ronnie blinked and looked at the descending droplets, feeling something wasn't quite right. How so big? Not rain. Damn it, they're hailstones. Ah. Ouch, that hurts. Within moments, huge hailstones battered Ronnie, leaving him bruised and dazed. He quickly ducked back into the temple. Damn. Seated in the temple, Ronnie rubbed the bumps on his head, his face dark with frustration. Chapter 414. What a coincidence. Mitchell sat in the dilapidated temple, persistently studying the mysterious halo. 1 hour, 2 hours passed. Mitchell went through all the possible effects he could think of and found, to his frustration, that this damn halo did nothing except produce some light above his head. Of course, if you had to press it, it did have a bit of use. At least, with this light, he wouldn't fear stepping on snakes while walking at night during summer. He had hoped that after the upgrade, this single function would also get better, but he never expected this outcome. It was too lazy to even do a detection. F***K. Damn system. The *** thing. Angry as Mitchell was, there was nothing he could do about the system. Unable to vent his rage, he grabbed a knife and stabbed at the half-old sow on the butcher's block next to him. 80 stabs later, he finally stopped. As he left, he glanced at the even fatter female butcher holding the slaughter knife and cut off half a pound of meat. He dropped a gold coin with a corner missing and cursed his way out of there. The 6 figures scanned the whole of Guantong City as they flew overhead. Why haven't we found Senior yet? The head of Hungtian Sword School couldn't help but ask Ruby. Miss Yi, did you not miss anything? I don't think so. I remember Senior's appearance and silhouette clearly. If I saw him, I would recognize him immediately. Ruby shook her head. But we've flown countless laps around Guantong City and still can't find him. Why is that? The head of Tianlong Valley frowned. Perhaps this Senior doesn't want to see us? The head of Tai Valley couldn't help asking. I guess it's also possible that since there are 6 of us, finding one person is relatively easy. Unless Senior doesn't want us to find him, it wouldn't be impossible for us not to locate him. If you find Senior, please greet him on our behalf. When you become familiar with him, remember to introduce us. Remember, absolutely remember. Each of the 4 turned back several times before flying off toward one Kermite Valley. Father, how should we search for Senior? After the 4 left, Ruby couldn't help but ask Boris. Sincerity leads to success. Since Senior possesses such heaven-defying abilities, if he doesn't refuse to meet us, we'll likely see him soon, Boris softly said. Ruby nodded. The father and daughter set off, searching aimlessly. Lady, what a coincidence. Just as they turned a corner, a familiar voice sounded from nearby. Chapter 415. One Night's Affairs. Upon hearing this, Ruby couldn't help but shudder all over. She hastily diverted her gaze to the side. Sure enough, standing at the entrance of the adjacent ruined temple was a figure in a white robe, watching her with a smile. Whoa. It seemed she had guessed correctly. Their flying around the Guantong City skies earlier must have already displeased the gauge. That's why they couldn't find him no matter how hard they tried. Now that they had landed and concealed their cultivation, they found the gauge right away. Was it just a coincidence? Impossible. This gauge was indeed too powerful. When he didn't want to be found, 6 people scouring the both were genuinely impressed, marveling at how perceptive Elon was. Mitchell rolled his eyes. How formidable. Hadn't they considered how much the father and daughter looked alike? Anyone could tell. We rushed to Guantong City just to bring my father to pay respects to Elon and to thank Elon for saving us before, Ruby softly explained. Yes, Elon. This visit is specifically to express our gratitude. Not only did you save my daughter, but you also saved the entire Yi family, Casper said with a grateful expression, almost kneeling down to Mitchell. Mitchell hadn't expected them to seek him out specifically. That was indeed very courteous. Thinking about it, if Ruby had died that day, not only would she herself be dead, but it would also cause pain to the entire family. No wonder Casper thanked him for saving both Ruby and the Yi family. Actually, Mitchell hadn't taken the incident to heart. After all, he didn't really think of it as saving Ruby. Ruby had involved herself just to support him, but she became timid before even drawing her sword. There's no need for such formalities. The matter has passed, let's just move on. Mitchell waved his hand and laughed. Seeing Mitchell so nonchalant about it, Casper secretly admired him. A great person is truly a great person. Even after eradicating the Arlen organization and rescuing the Yi family from dire straits, he still regarded it as insignificant. Traveled from Beihai to Dongsheng. Likewise, historically, few Dongxing people had ever come to Beihai. However, Mitchell shot a cold glance at Casper, unimpressed. Not as far as you say. It's just a matter of one night. Hearing this, Casper, who was adding firewood, froze mid-motion, his mouth agape. One night's affair? He stared wide-eyed at Mitchell, gasping. Crossing two regions was discussed so lightly by Mitchell, as if it were just a single night's journey. Chapter 416. Merely defective pieces. Gwillem realized he had completely underestimated Mitchell. From the glimpses revealed in Mitchell's words, Mitchell far exceeded his comprehension. Forget it. There's no point dwelling on this topic. We're not on the same level. Mitchell shook his head and sighed inwardly at the narrow-mindedness of these otherworldly natives. Many things they only ever saw on maps or heard about from others. They never practiced or explored them themselves, like frogs at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vast world above. Just like the people in his previous ancient life who never knew the earth was round. As a modern man, his way of thinking naturally differed. Only by leaving Earth. Gwillem stared intently at Mitchell, mulling over his words. Could it be? Is Kobe talking about the situation in the North Sea? At this thought, Gwillem suddenly understood. Indeed, the appearance of the unheard of yet incredibly powerful Rao organization, along with various hidden forces bubbling beneath the surface. This sudden upheaval and turmoil in the North Sea was just like a storm striking without warning. And the deaths in this storm, like those of the Fong and Gillis families wiped out by the Rao organization, were exactly as Mitchell described. Even his own Knight family might have faced the same fate if not for Mitchell's intervention in eliminating the Rao organization. So, according to you, Kobe, how long will this storm last? Gwillem asked tentatively. Probably much longer. And the worst is yet to come. Mitchell observed the sky outside, speculating boldly. Damn hailstones are falling. It won't warm up anytime soon. The worst is yet to come, and it will last much longer. Gwillem felt a chill in his heart, narrowing his eyes solemnly. It seems the storms in the North Sea are far more complex than I imagined. But how can we, as natives of the North Sea, weather these tempests? Although Gwillem felt uneasy, he wasn't overly panicked. After all, hadn't they connected with the gauge? He believed that since Mitchell had hinted at these matters, he must provide guidance. He just dared not ask directly, and could only wait for Mitchell to reveal more. Seems we're running out of firewood. Mitchell looked at the campfire in front of him, frowning. The fire burned too quickly. Originally, he could have used the flame pearl to keep warm, but in this snowy weather, the value of the flame pearl greatly increased. People might try to rob him out of desperation, like the 7 men who attacked him earlier. So, understanding the danger of possessing such valuables, he put away the flame pearl early. But now, the temple truly had no firewood left. The current fire was lit using several discarded door panels he had chopped up. What should they do next? Thinking for a moment, with no options, Mitchell slipped a few wooden carvings from his spatial ring when the two weren't paying attention. As soon as the wooden carvings appeared, Gwillem and his daughter were stunned. Earlier, Gwillem had merely met the statue's gaze briefly and felt his heart tremble with awe. This lifelike sculpture contained immense power. However, what they hadn't expected was for Mitchell to toss the wooden carvings into the fire. Hiss! Gwillem jumped to his feet in shock. Such desecration of artistic treasure. He looked at Mitchell in confusion. Kobe, why are you burning such fine carvings? There's no more firewood, Mitchell said helplessly. But it doesn't matter. They're just practice pieces from my sculpting exercises, nothing particularly special. Just defective pieces, really? Defective pieces? Gwillem's jaw dropped. This master's craftsmanship truly reached the heavens. Any of these carvings could be heirlooms for the Knight family, yet to Mitchell, they were mere kindling. Chapter 417. Passing love on. As the flames enveloped the wooden carving, it was instantly consumed by roaring fire. Feel it well. Mitchell smiled and wrapped himself tighter, closing his eyes in comfort. The warmth from the fire made him feel much better all over. Feel what? The father and daughter were utterly confused. What did this gentleman mean? Suddenly, the father and daughter suddenly noticed that within the burning carving, specks of light began to emerge. These lights scattered, bathing them both completely. At that moment, they felt as if a great realization had struck them, and their cultivation levels started rising noticeably. Of course, if it were only an increase in cultivation, it wouldn't have been enough to excite the father and daughter so much. Under the glow of these star-like lights, their talents and physiques also improved greatly. Sigh. Both of them were filled with excitement and astonishment. A person's talent and physique were usually irreversible unless influenced by some extraordinary treasure that could change things. Especially for people of their age, these attributes had long been set. But what was happening before their eyes completely overturned their understanding? It was like a short person in their 40s or 50s, whose growth had stopped, suddenly gaining several inches in height. Such an incredible skill left them in awe. No wonder you told us to feel it. This is truly a tremendous opportunity. The father and daughter exchanged glances, unable to express their excitement. After a long while, most of the wooden carving had already burned away, and the light gradually faded. By then, the father and daughter had gained considerable benefits. Gentlemen, we are infinitely grateful for your kindness. The father and daughter trembled as they were about to kneel before Mitchell. You really don't need to be so formal. Mitchell opened his eyes, somewhat speechless, inwardly sighing at their excessive formality. Gentlemen, perhaps this is insignificant to you, just a trivial effort, but for us? Gwillem and his daughter couldn't hide their excitement and gratitude toward Mitchell. They again tried to kneel. Oh, I said there's no need for such formality. If you truly want to thank me, pass on this kindness and help more people. Mitchell helped the father and daughter up again, sighing inwardly at their relentless gratitude. He decided to say something universal. Pass on love. I believe in you. You can do it. Use your strength to help as many people as possible. Fill Beihai with the light of love and kindness. Go. Having said that, Mitchell extended his hand, effectively dismissing them. He couldn't bear their excessive enthusiasm anymore, which made him uncomfortable. Following Mitchell's dismissal, the father and daughter hastily bowed and exited the rundown temple. Yet even after leaving, they continued pondering Mitchell's words. I understand. Suddenly, Gwillem exclaimed with realization. Oh, father, quickly tell me what Mr. meant? Adamaris asked eagerly. If my guess is correct, Mr. couldn't bear seeing Beihai shrouded in darkness and is choosing someone to save everything, Gwillem said excitedly. And our family has been chosen by Mr. Upon hearing this, Adamaris instantly grasped the meaning. So this is why Mr. told us to pass on his love, to let Beihai be covered in the light of love? Yes. Gwillem nodded seriously. Mr. knew that with our original strength, we could not make much of a difference, so he burned the wooden carving to boost our cultivation and reshape our talents and physiques. Indeed. Adamaris agreed. No wonder Mr. revealed the future state of Beihai and granted us such an opportunity. This must be his true intention. That's right, and looking back, Mr.'s methods are truly divine. Gwillem remarked in admiration. Probably from the moment you met him, everything has been within his control and planning. Recalling this, Adamaris found it convincing. Otherwise, how could she have coincidentally encountered Mitchell when he was surrounded by the Arlen organization, instead of anyone else? Right, I also remember another thing, which might also be Mr.'s arrangement, Gwillem added suddenly. Oh, please explain, father, Adamaris asked hurriedly. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as per the instructions. Chapter 418. The Amarigaki Ones. I suspect that the celestial anomaly in Ishin Valley was also orchestrated by Kobe, Gareth said, stretching his imagination. Just to divert those 4 people. Oh, Marnie asked doubtfully. Why do you say so, father? Just think about it. Choosing someone is a major event for Kobe. It's better if fewer people know about it, Gareth explained. So I speculate that Kobe never wanted to see those 4 at all. Indeed. Marnie nodded in sudden realization. Those 4 left because of the celestial anomaly, and then we encountered Senior. How could such a coincidence happen? It seems we mustn't let those 4 know that we met Kobe or received any favors from him, Gareth said solemnly. Understood. Marnie nodded gravely. Also, since we're so fortunate to be chosen as lucky ones by Kobe, we must strive hard and bear this responsibility. One of the black-robed figures sneered. Enraged, the 4 gritted their teeth and demanded, Who are you? The ones who will take your lives. You 4 patriarchs do not deserve to live. As they spoke, the 2 figures turned into twin streaks of black light, disappearing and reappearing within the black mist, enveloping the 4 patriarchs. Hidden threats lurked in the black mist, accompanied by flashes of cold light. Even though the 4 patriarchs held their breath in defense, upon contact, they were severely injured, their skins torn open with countless slashes. Covered in blood, they felt death closing in, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, the killing intent reappeared. Their hearts heavy with dread, their faces pale. The first wave of attacks had already caught them off guard. This second wave made them feel the shadow of death looming over them. Are we going to die? Looking at each other, they felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. But at the last moment, 2 beams of sword light streaked from the heavens, cutting through the sky with a brilliant glow, locking onto the 2 black-robed figures. Shoo! Almost instantly, the black mist around the 4 patriarchs dissipated, and the 2 figures fell dead on the ground. Well, we've been saved? That swordsmanship is incredible. Reacting belatedly, the 4 looked up into the sky. We 4 offer our thanks to the 2 seniors for your assistance. Bowing deeply, they thanked their saviors. However, as the 2 figures approached, the 4 patriarchs were taken aback. Gareth? Marnie? How can it be you 2? They exclaimed in disbelief. Why not us? Gareth rolled his eyes, speaking indifferently. But how did you become so strong? How did you perform those 2 sword strikes just now? That's right, Gareth. I remember your strength was inferior to ours not long ago. And your daughter, she was only a martial saint when we saw her in Guantang City. Now, we can't even gauge her level. At this moment, the 4 felt 1,000 questions bubbling up inside them. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out why the father-daughter duo suddenly became so powerful. How could they have defeated those black-robed figures who had stumped them? Humph, you only need to know that we saved you. Why ask so many questions? Gareth said arrogantly. Fine, no more questions. But how did you become so powerful? Tai Valley's patriarch couldn't help but ask. Not telling you. Gareth turned away with a haughty demeanor. The 4 patriarchs' faces turned ashen. It seemed Gareth would never reveal the secret of their newfound strength. Changing the topic, the Hungtian Sword School's patriarch asked, By the way, weren't you 2 staying in Guantang City looking for Senior? Did you find anything? No comment. Gareth turned away again. You, red-faced and enraged, the 4 argued. Didn't we agree that you 2 would look for Senior while we came here, informing us immediately if you found anything? Translation note. Chapter 418. The Amarigaki Ones. I suspect the celestial phenomena in Single Kermite Valley was also orchestrated by Elon, Gareth speculated. It was to separate those 4 people. Marnie asked with confusion. Why do you say that, father? Think about it. Picking someone for such an important matter would ideally involve as few people as possible, Gareth explained. So I speculate that Elon didn't want to see those 4 people at all. That's true. Marnie nodded in realization. Those 4 left because of the celestial phenomena, and then we met the Senior. How could this be a coincidence? It seems we must not let those 4 know about meeting Elon or the fortune we gained from him, Gareth said solemnly. Understood. Marnie nodded earnestly. Also, since we are so lucky to be chosen by Elon as his fortunate ones, we must strive hard and shoulder this great responsibility. Gareth added. Yes, we must not disappoint Elon. Marnie agreed. We should hurry back and start our seclusion to break through the cultivation level we suppressed earlier. All right. Father and daughter flew away one after another, leaving Guantang City behind. Several days passed quickly. On a cliffside, The 4 chief masters of Beihai gathered. Below them stretched a canyon, winding out of sight, shrouded in dense fog where visibility was less than 10 feet. Looking up from the bottom of the canyon, only a sliver of sky could be seen. This was the famous single Kermite Valley, where the recent celestial phenomena occurred. After the phenomenon, faint powerful vibrations emerged from within. Before they could enter the canyon, they encountered 2 formidable foes. These 2 wore straw hats and black robes, making their identities unclear. They appeared unexpectedly. They attacked the 4 masters without warning. Despite outnumbering them, the 4 masters were surprised by the black-cloaked figure's strength. Even though there were 4 against 2, not only did they gain no advantage, but each suffered injuries instead. For good-for-nothings. The black-cloaked figures sneered. The 4 were enraged, gritting their teeth. Who exactly are you? People who will end your lives. You 4 clans don't deserve to exist in this world. As they spoke, the 2 black-cloaked figures transformed into black beams of light, appearing again within the black mist, enveloping the 4 masters. In the black mist, concealed threats lurked, with flickers of cold steel flashing intermittently. Even as the 4 masters tried to shield themselves, the cold flashes inflicted severe wounds upon contact, tearing their skin into countless cuts. They were covered in blood, feeling death's closeness for the first time, breaking out in cold sweat. Suddenly, the threat reappeared, their hearts filled with dread, faces pale. The first wave caught them off guard. This second round directly cast a shadow of death over them. Are we going to die? Looking at each other, they felt immense unwillingness. However, just as everything seemed hopeless, 2 streaks of sword light cut through the air from above, emitting a blinding light that locked onto the 2 black-cloaked figures. Snap! Instantaneously, the black mist surrounding the 4 masters dissipated, and the 2 figures were killed on the spot. So, we've been saved? Those 2 swords were incredibly powerful. The 4 masters slowly reacted, gazing up into the sky. The 4 of us thank the 2 seniors for your assistance. They bowed deeply in gratitude. But when the rescuers drew closer, the 4 masters were stunned. Gareth? Marnie? Why are you 2 here? They exclaimed in shock, disbelief evident in their voices. Why can't it be us? Gareth rolled his eyes, responding coolly. But how did you become so strong? Those 2 sword strikes just now, how did you manage that? Yes, I remember your strength was lower than ours just a while ago, Gareth. And your daughter, she was only a martial saint in Guantang City a few days ago. Now her cultivation is incomprehensible. At that moment, the 4 had countless questions. They couldn't understand how this father-daughter duo suddenly became so powerful. The black-cloaked figures who had put them at a loss were slain with a single strike? You only need to know that we saved you. Why ask so many questions? Gareth replied arrogantly. Fine, no more questions, but what happened to your strength? The master of Tai Valley couldn't help but ask. Not telling. Gareth turned his head away, looking aloof. The 4 masters' faces turned grim. It seemed Gareth wouldn't reveal anything about their cultivation. Then, the master of Hungtian Sword Hall shifted topics. By the way, you were supposed to find the senior in Guantang City a few days ago. Did you find them? No comment. Gareth once again turned his head away. You. The 4 flushed angrily. Didn't we agree that you 2 would inform us immediately if you found the senior? Translation completed with adjustments made for better fluency and coherence in English. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 419. Even the immortals can't help. K off. When did I ever say I'd tell you first if I got any news? Boris snapped. You guys were just yapping amongst yourselves. I didn't promise anything. The 4 people were so enraged they could barely form words, pointing at Boris helplessly. We don't have time to waste with you idiots. We've got things to do, and we're leaving. Boris turned gracefully and took off into the sky with Ruby, disappearing from sight before the 4 could even locate them. I get it now. Watching the direction Boris had departed, the patriarch of Tianlong Valley squinted his eyes thoughtfully and then exclaimed in sudden realization. What's going on? The other 3 quickly turned their gazes toward him. Maybe that old bastard Boris found the senior predecessor and received a significant opportunity from them, the patriarch of Tianlong Valley explained. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how he and his daughter boosted their cultivation levels so rapidly in just a few days. Upon hearing this, the others also grasped the situation. Ah, I see. That old turtle Boris is too selfish. Not only did he get favors from the senior predecessor, but he didn't even let us know, trying to hog everything for himself. How infuriating. If we had known, we wouldn't have wasted our time on these celestial anomalies. Now look, those 2 got all the benefits, and we can't even enter Kermite Valley, let alone gain anything. Ah, damn. If only we had stayed focused on finding that senior predecessor in Guantang City, those grand opportunities might have been ours. City was described as a small town with a significant population, bustling and varied, where many sects recruited members. Leaving footprints in the snow, Mitchell made his way to the northern gate of Guantang City. He paused and consulted the map once more. According to the map, to get from Guantang City to Bayer City, one must cross a large canyon. Beyond this canyon, Bayer City isn't far. However, it's rumored to be quite dangerous, with few daring to traverse it. But avoiding this canyon means taking a much longer route, about 3 times the distance. What should I do? Mitchell pondered for a moment. Eventually, he decided to head straight for the canyon. While the canyon was perilous, detouring through the snow and wind seemed equally risky, if not more. The canyon would provide shelter from the elements, a blessing for someone like Mitchell who disliked cold weather. Thus, after careful consideration, anyone would make the same choice. Just as he thought this, a group heading to Bayer City chose the detour route. Idiots! Mitchell muttered under his breath and walked towards the canyon. Half a day later, Mitchell saw the legendary large canyon. A place like this, just stick to the edges to avoid falling rocks. What else could possibly be dangerous? Moreover, shielded from the wind and snow, it's practically perfect, Christopher, his voice filled with impatience. He knew that Tai Valley's Christester might have noticed the somber mood and was trying to lighten it with a joke, but to him, such a joke was inappropriate and not funny at all. Yeah, don't play jokes like this. Only fools would believe you, the Gaylord chimed in, unable to hold back his comment, but just as he finished speaking, he too caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He froze. I think I'm really a fool, he muttered in disbelief. Unable to trust what he was seeing, he leaped forward to a vantage point for a better view, with the Jillian closely following suit. The remaining two, the Christesters of Hongtian Sword Academy and Songhai Mountain, exchanged glances. Can there really be someone? They spoke in unison and then swiftly joined their companions, descending to get a better look. As they gazed down into the canyon, they too froze in place. Indeed, at the bottom of the valley, a solitary figure was slowly walking. Who is he? Hongtian Sword Academy's Christester couldn't help but exclaim, doesn't he know what lurks within this one Kermite valley? No one responded. This was also their question. Could he be an expert? Hongtian Sword Academy's Christester asked again. It's hard to tell if he's an expert or just stumbled in by mistake, but we'll soon find out, said the Jillian. The others nodded in agreement. This person had only just entered the canyon and hadn't yet reached the truly dangerous areas. About 100 paces ahead, asked the DeAndre. Correct. That's where the poisonous mist starts. Last time, even after dozens of attempts, the four of us retreated right there, confirmed the Iggy. Soon we'll see if he's a horse or an ox, remarked the Gaylord. Everyone nodded and fixed their gaze on the man. Closer. Even closer. 30 paces. 10 paces. 5 paces. 3 paces. At this moment, all four held their breath, their eyes locked on the scene. Suddenly, their eyes widened in shock, and they cried out in unison. Where did he go? How could he disappear? Indeed, right before their eyes, something extremely strange happened. The man had vanished without a trace. However, the ever-vigilant Jillian quickly noticed something and shouted, wait, he's entering the poisonous mist. Upon hearing this, the other three circulated their inner energy to focus their vision into the mist. Sure enough, they spotted the man inside the thick poisonous fog, walking as slowly as before. Phew! All four gasped involuntarily. How could this be? At this level of poisonous fog, how dare he walk in? Their eyes bulged in disbelief. After all, the last time they encountered the poison mist, they had retreated immediately. Even a slight contact required a tremendous expenditure of cultivation to neutralize. Otherwise, even their formidable bodies, like walls of bronze and iron, would decay visibly and rapidly. Let alone now, with this man walking through it entirely unprotected by any defensive chi. Such prowess was unheard of. He seems to leave behind less mist as he walks, observed the Jillian. The others looked and sucked in a sharp breath. Indeed, just as Tai Valley's Christester described, wherever he walked, the toxic mist was dissipating. For instance, around him, visibility was barely 10 paces. 50 paces behind him, visibility extended to several dozen paces. And 100 paces behind, the air was completely clear, with no sign of the poisonous mist. Then, even more inexplicable events unfolded before their eyes. The valley's arrays had activated, illusionary, maze-like, and lethal formations alike. Yet, surprisingly, this man moved through them effortlessly, unaffected by their deadly designs. Just who could this person be? Indeed, this treacherous one Kermite Valley seems like a simple valley to him. What level of cultivation must he possess to achieve this? A wave of shock crashed over the four. This valley is just a regular valley, not really dangerous at all. Mitchell, who had been strolling through the valley for a day, couldn't help but grumble. Apart from some fog, he hadn't encountered any danger. Fog in a canyon was utterly normal. If he were to pinpoint anything risky, it wasn't much. It was rather bizarre that in such cold weather, a small snake attacked him. Mitchell crushed it underfoot and plucked a white mushroom from a nearby cliff wall to make a steaming bowl of snake soup. After finishing his meal and resting briefly, Mitchell continued on his journey. Shortly after, four figures followed in his footsteps. Chapter 421. An extraordinary supplement. They were indeed the four major patriarchs of the Northern Sea. Initially, they intended to approach Mitchell and initiate a conversation. However, the toxic fog took time to dissipate, so they only dared to follow about 300 feet behind him. That person lingered here for quite some time just now, remarked the Sam of Hongtian Sword Academy. Indeed, who knows what he was doing here? Replied the Sam of Tai Valley, equally puzzled. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that she had stepped on something. When she moved her foot away, she froze like an ice pillar. Is this an imperial-grade beast, a shunning snake? She murmured in a valley would once again elude them. However, if the true expert had taken it, they wouldn't feel too bad. After all, might makes right. But using such treasures merely for soup, leaving the rest dumped on the ground, such extravagance was truly hard to accept. Could it be that the individual entered Tianxian Valley solely for that bowl of soup? Asked the Sam of Songhai Mountain, equally conflicted. I don't think so. It appears more like he passed by this place, saw the snow divine mushroom, and casually made a soup, said the Tai Valley Sam gloomily. Hearing this, the others could not help but purse their lips, feeling extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that was exactly what had happened. But despite the leftovers being mere dregs, they may still be incredibly nourishing. At this point, the Hongtian Sword Academy Sam stared at the remaining food, licking his lips tentatively. Shall we? His words immediately earned glares from the other three. Although I cannot deny these are beneficial substances, at least we are the heads of our four great sections. Picking up someone else's leftovers is hardly dignified. Yeah, no matter how powerful that person is, we won't resort to eating what's left behind. As leaders, we must uphold our dignity. Alright, let's catch up with him. If we can't obtain the treasure, befriending him is not bad either. Well, my stomach wasn't feeling good, so I had to relieve myself behind a rock. This earned him a round of eye rolls from everyone. At least he was at the hick stage. Did he really have to defecate? Tai Valley's sect leader, Tiana, the only Selena among them, subconsciously waved her hand in front of her face and took a few steps away from Bergen. However, they didn't press further as their attention remained on Mitchell up ahead. Seeing this, Bergen's small eyes twinkled, and he gave a self-satisfied grin. If these three knew how much energy that leftover food contained, would they not immediately force him to regurgitate it? Yet, just when Bergen thought he could get away with it, he froze mid-step, standing dumbfounded. Not good. I can't suppress my cultivation any longer. I'm about to break through. He cursed inwardly as his cultivation and primordial energy couldn't be restrained anymore, beginning to surge out from his body. This scene immediately drew the attention of the other three. Bergen, are you breaking through? The three asked in shock. What? Just some accidental leakage, Bergen replied awkwardly, his face flushed as he struggled to suppress his rising cultivation. Don't try to fool us. Tai Valley's sect leader, Tiana, glared coldly. Indeed, this is clearly the sign of being at the brink of a breakthrough, agreed Songhai Mountain's sect leader, Jamar, whose face expressed utter disbelief. What's going on? Tianlong Valley's sect leader, Gillis Tianlong, demanded. Although we're all 7th life Hicks, your cultivation has always been slightly below ours. Yet while we need decades to reach 8th life Hicks, why are you breaking through before us? Yeah, explain. Do you have something hidden from us? Their gazes were piercing, full of questions. Well, you see. Bergen's forehead dripped with sweat under their scrutinizing gaze, unsure of where to place his trembling hands. Spill it. Have you been hiding your true strength all along? Jamar pressed. These words snapped Bergen back. He quickly laughed nervously, saying, Oh, you guys really caught me. Fine, since you asked, let's lay it out. I've already obtained the inheritance of the founder of Hungtian Sword Monastery, Sword Hudson. Thus, my cultivation has long surpassed yours. I just didn't tell you, Bergen said, feigning pride. What? You got the Sword Hudson's inheritance? Upon hearing this, the three stared at Bergen in disbelief. You've really kept it under wraps. Indeed, if not for this uncontainable surge in cultivation, you'd have fooled us completely. You tricky old guy. We always thought you were the weakest among us four, but now we realize you're the strongest. Praises echoed from all sides. Although Hungtian Sword Monastery's founder, Sword Hudson, knows, the mist not only obscures our vision but also blocks our senses. Although we can vaguely see his back, his features remain unclear. No matter what he looks like, he's far beyond our reach. Making a good impression is crucial. Bergen straightened up, smoothing out his clothes to look more dignified. Compared to the others, he was even more eager to meet Mitchell. After all, having consumed the leftovers, he understood better than the others just how powerful this person was. Chapter 423. Another mortal? The four of them could vaguely see that the figure ahead had already left the narrow valley. They just needed to wait for the toxic fog to clear before they could catch up and greet him. The four were bubbling with excitement, barely able to contain themselves. Even as they straightened their clothes, they prepared flattering words in their mouths. Especially Lord Tiana of Tai Valley went so far as to use essence energy to make himself look younger, and even found some rouge from 30 years ago in his storage ring to apply on his face. While he wasn't as youthful as the younger generation, what if this predecessor liked it? You haven't used rouge in my presence for 30 years, but this time, you actually? Bergen looked at Tiana with an expressionless face and a sour tone. Do you have to meddle? Tiana glared at Bergen. Fine, I'm not worthy. Bergen spoke with a trembling voice, angrily turning his head away. Thus, everyone was ready, waiting only for the toxic fog to dissipate to meet the master. Just then, the figure ahead suddenly turned around. His gaze fell upon them. The eyes of the four lit up. Their hearts raced. Was this senior going to initiate conversation? However, the next words made them shiver. You few, how much farther do you want to follow me? A gloomy and hoarse voice emerged from Mitchell's mouth. Swish. A kitchen knife was drawn from his waist, flashing a cold light. Either die or scram. The icy voice echoed from Mitchell's mouth. This made the originally hopeful four people feel a chill run down their spines, beads of sweat rolling off their foreheads. Almost instantly, the four vanished in a flash. Seeing this, Mitchell sheathed the knife with a smile. How could he not know these sneaky figures had been following him all the way, staying about 100 yards behind? And he saw through their intentions in an instant. They were definitely highwaymen planning to rob him. So Mitchell didn't wait for them to act. He pretended to be fiercer than them, putting on an act of someone not to be provoked. Sure enough, the opposite side cowered, thus avoiding a confrontation. Seemed like people really needed to be a bit more intimidating. Mitchell wrapped his cotton coat tighter, glanced at the map, and headed towards Buyer City. After Mitchell had walked, sat with gloomy expressions. Although Bergen and Tiana had calmed down, they still glared at each other. Checking the recruitment list of Gi Hall, there wasn't a single standout, Jamar sighed. True, the talented disciples in Beihai seem to be dwindling. I wonder if it's the same in other regions. The situation in Buyer City is expected. Ever since our four sects combined to open this recruitment office here, we've never received a satisfactory disciple. Perhaps we should just close this hall. No need, getting a few is better than none. It also serves as a base for our wandering disciples. Just as the four lords discussed matters, an argument sounded outside the hall. What's happening outside? Why so noisy? Tiana couldn't help but call out. Upon hearing this, a disciple quickly ran in, kneeling before the four and said, Report to the four lords, an ordinary mortal has come without any talent. Despite persuasion, he insists on joining our four sections. Another mortal? The four exchanged glances. Previously, in Guantang City, a mortal stubbornly insisted on joining their four sections. Now, another one showed up? Translation completed according to the provided instructions. Chapter 424, Kobe of Blue Ox Sect. The four men were seething with anger. Although their four major sects had declined significantly in recent years, it wasn't as if any commoner could just waltz in. Annoyed, they spoke in unison. Out! Just throw them out. Yes. A disciple quickly responded and rushed out. Before long, the disciple pushed the people outside. Don't touch me, I'll go myself. The person being forcibly escorted out was Mitchell. Being rudely ejected, he scowled as he shouted curses. Tell your superior this. Today I gave you an opportunity, but you yourselves didn't cherish it. In the future, you will surely regret it. With that said, Mitchell angrily left. Humph. What a broken down sect. How blind can they be to reject a future prodigy like me? Fine, if they don't want me, then I won't join either. Once I complete the system mission and start cultivating, I will make my name renowned across the continent and drive this bunch mad. Hiya, this dog of a mortal is quite arrogant. Let me beat him to death. Gabe couldn't help but rise from his seat when he heard Mitchell's voice outside. As he stood up to leave, Jamar remarked sourly, that's enough. It's only a mortal. As the legitimate master of a sect, why should you bother about a mere mortal? That's right. It's just a mortal boasting. How much of a threat can he pose? Why should you take it to heart? Amin added, look at your miserable attitude. Tiana directly shot down Gabe with contempt. Do you have a problem? To fuss over a mere mortal shows just how low your ambitions are. You even want my approval in front of you. Phew. Himph, not like I care. At once, more heated arguments broke out between Tiana and Gabe inside the hall. Meanwhile, Mitchell had roamed around by Air City, trying several sects recruitment spots. But no one dared to take him on. AI. So, it looks like joining a sect is truly impossible. Mitchell's face filled with disappointment. However, just as Mitchell hesitated about whether to give up or simply drift through life aimlessly, an unexpected voice sounded from beside him. Young lad, although your talent isn't great, your temperament seems stable. If polished carefully, you might become a promising individual. Do you want to join our Blue Ox sect? An emaciated Gage looked at Mitchell with a smile. Really? Mitchell's eyes lit up immediately. Could this be a turn for the better? Nevertheless, he remained wary, still wary of potential scams. He kept his excitement under control and asked gently, is your Blue Ox sect a cultivator sect? Of course. The old man proudly puffed out his chest while standing with folded arms. Has your sect been certified? Mitchell probed further. Absolutely prestigious and orthodox, the Gage answered in a wise tone. Moreover, our Blue Ox sect has a grand history, starting with Christester King Marciniu, who was a martial king, a figure known far and wide. Martial king. Mitchell couldn't hide his surprise. It seemed reliable indeed, and the title of Martial King was impressive. Well, may I ask who you are? Mitchell questioned gently again. I am Farron, the third patriarch of the Blue Ox sect. The old man lifted his head and said proudly, Samju, greetings. Mitchell hurriedly saluted and asked cautiously, Samju must also be very powerful, right? May I inquire if you have reached the spirit martial realm? As he finished, Mitchell scrutinized Farron closely. He knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. What if it was a weak sect tricking him into mining bricks? Your Sam happens to be at the spirit martial stage, Farron answered with arrogance, standing with folded arms. Upon hearing this, Mitchell's eyes shone instantly. He had witnessed the power of spirit martial experts in Nansha. If Farron had reached this realm, then this sect must be decent enough. Now that you understand our sect reasonably well, would you consider joining us? Farron asked leisurely, looking at Mitchell. Yes, I will join. Greetings, Sam. Mitchell hurriedly saluted again. Farron's eyebrows rose in response, his face bursting with immense joy. Recently, a few people he lured had fled shortly after entering. Hashtag chapter 425, the powerful Kobe Farron. Therefore, Farron hurriedly suppressed his excitement and maintained a composed expression. Let's go. I'll take you back to the sect. He straightened his chest, stroked his beard, and said in a sage-like manner, Are we just walking back to the sect like this? Mitchell asked. Well, what else would we do? Farron was taken aback. Don't we fly back? I saw disciples from other sects being flown back by their seniors, Mitchell said. Of course, as a disciple of Green Ox sect, you should receive the same treatment. Farron proudly proclaimed, then grabbed Mitchell's shoulder and stomped the ground hard before wobbling into the air. Thus, Mitchell followed Farron into the sky, heading towards the Green Ox sect which was 100 miles away. Sect Kobe, why is it a bit shaky? Mitchell couldn't help but ask mid-flight.